Why fall in love if you can attend Tsinghua University Chapter 44 to Chapter 70. Chapter 44. Then, a man walked in anxiously from outside the door. He was wearing a black suit with sharp edges. His face was outstanding, but his eyes were so sharp that no one dared to look at him directly. Mr. Lin. Welcome, welcome. Mr. Kim was all smiles, as if he had made a friend for many years. It's Lin Jihua. Why is he here? That's impossible. Lin Jihua doesn't participate in City W's Chamber of Commerce's activities anymore. Nothing big will happen, right? I'm worried too, and it's already so late. Xue Jiao didn't hear a single word that the others were talking about. Her gaze was fixed on the person who came in. Was it really Lin Jihua? Lin Jihua, whom he had dinner with a few days ago? She had just walked out of the shock that this person was a big shot, and this big shot appeared here. Everyone, let's not play anymore. Let's go to our parents' place. Jin Sui left, and Xiaoqi took charge of the situation for her. Obviously, it was not appropriate to play around now. Of course, he had to bring it to his parents to see what was going on. What is he doing here? Yi Tianyu was rather unhappy. He and Xue Jiao hadn't been together for long, but they had to separate. Xue Jiao averted her gaze and looked at Yi Tianyu. You, Yi Tianyu also looked at her. Their gazes met. Since they were standing very close to each other, one of them could only raise his head and the other lowered his head. At the door, Lin Jihua and Mr. Jin's hands were intertwined. Hello, long time no see, Mr. Jin. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly, pretending that she was smiling. Then, he casually swept his gaze across the audience and stopped at a corner. There, a boy and a girl in a blue suit and a red dress were looking at each other. Lin Jihua's hand froze. She was stunned for a moment before she calmly withdrew her hand. Mr. Jin didn't even notice his momentary emotions. Ha ha ha, it has indeed been a long time since we last met. Mr. Lin, you are indeed capable. It's rare for you to come to our City W's gathering. Come, please come in. Mr. Kim welcomed them with his mouth, but his heart was beating like a drum. What was this person doing here? Could it be that something big happened? There were thousands of thoughts in his mind, but he showed nothing on his face. He was extremely calm. Lin Jihua followed the smiling Mr. Jin inside. In a corner. It's okay. Xue Jiao didn't want to say anything. Yi Tianyu, you despise him so much. Do you know that he is the original author of the outline that you praised to the heavens? Obviously, Yi Tianyu didn't know, so he said, don't you want to go to your mother's place? Why don't we run? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was a good idea. Yi Tianyu was happy. In the past, I would leave when I got tired of it. Now that the boss of the Lin group is here, the scene will become official again. He definitely won't allow us to play anymore. So let's go, I'll bring you to a good place. Xue Jiao, she rolled her eyes. Forget it. The young people who were playing together just now dispersed one after another and walked in the direction of their parents. Qingmingzi also walked over and stopped next to Xue Jiao. Let's go over. His gaze casually swept over Yi Tianyu, whose eyes didn't leave Xue Jiao, and he frowned slightly. Then Bookworm, you and brother go over. If you're bored later, find me. He raised his eyebrows, and his meaning was self-evident. If you're bored, we'll run away, Qingmingzi. If it weren't for his demeanor, Qingmingzi really didn't want this person who acted so familiar with him to call him brother at all. Xue Jiao rolled her eyes a little ungracefully, but there was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. She walked in the direction of Xianxia and Li Sidong. Lin Jihua was surrounded by a lot of people as soon as he entered the door. They were exchanging greetings and introducing themselves to each other happily. Xue Jiao and Qingmingzi walked to Xianxia's position. Her stepfather didn't go up to greet them. Instead, he whispered something to Li Sidong. Dad, Auntie Li, Mom, Uncle Qing. Jiao Jiao and Mingzi are here. Come here. Xianxia said and waved to the two of them. The two of them approached each other for a long time. Obviously, Xianxia had something to say. As soon as they approached, Xianxia lowered his voice and said, the one who just came is called Lin Jihua. He's a big shot in the business world. His strength is amazing, and his methods are amazing. Tsinghua was still afraid that someone would hear him, so he continued to lower his voice and said, "He's the top student who graduated from Stanford that I always talked about before. His grades were good when he was in school, and after graduation, he was even more amazing. The entire Lin Group is already in his hands, and his business is thriving." So many people are surrounding him? Xiaojiao was puzzled. Did Lin Jihua usually come out in this kind of situation? Why did she think that he was quite idle before? That's not the whole reason. Qing Mingze explained, he's really admirable, and these people are willing to get along with him. They hope that he can take on the Lin Group's projects, but it's not so exaggerated. Now that the Lin Group is slowly moving its work focus to Beijing, the branch in City W won't be as comprehensive as the head office, and there will be more opportunities for cooperation. There are also many small projects in City C. If the benefits are not enough, the Lin Group won't take on any more. Qing Mingze coughed and said, so these people want to take on these projects. In addition, after the Lin Group went to the Jing Group, their original contacts were no longer in their hands. A company that has strong interests but won't compete fiercely with them can still be cooperated with. Isn't that the company they're making friends with now? Tsinghua nodded and said, yes, Mingze's explanation is very right. Xiaojiao had a look of sudden realization. So that's how it is. No wonder these people were so enthusiastic that it was scary. Tsinghua patted Qing Mingze on the shoulder and said with a smile, not bad, not bad. You do have a talent for business acumen. Xiaojiao asked again, then. Uncle Qing, don't you need to go over? Tsinghua smiled and asked Qing Mingze again, tell me the reason why I'm staying here and not going over to please them. Qing Mingze looked at the crowd and said softly, there are two reasons. One is that the benefits that our Pengcheng company can get from contacting the Lin Group are not much, and we can't squeeze out those powerful companies. If we show too much enthusiasm, we may offend people like Mr. Jean. The second reason is because. Because of what? Xiaojiao was curious. Qing Mingze smiled and said, because of Dad's personality. Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad. Mingze, you've improved again. Tsinghua laughed and was overjoyed. Li Sidong also smiled and praised Qing Mingze. Of course Mingze is amazing. If he manages Pengcheng in the future, he will definitely make Pengcheng even more glorious. Tsinghua smiled but still warned him, but you must remember that you still have to guard against arrogance and rashness. Pengcheng is still a small company. Lin Jihua is leading a huge conglomerate like the Lin Group and is still constantly advancing without slacking off, let alone us. Qing Mingze nodded and said, I'll remember. He would enter the company sooner or later. As long as this company didn't close down, it would be the starting point of his future work. She turned her head and looked at Qing Mingze. Xiaojiao suddenly remembered that in the original novel, the male protagonist took over Qingshua's company and managed it to become the strongest company in Sea City. In the original novel, she almost never saw the Lin Group. Even if the Lin Group moved to Beijing, the branch was still in Sea City. It didn't make sense for Pengcheng to become the leader. The Lin Group was so sensational now. Was it not in the novel, or, the original novel just didn't mention the Lin Group? Tsinghua looked into the distance and sighed, Lin Jihua is really amazing. He's young and has extraordinary achievements. The Lin Group was strong in the past. Unfortunately, his grandfather and parents couldn't keep the business and the building was about to collapse. If he hadn't taken over 3 years ago, I'm afraid the Lin Group wouldn't have become what it is now. His methods are also the Lin Group's fortune. When Qing Mingze said this, Xiaojiao actually felt a little mocking. Even outsiders knew that it was the Lin Group's fortune. Why didn't the Lin family think so? Xiaojiao still remembered that Tianyu said, his grandfather worked with his second uncle to murder him. Mr. Qing. At this time, someone came to talk to Tsinghua. The people around Lin Jihua slowly dispersed and waited for the next person to finish talking. Xiaojiao then followed Tsinghua and greeted the acquaintances and partners one by one with a fake smile. After Tsinghua finished talking to people, he turned his head and happened to meet a man in front of him. He was stunned for a moment and was about to move aside when he heard the other person speak. Hello. A familiar and magnetic voice suddenly sounded. Xiaojiao, who was just following Tsinghua and was in a daze, suddenly came back to her senses. Her absent-minded eyes focused and she was surprised. It's Lin Jihua. Mr. Lin. Hello, hello. Tsinghua didn't expect that the other party would greet him and was pleasantly surprised. Lin Jihua's mouth moved slightly and it was a smiling expression. Nice to meet you. It's really such an honor. I know. You're Mr. Ching from Pengqing Technologies. Lin Jihua smiled. Oh, Mr. Lin actually knows me. It's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes, ha ha ha. Tsinghua's eyes narrowed into a smile. Xue Jiao suddenly felt that this Uncle Ching of hers, could it be that he worshipped Lin Jihua? He had praised him so much before. Lin Jihua's gaze inadvertently swept behind him and he smiled faintly. I'm also very honored to meet Mr. Ching. Mr. Ching is a blessed person. Tsinghua was overjoyed. Lin Jihua's gaze fell on the person beside him. This must be Mrs. Ching. Yes, yes. Hello, I'm Tsinghua's wife, Li Sidong. Hello, Mr. Lin. Li Sidong was also full of smiles. After she married into the Ching family, she was most afraid of being a burden to Tsinghua. Hello. Everyone knew that Lin Jihua wouldn't shake hands with women without extending his hand. Li Sidong didn't extend her hand either. To be exact, women who knew Lin Jihua wouldn't extend their hands. Tsinghua hurriedly introduced his son and daughter. This is my son, Qingmingzi. Hello. Hello, Mr. Lin. Qingmingzi smiled and extended his hand. The two shook hands and quickly let go. Tsinghua pointed at Xue Jiao. This is my daughter, Xue Jiao. Hello. Xue Jiao looked at him and imitated Qingmingzi's gesture of extending her hand. Suddenly, Tsinghua, Li Sidong, and Qingmingzi were all stunned. Oh no, they forgot to tell Xue Jiao Lin Jihua's rules. Tsinghua, in particular, looked upset. He thought that they wouldn't interact with Lin Jihua, so he didn't tell them about their privacy. In the end, Li Sidong's face turned pale. If Lin Jihua wasn't still standing there, she would have immediately stopped Xue Jiao's hand. How dare she? But in fact, when Xue Jiao's hand stopped in midair, hello. Lin Jihua calmly extended his hand. Their hands were intertwined. When they were holding hands, his ring finger gently tapped the back of Xue Jiao's hand. Xue Jiao suddenly looked up at him. Their eyes met. Lin Jihua's mouth curved slightly and his eyes suddenly blinked rapidly. Xue Jiao, she didn't know why, but the way they greeted each other in public made her want to laugh. Soon, their hands were released. Tsinghua and Li Sidong were already dumbfounded. Their faces were full of disbelief. Especially Li Sidong. After marrying Tsinghua, there wasn't much for her to do at home. She just chatted with the other madams, drank tea, or went shopping. With more women, there would be more gossip. She had heard a lot of gossip about Lin Jihua over the years, but in the end, all kinds of rumors were. Lin Jihua didn't interact with any women, she always remembered this. Tsinghua didn't hear it from hearsay. He saw it with his own eyes. When Lin Jihua first took over the Lin Corporation was facing internal and external troubles. So Lin Jihua participated in many activities in City W. There was a company that was considered powerful at that time. It was mainly because the other party was blocking a project of the Lin family, and the Lin Corporation wanted to cooperate with the other party. It could be said that Lin Jihua did everything he could to meet the other party. But because he didn't shake hands with the other party's daughter, he offended the other party. Later, the other party didn't cooperate, and Lin Jihua took over the project alone. He even earned a sky-high amount of money. Later, that company was suppressed by Lin Jihua and couldn't survive in City C. But they didn't want to go bankrupt, so the entire company moved away. Tsinghua never heard any news about that company again. Under those circumstances, Lin Jihua didn't shake hands. Later on, when someone said that Lin Jihua didn't interact with women, he firmly believed it. But today, Tsinghua was stunned. Li Sidong was stunned. Qingmingzi was stunned. Mr. Lin. Jean Sui walked over and smiled brightly at him. I was just looking for you. The person you mentioned just now. The two of them started to talk about business issues. Tsinghua didn't like the sound of it, so he left with Xue Jiao and the others. The four of them had just walked away when Li Sidong exclaimed in a low voice, "What's going on?" Xue Jiao was confused. Jia Jiao shook hands with Lin Jihua just now? Am I imagining things? Li Sidong pinched Xingshua's arm. It's true. It seems like Lin Jihua has recovered? Xingshuo said tentatively. Li Sidong's eyes widened. Really? Most likely. Xingshuo nodded. Li Sidong's eyes widened to the size of copper bells. If this was true, then the most eligible bachelor would be born. Lin Jihua didn't have a market in the past because of his health. What are you talking about? How did he recover? Xue Jiao was curious. She was still a little curious about Lin Jihua. Children shouldn't meddle in adult affairs. Li Sidong turned his head and said to her. How could she say something like that? Obviously, Xingshuo also felt that it wasn't appropriate to say anything, so he didn't say anything. Xue Jiao shrugged and said, then I'll go eat something. You guys go on with your work. With that, she turned and left. Go, Xingshuo added. Qing Mingzi looked at Xue Jiao's back and frowned slightly. He looked at Lin Jihua again. He didn't know why, but he felt that something wasn't right. Xue Jiao found an inconspicuous place and stood there to eat a few pieces of cake. This thing really didn't fill her stomach. She felt like she couldn't eat anymore, but she was hungry. Hey, a voice suddenly sounded in her ear, trying to scare her. Xue Jiao rolled her eyes and was speechless. Depression. How many times are you going to play this childish game? Yi Tianyu stood next to her and bent down to put his face in front of hers. Ha ha ha, are you angry? Xue Jiao glared at him. I'm not that bored. Okay. As long as you're not angry. He looked at the corner of her mouth and laughed. Ha ha ha, you're hiding and eating secretly again. Bookworm, so you're not only a bookworm, but also a foodie. Xue Jiao rolled her eyes. Whenever she met Yi Tianyu, she would lose her image. Yi Tianyu reached out and wiped the corner of her mouth. Xue Jiao was stunned. It's just cream. I'll wipe it. Yi Tianyu said, his heart beating faster. Then he scolded himself in his heart. Yi Tianyu, you didn't do anything. Why are you so nervous? Don't blush. In the distance, Lin Jihua narrowed her eyes and tightened her grip on the cup. Xue Jiao glared at Yi Tianyu. Yi Tianyu touched the tip of his nose embarrassedly and reached out again. What are you doing? Xue Jiao was furious. Yi Tianyu instinctively retracted his hand and said, well. I accidentally smudged your lipstick. Xue Jiao reached out and wiped the corner of her mouth. Then, she couldn't help but punch him, depressed. In the distance, Lin Jihua couldn't help but walk over quickly. Mr. Lin. I wanted to talk to you just now. A middle-aged man stopped him. Mr. Jean also walked over. Mr. Lin, I saw you walking a little fast just now. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Jihua had always been calm. His actions just now could be said to have lost his composure. Lin Jihua took a deep breath and said. Nothing. Yi Tianyu was thick-skinned and continued to smile. Hey, bookworm, did you not eat? Xue Jiao nodded. Of course. If I had eaten, would I be looking for food here? Then I'll take you out to eat something good. What's there to eat at this time? Xue Jiao was speechless. Yi Tianyu grabbed her wrist and pulled her away. Let's go. That Lin Jihua is here. Today's annual meeting will probably last for another hour. It's enough for us to eat. Hey. How can we leave now? Xue Jiao hammered him. It's okay. I'm used to running around. There's a small door. I'll take you there. There's nothing fun in here. As he spoke, he continued to walk. Xue Jiao stopped struggling. If it was going to take a long time, there was no need to stay inside. Bang, the wine glass was crushed and fell to the ground. Mr. Lin. Your hand is injured. Jean Sui exclaimed. She looked anxious and wanted to cover his hand with a handkerchief. Lin Jihua moved aside and didn't let her touch him. Then, he took out his handkerchief and wrapped it around his hand. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm not feeling well. I want to go back first. Mr. Lin, do you really not need the doctor to take a look? There's a doctor waiting upstairs. Or do you want to go to the hospital? No, I want to go back first, Lin Jihua said calmly. However, his hand was clenched tightly as if he was enduring something. Okay then. Mr. Lin, you must remember to bandage your wound. Mr. Jean said and handed him another handkerchief. Lin Jihua took it and smiled. He strode out of the main entrance. When he reached the main entrance, he looked around instinctively. There was nothing. Yi Tianyu wasn't there, and Xue Jiao wasn't there either. Chen Yan rushed up immediately. Boss. What's wrong? He sounded very anxious. Obviously, he had seen Lin Jihua's hand dripping with blood. Lin Jihua closed his eyes slightly and hid all his emotions. It's okay. Let's go back. In the car, Chen Yan carefully bandaged Lin Jihua's wound. He didn't dare to say a word. The atmosphere in the car was very tense. Lin Jihua looked out of the window. No one knew what he was thinking. Only when the light shone on his face could they see a patch of coldness. There was also a hint of loneliness. Yi Tianyu brought Xue Jiao out of the small door. The two of them ran a few meters and were stunned. It's snowing, Xue Jiao gritted her teeth. Her lips were trembling, depressed. I'm not done with you. She was wearing a neckline dress that exposed her arms. When the snow hit her body, she was dumbfounded. I forgot to leave my clothes at the entrance. Yi Tianyu slapped his head. He looked upset. Xue Zhao's face turned even darker and even a little green. Yi Tianyu quickly took off his suit jacket and wrapped it around her. Let's go and eat. It's only 100 meters. If we go back to the main hall with our tails between our legs, we won't be able to eat anything. Lead the way. Xue Jiao gritted her teeth. Yi Tianyu touched his nose and said as they walked, you women are willing to give up your lives for beauty. You're wearing so little in the winter. Xue Jiao gritted her teeth. If it weren't for him, would she be freezing? But it was too cold. Xue Jiao didn't want to talk. Let's run. It won't be cold if we run. Yi Tianyu said as he lifted his legs. Xue Jiao, she tightened her grip on the collar of her suit jacket. She gritted her teeth as if she was pinching Yi Tianyu. I'm wearing a dress. Bookworm, run faster. I'm cold too. Let's, depressed. Xue Jiao shouted with a trembling voice. Yi Tianyu turned his head and yawned. What's wrong? What are you wearing under your shirt? A singlet. I'm not like you women. Xue Jiao gritted her teeth and spat out, take off your shirt and give it to me. Huh? Yi Tianyu wasn't lying. The hotel was only 100 meters away from the hotel. It was a secluded place, but the conditions were not bad. It was a noodle restaurant. One of them was wearing a dress, a shirt, and a suit jacket, while the other was shirtless. They rushed into the restaurant. Yi Tianyu shouted as soon as he entered. Auntie! Turn the temperature up. Hurry, it's freezing. An auntie in her 50s was stunned. Then, she quickly turned on the air conditioner. Io, Zhu, you're late. I just turned it off. Come. There's a stove and a blanket here. Cover it up. Yi Tianyu rubbed his arms. When he heard that, he subconsciously picked up the blanket and was about to sit on the chair. Suddenly, he remembered that there was someone behind him. Bookworm, hurry, sit down. He pressed Xue Jiao onto the chair and covered her with the blanket, wrapping her legs tightly. Xue Jiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did the auntie notice that there was a young lady. Her eyes widened. Why did you bring a young lady here? Don't let her catch a cold. Although she was just an ordinary restaurant owner, she was still quite knowledgeable since she was in a big hotel. This young lady was wearing a dress. She was obviously a rich young lady that Yi Tianyu had brought out from a big hotel event. Yi Tianyu touched his nose. I miscalculated. Finally, there was some warmth. Xue Jiao also felt a little better. She rolled her eyes but still said to the auntie, thank you, auntie. I'm just taking up your things. It's fine, as long as you don't mind. As she said that, she seemed to have thought of something. I'll hurry and make you a bowl of hot noodles. Eat it so you don't catch a cold. Then, she went straight inside, leaving Yi Tianyu and Xiaojiao working slowly with the old air conditioner. Yi Tianyu rubbed against Xiaojiao. He held the blanket with 2 fingers and rubbed it against his body. What are you doing? Yi Tianyu's hand trembled and he laughed. Give me some blanket. I'm cold too. This is warm. Xiaojiao was stunned for a moment. She quickly passed his suit to him and pulled the blanket to give him half of it. The suit is a little wet. You should put it aside to dry. Yi Tianyu took it. Just as he was about to say that he would wear it and dry it, he saw Xiaojiao give him half of the blanket. Immediately, Yi Tianyu swallowed his words and wrapped half of his body in the blanket. Although the blanket was not small, it was still difficult to cover half of it. However, when Yi Tianyu thought of himself and Xiaojiao using the same blanket, he actually felt a little hot. Xiaojiao asked, "Are you covering yourself? Why don't I give you the blanket or you can go closer to the stove?" Yi Tianyu, whose back was still exposed, said without thinking, I'm covering myself. Xiaojiao's teeth were still trembling slightly. Yi Tianyu heard it and looked down. He saw Xiaojiao's feet and exposed ankles in her thin leather shoes. He quickly reached out, took off his shoes, and stuffed his feet into the blanket. Cover yourself. Xiaojiao was stunned. Her face was slightly red. Her voice was so soft that Yi Tianyu did not hear her. Speaking of which, you're really wicked. It's so cold, but you still want me to take off my shirt. I'm so cold. Xiaojiao, if she was not so cold and this person kept making sarcastic remarks, she would not have done such a thing. If it were someone else, alright, if it were someone else, she would not have run out with them at the annual gala. When she saw that it was snowing, she actually continued to run. Was she infected by this idiot? Did she not know what was wrong with him? Why aren't you saying anything? Are you still cold? I'm not cold anymore. Could Xiaojiao admit that she was still shivering? Then give me more of the blanket. The temperature of the air conditioner rose and the auntie came out with a bowl of noodles. Xiaojiao was about to get up when the auntie said, Don't get up. I'll mop the table. You can eat here. It's okay, auntie. I'm not cold anymore, Xiaojiao said quickly. No. Girls can't be cold. Young lady, you should cover yourself properly. I'll move the table over. The auntie said as she dragged the table over. Yi Tianyu grinned. Thank you, auntie. Why are you being so polite with me? The auntie continued, There's still one more bowl. I'll go get it. The auntie went in. Yi Tianyu was in good health. When the temperature rose, he jumped around in his singlet. Come. Bookworm, you eat first. Xiaojiao shook her head, unwilling. Hurry up and eat. I'm covered with a blanket. Your clothes are still wet. Eat something warm first. It's okay, I'll let you eat. Xiaojiao glared at him. Oh. Yi Tianyu could only sit in front of the stove and take a sip of the noodles. Xiaojiao swallowed her saliva and looked at him eagerly. Yi Tianyu took another sip of the soup and sighed. It's so comfortable. Then, he sat across from Xiaojiao and ate happily. Xiaojiao, after a while, the auntie came out with another bowl of noodles and placed it in front of Xiaojiao. Lily is still young. I can't believe he already has a girlfriend. No, before Xiaojiao could finish, the auntie said, You guys eat first. I'll go clean up the kitchen. Okay. Auntie, go ahead. Yi Tianyu's voice was cheerful. Xiaojiao, she couldn't explain it. Yi Tianyu lowered his head and ate the noodles happily. His eyes flashed with a smile. Xiaojiao also quickly ate the noodles. After a mouthful of the hot soup, her heart was burning and dispelling the cold. Is it delicious? Xiaojiao nodded. She had to admit that it was very delicious. She probably came because she was hungry and had walked so hard. This bowl of chicken noodle soup that instantly dispelled the cold was actually as delicious as the food she ate with Lin Jihua in the alley that day. Xiaojiao actually finished such a big bowl of noodles. There wasn't even any soup left. Xiu Jiao blinked and looked at the empty bowl in disbelief. Wow. You bookworm actually ate as much as a man like me. Xiu Jiao, fortunately, Auntie is here to prolong my life. Otherwise, I would have starved to death tonight. Why do old people think that those damn things at the annual party can fill their stomachs? Old people really don't understand the appetite of young people. Xiu Jiao, she wondered how Uncle Yi and Auntie Yi would feel if they knew that their son kept calling them old people. Xiu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Are you very close to the owner of this restaurant? Of course, this restaurant is mine. Huh? Xiu Jiao was really shocked. Yi Tianyu raised his eyebrows. He, are you shocked? Xiu Jiao rolled her eyes. Don't joke around. Okay, that was my previous nanny. She practically raised me. Later, something happened to her family. She was left alone with a little grandson, so she resigned. And then? Xiu Jiao quickly asked. My mom actually wanted her and her grandson to stay at my house, but she didn't want to. She felt that it wasn't good for her grandson to stay at her employer's house. However, she was worried about leaving a child outside, so she resigned to work. The money she earned wasn't enough to raise her grandson. I gave her an idea to open this noodle restaurant. She would stay here and her child would stay here. I would pay her and split the profits. Obviously, Yi Tianyu, the devil, would open this kind of restaurant for Auntie Yi. For a moment, Xiu Jiao looked at him with a complicated expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Yi Tianyu looked at himself unnaturally. There was no problem. Could it be that the bookworm was moved by her spirit and fell in love with her? Yi Tianyu blushed. Xiu Jiao sighed. I didn't expect that a person like you, who has never done good things, would actually be kind one day. Yi Tianyu, he choked for a moment and said, I have done other good things. What else have you done? Xiu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Yi Tianyu, I found money and handed it to the police? Yi Tianyu. No. He would step on money when he saw it on the road. Helped an old lady cross the road? Yi Tianyu. He didn't even help his dad. Are you happy to help others? Yi Tianyu. He had never been happy before. So, what have you done? Yi Tianyu was dumbfounded. After Xiu Jiao said that, he suddenly felt that he was the scum of society. Xiu Jiao took a sip of the water that the auntie beside them had brought. She lowered her head and laughed secretly. This idiot. Until they were ready to leave, Yi Tianyu still couldn't remember what good thing he had done other than helping the auntie. It's so cold outside. Let's leave tomorrow. The auntie looked at the snow outside worriedly. This time, Yi Tianyu knew even without Xiu Jiao's reminder. She and I sneaked out. I have to send her back before the party ends. Sigh. The auntie sighed. But it's snowing so heavily outside. Why don't you put on a blanket? No. Xiu Jiao quickly refused. To Yi Tianyu and her, a blanket was nothing. However, Xiu Jiao had also lived a hard life. She knew that when life was tight, even a blanket couldn't be wasted. It was impossible for her and Yi Tianyu to bring a blanket to the party. So, they could only throw it away. Sigh. The auntie sighed again. Xiu Jiao smiled. Auntie, your noodles are so delicious. I'll definitely come again next time. Okay. The auntie smiled and nodded. Xiu Jiao continued smiling. My name is Gu Xiu Jiao. Auntie, you can call me Xiu Jiao. Okay. Hello, Xiu Jiao. The auntie smiled even more affectionately. Turning her head, Xiu Jiao looked at Yi Tianyu. Pay up. Hey, you don't have to pay. The auntie quickly said. Yi Tianyu also said, you don't have to pay. It's not much. Xiu Jiao glared at him and lowered her voice. Aren't you going to give me a bonus? Why aren't you paying me? Oh. Yi Tianyu suddenly understood and quickly took out the money. He felt in his pocket. It's empty, Xiu Jiao, pay with your phone. After Xiu Jiao finished speaking, Yi Tianyu slapped his head and quickly took out his phone to pay for 2 bowls of noodles. Aya. How can you pay for your own shop? Xua Jiao smiled gently. This is the money for your hard work. It's what I should do. If it was just Tianyu, it would have been fine. Knowing the auntie's situation, Xua Jiao couldn't afford to dine and dash. However, her phone was in her bag. She could only ask Tianyu to pay first and return it to him tonight. We'll get going then, auntie. Xua Jiao said goodbye. Take care. It's snowing heavily. Be careful on the road. Okay. As they spoke, the two of them walked out. When they reached the door, Tianyu suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Tianyu glanced at her and began to take off the clothes that he had just put on. Xua Jiao. It's okay. Don't catch a cold. I'll run back directly. It's not far. That won't do. I'm not an ungentlemanly man. He quickly took off his jacket and shirt. Sigh. You really don't have to take off this. Xua Jiao said hurriedly. Tianyu didn't stop. He draped his jacket over her and said, let's go, let's go. Put on your shirt first. Xua Jiao glared at him. Tianyu waved his hand casually and said, let's go, let's go. We'll talk outside. As he spoke, he pushed the door open and walked out. Xua Jiao could only hurry after him. The snow was even heavier. Large patches of white were everywhere. With such heavy snow, they would get wet even if they went back. Gu Xua Jiao. Tianyu's voice was formal and serious. What? Xua Jiao replied in a trembling voice. They hadn't run into the snow yet. Just the cold alone made Xua Jiao freeze. Girls should be more resistant to the cold. Close your eyes. Tianyu shouted. Then, he covered her head with his shirt. His body swayed, and Xua Jiao was lifted up. He lifted it up like he was carrying a sack. The shirt covered her head, blocking the snow and blocking her vision. Tianyu. Are you touched? Ha ha ha, don't talk. I'll run faster. Don't be too touched. Oh hua, Tianyu shouted. He only felt that he was extraordinarily brave. He carried her and ran towards the hotel. 100 meters, and they arrived in a moment. Tianyu put her on the ground. Xua Jiao swayed. He stood, ready to welcome Xua Jiao's gratitude. However, Xua Jiao didn't move at all. Hello? Tianyu was puzzled. He gently lifted his shirt. At this moment, he was a little nervous. He felt as if he was lifting a veil, uncovering it. What came into view was Xua Zhao's pale face, biting her lower lip. Her eyes were filled with tears. She looked aggrieved and upset. Tianyu panicked. What's wrong? What's wrong? Bookworm, what's wrong with you? Xua Jiao didn't say anything. Her hand was pressed tightly against her stomach. Tianyu. F***ck. He forgot that her stomach had just eaten. Xua Jiao squatted in the bathroom for a while before she recovered. Thankfully, the distance was short. She didn't vomit much. She was fine after resting for a while. Xua Jiao washed her face and tidied her hair. Only then did she wash her hands and go out. Outside, Tianyu leaned against the wall, looking nervous. When Xua Jiao came out, he scratched his head and smiled. He didn't know why, but whenever he faced Xua Jiao, he would easily make mistakes because of his nervousness. Are you okay? Tianyu looked nervous and worried. Xua Jiao shook her head and said in a relaxed tone, I'm fine now. Should we go to the hospital? I'm really fine. Xua Jiao shook her head. It hasn't been long. I'll be fine after I catch my breath. Tianyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried sick. Xua Jiao looked up slightly. Right, how's it going inside? It hasn't ended yet, right? No, I just took a peek. Your parents are still chatting with someone. Tianyu put his hands in his pockets. Xua Jiao also breathed a sigh of relief. Let's hurry back. We don't want to be discovered. Don't worry about that. I used to sneak out often. They definitely won't find out. As they spoke, the two of them walked inside. I still have to thank you for today, Xiaojiao suddenly said. Thank you for taking me to dinner, thank you for lending me your clothes, thank you for carrying me back. Yi Tianyu was a little embarrassed when he said this. Don't worry. The next time I sneak out, I'll take all of these into account. In the past, when he ran out in a suit, he didn't notice how cold it was. Girls usually wore thin clothes, so they would definitely be cold. Yi Tianyu was still thinking that next time, he should go out openly through the front door. Otherwise, when he didn't have any clothes, Xiaojiao, there won't be a next time. As soon as they stepped into the hall, 4 people stood in front of them and stared straight at them. Yi Dafa, Mrs. Yi, and Tsinghua. Li Sidong. Yi Tianyu. Xiaojiao, where did you go? Li Sitong's face was cold. The two of them said in unison. The bathroom. The door. They said together again. The door. The bathroom. Well, it was getting harder and harder to explain. Xiaojiao felt a little helpless. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Tianyu spoke first. I asked her to eat something with me. Yi Dafa narrowed his eyes. His face looked serious, but his eyes were full of smiles. What a guy. She had even taken him out on a date. Li Sidong frowned. Jiao, go ahead. Well, I'm hungry, so my desk mate took me to eat. Xiaojiao had no choice but to tell the truth. Li Sitong's thinking was more traditional. She was probably the kind of parent who insisted that her child should not fall in love before the college entrance examination, especially when the other party was not an obedient and sensible young man. Xiaojiao used to be a problematic girl, and it wasn't easy for her to change for the better. Li Sidong was afraid that someone would lead her astray again, therefore, even if the other party's family background was much better than the Qing family's, Li Sidong was still very unwilling. She couldn't say anything to Yi Tianyu, so she could only question Xiaojiao. Why are you going out with a boy so late at night? Yi Dafa was prepared to watch from the sidelines. After all, Xiaojiao looked obedient, while his son had a record of sneaking out, but when he heard Li Sitong's words, he was a little unhappy. Why can't I go out with my son? Although my son is a hooligan, he still knows what to do and what not to do. What you said just now is a little disrespectful to my son and my family's high-quality education. Yi Dafa glared, his face full of righteous indignation. Mrs. Yi tugged at him. She really wanted to tell him that their family's education quality wasn't high. They are nouveau riche. They don't have any quality education. Yi Dafa turned her head and winked at her mother. Yi Dafa's mother understood. As expected, Li Sitong's face turned red and he hurriedly said, No, that's not what I meant. I just wanted Jiao to be on guard. Guarding against who? My son? Yi Dafa continued to glare. This was still the annual meeting, and Yi Dafa was unconditionally protective of his family. Moreover, the other party was indeed much stronger than the Qing family. Li Sidong could only keep quiet and did not know what to say. Yi Dafa suddenly softened his tone. Xiaojiao's mother, I'll tell you the truth. I admire Xiaojiao very much. She's smart, sensible, and well-behaved. My son studied under her and actually got into the top 100 of his grade. This is unprecedented in my family. That's why I've always told my son to be grateful. Xiaojiao was hungry, so Tianyu had to bring her to eat something. After all, Xiaojiao is not only Tianyu's deskmate, but also his benefactor. After a slap and a carrot, Li Sidong immediately became docile. She could not help but wonder if she had misunderstood. Xiaojiao taught Yi Tianyu, and his grades improved. Thanks to Xiaojiao, it was also thanks to Gu Xiaojiao. Wasn't it just Xiaojiao going out to eat with her deskmate because she was hungry? Was she making a mountain out of a molehill? Yes, of course. How could a child in love be so good at their studies? She suddenly felt guilty and wondered if she should say something. Apologize? Obviously, Yi Dafa had trapped Li Sidong and made her feel that she had done something wrong. She had wronged the other party's child and angered the other party's parents. Li Sidong, who felt guilty, would definitely be too embarrassed to stop Xiaojiao and Yi Tianyu from getting along in the future. This was Yi Dafa's plan. However, Tsinghua pulled Li Sidong back. Tsinghua, who was usually gentle, was a little serious today. He looked at Xiaojiao seriously. Are you and Yi Tianyu really just classmates? He just brought you out to eat today? Xue Jiao nodded without hesitation. Yi Tianyu is my deskmate, and we have a good relationship. But don't worry, I won't fall in love before I graduate, and I don't want to. There were so many things to do in one's life. Why waste all of one's time on love? This was Xue Jiao's thought at the moment. When she said graduate, she meant to finish her studies, including university, and the degree she would pursue after university. But obviously, others mistakenly thought that she was talking about graduating from high school. It did not matter. Anyway, Xue Jiao meant that she would definitely not fall in love before the college entrance examination. Tsinghua nodded and looked at her seriously. I believe you. You've always been very sensible. He paused for a moment and continued, you and Yi Tianyu have nothing going on, so your mother and I won't stop you from interacting and playing with your classmates. But Jiao Jiao, you didn't tell us anything today. Isn't it bad to run out in the middle of the night? Tsinghua's words were not fierce at all, and he was not scolding her. He was reasonable. Oh no, Yi Dafa knew that this person was not easy to fool, but he was teaching his daughter, and he could not interrupt. He could only watch from the side. Son. Your father is so worried about you. Tsinghua's words made Xue Jiao lower her head and look guilty. I'm sorry, Uncle Cheng. I won't do it again. I'll definitely say hi wherever I go. I didn't let her say it. I was afraid that if she said it, you wouldn't let us go out, so I pulled her and ran out. Uncle Cheng, don't blame her. Yi Tianyu quickly stood up to clarify. It was almost true that he pulled her out directly. Tsinghua shook his head. No matter how she went out, there are so many people. As long as she doesn't want to go out, you can't take her away. She said hi and wanted to go out for dinner with you. How could I not allow it? After he finished speaking, Yi Tianyu did not know what to say. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. He wanted to say that he would definitely agree, but his wife, Xue Jiao's mother, would definitely not agree, but they did not think so much at that time. It was impolite and hurtful to say such words at this time. Yi Tianyu could only shut up. Jiao Jiao, you're a girl. Girls are easy to be taken advantage of. Your mother is just concerned about you. Xue Jiao nodded. Tsinghua did it for her own good. She was not so ungrateful. Tsinghua took another step forward and looked straight at Xue Jiao. Jiao Jiao, it's good to be helpful, but you can't take other people's gratitude for it. Do you still remember the words on the blackboard in your room? You're only 506 days away from the college entrance examination. All your energy should be spent on your studies. I know you're not distracted now, and I hope that you won't be distracted in the next 1.5 years. Tsinghua was much better at talking than Li Sidong. He neither lectured her nor doubted her. He just told her his worries and her goals. Xue Jiao was a person with goals and a hard worker. She would cheer herself up and eliminate Li Sitong's worries about puppy love. Sure enough, after Tsinghua finished speaking, Xue Jiao immediately looked up and said seriously, Uncle Tsinghua, it's my fault. I shouldn't have run around without permission and made you worry. I won't do it again. I'll study hard. Yi Dafa was speechless. Li Sidong was easy to fool, but Tsinghua was not. Whether his son would be able to sit with Xue Jiao next semester was already a question. Yi Tianyu, don't feel pressured. It's okay for you to take Jiao Jiao out to eat. We don't blame you. Tsinghua smiled at Yi Tianyu and the others. Then we'll go first. Goodbye. Goodbye. Yi Tianyu said quickly. You silly son. Yi Dafa patted him lightly and shook his head. What's wrong? Yi Tianyu was confused. Yi Dafa shook his head, sighed, and left without saying anything. Yi Dafa's mother followed him and whispered, Yi Dafa, what's going on? Yi Dafa explained in a low voice, I originally wanted the two of them to spend more time together. After all, one of them is the top student and the other has improved by leaps and bounds this semester. It's not a big deal even if they fall in love. But Tsinghua didn't want to. He could tell that his son might be interested in Gu Xue Jiao, so he might not let Gu Xue Jiao interact with his son more in the future. I reckon he'll suggest to the teacher next semester that the two of them should stay away from each other. Ah? Then will our son. It's okay. Idafa grinned. If he wants to change, I can't let him change. His son worked so hard to stay in class 1 just so he could continue to sit at the same table as Gu Xiaojiao. If he couldn't become her deskmate, it would be a test of his enthusiasm, but Idafa still added, our son was in the wrong this time. The girl is still young. I want to beat him up for bringing her out in the middle of the night, let alone Xiaojiao's parents. There wasn't much to do after the annual meeting. It ended not long after Xiaojiao came back. Tianyu was right, he was very experienced in dealing with such situations. The few of them sat in the car. Tsinghua drove, Li Sidong sat in the front passenger seat, while Xiaojiao and Qingmingzi sat in the back. Jiao, you were in the wrong today. How could you run out by yourself? No matter how close you are to Tianyu, how could you run out with him in the middle of the night? The more Li Sidong thought about it, the angrier he got. Originally, he had been tricked by Idafa, but Tsinghua had tricked her out. Xiaojiao lowered her head and didn't say anything. Running out on her own was indeed her fault. He's a guy. You're a girl. You can't, Sidong. Tsinghua stopped her and said, Jiao already knows that she was in the wrong. Don't harp on this issue anymore. Li Sidong opened his mouth but didn't say anything. She listened to Tsinghua. If Tsinghua didn't want her to talk about it, she wouldn't. Mingzi, where did you go last night? Tsinghua suddenly asked Qingmingzi. After they realized that Xiaojiao was missing, they went to look for her, but they didn't see Qingmingzi in the middle of it. Gu, a friend was hurt. I took her to get her bandaged, Qingmingzi said softly. Xiaojiao paused. She didn't know why, but she felt that Qingmingzi was talking about Gu Shiyun. Well, after all, they were the male and female leads. There were bound to be all kinds of coincidences. Ah? How did she get hurt at the annual party? Li Sidong was stunned. Qingmingzi replied, Lin Jihua's cup was broken. There was a piece that wasn't picked up and hurt her. At the mention of this, Li Sidong thought of Lin Jihua. What happened to Lin Jihua today? He came and left in a hurry. Old Qing, do you know why he came? Tsinghua shook his head, I don't know. It's probably about the handover of the Lin group. I really don't know what these big bosses are thinking. They left without applying medicine on their injured hands. Li Sidong shook his head. Lin Jihua got hurt? Xiaojiao raised her voice slightly. Yes, the cup was broken and she cut her hand. Li Sidong replied. Then he turned his head, what's with your reaction? Surprised. Xiaojiao paused for a moment, I didn't expect such a powerful person to get hurt. Tsinghua suddenly laughed and shook his head. As he drove, he said, Jiao, no matter how powerful a person is, as long as they're human, they will have emotions. Qingmingzi added, Lin Jihua feels like an emotionless machine. A work machine. Li Sidong added. After that, they continued to talk from time to time. Xiaojiao's mind wandered as she stared blankly out the window. At night, after washing up. Old Qing, why didn't you let me educate Jiao in the car today? Li Sidong was puzzled as he applied a facial mask. Tsinghua put down his book and pulled the blanket over himself. Sidong, don't mention love or puppy love in front of Xiaojiao in the future. Don't mention that student Tianyu too. Huh? Why? Li Sidong looked confused. Tsinghua shook his head and said softly, Tianyu's classmate likes Jiao. What? Li Sidong almost jumped up. She couldn't sit still at all. She walked over to Tsinghua. What's going on? I was wondering why Tianyu kept appearing around Jiao. You, don't be impulsive. Tsinghua chided her before continuing, Jiao is good in all aspects. It's normal for young people to like it. Who doesn't have a crush in their youth? It's just that this classmate is a little obvious. Li Sidong looked anxious. Jiao is so close to him. Tsinghua shook his head. Jiao is fine. I can see that Jiao hasn't been enlightened yet. So don't keep talking about puppy love, and don't keep talking about Tianyu. Children at this age are easily rebellious. When the time comes, the more you talk about it, the more she'll do it. Then what should we do? How could they deal with this if they couldn't talk about it? don't deal with it, and you can't deal with it. Can you stop others from liking Jiao Jiao? When school starts next semester, you can talk to her homeroom teacher. She doesn't have to be a desk mate all the time. Yes, yes, yes. Change their seats. Li Sidong seemed to have an idea and immediately said firmly. Xue Jiao was also lying on the bed in a daze. After a long time, she took out her phone and opened the chat with Lin Jihua. Edit, you're actually the big boss of the Lin Corporation. No, this sounded like a question. Xue Jiao deleted the sentence and re-edit. Why did you go to the annual meeting today? No, this wasn't good either. Delete it again and edit. Are you hurt? Before Xue Jiao could send out the message, the other party replied, Lin Jihua? Xue Jiao was stunned. She quickly deleted that sentence and replied, what? The other party replied instantly, how much longer are you going to edit? Xue Jiao was speechless. No. I just wanted to ask, how's your hand? The other party replied instantly, Lin Jihua, it's not good. It hurts a lot. Xue Jiao was stunned. She didn't know what to say. After all, she naturally thought that the other party would say it was nothing. After thinking about it, Xue Jiao replied that, remember to bandage it. If it doesn't look good, go to the hospital. On the other end of the phone, Lin Jihua wore the black suit from the annual meeting and sat quietly in the study. This was the first time he had sat for several hours since he took over the Lin Corporation. The last time he sat was when he was debating whether to come back to take over the Lin Corporation. At that time, he was just a little conflicted. Today, he felt pain. As he grew older, he thought that he would never sit for a day in his life. The room was still warm and the lights were on. However, Lin Jihua felt that the temperature wasn't high enough. It was snowing outside and it was the same inside. This was the first time he felt that his injured hand hurt so much. Well, this was the first time he knew that pain wasn't something that could be easily endured. Lin Jihua, who was like an Iron Man and a machine, also couldn't help it. He sat a little stiffly, as if he had lost all feeling in his body. He held the phone for a long time before replying, I wanted to say goodbye to you before I left. Where did you go? Xue Jiao replied quickly, I went to eat with my deskmate. I haven't eaten tonight. Deskmate? Lin Jihua typed these two words. The business world was like a battlefield. Even though he already knew about Yi Tianyu's 18 generations of ancestors, he still asked calmly. Yes, don't mention it. It's bad enough that you went out for a meal and suffered a lot. You were even found out by your family. I won't dare to do such a thing again. Lin Jihua's fingers moved. It seemed to be a little less painful. You shouldn't have sneaked out, especially since your deskmate seems to be a boy. Xue Jiao had already been lectured today. When she saw Lin Jihua's words, she almost instinctively said, I won't do it again. I'm so regretful. That's right. She went out and froze. It wasn't easy for her to eat something, but her stomach hurt. After going through so much trouble to return to the hall, she was caught by her family and lectured. Lin Jihua's fingers moved again. He was sure that his hand had indeed recovered. It didn't hurt anymore. He moved a little and the coldness in the room seemed to be driven away in an instant. The heater started to work and the temperature rose. Lin Jihua continued to type and reply. Lin Jihua, yes, it's good that you regret it. After sending it out, Lin Jihua felt that there was something wrong with this sentence, so he sent another one. It's almost March. Have you started preparing for the competition? Speaking of this, Xue Jiao immediately walked out of her regretful mood. Learning was the most important thing in the world. She replied with a conflicted expression, I feel like they've practiced the content of the competition. I just don't know what the third round will be like. I'm so confused, Lin Jihua quickly replied to her. The first round is the basics, the second round is the learning ability and logic ability. In terms of mathematics, the only thing left is the big problem that tests one's research ability. Research abilities, Xue Jiao was slightly stunned. Research ability? Lin Jihua, that's right. There were only 2 questions in the third round that year. The first question was a celestial calculation problem that integrated a lot of physics knowledge. The second question was to solve an equation. Solving equations? Wasn't that basic knowledge, so she inquired. Isn't solving equations the most basic? Lin Jihua, yes, it's basic, but it can't be solved by the direct solution. We didn't have any induction questions in the second round, so in the third round, we used mathematical induction to find the law. Then, we used the inverse method. The amount of calculation is very large, and the final result is 9 decimals. Xue Jiao was stunned and exclaimed, so difficult? There were very few question sets for the third round of the competition. Every year, the third round of the competition would be different, so there would not be any links. Therefore, there was no collection of questions on the market. Xue Jiao had never seen the question Lin Jihua mentioned before. But it sounded like it would be very difficult. Lin Jihua replied frowny face, it was quite difficult. Only one person got this question right that year. Xue Jiao asked subconsciously. Who? The corners of Lin Jihua's mouth curled up slightly. His tightly knitted brows had unknowingly loosened, and his expression became much more relaxed and natural. He tugged at his tie and felt a little hot. Finally, he took off the suit that he would take off as soon as he got home. The loneliness in the air also disappeared without a trace. Picking up the phone again, Lin Jihua's fingers briskly typed a one-word reply, me. Xue Jiao. Oh right, Lin Jihua had won the math Olympiad before. There was only one first prize in that year's competition? Lin Jihua's fingers moved even faster, and there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. He didn't even notice that he was eager to show that he was like a male peacock spreading his tail in order to seek a mate. His reply was very calm, as if his heart was calm as well. No, there are several first prizes. I even won the grand prize. Too awesome, Xue Jiao was stunned. Special prize. There was even a special prize, you're amazing. The corners of Lin Jihua's mouth curled up, but she tried hard to suppress it. Her tone was calm, it's all right. Xue Jiao. Were all big shots this humble? A moment later, Lin Jihua replied again, although the questions in the third round won't be too difficult, and there are new ideas every year, I think it's okay for you to try the previous questions in the third round. It's always good to have more knowledge. Xue Jiao had seen Lin Jihua's status in the business world tonight, and she suddenly felt that there was a distance between them. But all the estrangement disappeared in his concern. No matter what kind of person he was, or what status he had. He still treated her the same as before, and he was still her mentor and helpful friend. Xue Jiao smiled and replied, okay. Lin Jihua, the questions for the third round are not easy to find. I'll find some for you tomorrow. Just try to do it. There's no need to focus on those questions, but you can look at other aspects of mathematics, such as comprehensive mathematics questions. The third round won't be purely about mathematics anymore. Help me find questions. Xue Jiao was stunned for a moment, and then she replied embarrassedly, ah? That's not good. You can do your own thing. I'll find them myself. I don't need to trouble you. Lin Jihua didn't seem to think and replied directly, I have a more complete set here. It'll be hard for you to find such a complete set. It won't take long. I'll send it to you tomorrow. Xue Jiao was still a little embarrassed. He was the boss of the Lin Corporation. Did he really have time to organize these things for her? He seemed to know what she was thinking. Lin Jihua, don't think about it. Go and rest. I have time. Xue Jiao firmly disagreed, but Lin Jihua didn't listen to her. Xue Jiao was a rascal and could only say, okay then. Thank you. After a moment, Lin Jihua replied, there are so many questions. Do them well. Don't go out with others. It's a waste of time. Xue Jiao's reply was very fast, okay. Definitely not. Lin Jihua's lips curled up slightly. It was better for high school students to study more and not fall in love early. If she did more questions, she wouldn't have time to go out with young people. Lin Jihua's set of questions was sent as a document. Xue Jiao saw it when she woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Her eyes lit up, but she still followed her study plan. First, she memorized English for half an hour, then Chinese for half an hour. Then, she started the math questions at 7:30. Difficult. When she saw the first question, she felt that it was very difficult. She took out her notebook and started to calculate. At 9:30, she finished the second question. Jiao Jiao? Li Sitong's voice sounded doubtful behind her. Xue Jiao turned around. Yes? It was winter, but she was sweating while doing 2 math questions. It was obvious how difficult these questions were. You're studying? Li Sitong sounded surprised. His face was full of disbelief. Why? Xue Jiao was confused. Li Sitong, she knew that Jiao Jiao was serious about her studies, but she didn't expect her to be so serious. Today was New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve. Let's take a break. Li Sitong swallowed. Jiao Jiao seemed to be really, completely different from the Jiao Jiao of the past. It had only been half a year, but she couldn't remember Xue Jiao's red hair anymore. Xue Jiao shook her head and said seriously, there's a lot of studying to do. I can't relax for even a day. Li Sitong. Okay. After a moment, she remembered something. Oh right, Gu Jingxiu asked you to go over for New Year's Eve dinner. Xue Jiao blinked. And? I told him you wanted to go to the Qing family's old mansion for dinner, but he didn't agree. Xue Jiao. Can I not go? She really didn't want to go anywhere. They were all troublesome places. Li Sitong continued, then I argued with him. You can go to the Qing family tonight, but you have to go to his place in the afternoon. Xue Jiao twirled the pen in her hand and asked, can I not go? Li Sitong was stunned for a moment and said subconsciously, I already agreed. He paused and suppressed the second half of his sentence. Then give him a call and tell him that I'll quarrel with him. Xue Jiao understood. Gu Jingxiu must have insisted that she go over for New Year's Eve dinner. In the end, the two of them argued and came to an agreement. Lunch at the Gu family's house and dinner at the Qing family's house. Forget it, I'll go. Xue Jiao was helpless. You've already agreed. If something happens, we'll quarrel again. Then remember to come back after dinner. You must eat at the Qing family's house tonight. Although your surname is Gu, you married into the Qing family with me, so you're considered part of the Qing family. Li Sitong nagged. Li Sitong was actually a little pedantic and stubborn. Xue Jiao was too lazy to listen to him anymore and hurriedly agreed. Okay. You go do your work first. I'll go after calculating the questions. Then you'd better hurry up. He paused and said, where's something nice? Better than Gu Shiyun. Okay. You can go out first. Xue Jiao agreed. Li Sitong left. Xue Jiao helplessly lay on the table for a moment. She immediately pulled herself together and began to do the questions. She really wanted to scold these people who didn't let her do the questions in peace. 11 o'clock. Jiao Jiao. Gu Jingxiu called to ask you to hurry up. Li Sitong shouted downstairs. Xue Jiao's hand stopped. She put away the pen and brought a small vocabulary book. Then she picked up a down jacket and went downstairs. Li Sitong looked up at her and was stunned. Oh, why are you dressed so simply? You, Tsinghua interrupted her. Okay, it's not a big deal. Xue Jiao can wear whatever she likes. Shui Han lowered her head to take a look. A long down jacket covered most of her legs, and she was wearing leggings. There was nothing wrong with it. Li Sitong didn't say anything. He just felt a little helpless. She didn't know why. In the past, she was annoyed when Xue Jiao dressed up randomly. Now that Xue Jiao didn't dress up, she felt very helpless. Seeing that Li Sitong didn't say anything, Xue Jiao didn't care about what she was wearing. She carried a bag and prepared to go out. It's not easy to get a taxi today. Jiao Jiao, I'll send you there. Tsinghua said, put down the remote control and stood up. No, I'll. Tsinghua smiled. Jiao Jiao, hurry up. Don't miss dinner. Hurry up and go back. Xue Jiao didn't say anything and followed Tsinghua out. This Uncle Qing was more like her father than her father, at the Gu residence. Why is she coming? Gu Shiyun frowned. Wu Wanjun patted her daughter comfortingly. Isn't it because your dad remembered her? She's living with the Qing family now. I don't know what your dad is thinking about all the time. She's really far away. Gu Shiyun also frowned. Why was Gu Xue Jiao everywhere? then, she felt a wave of resentment. Was her dad still with Gu Shuijiao? Why did he have to call her over on New Year's Eve? Forget it. Let her come. When the time comes, he'll be angry. Gu Shiyun said. Wu Wanjuan's eyes lit up. That's right. It's New Year's Eve. If your dad has a big fight with her, let's see if he still misses her in the future. Gu Shiyun's eyes also had a hint of a smile. Just as well, I have something to say. At 12 o'clock, Gu Shuijiao arrived at Gu Jingshu's house. She raised her head and looked at the door. Many memories belonging to Gu Shuijiao appeared in her mind. Before she was 10 years old, she was a little princess loved by her parents. This house was filled with her laughter. When she was 10 years old, her grandfather was gone. Gu Jingshu and Li Sidong divorced. At that time, she cried and refused to leave the Gu family. Gu Jingshu took her hand and said, "This will always be your home. If you don't want to leave, you can always stay here. Dad will always be good to you." Then Li Sidong took Gu Shuijiao and left the Gu family. They also stood at the door. Li Sidong said, "Jiao Jiao, you will only have mom in the future. Don't worry. Even if you don't have dad, mom will always be good to you." Most parents in the world who divorced were like this. They felt that it was just a separation of parents. What was the difference between a child having a father and a mother? But in the end, they each had their own family and were happy for two lives. There would be all kinds of helplessness. Gu Jingshu said, "Your sister is so obedient. You have to get along well with her. Dad loves you." Li Sidong said, "You have to understand mom. It's not easy for mom in the Qing family. Don't cause trouble." Later, Gu Jingshu said, "Why do you always bully your sister? Why are you so insensible?" Li Sidong said, "Can you not cause trouble for me? You are not sensible at all." Xue Jiao never objected to divorced couples. If they couldn't live together, she couldn't force them. But she only hoped that after the divorce, parents could try their best to give their children a simple environment. Gu Shuijiao was insensible, but it was a factor of two families. Xue Jiao exhaled softly and stepped into the Gu family's house. "Jiao Jiao is here." The first to notice her was Wu Wanjun. She sounded very happy. "Jiao Jiao, take a seat. Are you tired? Auntie Wanjun will pour you some water." Wu Wanjun's voice was happy and surprised, but also polite. She could make Xue Jiao feel that she didn't belong here. Xue Jiao wanted to laugh. If it was the Gu Shuijiao of the past, she might feel uncomfortable, but she really didn't feel anything. Thus, she accepted Wu Wanjun's service with peace of mind. "You still know to come over. Do you still have me in your heart?" Xue Jiao immediately replied, "No." "You," Gu Jingshu glared. But he seemed to be angered by Xue Jiao. He actually didn't feel surprised at all. "Forget it, I can't be bothered to scold you during the new year." Gu Jingshu put the cup on the coffee table. "Let's get ready to eat. I'll serve the dishes." "Xue Jiao, you rest," Wu Wanjun quickly said. In the past, whenever Xue Jiao came, if Wu Wanjun said this, she would immediately help to serve the dishes. "Oh, okay." Shui Han readily accepted the good advice and sat there without moving. Wu Wanjun was stunned for a moment. She looked at Gu Jingshu and saw that he didn't respond. Then she walked to the kitchen angrily. Gu Shuijiao had changed. At this time, Gu Shiyun appeared from upstairs and said with a smile, "Sister, do you want to play in my room for a while? I have a new doll here. Do you want to see it?" In the past, whenever Gu Shuijiao came, Gu Shiyun would invite her to her room. Gu Shuijiao had lived in that room for a few years. When she saw Gu Shuijiao living there, she was naturally unhappy. Gu Shiyun tried to sow discord, but in the end, it was always Gu Shuijiao who was insensible and made trouble. Gu Jingshu scolded her. How many years had it been? Why was it still the same trick? "No, I used to live there for a few years. It's nothing strange." After Xue Jiao finished speaking, Gu Shiyun's face stiffened for a moment. Gu Jingshu also frowned. "Xue Jiao, speak properly." "I'm telling the truth." Gu Jingshu didn't know what to say. Gu Shiyun took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Then she went downstairs and helped Wu Wanjun bring the dishes out. On New Year's Eve, the Gu family's meal was very sumptuous. Xue Jiao had done 2 difficult questions in the morning and was a little hungry. She ate seriously. Jiao Jiao, this is specially made by Auntie Wanjun. Welcome. Wu Wanjun said with a smile. Xue Jiao's fingers paused for a moment. Why was there always someone who didn't let her eat properly? No wonder. Huh? Gu Jingxiu and the other 2 looked up at the same time, puzzled. No wonder there's nothing I like. Gu Jingxiu glared at her. Gu Xiujiao, eat properly. Oh, okay. She took a bite and suddenly remembered that Lin Jihua had said before that one shouldn't make oneself feel wronged. She was clearly doing the questions, but Gu Jingxiu insisted that she come over to listen to these hypocritical words, so she added, Auntie Wanjun. Ah? Wu Wanjun's heart tightened. She felt that she was going to say something bad again. It's a little salty. Put less salt next time. Wu Wanjun choked. The Gu family also had auntie, but today was New Year's Eve. In order to express her enthusiasm, she personally cooked. Why did Gu Xiujiao say it as if she would cook in the future? She had to take good care of her hands. How could she cook often? Eat properly. Gu Jingxiu glared at Xiujiao again. Xiujiao looked up and said while eating, I don't want to criticize you, but didn't you say that Auntie Wanjun was more virtuous and considerate than my mother? You used to think that my mother didn't know how to cook and married a woman who was willing to wash her hands and make soup for you. Now that my mother can cook for Uncle Ching, why doesn't Auntie Wanjun cook for you? Gu Jingxiu, no way. Xiujiao made an exaggerated expression. Auntie Wanjun doesn't usually cook for you? Wu Wanjun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I like the food cooked by the auntie at home, so my mother doesn't cook much. Gu Shiyun helped her mother out. This was a good reason. Wu Wanjun quickly added, if your father likes the food I cook, I'll cook for him every day. Xiujiao nodded seriously. Then you should cook well. My mother cooks better than you now. She cooks every day. You should practice. Wu Wanjun, she was about to die of anger. She looked up at Gu Jingxiu's ugly face and panicked. Gu Jingxiu and Li Sidong didn't have a good relationship. Now that Li Sidong cooks for Tsinghua every day, if she didn't cook for him, Gu Jingxiu would definitely be dissatisfied with her. Why was this Gu Xiujiao so good at stirring up trouble? Wu Wanjun was so angry that she couldn't speak. Xiujiao lowered her head and ate seriously. Actually, this standard was much better than Li Sidong's. Xiujiao admired her stepfather. No matter what Li Sidong cooked, he would eat it. Li Sidong himself also knew that he didn't cook much. At most, he would help the auntie with chores and make some porridge and bread for breakfast. After eating for a while, Gu Jingxiu suddenly asked, Jiao Jiao, I heard that you got first place in the grade last semester again? Xiujiao nodded. Yes, what's the matter? Gu Jingxiu was a little suspicious. Why are your grades so good now? I'm working hard. Why didn't you work hard before? Gu Jingxiu asked subconsciously. Then Xiujiao raised her head. Wu Wanjun's heart skipped a beat. She felt that this guy didn't know how to speak properly again. Sure enough, Xiujiao said, because it's far from your house. There was a moment of silence, and then Gu Jingxiu couldn't hold back his anger anymore. How can you say that? Gu Xiujiao, how did you become like this now? Xiujiao tilted her head, puzzled. I don't look good now? Is it because I dress like a ghost or because my grades are bad? Gu Jingxiu, it seemed that she did get better. You don't really think that you're good to me, do you? Xiujiao blinked. She didn't want to be like this, as if she had eaten gunpowder, but she had only done 2 questions today, and there were more than 20 more difficult ones left. At this time, she was called by Gu Jingxiu to eat. Wu Wanjun was neither yin nor yang. Since she couldn't eat happily, then she wouldn't eat happily. I'm not good to you? Gu Jingxiu was furious and slammed his chopsticks on the table. Xiujiao nodded and said, I used to come here often. Wu Wanjun and Gu Shiyun took me to play with their mobile phones. They praised my red hair and said that studying didn't matter. Then I stopped coming. See, I'm better now, right? Gu Jingxiu was stunned, and then his eyes subconsciously fell on Wu Wanjun. Nonsense. Wu Wanjun quickly retorted. Gu Shiyan also put down her chopsticks. Sister, how can you talk nonsense? We used to persuade you to study hard, but you liked to play. My mother was afraid that she would make you unhappy, so she didn't dare to say anything about you. Wu Wanjun wiped the corners of her eyes. It's not easy to be a stepmother. Jingxiu, how can I dare to control the child? Then it's easy to be a stepfather? Xue Jiao said, that's why Uncle Qing used to control me so tightly. I didn't have a good relationship with him. Now I finally understand my stepfather's sincerity. If he's sincere, he wants the child to be good. If he's hypocritical, he wants the child to be worse and worse. After all, he's not his biological child. Wu Wanjuan's fingers paused slightly. Then she cried and said, I didn't. Gu Jingxiu slammed his chopsticks on the table. Let's eat. It's the new year. Why are you crying? Wu Wanjuan's hands froze. She quickly wiped her tears and stopped talking. Gu Jingxiu might be a little suspicious of her. Not only was Wu Wanjun annoyed, but Gu Shiyun was also very annoyed. If only Gu Shijiao hadn't changed, she was easy to fool before, but now she was just looking for trouble. Shijiao looked at Wu Wanjun in confusion as she ate. Then she said in her heart, I'm convinced. She really wanted to cry, she was quite capable. In the past, Shijiao really didn't want to talk to these people. But these people insisted on provoking her during the new year. Even a clay figurine would have some temper. But obviously, Gu Shiyun was angry and wasn't going to let Shijiao go. Dad, I remember you said you wanted to talk about some business with the Yi family last time? Gu Shiyun looked at Gu Jingxiu. Gu Jingxiu only had this one daughter by his side. Usually, he would talk about business issues. Yes, what's wrong? Gu Shiyun bit her lower lip and looked at Shijiao hesitantly. Gu Jingxiu followed her gaze and asked, why are you looking at your sister? Yi Dafa's son, Yi Tianyu, is my sister's boyfriend. Shijiao almost spat out the soup she had just drunk. What? Gu Jingxiu was shocked. Shijiao patted her chest and finally calmed down. She looked at them. Gu Shiyun nodded. That's what they said. And, during the annual party, my sister and Yi Tianyu sneaked out. Gu Jingxiu frowned and immediately looked at Shijiao. What's going on? What do you mean what's going on? Someone is wrongly accusing me. Yi Tianyu is my deskmate. There's no other relationship. But everyone said, Shijiao said, everyone said? Then who said it? If you say it, I have to confront you. Accusing someone wrongly is called spreading rumors and slandering. Gu Shiyun was about to give an example. She was prepared and knew Gu Jingxiu well. But Shijiao didn't give her a chance to speak. You're the one who's in a relationship with my brother. Why are you accusing me? Gu Shiyun and Qingmingzi? Impossible. Wu Wanjun said angrily. According to her relationship with Li Sidong, how could Gu Shiyun have anything to do with Qingmingzi? Gu Shijiao, don't talk nonsense. Gu Jingxiu slammed his chopsticks on the table, his face full of anger. Qingmingzi was an outstanding young man, but he was Qingshua's son. It was his ex-wife's stepson. How could these two be together? Gu Jingxiu didn't believe it. He just thought that Gu Shijiao was talking nonsense. Only Gu Shiyun's eyes flashed with panic. After a moment, after Gu Jingxiu and Wu Wanjun denied it, she suddenly came back to her senses. Sister. I have nothing to do with Mingzi Ji. So you like him? Shijiao blinked. No, you don't like my brother? I'll go back and tell him that you don't like him at all. Shijiao nodded seriously. Gu Shiyun panicked. Don't. As soon as she said this, she immediately stopped talking. Oh no. It's okay. If you like my brother, so be it. We still remember how you risked your life to save my brother last time. In the future, Auntie Wanjun might even become in-laws with my mother. As soon as Shui Han's words fell, Gu Jingxiu only felt his temples throbbing, the veins on his forehead bulging, and his eyes widened in anger. Seeing him like this, Shijiao quickly stood up. Alright, I'm done eating. Thank you for your hospitality. Goodbye. After saying that, he slipped away. In the original novel, Li Sidong died early, and the relationship between the two families was still not good, but it was not so deep. In addition, Xue Jiao was useless, so Gu Shiyun was more important to Gu Jingxiu than she was now. Therefore, when Qing Mingze and Gu Xiujiao finally got together, Qing Shua was also exhausted from worrying too much about Gu Xiujiao. Therefore, he handed Rec Journey over to Qing Shua in advance. It was also at this time that he officially confessed to Gu Jingxiu. Although he was still a little reluctant, at that time, Gu Jingxiu's company was far worse than Rec Journey's. He valued Qing Mingze's potential and happily accepted him. In the original novel, they didn't feel much pressure from their parents. On the contrary, in this life, because of the change in Xue Jiao and the fact that Li Sidong was still alive, their parents would feel a lot of pressure. Gu Jingxiu's company hadn't gone downhill yet, and Qing Mingze was still a student. Xue Jiao had exposed Gu Shiyun's thoughts in advance. After that, there should be a period of peace, right? The Gu family. When Xue Jiao left, no one in the Gu family spoke. Gu Jingxiu was so angry that he couldn't speak, and Wu Wanjun was shocked. How could this be? How dare Gu Shiyun? You really? Wu Wanjun raised her finger and pointed at Gu Shiyun, trembling slightly. No, I'm not. Gu Shiyun's eyes turned red. She could only say this sentence. Damn Gu Xiujiao. Gu Shiyun. Gu Jingxiu's voice sounded like he was spitting it out. Tell me the truth. Are you interested in that boy from the Qing family? Gu Shiyun bit her lower lip and looked into Gu Jingxiu's eyes. She couldn't speak. If she said no today, would it be impossible for her to be with Qing Mingze in this life? She really liked Qing Mingze. She liked him from the first time she met him. The more she knew about him, the deeper she fell. Speak. Gu Jingxiu glared at her and his voice became even more severe. Gu Shiyun's tears flowed down. She looked at Gu Jingxiu with tears in her eyes. Dad, when Gu Shiyun was young, Gu Jingxiu could only accompany Xue Jiao on weekdays. When he saw Gu Shiyun occasionally, he felt distressed and loved her. Compared to Xue Jiao, who was spoiled since she was young, Gu Shiyun had always been obedient and sensible. Her grades were excellent. Later, when he married Wu Wanjun, this obedient and sensible daughter had always been by his side. She was not only his pride but also his most beloved daughter. But now, his most beloved daughter fell in love with his ex-wife's stepson who had a terrible relationship with her. Did this daughter want to marry into the Qing family in the future like Li Sidong? Qing Mingze was indeed a good young man, but his surname was Qing. The veins on Gu Jingxiu's forehead throbbed. After a while, he swept the plates on the table to the ground and stood up to go upstairs. Leaving behind a mess on the floor, a shocked Wu Wanjun and a sobbing Gu Shiyun. Shiyun. Wu Wanjun's voice trembled. In fact, she was even more shocked than Gu Jingxiu. Her daughter liked Qing Mingze and wanted to be Li Sitong's daughter-in-law? Impossible. Gu Shiyun, if you're with Qing Mingze, don't call me mom in the future. Wu Wanjun suddenly stood up. You're letting Li Sidong ride on my head and shit. After saying that, she stood up and followed Gu Jingxiu upstairs. Gu Shiyun sat there and cried in anger and grievance. Gu Xiujiao. This be asterisk tch, she just liked brother Mingze. Why didn't she allow it? During the new year, the Gu family was in a mess. Only Xue Jiao was full for lunch. When she returned to the Qing family, Li Sidong was surprised. Why are you back so soon? Xue Jiao said as she changed her shoes. I saw that they were about to quarrel, so I left. Quarreled? Li Sidong raised his voice and leaned closer. His voice was filled with curiosity and schadenfreude. What's going on? Xue Jiao shook her head, indicating that it was hard to say. Li Sidong thought that she was saying that she didn't know, so he didn't say anything and just walked briskly. The woman who married into the Gu family used to flaunt her happiness from time to time. Quarrel, what a good cycle of reincarnation. Mom, I'm going up to read for a while. Xue Jiao said and quickened her pace. We're going to the old residence for dinner tonight. You should pack up early. You won't be reading for the new year for the next 2 days. Li Sidong looked up and shouted. Okay. Xue Jiao gave a perfunctory reply and hurried upstairs. The math problem Lin Jihua gave her was too difficult. She was afraid that she couldn't finish it. This child. Li Sidong was helpless, but then he hummed a tune happily. At 5 o'clock in the evening. Jiao Jiao. Hurry and pack up. We're leaving. Okay. She replied and then lowered her head to continue writing. In the past, when she encountered math problems in the third round, she would have to calculate many pages of difficult calculations. Xue Jiao seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding. She calculated with all her might until she couldn't calculate anymore. Only then did she confirm that she had calculated wrongly. She crossed out the first part, took a few more pieces of paper, and calculated again. Math problems weren't difficult to understand. As long as one had a solid foundation, they could all be done. Especially looking at the answers. Many people didn't know how to do it or couldn't find an entry point. But when they looked at the answers, they felt that it wasn't difficult. This was actually a very dangerous time. If one couldn't find a breakthrough, they would always be stuck at the stage where they could understand the answers at a glance. Thus, even if she made many mistakes, Xue Jiao wouldn't look at the answers. Instead, she would calculate again. Because solving time was often a factor, after putting in a lot of effort and spending a lot of time to solve a problem, she had to carefully look at the process of solving the problem and find the part where she couldn't solve it before. She had to familiarize herself with the analysis many times to ensure that the next time she encountered a similar problem, she would be able to solve it quickly and well. Xue Jiao was now in the middle of many calculations. She put all her energy into the papers. After another 10 minutes, there was a shout from downstairs. Jiao Jiao, are you packing? I'm cleaning it up. Shui Han replied casually. She didn't even think about it. Her fingers sped up and her eyes lit up slightly. She seemed to be right this time. Another 10 minutes passed. Jiao Jiao. Come down quickly. We're ready to go. Okay, she answered casually. But her eyes were extremely bright as she looked at the notebook. She checked the calculations and looked at the solving process next to her with sparkling eyes. Soon, her fingers stopped. Yes, she finally figured it out, Xue Jiao smiled. She was about to take up the notebook and look at it carefully several times when she suddenly thought of something. She suddenly stood up, picked up the down jacket that she wore to the Gu family's house and put it on. Then she ran downstairs with her phone. Jiao Jiao, hurry. Oh, why didn't you pack yourself? Ah? Xue Jiao's eyes were blank for a moment. She looked at Li Sidong with a blank expression. Her hair was a little messy and her delicate face was full of foolishness. Qingmingzi was wearing a men's short down jacket. His hands were in the pockets of his jeans. Looking at Xue Jiao's dazed look, he pulled out his right hand and clenched it into a fist. He coughed and tried to hold back his laughter. Didn't you just say that you were packing? What did you pack? Li Sidong opened his eyes wide. Xue Jiao said subconsciously. Packing homework? Tsinghua also smiled. His eyes were squinted together and he laughed happily. Okay, let's go. Jiao Jiao looks good. She looks good no matter how she dresses up. Qingmingzi nodded in agreement. It was true. Her eyebrows and eyes were beautiful. Her hair was long and black. Her skin was originally fair, which made her look even more beautiful. On top of that, her palm-sized face was hidden in the down jacket. It was dazed and affectionate. Okay, let's hurry up and go. Li Sidong was helpless. The two people in the family were quite protective of Jiao Jiao now. The four of them got into a car and headed to the Qing family's old house. Jihua. Lin Jihua was dealing with some problems at the Lin Corporation at the end of the year when Mother Lin walked over. Yes? Lin Jihua didn't even turn his head. That, your grandfather said, he wants to come over for the New Year tonight. Mother Lin said tentatively. No. Lin Jihua didn't hesitate and rejected her immediately. Even though he always spoke like this, Father Lin and Mother Lin were still not used to it. Bastard. Your grandfather doted on you so much when you were young. The Lin Corporation was also left by your grandfather. He's just coming over for a meal. Why are you so unwilling? Father Lin rushed in. Obviously, he had been hiding at the door and didn't dare to come in himself. He could only hide first. However, because of Lin Jihua's words, he couldn't hold back. Lin Jihua looked up. New Year? Do you think he's here to celebrate the New Year? Lin Changji was still in prison. Even if old Master Lin came over, he wouldn't be able to celebrate the New Year. But he's your grandfather after all. It's just a meal. Jihua, we'll send him away after eating. Mother Lin also advised. After all, old Master Lin was Father Lin's biological father. He had been by old Master Lin's side since he was young. Last time, Lin Jihua's car accident was all Lin Changji's idea. Although old Master Lin interfered, he didn't want to kill Lin Jihua. Plus, just him? Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows and his fingers stopped moving. Mother Lin smiled awkwardly. And your grandfather's neighbor, Uncle Su's granddaughter, Lin Jihua sneered. It must be hard on you to arrange a blind date for me during the New Year. No. That girl happened to be celebrating the New Year with the Su family this year, so your grandfather said that he would bring her over for a meal. If you don't want to see her, then forget it. Just let grandfather come over for a meal. Mother Lin said anxiously. Father Lin frowned, then said, that girl is quite good. Her occupation is also quite special, just nice, old Lin. Mother Lin glared at Father Lin and signaled for him to shut up. Then she looked at Lin Jihua and smiled. It's okay if you don't want to see her. It's really just a coincidence that she's in the Su family. What's her occupation? Lin Jihua stared at Father Lin, his voice calm. Father Lin was stunned for a moment. His voice unconsciously lowered a little. A well-known psychiatrist. Huh. Lin Jihua sneered and stood up. He stretched out his hand and Father Lin subconsciously retreated. Lin Jihua only took the clothes behind his back, put them on and walked out. Where are you going? Father Lin raised his voice. Lin Jihua didn't say anything and quickly walked out of the Lin family's house. Father Lin's angry voice came from behind him. Is this your attitude? Your grandfather said that if you want him to accept you, you have to interact more with that girl. Lin Jihua. Stop right there. Lin Jihua didn't stop walking. But just as he walked out of the Lin family's house, his feet paused slightly. He wanted to call Chen Yan to come and pick him up, but then he remembered that Chen Yan had gone home for the holidays. Tan Qi had also left. Even the driver had taken a few days off. He was alone now. Everyone in the company was on holiday. Even the security guards who were always there could lock the door and go home for the New Year. Instead, only his boss was left. He was all alone. The world was big, but he had nowhere to go. Chapter 48. He laughed self-deprecatingly and looked up at the sky. The sky darkened very early in the winter. At this time, the light was already very dim. Large snowflakes floated down to the ground. If it was just one night, it would definitely be a world of white. Memories also drifted away with the drifting snowflakes. More than 3 years ago, Lin Jihua graduated from Stanford. At that time, he had another good plan. The company he founded during his graduate studies had just taken shape, and it was time for him to show off his skills. Mother Lin made a phone call. The Lin Corporation was about to collapse and old Master Lin had fallen ill. Lin Changji and the other Lin family members who held the shares of the Lin family were planning how to get more money before the Lin Corporation collapsed. Lin Jihua sat for the entire night and thought about many things. She thought about how she had escaped from the country because of her health problems. She thought about the Lin family and the elite education that her father had arranged for her when she was young. In the end, he sold the company that had just taken shape and returned home with a batch of funds. At that time, there was a gap between him and old Master Lin, but there was no resentment. Lin Jihua still remembered what she had said back then. I will take over the Lin Corporation, but from today onwards, the Lin of the Lin Corporation will be the Lin of Lin Jihua. After that, there were more than 3 years of drastic changes and adjustments. The Lin Corporation was brand new and prosperous. He knew that there was nothing wrong with his body. It was a psychological problem. But what does that matter? He never felt that humans needed to put animal instincts first. He was not interested in women, so there was no need for him to be interested. Old Master Lin, his parents, and everyone around him were trying to plan a route for him. Once they didn't follow the plan, they would do something to hurt you in the name of doing it for your own good. Many people might succumb to their parents' coercion wrapped in the banner of love. But it was impossible for Lin Jihua. Lin Jihua could only make a choice. He could not be forced. His own life was naturally up to him to decide. The snow was very heavy. Lin Jihua's shoulders were already white after standing there for a while. His pale fingers were tinged with red and cold in the cold. Should I have never come back? As soon as this thought arose, Lin Jihua chuckled softly. She seemed to have thought of something and a smile appeared on her face. In an instant, the man who seemed to have merged with the snowflakes returned to reality, and the surroundings became warmer. Lin Jihua took out his phone and opened the interface with the word Jiao Jiao. He lowered his head and kissed it gently. If you didn't come back, then I wouldn't have met you. The Qing family. To be honest, Gu Shiwajiao really didn't want to eat this meal at all. There was old Madame Bai Xiaomei, who didn't like her for a long time, and a mother and daughter who hated her so much. This family probably didn't welcome her very much. Dad, Mom, Happy New Year, Qing Shua said with a smile. Then, Li Sidong handed over a gift. Dad, Mom, Happy New Year. After Li Sidong finished speaking, he glanced at Shiwajiao. Mingzi, Jiao Jiao, come and bless your grandparents. Grandpa, Grandma, Happy New Year. Qing Mingzi smiled. Happy New Year. Old Master Qing and Bai Xiaomei smiled and handed over a red packet. Grandpa, Grandma, Happy New Year, Shiwajiao said with a smile. Jiao Jiao, Happy New Year. Bai Xiaomei rushed to speak before Old Master Qing. She was still smiling, as if she treated her no differently from the other grandchildren. She also handed over a red packet. Shiwajiao took it and smiled even more happily. Not bad, not bad. It was quite generous. Mingjiao, come and wish your uncle and aunt a Happy New Year. Qing Kai looked at Qing Mingjiao. He hadn't paid attention to Qing Mingjiao for a while. She looked very haggard and lost a lot of weight. Her complexion didn't look good. In the past, if she was 70% beautiful and dressed up, she would be 90%. Now, with her haggard appearance, she was only left with 50%. Her gaze also looked a little strange. Uncle, Aunt, Happy New Year. Her voice sounded normal. Qing Mingjiao smiled and handed her a red packet. He said worriedly, why did Mingjiao lose so much weight? I wanted to take you to the annual meeting, but you didn't want to go. In the past, with Gu Shiwajiao's appearance, Li Sidong wouldn't allow her to go to the annual meeting. Qing Mingjiao would ask to go to the annual meeting, and Qing Mingjiao would bring her along every time. This year, however, she didn't take the initiative to go. It's okay. Mingjiao didn't do well in the final exam. She's in a bad mood, so she lost weight. Lu Yazhen forced a smile. Mingjiao, if you didn't do well, then work harder. Don't worry, it's just this one time. You'll have another chance in the future. Do your best for the next exam, Old Master Qing said worriedly. Qing Mingjiao didn't say anything. Lu Yazhen nudged her, and she nodded. Shiwajiao narrowed her eyes slightly. She looked at Qing Mingjiao, who didn't even raise her head. She was a little confused. Why did Qing Mingjiao seem a little off? At the end of the last semester, she was already very quiet. No one came to find trouble with her, so Shiwajiao didn't pay much attention to her. Today, she suddenly saw Qing Mingjiao. Why was she like this now? Lu Yazhen was also puzzled. When Shiwajiao sent her New Year's greetings, the other party quickly replied with a red packet. She didn't mock her from time to time like before. Looking at her eyes carefully, even with heavy makeup, one could see that she was tired and there were dark circles under her eyes. Soon, the reunion dinner was served, and Shiwajiao stopped looking at her doubtfully. This meal was peaceful. Lu Yazhen and her daughter were quiet and didn't cause any trouble. The atmosphere at the dining table was harmonious. Oh right, are Mingzi and Jiao Jiao going to compete in the finals at the beginning of the year? Old Master Qing suddenly asked. Yes, the competition in March. It's the last competition, Qing Mingzi replied. Old Master Qing laughed. Ha ha ha, good job. Mingzi will try to get a recommendation to the university he wants to go to. Jiao Jiao too. Thank you, Grandpa. Qing Mingzi smiled reservedly. Old Master Qing raised his cup and stood up. Come, let's congratulate Mingzi, Jiao Jiao, and Mingyu for getting first place in the grade last semester. At the same time, we wish Mingzi and Jiao Jiao good results at the beginning of the year. Mingjiao, work hard too. Catch up with your results in the new year. Everyone smiled and stood up with their cups raised. Even Qing Mingyu, who was still young, stood up with his cup raised. Only Qing Mingjiao remained seated. Lu Yazhen pinched her, and Qing Mingjiao stood up. Old Master Qing frowned slightly. Come. Cheers. Qing Mingjiao tried to smooth things over. Bang, Qing Mingjiao's cup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Peace in pieces, peace in all years, Bai Xiaomei quickly said. Qing Mingjiao suddenly looked up and pointed at Gu Xiujiao with a ferocious expression. Her surname is Gu. Why is she in our house? Get out. Get out of our house. Get out of my life. Everyone was stunned, as if they had seen wrongly. Mingjiao. Mingjiao. Lu Yazhen quickly hugged Qing Mingjiao and patted the back of her hand to comfort her. Gu Xiujiao. Why don't you die? Qing Mingjiao. Old Master Qing was furious. Qing Mingjiao and Qing Mingzi also frowned. On the other hand, Xiujiao, who was scolded, was slightly confused. Qing Mingjiao didn't seem to be in the right state of mind. Qing Mingjiao, how can you say that? Qing Kai glared at her. Dad, Mom. Don't force Mingjiao anymore. Lu Yazhen suddenly hugged Qing Mingjiao and wailed. Mingjiao has depression. What? The cup in Qing Kai's hand fell to the ground, his face full of shock. What's going on? Old Master Qing also started to panic. Qing Mingjiao was the child of the Qing family, the granddaughter they had watched grow up. Now that she had suddenly become like this, everyone started to worry. Lu Yazhen was still crying. The last time she had decided to deal with Xiujiao, Mingjiao had been screaming Gu Xiujiao's name while poking her dolls crazily. At that time, it didn't attract her attention. After Li Shu bore a grudge against her, Lu Yazhen was busy maintaining her friendships in the circle of madams and didn't pay attention to Qing Mingjiao. At the end of the semester, when she saw Qing Mingjiao's plummeting grades and abnormal mental state, Lu Yazhen started to panic. Tell me what's going on. Li Sidong frowned and asked. Take your daughter and stay away from my daughter, okay? It's all Gu Xiujiao's fault that Mingjiao is like this. Lu Yazhen shouted. Yazhen, don't panic. Tell me what's going on with Mingjiao. Bai Xiaomei's frown was very ugly. Although she was disappointed in this granddaughter of hers, she was still worried about her biological daughter. Mingjiao. Mingjiao is suffering from depression because of Gu Xiujiao. How is it because of Jiao Jiao? Li Sidong glared. And I don't think Mingjiao's condition is like depression. It's more like mental. Shut up. Lu Yazhen's eyes widened. She didn't care that everyone was present. Your daughter caused my daughter to be like this. What else do you want? Sister-in-law, the important thing now is to find out what's going on with Mingjiao. Qing Mingxua frowned. He was still very concerned about this niece that he had doted on for many years. The most important thing now was his niece's condition, not quarreling or arguing. Lu Yazhen cried as she said, Gu Xiujiao and Mingjiao quarreled many times in school. As a result, Mingjiao lost all her friends in school and was ostracized by everyone. She was really under a lot of pressure. Gu Xiujiao kept provoking her, but Mingjiao couldn't take it anymore. She covered her face and cried as if everything was Xiujiao's fault. The others were stunned and looked at Xiujiao. Qing Kai's gaze, especially, was starting to look bad. Bai Xiaomei's face turned completely cold. Xiujiao took a deep breath and put down the cup in her hand. She looked at Qing Mingjiao. Mingjiao, you have to admit that there are many people in this world who are more outstanding than you. You couldn't accept that Gu Xiujiao, who had always been under you, became outstanding. You were jealous, and you did something wrong. Then, your classmates started to be afraid of you and alienated you. Under such circumstances, I became better and better while you became crazier and crazier. You couldn't take it anymore and forced yourself to be like this. But why didn't you work harder? Why didn't you work hard to catch up with me? Xua Jiao paused for a moment and continued, Gu Xua Jiao, used to be like this too. You forced me to be in the dust and I had no friends. The only friends I had were all trying to harm me. You showed off your excellence, but I knew that jealousy was useless. I worked hard, and I worked hard to get to where I am today. Instead, you started to hate me, but no one is born to be more noble than anyone else. Jealousy is never the solution. Xua Jiao shifted her gaze to Lu Yazhen and said seriously, Qingmingjiao's situation is a psychological problem. You don't have to hate me or blame me. The way you can save her is to teach her that jealousy is useless. Qingmingjiao covered her ears and screamed. Boss. Bai Xiaomei slapped her hand on the table and said coldly, we won't eat this year's New Year's Eve dinner. Take your family home first. Qingmingjiao looked at Qingmingjiao and nodded. Okay. He took Xua Jiao and the others to the door and stopped. He said softly to Qing Kai, Jiao Jiao, you're right. Mingjiao's problem can't be solved by running away. After that, he left with Xua Jiao and the others. Chapter 49. As soon as Qingmingjiao and the others left, Bai Xiaomei looked at Qingmingjiao with slightly red eyes and finally said, Mingjiao and Gu Xua Jiao are really at odds with each other. Old Master Qing didn't say anything either. He looked at Qingmingjiao, whose face was full of hatred, and sighed softly, feeling melancholy and pain. Lao Er, find someone to take a look at Mingjiao. If her condition is stable, transfer to another school next semester. Don't go to number 7 high school anymore. If Qingmingjiao stayed in the same school as Gu Xua Jiao, the situation would be worse. In the future, I'll let them stay away from each other, sigh. Qing Kai responded with red eyes and gently hugged the frightened Qingmingyu. What the hell is going on? Qing Shua and the others did not speak as they walked out of the gate of the Qing family. After they got into the car, Qing Shua did not rush to start the car. He sighed softly and turned his head around. Jiao Jiao, don't feel burdened. This has nothing to do with you. The ones who should be responsible are second brother and his wife. His second son wanted to start a business, so he didn't care about his family or his children. Lu Yazhen didn't really care about the child. She just let her be. It's not your fault that Ming Jiao became like this. You're just better than her. After Qing Shua finished speaking, he looked straight at Xua Jiao. He was afraid that she would shoulder all the psychological pressure on him because of this. She was only a child, so there was no reason for the heavens to befall her. Xua Jiao gently bit her lower lip. Not every stepfather could be as rational as Qing Shua. Compared to Gu Xua Jiao, who was not sensible in the past, Qingmingjiao was a child who grew up under her watch. They were close and distant. It was not just a saying. Didn't old Madame Fu ask them to leave just now? He was afraid that she would agitate Qingmingjiao. Wasn't old Master Qing the same? He didn't say a word. Qing Shua was able to look at everything rationally. Xua Jiao's eyes were slightly moist. Qing Mingzi reached out and gently touched her head. Jiao Jiao, you are very good, you must continue to be good. The jealousy and envy of others has nothing to do with you. You just have to walk your own path. Li Sidong also nodded. Qing Mingjiao's appearance was indeed distressing, but he kept saying that he wanted her daughter to die. Why should he die just because his daughter has become outstanding? She did want to maintain her position in the Qing family. She was willing to give in to Qing Mingjiao, but that did not mean that she wanted her daughter to die. When her daughter was young and naive, she didn't shout for Qing Mingjiao to die every day just because Qing Mingjiao was outstanding. Xua Jiao nodded with tears in her eyes. Every family had all kinds of problems, but there would also be moments of warmth from time to time. He raised his chin slightly. I rely on my ability to excel. There is no reason for me to make way for the weak. When they returned to the Qing family, the family of 4 quickly made a table full of dishes. The New Year's Eve dinner had to be eaten in a lively atmosphere. Probably because something had happened today, Qing Shua was afraid that everyone's mood would be affected, so he opened a bottle of red wine and poured a full glass for Qing Mingzi and Xua Jiao. Come, come, come. Today is the last day of the year. A lot has happened this year, but it is always getting better and better. Let me first report my work. Qing Mingzi has been flourishing this year. In the new year, I will work harder, take more orders, and do bigger business. I will make our company better and better, and make your lives better and better. Happy New Year. Tsinghua raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. He was full of smiles, and his eyes were filled with expectations and confidence for the future. Li Sidong pursed her lips and smiled, then said, "Congratulations to the children's father. Father is working hard for our family's prosperous life. Father has worked hard. You've worked hard." Qingmingzi and Xiaojiao said in unison. Xiaojiao's eyes were a bit wet. At this time in the original story, the Qing family's life was a mess. After Tsinghua left, he spent all his energy cleaning up Gu Xiaojiao's troubles. He didn't have the energy to work hard for his career, and look radiant. Next, it's mother's turn. Tsinghua smiled and looked at Li Sidong. Li Sitong's face turned red. She took a sip of wine and said, "I haven't worked hard enough this year. There are some problems with the education of the two children, especially Jiao Jiao. But I'm also learning to cook for you and learn to understand the children. In the new year, I will work harder to understand the children's thoughts and change my problems." As she spoke, she drank a mouthful of wine and smiled bitterly. Jiao Jiao actually still blamed her. She could still feel that Xiaojiao treated her no differently from Tsinghua in daily life. But one was her stepfather, and the other was her mother who had been with her since she was a child. She was extremely estranged from her mother, because in her heart, her mother was the same as her stepfather who had no blood relations with her. Yes, although mother still has some small problems, she is already working hard to improve. Jiao Jiao, give mother a chance. Whether she forgives mother or not depends on her performance in the new year. Tsinghua said with a smile and looked at Xiaojiao seriously. Xiaojiao lowered her head in embarrassment. So, they all knew that she was estranged from Li Sidong, but forgiveness wasn't an easy thing. Li Sidong hadn't shown her true trust, so it was difficult for her to reach out the hand that was once hurt. Seeing that Xiaojiao didn't say anything, Li Sidong drank another glass of wine bitterly. Qingmingzi looked at the two of them and quickly said with a smile, "I also want to report on my studies in the past year. My grades haven't changed much. I've stabilized my first place and entered the final round of the math competition. I've already rejected C University's recommendation. But in the new year, I will fight for a better recommendation or get a good score in the college entrance examination." After that, Qingmingzi drank a mouthful of wine. "Good." Tsinghua took the lead and applauded, "Brother, you did well this year. In the new year, brother will be taking the college entrance examination. I hope brother can stabilize his grades and get a good score." He then looked at Jiao Jiao. "Next, it's time for our sister who has improved the most this year to report on her progress." Xiaojiao blushed. Her actions were 70% similar to Li Sitong's just now. Plus, they looked similar. Blood relations. What a magical thing. I got first place in the grade this year and entered the final round of the math competition. I didn't know anything before, but I won't do it again. In the new year, I'll work harder and take first place steadily. I'll work hard to improve myself. Good. Tsinghua took the lead and applauded, "This year's best member of our family is our sister. This is a reward for her." As Tsinghua spoke, he took out 2 passbooks and handed the first one to Xiaojiao. "Jiao Jiao, this is a reward for you from your mother, and Mingzi has one too, but your reward will be less than half of the Jiao Jiao's. When you get into your ideal university, I'll prepare some startup funds for you. You have to learn how to manage your own finances." Xiaojiao reached out and took it, but she didn't open it. Xiaojiao didn't experience what it was like to have a family in her previous life. Although she had various problems in this life, at this moment, Xiaojiao felt the warmth of family. It was probably the kind of feeling where you could explore the world, but there would always be a direction behind you, supporting you and giving you advice. There were also contradictions, but it was always warm. The feeling of having a family was the feeling of having someone supporting you. The man in front of her was not her biological father, but he was no different from her biological father. She also had a mother who had many problems and done many wrong things, but also loved her. Because of them, she could study and work hard without any worries. "Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad." Xiaojiao slowly opened her mouth. Tsinghua was stunned, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Then, he looked at Li Sidong and asked in a trembling and hoarse voice, "Jiao Jiao, is calling me?" "Yes." Li Sidong's eyes were slightly red, and he nodded vigorously. "Jiao Jiao is calling you Dad." I. Dad's good daughter." Xingshua's eyes were completely red. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes, hoping that the tears hadn't flowed out. Then, the three of them looked at Qingmingzi together. Qingmingzi was speechless. He looked at Li Sidong, who was looking at him anxiously, and after a while, he slowly opened his mouth. "Thank you, Mom." I. Sob sob sob. Li Sidong cried in response. Then, Li Sidong and Qingshua hugged each other and wiped their tears. Xue Jiao and Qingmingzi looked at each other and smiled. Forget it, let these two be happy. But, this girl, in front of them would probably forever be their older brother, younger sister, Li Sidong was so happy that he drank too much and got drunk. Qingshua carried him back to his room. "Jiao Jiao, your mom is drunk. Let's stay up for the new year tonight," Qingshua said with a smile. Xue Jiao rubbed her head and said softly, "Dad, I think I'm a little drunk too." "Ah? Then hurry up and go rest." As soon as he heard the word Dad, Qingshua immediately said with a smile, his head spinning. Xue Jiao nodded and went upstairs. Sure enough, half an hour after she closed the door, she heard the sound of a car starting downstairs. Xue Jiao didn't turn on the lights. She gently walked over and pulled open the curtains to take a look. She knew that Qingshua and Qingmingzi had gone to Qingkai's place. After all, they were their cousin and niece. Grandfather Qing wouldn't have a good New Year tonight. Qingshua and Qingmingzi couldn't ignore them. They must have wanted to stay up for the New Year with them and wait for them to rest before going to the Qing family's house. Li Sidong was asleep, and Xue Jiao was also drunk. They could go there earlier. Xue Jiao smiled softly. She wasn't angry at all. If Qingshua wasn't a person who valued relationships, he wouldn't treat his stepdaughter with sincerity. Xue Jiao fell on the bed and blinked. It was almost 11 o'clock. Should she go to sleep now, or should she do some practice questions and stay up for the new year? Forget it, she would do a few practice questions. She got up, turned on the lights, and took out some paper. About an hour later, her phone vibrated. Xue Jiao unlocked her phone and saw a WeChat message from Lin Jihua. "Are you at home? Are you staying up for the new year?" Xue Jiao tapped her fingers. "Yes, I'm at home. I'm going to do practice questions while staying up for the new year." Lin Jihua on the other end of the phone looked up and saw that the windows were lit. Only Xue Jiao's window was lit. He saw Qingshua and the others leave in a car. Tonight, she was probably the only one staying up for the new year. Lin Jihua's heart ached when he thought about it. He slowly typed. "I heard that there will be fireworks in Yueying Mountain City today." Xue Jiao was stunned. Wasn't Yueying Mountain City where she lived? Really? Lin Jihua, really? Don't you have a river behind you? Let's set off fireworks there tonight. It's 12 o'clock. It was 11:58 p.m. Xue Jiao almost instinctively ran upstairs. She stood on the balcony at the back of the top floor and looked around. It was 12 o'clock. Xue Jiao was slightly taken aback. No? After a few minutes, her phone vibrated. Lin Jihua, look down. Xue Jiao looked down from the balcony in confusion. Boom, fireworks shot out. 5 big words spread out on the ground, Happy New Year. Xue Jiao covered her mouth and widened her eyes. After a while, the lights on the ground went out. Xue Jiao was still covering her mouth. Her heart was pounding. Bang, 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 by the river, fireworks rushed into the sky and exploded instantly. The light from the fireworks lit up the whole world. Xue Jiao couldn't help but look down. Someone was standing on the ground. When he saw her looking over, he waved at her. Xue Jiao couldn't help but smile. She looked up at the sky. Dazzling flowers bloomed in the sky. It was breathtaking. Why are you setting off fireworks here? Lin Jihua replied quickly. I'm celebrating the new year alone today. I bought a car of fireworks to set off for myself. But then I remembered that you're on the mountain too. Come with me and I won't be alone. Xue Jiao's heart skipped a beat. A strange feeling rose in her heart. After a while, she replied. You're not celebrating the New Year alone. Happy New Year. She put away her phone and continued to look at the beautiful sky. Not far away, Lin Jihua turned to look at her. Yes, you won't be alone either. Xue Jiao looked at the fireworks. They were so beautiful that they touched her heart. She could forget everything else. Lin Jihua looked at Xue Jiao. He felt that it was worth it to buy fireworks for an hour. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would waste time on New Year's Eve by knocking on doors one by one to buy fireworks at a high price. Everything he had done in the past had been carefully calculated. Was it worth it? Was it a waste? But today, he had wasted his time coaxing someone. Seeing the other party laugh, he also laughed like a fool. He had been mature since he was young. Today, he was like a child. He had a youthful look. There was only an hour. Lin Jihua could only buy a limited number of fireworks. He finished setting off all the fireworks in half an hour. He looked up at Xue Jiao. Xue Jiao also looked down at him. The fireworks were gone. The lights dimmed. They could only see their shadows but not their expressions. The two of them looked at each other for 2 minutes. Lin Jihua waved his hand. Xue Jiao also waved her hand slowly. Downstairs, Lin Jihua had a lot to say. In the end, he only opened his mouth and said a few words. Xue Jiao could vaguely guess what he was saying. She took out her phone. What are you talking about? Lin Jihua replied. Gu Xue Jiao, do your best. Study hard and realize your dreams. Shui Han's lips curled up as she replied, okay. Lin Jihua, you too. Do your best. The two of them looked at each other. Lin Jihua turned and waved. His back disappeared quickly. After a while, the smell of fireworks in the air disappeared, and the snow bamboo shoots slowly came downstairs. This year, Xue Jiao was in her second year of high school. From the last day of the year to the first day of the new year, a lot of unexpected things happened. Unhappy, happy, all of them were present. Xue Jiao had a father. She spent the new year with her best friend, or rather, her mentor. She was very happy. Tsinghua and the others came back at dawn. They only closed their eyes and slept for a while. After lunch, Tsinghua and Li Sidong took Qingmingzi and Gu Xue Jiao to Ice Snow City for a day of fun. As soon as they entered Ice Snow City, Li Sidong immediately bought Xue Jiao a red, childish cap. However, she still happily wore it and followed them in. There were a lot of people on the first day of the new year. They saw the ice sculptures and walked into the world of ice and snow. Gu Xue Jiao, hurry up! Qingmingzi shouted in front of her while stepping on ice skates. Xue Jiao slowly moved. Her eyes were fixed in front of her. She was concentrating and didn't dare to move. She only moved forward little by little. Tsinghua and Li Sidong sat on chairs in the distance. Li Sidong smiled. I didn't expect Jiao Jiao to be so timid. Tsinghua smiled. Qingmingzi skated again and reached Gu Xue Jiao's back. He reached out and grabbed her hand. Ah, Xue Jiao screamed without caring about her image. She was pulled far away by Qingmingzi. Qingmingzi held her hand tightly and reached out his other hand to protect her, ensuring her safety. After sliding for a long time, Xue Jiao stood up straight and steadied herself. Then, she turned around and rushed toward Qingmingzi, who had already run away. Qingmingzi, I'm not done with you. Come on, come on. Ha ha ha. Tsinghua sat down again. When Qingmingzi reached out his hand, he subconsciously stood up. He was so scared. Seeing that the two children were fine, he sat down. This Mingzi is getting more and more playful. Li Sidong covered her mouth and laughed. Isn't it good that the brother and sister have a good relationship? That's true. Tsinghua sighed. When I think of the two of them in the past, sigh, let's not talk about it. Tsinghua nodded, stood up and shouted, Jiao Jiao. Mingzi. Do you want to go skiing? The two who were laughing and playing together instantly raised their heads and shouted together, yes. Then, they stared at each other. On the first day of the Chinese New Year, even though Tsinghua and Qingmingzi had just returned from Qingmingjiao's place, Qingmingjiao didn't say a word about Qingmingzi. Instead, the family of four went out to play for an entire day. On the second day of the Chinese New Year, Xiaojiao memorized her textbook in the morning and did a math problem. Then, together with a reluctant Qingmingzi, Tsinghua and Li Sidong took them to visit relatives and friends. At the Lin family's residence. Old master is angry again. Father Lin hung up the phone with a conflicted expression. Mother Lin sat on the sofa with a helpless expression. Sigh, old master is really too much. Why is he introducing someone during the Chinese New Year? He forced Zhihua away. Is that a normal person? Father Lin glared. She's still a psychiatrist. Zhihua has a psychological problem. If you find a psychiatrist as a girlfriend, your wish of holding a grandson might come true soon. Mother Lin glared back. Don't you want to hold a grandson? Besides, why are you glaring at me? If you have the ability to glare at old master or Zhihua, why don't you? Seriously. Father Lin covered his forehead. Lin Zhihua is really too much. Where did he run off to during the Chinese New Year? Isn't it just a girl? If he doesn't want to see her, he won't see her. Why did he run? At this moment, Chen Yan came in with a few people. What are you doing? What are you doing? Father Lin stood up. Boss said to contact an immigration residence for the two of you as soon as possible. Here are a few places that I picked out. Please pick one that you like the most. After Chen Yan finished speaking, the four men behind him each opened a picture. The first one is in the United States. It's a manor with convenient transportation. It's the closest manor to Chinatown. Boss has already bought it. Ignoring the stunned expressions of the two, Chen Yan pointed to the second piece of paper and said, the second one is in Malaysia Sabah. It's a seaside villa with beautiful scenery. Then, Chen Yan pointed to the third piece of paper and said, this is in the Maldives. No. Father Lin interrupted Chen Yan, his face full of anger. Are you rebelling? What are you doing? Sending us out of the country? Chen Yan was expressionless. Boss said that he's already given you a chance. If you continue to meddle in old Master Lin's affairs, please move out of the country. Mother Lin took 2 steps back, her face full of shock. Zhihua. Zhihua will send us out of the country? That's what boss said. Chen Yan lowered his head slightly, his voice still emotionless. No. Ask Zhihua to come over. I don't believe it. Mother Lin began to deceive herself. Chen Yan lowered his head respectfully. Boss has already bought these 4 places. Please make a decision as soon as possible. What if I don't move? Father Lin smashed the cup on the coffee table to the ground. Then I can only force the 2 of you to move out. Father Lin raised his hand and pointed at Chen Yan, raging. Chen Yan. You're the one who recruited you into the company. Chen Yan didn't speak. His head was lowered, and he looked like a robot. He did enter the company during Father Lin's time. He originally thought that it was a promising company, but he didn't expect to find that the internal corruption was already evident. Sure enough, the Lin Corporation was about to collapse soon. At that time, Chen Yan was still in a dilemma. Should he jump ship or wait until his contract expired? At that time, Chen Yan's mother was sick, and the money in his pocket was cleaner than his face. It was also at this time that Lin Zhihua returned to the country. At that time, Lin Zhihua said, in the future, you'll work for me and only listen to me. You'll be on call 24 hours a day, all year round. Looking at Lin Zhihua's stern face at that time, Chen Yan subconsciously wanted to refuse. After hearing Lin Zhihua's annual salary, he took back his words of refusal. From then on, he only had one boss, Lin Zhihua. In fact, he didn't follow the wrong person all these years. The Lin Corporation became a legend in the industry. The boss worked hard every day and fought hard for the Lin Corporation. Chen Yan had no sympathy for these people who were dragging him down. He didn't feel any emotion when he heard Father Lin's words. The boss actually didn't want them to stay abroad forever. The boss's original words were to send them out to live for half a year, reflect on themselves, and don't get involved in his affairs in the future. However, Chen Yan only said that they were going abroad and didn't say that they would be back in half a year. He let the couple in front of him be scared pale. Father Lin saw that he was stubborn and suddenly clutched his chest and gasped for breath. He tilted his head slightly and gave Mother Lin a look. Mother Lin suddenly understood and rushed over anxiously. Old Lin. Don't be angry. What if something happens to you? Don't worry, Tsinghua cares about you. He won't ignore your health and force us to move away, Old Lin. Mother Lin wailed but couldn't shed tears. She wailed and looked at Chen Yin. Chen Yin still clapped his hands expressionlessly. A doctor wearing a white coat and carrying a medical kit walked in. Please don't worry, I brought the boss's personal doctor. Chapter 50. Mother Lin's wailing voice froze, and even her clapping stopped. Father Lin, who was patted by her, wasn't much better off than her. The hand that was covering his heart froze, and the heavy breathing that he had deliberately increased also stopped. Dr. Su, please check the boss's father to see if it will affect our departure today. As Chen Yan's cold voice fell, Dr. Su immediately stepped forward. Father Lin was stiffly supported by him as he measured his blood pressure and blood sugar. After being fiddled with for half an hour, Dr. Su finally stood up. He put away all the tools and said seriously, Secretary Chen, Sir's condition is normal. He doesn't need any medicine. Well, the meaning was clear, pretending to be sick. Chen Yan seemed to have expected this. He said expressionlessly, then, let's go now. Now? Mother Lin jumped up in shock. Father Lin's expression was not to be outdone. He stopped pretending to be sick and said, call Lin Tsinghua over. Let him talk to us in person. The boss is very busy. Sir and madam, do you want to pack your things yourself, or should I ask someone to help you? Father Lin, Mother Lin, Chen Yan was stubborn. Lin Fu and Lin Mu's parents used threats and promises. They used all kinds of martial arts, but it was still to no avail. In the end, Mr. and Mrs. Lin were sent to the plane with tears in their eyes. Boss, it's done. Chen Yan lowered his head and stood respectfully beside Lin Tsinghua. His attitude was completely different from his attitude towards the Lin family's parents. He was extremely respectful. After a while, Lin Tsinghua nodded. Okay, you did well. Chen Yan moved slightly. Lin Tsinghua raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? I didn't tell Sir and Madam that you only asked them to reflect outside for half a year. Chen Yan confessed honestly. The corners of Lin Tsinhua's mouth curled up slightly. She placed the pen in her hand on the table and said, it's fine. If they can't reflect on themselves after half a year, they can continue to stay here. Chen Yan's eyebrows also relaxed a little. He was really lucky to have such a boss. There were too many fine horses in this world. Not every fine horse could meet a talent scout. How lucky was Chen Yan to meet a talent scout like Lin Tsinghua? Has old Master Lin made any arrangements? Lin Tsinghua asked again. It's been arranged. We've cut off all contact with him. A psychologist has also moved into the old house and will check on old Master Gu's condition from time to time. Old Master Gu won't have the chance to contact anyone else. Lin Tsinghua nodded. After the new year, the Lin Group will officially operate in Beijing. There will be a tough battle to fight. We can't give anyone a chance to take advantage of us. Yes. Chen Yan paused for a moment and said, if old master's condition is not very good, it's fine. He can't bear to die. As long as he doesn't die, he can do whatever he wants. Yes. Chen Yan, you've worked hard in the new year. This year's task is difficult. Your year-end bonus will be doubled. As soon as Lin Tsinghua finished speaking, Chen Yan was still expressionless, but his eyes were full of surprise. He rubbed his two small hands excitedly in his heart. He almost looked up to the sky and laughed. The big boss's bonus was originally the conscience of the industry, and it was doubled. When Chen Yan walked out of Lin Tsinhua's apartment, his footsteps were light. Then, when he saw the person at the door of the apartment, he frowned slightly. What are you doing here? Lin Tsinhua's assistant, Tan Qi, wrapped himself up like a dumpling. Only his face was exposed. Compared to Chen Yan, who was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, Tan Qi looked like someone from another world. The other party was obviously very excited to see him. Secretary Chen, you're finally out. Chen Yan still frowned and approached. Aren't you on vacation? How come you're here? Tianqi approached, and his fluffy down jacket rubbed against Qinyan's side. He was dumb, but he thought he was smart. Didn't the boss ask someone to send the information over yesterday? The boss is alone in this apartment, so I came to see if there's anything I can help with. No need, Qinyan said coldly. The Lin Corporation is very busy this year. You'll start work on the 5th day of the new year. There are still 2 days left. Tianqi, there were only 2 days of vacation left on the 3rd and 4th day of the new year. Secretary Chen, can you not say it out loud? The corner of Qinyan's mouth raised slightly. Since you're here, help me drive. Tianqi. Why? As if he guessed his inner reluctance, Qinyan looked at him. Because the boss said that you're doing odd jobs for me. Tianqi. Okay. He paused and asked curiously, why is the boss looking for you? The bonus will be doubled. What? Tianqi was shocked at first, then his face was full of surprise. Really? He rubbed his hands together excitedly, perfectly replicating Qinyan's inner thoughts. It's mine, Qinyan replied with 2 words and walked forward. Tianqi hurriedly followed. What do you mean it's yours? 2 words came from the front. Bonus. Bonus, yours. After a moment, Tianqi came back to his senses and chased after him. Hey! Secretary Chen. Wait for me. Why didn't the boss give me a raise? After the new year, only the tail of winter was left. Winter was a lively and bleak season. After the new year, the 3rd year of high school started a few days later. Then, on the 14th day of the new year, the 1st and 2nd years of high school started. Number 7 high school returned to its former liveliness. After the new year, everyone seemed to have changed a lot, but also seemed to have not changed at all. Many students were curious and angry. Why did the school not wait for the 15th day of the new year every winter break, especially many times, it was the 14th day of the new year? It really made the students angry and helpless. Yi Tianyu had been waiting in the classroom for a long time. As a bad student who did not want to start school at all, he came especially early. He sat in the same seat as last semester for a long time. It was not until 9 o'clock that the other students came to report under the guidance of their families. Brother Yu, you're here, someone greeted him. Yeah, Yi Tianyu replied indifferently. His hands were on the seat as he anxiously looked at the back door. After a long time, when Yi Tianyu was flustered, a familiar figure walked over behind a couple. Yi Tianyu's eyes lit up. He quickly retracted his hand and looked forward, but his eyes were fixed on the back door. However, the couple did not leave. They stood at the back door and said something to the familiar figure. After a long time, Yi Tianyu could not help but say, "It's not over yet," at the door. Tsinghua, who had just been promoted to a father, sent his daughter to school. He was very excited. Jiao Jiao, remember to tell us if there's anything you don't like. Don't hold it in. If your teachers or classmates bully you, tell us. Okay. Xue Jiao responded obediently. She was wearing a light blue cotton jacket today. Her hair was casually tied up in a bun, which made her look particularly languid and beautiful. Tsinghua could not help but worry. If any of the brats bully you, remember to tell us. Xue Jiao was thinking about something. Her eyes were slightly dazed. After a while, she nodded vigorously. Tsinghua could not help but laugh. Li Sidong reached out and rubbed her little head. Then he said, "We'll go to the office to find your teacher. We won't be coming back later. Study hard. You're about to enter the 3rd year of high school. Good luck." Okay. She nodded vigorously again. Let's go in. Tsinghua said with a smile. Xue Jiao stretched out her small hands from her clothes and waved gently. Then she immediately withdrew them and walked into the classroom with her school bag. Tsinghua and Li Sidong turned around and went to Yinfang's office. Xue Jiao walked back to the seat she was familiar with last semester. Hey! You're here. Yi Tianyu pretended to be calm until Xue Jiao came closer. Xue Jiao smiled. She usually did not smile much. Her facial features were delicate and small. In the words of some people who worshipped her, she was like a fairy. Now, when she smiled, it was as if the ice and snow had melted and hundreds of flowers had bloomed. Yi Tianyu's heart was thumping. He did not know what to say after a holiday. He could only look at Xiaojiao in a daze. He watched as Xiaojiao revealed her small hands, exhaled, and then opened her school bag. Papers, notebooks, pens. She slowly took them out one by one and placed the bag in the back of the classroom. She sat back in her seat, picked up her pen, and began to do the math. Yi Tianyu, who wanted to share his holiday to start a conversation, in the second-year experimental class office, the discussion was in full swing. I knew this Gu Xiaojiao was not ordinary. Teacher Yin, you didn't want her to participate in the competition. Look, Xiaojiao made it to the finals this time. The math teacher smiled. Yin Fang also smiled and sighed. Luckily, I only wanted to persuade her and did not stop her. This Gu Xiaojiao is indeed not ordinary. She was proud now. This Gu Xiaojiao was in her class. The days when she was suppressed by the second-year homeroom teacher were gone. It was a math competition. There were not many students from number 7 high who made it to the first round. Although there were 3 second-year students, what about the other 2? Although the other 2 got full marks, one was a student who had been trained for the competition, and the other was a student who was so biased that the language and English teacher cried. Only Gu Xiaojiao, first place in the grade. She was balanced in all subjects, and she even got the first prize in math. There was only 1 round left. Her class might even be able to get a guaranteed spot in a top university this year. Yin Fang smiled happily again. The second-year homeroom teacher sat there without saying a word. Chu Xing's seat was not good during the exam, so he handed in his paper early and did not get good results. Last semester's first place was also taken by Gu Xiaojiao, so he was naturally unhappy. He looked at Yin Fang's proud expression, but Li Pingping was expressionless. At this moment, a couple knocked on the office door. Yin Fang looked up and immediately stood up. She smiled and said, Gu Xiaojiao's parents are here. Please come in. Tsinghua and Li Sidong walked in. Yin Fang pulled out chairs for them and they sat down. Thank you, Teacher Yin. Please take a seat. Yin Fang smiled and sat down. She asked, Gu Xiaojiao's mother, what's the matter? Is there a problem in Gu Xiaojiao's life or studies? Or is there a problem? Her attitude was too good. Li Sidong had attended parent-teacher conferences for Xiaojiao since she was young and met with the teachers countless times, but this was the first time she was so nice. Li Sidong thought about her attitude at the beginning of last semester and sighed, no. Tsinghua quickly waved his hand and coughed. I'll be frank with you. I hope the teachers will pay more attention when they arrange the seats this year. Jiao is at a critical time now, so she can't be distracted. How about arranging a female deskmate for her? A female deskmate? Yin Fang hesitated. There's a huge gender gap in our class. There are obviously more girls. In my opinion, it's best for girls to sit with girls, but the dean said that we can't be old-fashioned and should try to separate the boys and girls. Tsinghua didn't feel awkward. He smiled and said, okay then, I won't make things difficult for the teachers. It's just that it's better to have more deskmates in Jiao. They were all sly old foxes. What else did they not know? Yin Fang understood instantly. Gu Xiaojiao's parents meant that it was best for her not to sit with Yi Tianyu. In fact, she already had this plan. If it wasn't for Yi Tianyu's skyrocketing grades, she would have changed them long ago. Originally, he thought that Yi Tianyu might be another potential stock. Therefore, she hadn't thought of changing them in the past 2 days, but since the parents requested it, no problem. Yin Fang agreed. Then I'll follow the arrangement from last semester. Xiaojiao is first, and Yi Tianyu is last. It's impossible for them to sit together. Thank you, Teacher Yin. Tsinghua stood up with a smile and reached out to shake Yin Fang's hand. You're welcome, Yin Fang said hurriedly. Then we won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Tsinghua and Li Sidong said goodbye to Yin Fang and left the office with a smile on her face. After sending off Tsinghua and Li Sidong, Yin Fang sat back in her seat and thought about how to change her seat. At this time, a fat guy who looked like a nouveau riche stood at the door. It was Idafa. Behind him was their principal. Idafa smiled shyly. Teacher Yin, I'm here to talk about my child's seat. Yin Fang was speechless. After she was done, she brought the new books back to the classroom. Yin Fang walked into the classroom with a lesson plan. Quiet. Instantly, the lively classroom quieted down. Not a single sound could be heard. The teacher had accumulated her power for a long time last semester, and the people in the class were still very afraid of her. She nodded and pushed her glasses up. Her stern gaze swept across the crowd. In the new semester, 8 familiar faces have left our class, and 8 newcomers have also joined us. Now, let the newcomers introduce themselves. Originally, the first class only needed 7 new people, but Qingmingjiao had transferred schools for some reason, so they needed 1 more person, making a total of 8. After Yin Fang finished speaking, she called out a name. That person quickly stood up and introduced himself. These people were all from the parallel class and were not weak. The resources of the experimental class were very different from those of the normal class. Yin Fang did not introduce them very carefully. After so many years of teaching, she found a strange pattern. Many people who were very good in the normal class, after entering the experimental class, no longer received the teacher's full attention because of their bad reputation. Their grades began to decline. Even if it was not a decline, it was difficult to move forward. Those who really made it out were only 10 or 20%. After the 8 people introduced themselves, Yin Fang nodded and swept her gaze across the crowd. She continued, next, let's arrange the seats. Everyone, stand at the back. In an instant, everyone stood up one after another and walked to the back. Yi Tianyu's heart skipped a beat when he heard that they were changing seats. He did not know about the disturbance in the office and was instantly worried sick. He squeezed to Xiaojiao's side and bumped into her. He lowered his voice and said anxiously, hey. Bookworm. Huh? Xiaojiao looked up in confusion. Her mind was still thinking about the question just now. She had already finished the questions that Lin Jihua collected for her, so now the two of them discussed at night and came up with the questions themselves. They did not come up with logical questions. Many of the questions could not be solved, but the questions were novel and comprehensive. Lin Jihua was quite good at coming up with questions. He had come up with one himself, and Xiaojiao had taken 2 days to solve it. He had promised her last night that as long as she could finish this question today, he would give her another one. Xiaojiao had been calculating since she sat down, hoping that she could solve all the questions by tonight. Yi Tianyu said anxiously, we have to change seats. Oh. Xiaojiao was still in a daze. Yi Tianyu slapped his thigh and said, forget it. Where are you going to sit? You're the first one. Xiaojiao was stunned. Her brain temporarily pulled out of the question. She thought for a moment and said, it's the same as before. Why would she change a seat that she was used to? In the 4th row of the podium, she could see the teacher and the blackboard. She did not need to eat chalk dust, so why would she change? Yi Tianyu's face turned red. Bookworm. She probably wanted to sit with him too. That must be it. Yi Tianyu's heart was happy, but then he became nervous. Bookworm Shui was first, and he was last. Unless no one chose the seat next to Xiaojiao, how was that possible? Yi Tianyu's face was filled with despair. First, Gu Xiaojiao. After Yin Fang finished speaking, Xiaojiao sat down in her original seat and buried her head in calculating. Second, Shang Ziyuan. Shang Ziyuan chose the seat in the middle of the classroom. He was the last person who wanted to sit with Xiaojiao. The first and second place of the experimental class were both impressive, but it could not be helped. Nowadays, many people only cared about first place. First place sounded better than second place. Xiaojiao had pushed him down from first place and became second place forever. Shang Ziyuan did not want to be too close to her. After that, many people did not choose Xiaojiao. In fact, it was not that they did not want to choose Xiaojiao. Everyone had their own opinions. Xiaojiao was first in the class, and she had led Yi Tianyu forward a lot. However, she was too good-looking. Because she was a day student and was too serious, she did not interact much with the girls in the class. Therefore, not many girls dared to choose Xiaojiao. They always felt that the goddess was a flower on a high mountain, and they did not dare to approach her. The boys were even more afraid. If they chose Xiaojiao today, they would be beaten up tonight. When it came to the 30th place, a boy who had just entered the first class walked straight to Xiaojiao. He was the favorite student of many teachers in the parallel class. He was a typical chicken head. Plus, he was not bad-looking, so he was very popular. This famous goddess did not have a deskmate, so he walked straight to her. Cough cough. Yi Tianyu coughed violently behind him. That person had not sat down yet. He looked over and happened to meet a pair of threatening and murderous eyes. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, his eyes were like daggers. In a moment of carelessness, that person sat behind Xiaojiao. He walked over one by one. If anyone wanted to sit next to Xiaojiao, Yi Tianyu would use the same method to threaten them to leave. Until it was his turn, almost without any suspense, he rushed straight to his original position. When he sat down, he let out a deep breath. Fortunately. He glared at Xiaojiao, who was immersed in her thoughts. Bookworm. So many people walked to your side just now, why didn't you shake your head? On the podium, Yinfang sighed. She did not help any of her parents, and this was the result. She could not be blamed. At night, Xiaojiao lay on her bed and submitted her homework. She happily received a new question from Lin Jihua. Thank you. The other party replied quickly, you're welcome. A moment later, another message came, did you change your seats today? Xiaojiao paused for a moment and replied, we did. Lin Jihua on the other side of the phone raised the corners of his mouth slightly and typed, did you change your deskmate? Xiaojiao replied with a blank face, no, it's still Yi Tianyu. Lin Jihua, the smile on his face immediately turned cold. He stared at the three words Yi Tianyu as if they would disappear if he looked at them. After a while, he said, it's still him? You didn't change your seats? Xiaojiao replied quickly, we changed our seats according to the results. Lin Jihua's expression turned even uglier. So, after the change, you're still deskmates? After a while, he replied, time's up, you should sleep. Oh. That's right. You too, good night. After Xiaojiao finished speaking, she put down her phone and fell asleep. The second semester of the second year of high school was very busy. The class schedule was extremely full and all the remaining classes in high school had to end this semester. The third year of high school was a revision year. Xiaojiao had to attend classes, complete homework, prepare for class, revise, and take time out to prepare for the competition. She wanted to split herself in half. Until the end of March, no matter how busy she was, she still took a few days to go to Beijing. The third round of the mathematics competition was about to begin. It wasn't long. The school had a teacher leading the team for 3 days. On the first day, they arrived early to get used to it. On the second day, there were exams. On the third day, it was time for the awards ceremony. They didn't receive the exam format for the third round until they set foot in Beijing. To be honest, the moment they saw the exam format, not to mention the students, even the teacher leading the team was stunned. Everyone knew that the finals of the mathematics competition were always strange, but it was rare to see something so strange. Tsinghua University, Peking University, Renmin University, Shanghai Jiaotong University, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and other famous universities invited a total of 10 famous mathematics professors to observe. There were also 300 audience seats. The exam format was an on-site exam. There was no information about the questions, so they would only know when they arrived. 10 professors? 300 audience members? The teacher leading the team stood up in shock. They even invited 10 professors? Although it's no longer the past where the competition only looked at results and scores, and now it's based on overall ability, what's with the 300 audience members? The teacher leading the team was anxious. Xiaojiao sat next to Qingmingzi. Both of them had the same frown. Buzz, her phone vibrated. Xiaojiao took it out and was slightly stunned. Lin Jihua, the format of the competition is out. You should already know about it. Don't be nervous. There was a notice before the new year about the comprehensive assessment of the talents selected by the universities. It mentioned that some exam-oriented students are lacking in overall ability and hope to improve. The mathematics team should be responding to the call to select more outstanding talents. Lin Jihua, the 300 audience members definitely won't disturb you. They're just giving you psychological pressure. Don't be afraid. This will help in the selection process. Don't worry about answering the questions on the spot. It's a test of adaptability and overall ability. However, it's still a test of mathematics. No matter what, it's impossible for you to take the English exam in the math competition. As long as you answer what you know, there won't be any problems. Needless to say, Lin Jihua's words calmed Xue Jiao down. Yes, no matter what, the math competition was still math. What was there to be afraid of? Just treat the people below like cabbages. Xue Jiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the other end of the phone, Lin Jihua frowned slightly. No one knew better than him how hardworking Xue Jiao was. This girl's effort was far beyond that of ordinary people. Lin Jihua reached out and pressed the bell. Soon, Tan Qi walked in quickly. Boss, what can I do for you? Help me find a way to get an audience seat for the math competition. Tan Qi was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said respectfully, yes, boss. After saying that, he quickly walked out. In the evening, Tan Qi sent a ticket to the office. The seat was very good. One could clearly see the stage, but it was not conspicuous and could avoid the eyes of others. The hotel that No. 7 high school had booked was also having a meeting. The teacher in charge stood up and raised his voice to encourage, students, do your best tomorrow. This is a new competition method for you, and it's the same for the other participating students. So don't worry. As long as it is fair and just, everyone should believe in their own strength. The teacher paused for a moment before adding, everyone, don't be nervous. Xue Jiao glanced at a senior beside her. As expected, the other party became even more nervous. The teacher said a few more words before letting the students go back to their rooms to rest. Jiao Jiao. Qingming's room was next to Xue Jiao's. Xue Jiao looked up. Qingming's suddenly grinned. Good luck. Okay. Xue Jiao replied with a smile. Good luck to you too. March 28, the finals of the Mathematical Olympiad. Lin Jihua waited until almost everyone had gone in before he walked in through the small door. He quickly walked to a corner with a good view and sat down. He was wearing a long black windbreaker today, which didn't attract any attention. As long as no one saw his handsome face, they wouldn't notice what kind of person was sitting in this seat. Xue Jiao was wearing No. 7 high school's uniform and sitting in her seat. More than 50 people were all seated. There were 8 people in a row and a total of 7 rows. Her seat was the 5th seat in the 3rd row. Xue Jiao looked up and saw the invited professor sitting at the front of the stage. Behind him were 300 audience members. 300 people were not a lot, but it was a dark mass. Most of the students who didn't have any stage experience couldn't help but feel nervous. In their past experience, the exams were held in a relatively quiet independent classroom. Being surrounded by so many people made their hands and feet tremble. Xue Jiao couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, she had never had the experience of doing questions in front of so many people in her 2 lifetimes. The only one who wasn't nervous at all was probably Yang Zhan, who was sitting in the front row. For example, the senior from No. 7 high school was already drenched in cold sweat before the question was even out. Xue Jiao closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Xue Jiao, don't be afraid. There are cabbages below. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze was much clearer and firmer. The organizer teacher went up on stage and stood at the side to announce the rules of the competition. The competition was divided into 3 rounds. The first round was an exam. There were 2 questions in total, and each question was worth 10 points. There was a total of 20 points, and the time limit was 40 minutes. When she received the test paper, Xue Jiao felt that it was no different from an exam. It was just that there were more people observing. Of the 2 questions, the first one was a calculation problem with a large amount of calculation, and the second one was a geometry problem. Previously, when Xue Han and Lin Jihua were talking to each other, they had talked about similar problems. Although they were completely different, some of the solutions were still the same. Time was tight. When Xue Jiao saw that there were no problems with the test paper, the timer on the top right corner of the table began to count down. She immediately started calculating with all her might. They didn't know that while they were writing furiously, the background behind them began to play the results of their answers. The grid was very small. Lin Jihua quickly found Xue Jiao's test paper among the dozens of papers. He couldn't see clearly how she solved the questions, nor could he see the questions clearly. However, Lin Jihua knew that these two questions were in the bag just by looking at her rhythm and expression. The corners of Lin Jihua's mouth rose slightly. He smiled a little proudly. Xue Jiao didn't feel that any of her steps were wasted. However, she only finished at the 31st minute. As for Yangzhan, that genius, he finished in about 20 minutes. There was another genius, Mingxian, who was in her first year of high school. She was only 1 minute later than Yangzhan. After she handed the test paper to the staff who came over, she gently exhaled. Sure enough, a genius was a genius. What kind of speed and brain speed did she need to finish so smoothly? After the staff left, all the students sat quietly. The audience didn't speak either. 10 minutes later, the staff came back up. The students who advanced to the next round are, Xue Jiao's breathing stagnated. Most people's hearts were tightly clenched. People were going to be eliminated so soon? Yangzhan, Mingxian, Li Lei, Cheng Mingzi. Gu Xue Jiao deeply exhaled. She stood up and walked to the side. The corners of her mouth moved up slightly. Her overly nervous face relaxed a little. At least half of the students remained. This question wasn't difficult. Logically speaking, it was impossible for these people to have made it this far. It was probably because they were too nervous and didn't finish the question. Or it could be said that they were so nervous that their brains couldn't keep up. After the remaining students bowed, they were led down from the side by the staff and sat down in the audience seats. There were still 32 students left. They sat back down. In the second round, the test papers were handed out. Xue Jiao was slightly stunned. She glanced at it and immediately started writing. 3 questions. A total of 30 minutes. It was still 40 minutes. There were actually 3 questions. Inevitably, Xue Jiao was nervous for a moment. Her fingers trembled slightly. Don't worry about answering the questions on the spot. It's a test of adaptability and overall quality. In the end, it's still mathematics. No matter how hard you try, you can't take the English exam in the mathematics competition. As long as you answer what you know, there won't be any problems. Lin Jihua's words appeared in her mind again. Xue Jiao took a deep breath and started writing quickly. 40 minutes passed quickly. Xue Jiao only closed her pen when the clock started counting down. She wiped the sweat off her forehead. Soon, the staff came up and took away all the test papers. Xue Jiao was highly focused when she was doing the questions. When she closed her pen, she realized that not only was her forehead sweating, but her back was also completely soaked. Obviously, she wasn't the only one in this situation. When she looked up, she saw that many people were holding the clothes on their backs. Xue Jiao's heart still couldn't calm down. She was too nervous just now, so her heart was still beating like thunder. She couldn't help but look at Yangzhan, who was recognized as the best this time. She saw that he was also wiping his forehead with the back of his hand. Shuihan exhaled, and her mood calmed down quite a bit. It turned out that even the best Yangzhan could feel the pressure this time. The 3 big questions were given 40 minutes. There was almost no time to revise. They could only write as fast as they could, afraid that they wouldn't be able to finish. It was obvious from the first round that they had to get full marks to enter the next round. Full marks meant that they had to finish the questions without making any mistakes. Shuihan turned around and glanced in Qingming's direction. He seemed to have sensed her gaze and raised his head. Their eyes met. Qingmingzi gave her an encouraging and comforting smile. Xue Jiao subconsciously returned a smile. Then, she looked away and gently closed her eyes to rest her brain for a while. Below, Lin Jihua frowned slightly and glanced at Qingmingzi. At this time, other than the students taking the exam taking a break, the professors and the audience were also talking in low voices. The professors were talking about something. They nodded one moment and laughed the next. Especially the professors from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, their faces were blooming with smiles. The genius Xianxia, who was so outstanding that he was familiar with all the major universities, was accepted into the Chinese Academy of Sciences last year, so, Xianxia was already a student of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The audience wasn't randomly chosen. They were all teachers from the mathematics team. At this time, they saw the questions that appeared on the screen. This question is a bit difficult. Which year's competition questions aren't difficult? Teacher Li, do you know how to do it? The male teacher pushed up his glasses and said, I know how to do it, but I can't finish it in 40 minutes. These students are really amazing. Yeah, I feel that this year's batch is especially strong. This year's exam is also special. Of course, there were also some younger teachers who were gossiping. This year's batch is also very good-looking. Haha, that's true. Xianxia and that Qingmingzi behind him can rely on their looks to make a living. Look at that female student in the third row. Yes, 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 I saw her just now. My eyes haven't moved away from her. She wasn't the only one who didn't look away. There was also an inconspicuous man sitting in the corner behind them, Lin Jihua. His eyes had indeed never left Xiaojiao. There was a smile on his lips as he looked at her. He had discussed countless questions with her and often received photos of her solving the questions. But he never thought that she could be so beautiful when she was seriously working on the questions. Her brows were slightly furrowed and relaxed at times. These simple and inconspicuous expressions were all captured by Lin Jihua. This time, the marking took a little longer. But soon, the organizer's teacher came up with a list of names. The students who passed the second round are, their breath stopped as they stared at him. Yangzhan, Jingmingxian, Baijiu, Qingmingzi, Gu Xiujiao. Instantly, everyone was stunned. Li Lei's face paled visibly. This boy who had been preparing for the competition for so many years had a frighteningly pale face. Obviously, he didn't expect to be eliminated. It wasn't just him. Several students had the same expression. Only 5 people made it to the third round. The remaining 27 were all eliminated. Some students looked at the organizer's teacher and moved their hands slightly. Obviously, they wanted to raise their hands. The organizer's teacher didn't wait for them to raise their hands. He said, students who have objections can check the papers later. Those who have points deducted will not enter the next round. Now, I will announce the 6th place and the subsequent rankings. He looked at the people on the field. 6th place, Li Lei. 7th place, Li Lei heaved a sigh of relief and gestured to Qingmingzi and Xiujiao, who had stood up and walked to the side. He was 6th place, the first prize of the winter camp. If there were no accidents, a famous university would be willing to recruit him when he went back. There was no problem for him to be recommended to a famous university. He cheered for Qingmingzi and Xiujiao because they were wearing the same school uniform after all. Xiujiao also looked at Qingmingzi slightly. It was really a pity that Qingmingzi in the original story was locked up. Qingxua had to help Gu Xiujiao solve the problem, so he couldn't accompany Qingmingzi. As a result, he was locked up until the end of the exam. After that, he and Qingxua talked a lot about their relationship. In order to solve the problem of his stepdaughter, his biological father didn't even be by his side when his biological son needed him the most. With his strength, he could have come to where he was today. Xiujiao felt a little sorry for Qingmingzi in the original story. The original story might have just been a plot where the male and female protagonists had a better relationship, but for the students, they might have missed an unforgettable experience. It was because of jealousy that the boy locked up Qingmingzi. Qingmingzi didn't participate in this competition, so there was no information about this competition in the original story. Qingmingzi, who could have won glory, lost everything because of other people's jealousy. Xiujiao suddenly thought of Qingmingjiao. She hadn't seen her since the new year. Xiujiao, no matter what today's results are, no matter how many outstanding people appear around you in the future, you can't be jealous of others. She could work hard to catch up, but she couldn't be blinded by jealousy. After the rankings of the 27 people were announced, they bowed to the professor and the audience, and then walked down to the auditorium. The boy in the white uniform is a straight-A student in our school. He's very good, but I didn't expect that he didn't even make it to the third round. It's not that they don't know how to do it. Maybe they just made a small mistake and got their points deducted. In today's competition, there's no time to check. He didn't check, and neither did the others. That's right. Look at the 5 above. They are the most powerful ones. They are fast and correct. In fact, in their situation, it's not just a matter of strength. They are very good, and there's also a part of luck. The lively discussion began to revolve around the appearance of the contestants. The top 5 of this year's competition are too good-looking. Yes, the most good-looking people we saw just now are all up there. Children nowadays, how do their parents teach them? They are handsome and smart. Look at that little girl. She is the only girl left. I've never seen such a beautiful girl. There was a lot of discussion below. The staff above took the tables away and brought up 5 tables with projectors in a row. They sat in their seats and placed their names in front of their seats. Xiwa Jiao looked down and saw that it was Gu Xiwa Jiao from number 7 high school. Only 2 from number 7 high school entered? This number 7 high school is the one in Sea City? Yes, it's that one. The school is good. Many famous high schools in Beijing only have 1 contestant, but number 7 high school actually has 2? Amazing, amazing. This school is lucky this time. I'm afraid their principal is smiling. Ha ha ha, even I would be smiling. Listening to the discussion, the lead teacher sitting in the auditorium smiled like a flower. Needless to say, when he went back this time, the principal would definitely praise him. The bonus would probably be a lot. Smiling, the lead teacher rubbed his hands excitedly. The third round is also 40 minutes. 30 minutes to answer the questions, and 10 minutes to ask the judges. When the organizer finished speaking, the 5 people were stunned. They originally thought that these professors were here to watch like the audience, but it turned out that they were the judges of the last round. How to evaluate them, how to ask questions. The 5 people were all dumbfounded. Not to mention Xiwa Jiao, even Yangzhan and the others were dumbfounded. The bell rang, and the audience was silent. At this time, the staff came up with a few papers. They were distributed one by one. As usual, Xiwa Jiao first glanced at the papers before starting to answer the questions. There was only one question, but it scared Xiwa Jiao so much that her face turned pale. Not only did Xiwa Jiao's face turn pale, but everyone else's faces didn't look good. Xing Mingxian, who was in her first year of high school, was the youngest, and she lost her composure for a moment. Obviously, it wasn't just them. Even the audience below was stunned. The question appeared on the screen behind them, and for a moment, the audience couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "How is this possible? How can the high school competition test this? How can this group of high school students know this?" Yeah. The students who had already finished sat in the auditorium, their eyes wide in shock. Some people looked confused. Some people were glad that they had already come down. Otherwise, they would have handed in a blank paper. How could the high school competition test this? Even the judges were not quiet. I was shocked when they said this when they came in. Me too. I said that they shouldn't be tested on this. I don't agree either. Isn't this making things difficult for them? Yeah, how can high school students be tested on this? Didn't the organizers say that they don't need to answer it? It's just a new experiment. Anyway, these 5 people can basically be guaranteed admission to any university now. They're all first prizes, but their rankings are different. That's true. We're willing to submit these 5 students to the mathematics department. Ha ha ha. Hey, we're willing too. Just treat it as an additional question. It doesn't matter if they do it or not. Ding, the bell rang, reminding the audience not to make a sound, and also reminding the candidates that the exam had begun. But still, no one wrote. The 5 of them moved in unison, frowning as they stared at the papers. Xiwa Jiao exhaled and closed her eyes slightly. When she opened them again, she finally confirmed that the words in front of her were indeed those words, proving Fermat's last theorem. Yangzhan was the first to write. The contents of his book immediately appeared on the screen. First, he explained what Fermat's last theorem was. Then, he began to write down formulas one by one. Lin Jihua silently said, Andrew Wiles. Yang used Andrew Wiles' proof method. He might not be able to remember all the steps, but Lin Jihua knew that he definitely wanted to write about Andrew Wiles' proof of Fermat's last theorem. Lin Jihua frowned slightly. He knew that Xue Jiao was hardworking, but Xue Jiao was not a genius. Even if Xue Jiao knew about Fermat's last theorem, she would not be able to remember as much as Yang. The Chinese Academy of Sciences teacher smiled. The other teachers also nodded with a look of anticipation. 5 minutes after Yang started writing, Mingxian also started writing using the same method. But from the moment he started writing, Lin Jihua knew that this person's knowledge of Fermat's last theorem was not as good as Yang's. Following Yang was Mingxia. He wrote very quickly. Even Lin Jihua had to nod. Michael Craddy. Mingxia used Michael Craddy's method. The three of them wrote at a fast speed. 2 of them did not write. Bai Xiu did not write for a long time. His face was pale. Obviously, he did not know anything. Xue Jiao did not write either. She closed her eyes and held the pen tightly. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Her eyes were closed. No one knew what she was thinking. Lin Jihua looked at her worriedly. You are not a genius. There is no need to make things difficult for yourself. Lin Jihua's conjecture was correct. Xue Jiao did not know how to prove Fermat's last theorem. She also did not know what Fermat's last theorem was like. But she vaguely remembered something from her previous life. When she was in her first year of high school, she attended a Big Shot's lecture. That Big Shot shared a lot of interesting things about mathematics. It was at that time that Xue Shan realized that the boring theorems with names in the books actually had interesting stories behind those cute mathematicians. Fermat's last theorem, beep beep beep, time slowly passed. Xue Jiao did not write. 25 minutes later, Bai Xiu put down the pen with a pale face. He gave up. There was no reason not to give up. At this time, it was better to not write anything in public. This was not shameful. At this time, Xue Jiao moved. She quickly wrote a sentence. Fermat's last theorem refers to. He didn't leave his proof, so I'm not sure if Fermat really had a clear proof, but I'm sure I'll be able to prove it in the future. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to write it down. Time is up. Stop writing. Lin Jihua smiled. Naughty. It was not only Lin Jihua who smiled. The judges were stunned for a moment. The professor from Tsinghua University's mathematics department was the first to laugh. He even shook his head. But he looked at Xue Jiao with admiration. Next, it's time for the judges to ask questions. First, Yang. During Yang question time, the first to speak was a teacher from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. You are very good. You are the best of the best. You were able to write out the formulas and proof used by Andrew Wiles in such a short time. You even mentioned Wiles' solution to the loophole. I believe that if you were given more time, you would be able to write it all out. The professor next to him nodded and asked, Has your knowledge always been so broad? Yang nodded and replied with a smile, I feel that books are the most beautiful thing in the world. Luckily, my brain is not bad. I can remember most of what I have read. You are very good. The Peking University professor nodded and gave him a thumbs up. Next was Mingxian. She was about the same as Yang, but not as good as Yang. She wrote down fewer formulas and was a little messy. But for a high school student, this was already very good. The third was Bai Jiu. No one said anything about him, but the professors praised him encouragingly. Student Bai Jiu, you are very good. It's the organizers who are immoral. After saying that, the whole audience laughed. Next was Mingxia. The Fudan University professor did not say anything and was the first to applaud. Xue Jiao looked back at Mingxia's paper. She only wanted to sigh, the male lead was indeed the male lead. Look at his ability. He and Yang had both written down their ideas simply. Similarly, because there was not enough time, they did not write down the specific steps. The two of them used different methods. They were indeed the two most powerful students tonight. A few professors extended olive branches on the spot. They could not wait to recruit this student. Finally, it was Xiaojiao's turn. Student Gu Xiaojiao. The Tsinghua University professor coughed and could not help but laugh. You are very interesting. Using Fermat's formula to solve Fermat's formula. Fermat said that there was not enough space, so he did not write. Xiaojiao said that there was not enough time, so she did not prove it. I saw that you did not write. How did you come up with this in the end? Xiaojiao coughed, and a pleasant voice came out, I don't know how to prove it. I was recalling the memory of Fermat's last theorem, but I only remembered interesting stories. I did not think of any proof-related content, so I was not going to write it. Oh? Then why did you write this sentence in the end? Xiaojiao smiled, and her eyes were filled with gratitude. I thought of my teacher, who is also a teacher and a friend. He once said that whether you can do it or not depends on your ability. Whether you do it or not depends on your attitude. Thank you for teaching me all this time. My ability may not be enough, but my attitude is not bad. I am sorry, teacher, I don't know how to do it now. But in the future, I will test whether my fake method can succeed. Xiaojiao spoke very seriously as she looked straight at the teachers. Even if the audience didn't know her, it didn't prevent them from feeling the respect this person conveyed, respect for her teacher. Lin Jihua's heart was filled with thousands of thoughts. One moment she was grateful to him. On such an important day, she didn't thank her parents or her real teacher. Instead, she was grateful to him. She remembered him. She always remembered him in her heart. But, teacher, Lin Jihua's heart was filled with bitterness. The professors on the judging panel couldn't help but nod. Professor Tan from Tsinghua University nodded and said with a smile, I hope you remember what you said today. I also hope that you will have the opportunity to personally tell me the results of your hypothesis proving Fermat's last theorem. Xiaojiao smiled and nodded. Cheng Mingzi gently clapped as he stared at her. He couldn't remember Gu Xiaojiao's previous appearance. The image of the girl who dressed strangely and bared her fangs and brandished her claws had completely disappeared. Just by slightly closing his eyes, he could remember the girl who lowered her head and seriously read a book. She gently grinned and instantly added color to the world. She was confident and hardworking. She wasn't discouraged and didn't give up. Every achievement she had was earned through her own efforts. Next, let's ask the judges to determine the rankings. After the staff finished speaking, the professors slightly tilted their heads and communicated with each other. Professor Tan nodded and then said something that made the others nod one after another. Thus, Professor Tan picked up a pen and wrote for a while before handing it over to the staff. In fact, there was no suspense about the results of this competition. Whether it was on the stage or off the stage, the results had already been determined. First place, Yangzhan; second place, Cheng Mingzi; third place, Jing Mingxian; fourth place, Gu Xiaojiao; fifth place, Bai Jiao. Several professors went on stage to present the awards. Professor Tan was the most senior of the professors, so it was reasonable for him to present the award to Yangzhan. However, Professor Tan went to the fourth position on stage and stood in front of Xiaojiao. He handed a red booklet to Xiaojiao and said softly, I admire you very much. Compared to talent, I prefer people who work hard and have a purpose. There are many talented people, but there are even more hardworking people. You have 1 point of talent, and 9 points of effort. Thank you. Xiaojiao sounded a little emotional. Shui Han's excitement could not be described with words when she was praised by a mathematics big shot that was written in the textbook. Professor Tan was already very old. No one knew how much longer he could contribute to the history of mathematics. Xiaojiao had also heard of this person a long time ago. Professor Tan nodded with a smile and said seriously, Gu Xiaojiao, I'll wait for you at Tsinghua University. Xiaojiao's eyes reddened, and she tightened her grip on the certificate. Tan Qi stood beside her, and the other professors also came forward. More than 10 professors took a photo with the 5 of them. Look at the camera. 1, 2, 3. Click. Xiaojiao smiled with tears in her eyes. She thanked God for the new life she was lucky enough to get. She thanked God for giving her a chance to realize her dream again. She also thanked Lin Jihua, who was both a teacher and a friend. She did not disappoint Xiaohua, and Xiaohua certainly would not disappoint her. She had another chance to be young. Her joys and sorrows, as well as her achievements, would be seriously written in her own life. At this time, Xiaojiao did not know what the future was like, nor did she know what she would encounter in the future. Good or bad, the sky full of fireworks, or the bumpy thorns, but she was full of hope and expectation for the future. Life was written by her own pen. The pen that points to the rivers and mountains only points to her own rivers and mountains. After the 5 of them finished taking photos, they changed to the people who were eliminated in the second round. They were all first prize winners of the winter camp. According to the imperial examination, they were all Jinshi. However, Xue Jiao and the others were first prize, and Li Lei and the others were second prize. The first round of elimination was also Jinshi. After everyone finished taking photos, there was another group photo, and this year's mathematics competition was completely over. The moment it ended, Lin Jihua quietly left the venue and sat in his car. "Boss, next, are we going to see Mr. Peng?" "Yes." Lin Jihua nodded. "Let Mr. Peng know in advance and make an appointment for afternoon tea." "What about dinner?" "Tonight, with Sue." His phone vibrated slightly, breaking his order. Lin Jihua lowered his head and opened WeChat. "I finished the exam." "Thank you. I'll go back tomorrow." "I'll treat you to dinner today?" "Tonight, are we having dinner with Mr. Su?" Chen Yan continued what he wanted to say. They had a collaboration with Mr. Su. Recently, they often had dinner together, so it was convenient to talk about the collaboration. The Lin Corporation was very powerful, and Lin Jihua was also very strong, but it would take some time for a newcomer to make a name for himself. Lin Jihua shook his head and raised his hand. His palm faced Chen Yan, meaning to refuse. "Tonight, don't make an appointment with Mr. Su. If he calls me, say that I have something important to do and we'll have dinner together tomorrow." Chen Yan replied. "Yes." Lin Jihua tapped his fingers and replied. "Okay, the usual place?" Xue Jiao was stunned for a moment. She instantly thought of the delicious meal. She swallowed her saliva and nodded frantically. "Okay. It's still my treat." At this moment, Qingmingzi patted Xue Jiao's shoulder. "Who are you texting?" "My teacher." Xue Jiao put away her phone. "The person you thanked on stage today?" Qingmingzi frowned slightly. He didn't know why, but when he thought that someone had appeared beside Xue Jiao without his knowledge and had a story that he didn't know, he felt a little uncomfortable. Qingmingzi shook his head and shook off these feelings. "Let's go and have lunch. Teacher said that we'll climb the Great Wall together in the afternoon. Do you want to go?" "Yes." Xue Jiao said with certainty. She and Lin Jihua had an appointment at night. They could go together in the afternoon. Qingmingzi looked at her with a smile and said, "Don't wear your school uniform when you go out in the afternoon." Xue Jiao rolled her eyes. "Of course." After the Chinese New Year, the relationship between Xue Jiao and Li Sidong improved again. This time, before they left, Li Sidong packed 2 new sets of clothes for her. In the afternoon, Xue Jiao wore a white down jacket with a white sweater and a red scarf. Her small face was set off by the wide down jacket. Qingmingzi wore much thinner clothes. For a young boy, wearing a windbreaker in the winter was enough. The group of people went out happily. Even the students who didn't do well in the exams happily followed along. It was always easy to forget your troubles when you went out to play. Shulan, why do you think they like to climb the Great Wall? I'm so tired. A girl complained to another girl with a grumbling face. Shulan put a finger to her lips and lowered her voice. Fong Fong, don't let Lin Yining hear you. Fong Fong pursed her lips. So what if she's rich? It's as if the whole class is her slaves. When she said she wanted to climb the Great Wall, a group of people followed her obediently. Although she said this, she still followed the group of students who were desperately taking selfies with Shulan. Although she complained about Lin Yining, she didn't dare to show it. Run faster. A boy in front shouted to the back. The boy was good-looking and handsome. He was smiling, revealing a row of neat teeth. His eyes were fixed on Shulan from a distance. Fong Fong immediately shouted, "You're running too fast. We can't keep up." The boy immediately stopped and walked back. He said, "Shulan, are you tired?" His voice was filled with worry and indescribable concern. "Yu Qing." A delicate girl in front suddenly shouted. "Yu Qing, come and take a picture of me." "Wait." Yu Qing turned back and said. He quickened his pace and continued to run in Shulan's direction. Seeing that Yu Qing was ignoring her, Lin Yining stomped her feet and glared at Shulan before turning to run. "Yining, wait for us." Lin Yining ran even faster. Suddenly, she bumped into someone in front of her. "Ouch! Don't you have eyes?" Lin Yining's voice rose with anger. "Yining! What's wrong?" The person in front of Shulan hurried over to see what had happened. "Let's go and take a look too." Fang Fang's voice had a hint of laughter. She pulled Shulan and ran forward. Shulan turned back and glanced at Yu Qing. He just shook his head and followed them. "How can you walk?" Lin Yining's voice was very angry as she glared at the person who caused her to fall. Xiaojiao was also dumbfounded. She was walking well when someone suddenly rushed over and bumped into her. She was steady and didn't fall, but the other party was angry. But wasn't that person the one who bumped into her? The teacher in charge and a few students from number 7 high school were also dumbfounded. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Someone in the crowd came forward and asked Lin Yining worriedly. Lin Yining said angrily, "She knocked me down." Xiaojiao was speechless. After a moment, she said, "I think you should be the one who knocked me down. The weather wasn't very good today." The wind was blowing, so Xiaojiao wore the hood of her clothes. Now that she was talking, she took off the hood. She looked at Lin Yining. Her expression was calm, but she didn't give in. Lin Yining was about to say something when Xiaojiao's face, which was hidden under the hood, appeared. Lin Yining looked at the beautiful face in front of her and paused for a moment. She wanted to defend herself, but she took back her words. After a moment, she continued to be angry. "Apologize to me." Shuashan was also a little annoyed. She was fine when she left, and now she had to apologize for this unexpected disaster. Her voice became colder. "I think I've made it clear enough. You knocked into me. You, this student, you were the one who knocked into her." Qingming's cold voice sounded, interrupting Lin Yining. "Help!" Lin Yining looked up and was stunned. It was a gentle and elegant face. Lin Yining wasn't serious about her studies and didn't care about words. But at this moment, she thought of a sentence: the stranger was like jade, the gentleman was unparalleled. Thump, 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 Lin Yining's heartbeat was out of balance. She stared at Qingmingza, unable to move half an inch. Shu Lan took a step forward, but Fang Fang hurriedly pulled her. "What are you doing? We can't let that girl offend Lin Yining, or else." Shu Lan was a little anxious. "What are you worried about?" Fang Fang rolled her eyes and lowered her voice enviously. "Look at that girl. She's wearing a goose, and her shoes are Miss. She's also wearing a watch that's worth hundreds of thousands. Her family background can't be that bad." Shu Lan stared at Xiaojiao with widened eyes. She didn't expect someone to be so extravagant with hundreds of thousands of dollars. She came from a poor family and couldn't understand. Fang Fang continued to be jealous. "That girl must be God's daughter. She's prettier than celebrities and comes from a rich family. Why is God so unfair?" Soon, she added, "Shu Lan, her grades are definitely not as good as yours." Shu Lan shook her head. She didn't want to compare these and only stared at Lin Yining and Xiaojiao. In fact, Lin Yining was stared at coldly by Qingmingza. She raised her chin slightly and asked, "What's your name? Who are you to her?" Qingmingza's brows furrowed even tighter. There was a slight disgust in his eyes. "Apologize." Lin Yining was shocked by the disgust in his eyes. She didn't know why, but she didn't want this boy to dislike her. Forget it, forget it. I'm not going to argue with you." She glared at Xiaojiao. Everyone, those who knew Lin Yining, were stunned. Would Lin Yining let her off so easily? Xiaojiao shook her head and didn't say anything. After experiencing Qingmingjiao, she knew that some spoiled girls couldn't be reasoned with. "Let's go." Qingmingza was still frowning angrily. He stared at Lin Yining with disdain. Xiaojiao tugged at his sleeve and shook her head. Let's go. Just pretend that we were hit by a dog. Qingmingzi couldn't help but smile. His eyes were full of affection. He nodded and pulled Xiaojiao's wrist, leading her away. Lin Yining shouted from behind, "Don't go. Who are you calling a dog? Stop. I, Lin Yining, am not done with you." Qingmingzi and Xiaojiao ignored her and continued to walk in the other direction. The other people in number 7 high school naturally followed, leaving only Lin Yining's class. She stomped her feet angrily and glared at their backs. She was angry and annoyed, but she was still thinking about the handsome man from before. "Yining, do you want to continue taking pictures?" "Stop taking pictures." "I'm not taking pictures." "Go back." Lin Yining walked forward angrily. Xu Lan shook her head and tugged at Feng Feng. "Feng Feng, we can go back now. Let's go." Feng Feng's gaze was still looking behind. She sighed sourly. Sure enough, a girl who can make Lin Yining suffer must be fair, rich, and beautiful, at night. "What do you want to do tonight? Or do you want to go with the teachers?" Qingmingzi turned to ask Xiaojiao in the car. Xiaojiao suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She touched her head. I'm going to have dinner with my friend. We'll be back after dinner." Qingmingzi frowned. Wrinkles appeared on his forehead, just like his heart at that moment. "Your friend who's both a teacher and a friend?" "Yeah." Xiaojiao nodded. "You had dinner with him last time too?" "Yeah." Xiaojiao continued to nod. Qingmingzi was silent. He looked in one direction and didn't look away. After getting out of the car, Qingmingzi carried Xiaojiao's backpack and wanted to help her carry it into the hotel. Xiaojiao reached out and grabbed the strap of her backpack. She said embarrassedly, "I'm going to have dinner first." "You can carry your own backpack." Qingmingzi looked at her and didn't move. After a while, he said in an obscure voice, "Come back early." "Okay." Xiaojiao nodded and waved goodbye. "I'll bring you supper when I come back. The food at that restaurant is super delicious." "Okay." Qingmingzi nodded slowly. He carried his bag and followed the others upstairs. Xiaojiao turned around and took out her phone to send a message. "Should I go directly to the place last time?" It was still a second reply. "I'm almost at the entrance of your hotel. Wait for me." Xiaojiao was stunned for a moment. Then she thought that he was really considerate. Was he afraid that she wouldn't be able to find the place? She had just walked from the parking lot to the entrance of the hotel. The sky was gloomy. At that moment, a familiar black car stopped. The car window rolled down and a good-looking and familiar face appeared. "You're here so soon." Xiaojiao smiled. Her face was bright and beautiful. Lin Jihua's lips curled up. He also smiled slightly. "You're already hungry. Come over early. Get in the car." "I'm pretty hungry too. When I think about the food at that restaurant, I feel even hungrier." Xiaojiao opened the front passenger door and rubbed her stomach. She looked like she was reminiscing about the food. Lin Jihua couldn't help but laugh again. He shook his head and his expression relaxed. Qingmingzi walked out from the side of the hotel. He frowned slightly when he saw the car passing by. He didn't know why, but he felt like he had seen this car somewhere before. It was still the familiar alley. Today, Lin Jihua was driving by himself. He stopped before entering the alley. "It's not convenient to park in there. We can only walk in." Lin Jihua turned to explain to Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao nodded and smiled. "It's fine." She opened the car door and followed Lin Jihua inside. Xu Lan and Feng Feng followed their classmates out of the restaurant. Xu Lan couldn't help but say, "It's delicious, but it's too expensive." "Exactly." Xu Lan said, "It's so expensive." "Everyone," Feng Feng pursed her lips. "What do you mean by expensive? Isn't Lin Yining rich? We've been following her around for so long today. What's wrong with having a meal? That's not good, after all, it's not cheap." Feng Feng also thought of the price and smacked her lips. "It's indeed a famous restaurant. But we have to make a reservation in advance. When will we have a chance to eat again?" Ignorant. Lin Yining walked to their side and pursed her lips. What's this restaurant? There's a restaurant in the alley. Ordinary people can't get in even if they have money. There's such a restaurant? Fang Fang was shocked and asked curiously. She didn't look jealous and disgusted at all. Lin Yining lifted her chin slightly. The chef inside is the top chef in the country. You have to have a card to get in. Ordinary rich people won't get a card even if they have money. Have you eaten there before? Of course. Lin Yining lifted her chin slightly and stared at the door deep in the alley. In fact, she had only eaten there once. It was because someone begged Lin Jihua that she had invited the Lin family to eat there. Later, when they found out that Lin Jihua and the Lin family didn't have a good relationship, no one tried to curry favor with the Lin family anymore. Just as she was thinking this, Fang Fang suddenly said, Yining. Isn't that the girl we met today? Fang Fang recognized her based on the clothes she was wearing. She remembered her impression of the girl in her heart. Lin Yining was stunned and then stared angrily at the back of the figure. The two figures came in from the side and went straight to the restaurant at the end of the alley. They watched as the two figures entered the restaurant. She went in. Fang Fang stammered. Lin Yining angrily turned around and glared. Look at the man next to her. He's wearing a suit and leather shoes. He's not the boy from today at all. A woman like her must be a social butterfly. Or a kept woman. I've seen many of these people. They rely on their looks to hook up with rich people. No way. Shulan couldn't help but say. Why not? Just wait and see. I want to see which man she's with. Someone who can enter here must be a familiar face. I want to see who it is. Maybe he's already married. Lin Yining was furious. Then, to prove her statement, a group of people stood at the door in the tail of winter, close together in the cold. Shulan wanted to leave, but Fang Fang pulled her back. She wanted to stay and watch the show. The group of people stayed and waited. It was the same private room as last time. A familiar woman walked over slowly and asked with a smile, You brought your little girl here to eat again? What do you want to eat? If there's anything prepared, bring it up first. For example, the soup you stewed, 2 fish, and a few other signature dishes. Lin Jihua's expression was indifferent. The woman glanced at him. You only know how to think about my good things. Okay. Black chicken soup. It's been simmering for 40 hours. It's just right for a little girl. She paused. You don't eat fish, right? You want to? Xue Jiao was slightly surprised. She couldn't help but ask, You don't eat fish? Lin Jihua clenched his hand into a fist and put it in front of his lips. He said seriously, I'm going to eat it now. It's quite delicious. Pfft, the woman smiled meaningfully, shook her head, and walked out. Soon, a table of dishes was served. Xue Jiao scratched her head. Can you bring some back for my brother? Lin Jihua's hand that was scooping soup for her paused. He then smiled and said, Okay. He first put aside the dishes for Qingmingzi, and then the two of them started eating. To be exact, Xue Jiao started eating, and Lin Jihua kept scooping soup for her. After the meal, the plates were cleared. Xue Jiao propped up her stomach and sat on the chair. It's so delicious. She looked satisfied. If I could eat it every day, I'm afraid even gods would live like this. Lin Jihua's heart skipped a beat. An idea popped into his head. Xue Jiao continued to smile contentedly. There seemed to be sparks in her eyes. She was satisfied and happy. In an instant, Lin Jihua felt that the seed in his heart seemed to have taken root and sprouted, wrapping around his entire heart. He hurriedly looked away. His voice was a little hurried. Let's go. Let's walk slowly for a while to digest the food. Okay. Xue Jiao hurriedly agreed. She was indeed full. The two of them walked out of the door. Lin Jihua carried a thermos that didn't match his clothes at all. Xue Jiao walked beside him. In the distance. They're here. Damn. That guy is too good-looking. As expected, good-looking people play with good-looking people. They're quite compatible. Maybe they're just in a normal relationship? Fong Fong was a little jealous. She tugged at the corner of Lin Yining's clothes. Yining, who's that guy? Is he keeping her? Does he have a wife? Lin Yining's face had long changed. It was frighteningly pale, but Fong Fong didn't notice. Let's go. What did you say? The others were stunned. I said. Let's go quickly. Lin Yining gritted her teeth. She didn't know if the guy next to the girl was keeping her. She only knew that the guy was a demon, a ruthless and merciless demon. Xue Jiao looked up at the sky. Small snowflakes were falling. It's snowing, Lin Jihua nodded and pushed her to the door. It was a place where the snow wouldn't fall. Wait for me here. If it's cold, go in. I'll go get something. Sigh, let's just run over. The snow isn't that heavy, Xue Jiao said. She had managed to survive the snow and ice that day at the annual party. She suddenly thought of Yi Tianyu and felt her stomach hurt even more. Lin Jihua shook his head. Snow is also water. Don't catch a cold. Wait for me. He said and ran away quickly. He ran back quickly. His shoulders were a little wet. Xue Jiao was about to say something when a red shawl wrapped around her neck. Wrap it properly. Don't catch a cold. Lin Jihua's voice was soft. He didn't do anything impolite. Then he stretched out his hand. A large black umbrella opened and covered the two of them. Not a single snowflake could be seen. Lin Jihua's voice was soft and gentle. Let's go. Chapter 53. Xue Jiao was stunned for a moment. The big black umbrella above her head was so big that it covered both of them. Snowflakes fell one by one. Most of the black umbrella was on Xue Jiao's head, so she didn't see a single snowflake. Even when the wind blew gently, not a single snowflake slipped onto her body. The cashmere shawl was warm enough to wrap around half of the body. The two of them stood under the same umbrella and remained silent. Xue Jiao tightened her shawl and stared at the tip of her shoes. The atmosphere gradually became a little strange. Lin Jihua didn't have any special feelings for snowy days in the past, but from this day onwards, he seemed to like snowy days a little. Snow, Xue Jiao. This was probably the so-called love me, love my dog. The wind got a little stronger. Lin Jihua held the umbrella closer to Xue Jiao to make sure that she wouldn't be drenched by the snow. The two of them spoke at the same time, but paused at the same time. After a moment, Lin Jihua smiled and said, Why? Are you cold? Xue Jiao shook her head and said seriously, I'm not cold. I'm wearing thick clothes. She really wasn't cold. She was wearing a down jacket today, and it kept her warm. The shawl that Lin Jihua gave her covered her neck, half of her face, and ears. The cold really didn't affect her at all. This shawl is... Xue Jiao was puzzled. Why would Lin Jihua always prepare a shawl? When I picked you up today, the weather looked like it was going to snow, so I prepared a shawl and an umbrella. Do you like it? His voice was very soft and gentle. Xue Jiao touched the warm shawl. Once again, she felt that Lin Jihua was really good to her. Was he a gentleman, or, why are you so nice to me? Xue Jiao stopped and asked curiously. Her large eyes looked straight at him with confusion. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. The dim light from the street lamps reflected on the snowflakes, making the whole sky much cleaner and brighter. The young girl raised her head and looked straight at him with her big, black eyes, clear and bright. Lin Jihua forced a smile and swallowed her bitterness. For her to ask such a question, it was clear that she was not enlightened yet. Because I was the one who taught you. Lin Jihua reached out his hand and rubbed her little head. His actions were restrained, suppressing all his emotions and obscurity. He only revealed a gentle smile to her. Xue Jiao blinked her big eyes, and a look of realization dawned on her face. It turned out that not only did she treat him as a teacher, but he also treated her as a student. Xue Jiao's lips curled into a smile. She was sincerely grateful from the inside out. The snow outside was getting heavier and heavier. This heavy snow might be the last snow of this winter. Under the big black umbrella, a man and a woman looked at each other and smiled. One was a sincere smile that came from the inside out, while the other was swallowing all the bitterness and pretending to be calm. Lin Jihua walked Xiaojiao to the entrance of the hotel. Then I'll go in? Xiaojiao took the lunchbox. Lin Jihua nodded and said with a smile, go back. Xiaojiao smiled and turned around. After walking to the door of the hall, Xiaojiao turned back. Lin Jihua was still standing in the same spot. She grinned, raised her hand, and waved hard. Then she turned around and disappeared from his sight. Lin Jihua raised his hand after a long time. He waved stiffly and then put it down stiffly. When he turned around, he did not hold the umbrella. The snowflake stuck to his body. His back was cold and lonely. Xiaojiao was not enlightened yet. He just had to watch over her. 1 year, 2 years, or 5 years. As long as she was still here, he would wait. Lin Yinyin returned home with a pale face and collapsed on the sofa. Her parents, Lin Xing and Su Jiaohong, were talking with worried faces. Seeing her like this, they angrily glared at her. Lin Xing said, Lin Yinyin, did you go out and waste money again today? Let me tell you, our family's small lousy company no longer has the support of the Lin Corporation. It will only take a moment for it to go bankrupt. Lin Yinyin stared at the ceiling numbly. Lin Xing shook his head in anger and helplessness. Su Jiaohong also sat on the sofa dejectedly. She said weakly, can our family's company still be saved? Lin Xing shook his head. It can't be saved. Our company is the same as the other companies of the Lin family. They are all small companies that rely on the Lin Corporation. Now that the Lin Corporation has left, we can be considered to have lasted longer. If we knew that old master would make things difficult for Jihua that day, we wouldn't have gone. Su Jiaohong couldn't help but say. Can we avoid it if we don't go? Lin Xing glared at her and said helplessly, even if we didn't go that day, as long as it's useless to the Lin Corporation, Lin Jihua still threw it all away. Why is Lin Jihua so ruthless? Su Jiaohong pursed her lips and then suddenly said, why don't we go back to City W? When we were in City W, we were still. What's the use of going back? Without Lin Jihua, no one will look up to us. But we can indeed go back. The cost of living in Beijing is too high. Let's sell this house and go back and think of a way. Go back? Lin Yinyin, who had been silent all this time, suddenly jumped up. It's none of your business. Lin Xing was losing patience with this daughter who was becoming more and more useless. I don't want to go back. Lin Yinyin widened her eyes. It wasn't easy for her to achieve such glory in Beijing. She didn't want to go back to City W. It's not up to you to decide. Lin Yinyin widened her eyes and suddenly said, third uncle seems to have a woman. You offended him because of his health problems and caused our family to become like this. But third uncle has no problem. Lin Xing and Su Jiaohong didn't have time to care about Lin Yinyin's complaints. Their attention was all on, your third uncle has a woman? Their voices were extremely shocked, as if they had heard a fantasy story. Yes, third uncle took her to Wulio Alley for dinner today. She looked like a young girl. Third uncle even held an umbrella for her and wrapped a scarf around her, really? Lin Xing asked, his eyes widening. Why would I lie to you? I wasn't the only one who saw it. Lin Yinyin was very angry. If she hadn't seen third uncle, she would have definitely settled the score with that girl. Lin Xing slumped onto the sofa dejectedly. Third brother has no problem, then why did they offend third brother and stand on Lin Jitong's side? Su Jiaohong's eyes lit up. Hubby, this is also our chance. Lin Xing looked at Su Jiaohong in confusion. Third brother hasn't had a woman to touch for so many years. This woman who appeared now. I'm afraid she'll be the future mistress of the Lin Corporation. Then? Lin Xing still didn't understand. Didn't third brother send uncle and aunt abroad? That girl is still young. Let's get to know her first and start with her. Su Jiaohong's eyes lit up. Lin Xing frowned slightly. He was a bit afraid of Lin Jihua and didn't dare to have any ideas about him and the people around him. Su Jiaohong continued, hubby, this is our only chance. Do you have the heart to go back with your tail between your legs? Yinyin already said that she's a silly girl. She's young and will definitely be easy to control. We're not going to harm her. We're just going to build a good relationship with her. Lin Shen gritted his teeth. Fine. What do you mean? We're going to curry favor with that little vixen? Lin Yining widened her eyes as if she heard a fantasy story. But no one bothered with her. Lin Shen glared at her instead. Let me tell you, don't call her vixen all day. If you drag us down, you'll have to suffer by yourself. Lin Yining was speechless. Lin Xing and his wife decided to start investigating in Beijing, but there was no news. Xue Jiao had already returned to City C, so Lin Xing and his wife naturally couldn't find her in Beijing. They searched for half a month but didn't see Lin Jihua interacting with any woman. They could only come back and scold Lin Yining. Lin Yining was so angry that she started cursing Xue Jiao, who had already left. She really is a vixen? She hid it so well. When Xue Jiao and the others returned to number 7 high school, the vice principal and the head of the mathematics team personally came to pick them up. The honor they obtained was not only their own honor, but also the honor of number 7 high school, especially Qingmingzi and Xue Jiao. They were the two people who entered the final round of the finals. It just so happened that it was Monday. During the flag-raising ceremony, the principal praised the students who had won and even gave them a bonus through the mathematics team. Xue Jiao didn't know how much Qingmingzi had. She had a total of 3,000 yuan. It wasn't much, but she had earned it herself. She stored the money in a box and decided to buy it as a gift for Lin Jihua the next time she went to Beijing. At least half of Xue Jiao's honor came from Lin Jihua. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she was a teacher. The bell rang and Yin Feng walked in with a smile on her face. First of all, let us congratulate student Gu Xue Jiao. The teacher, who had always been serious in front of others, smiled and clapped her hands first. Clap clap clap, below the stage, the students applauded fiercely and looked at Xue Jiao. Children, there are still 431 days until the college entrance exam. Gu Xue Jiao has obtained such excellent results in the competition. This result already qualifies her to be guaranteed admission to a top university. However, our student Gu Xue Jiao still didn't slack off. She went to take the exam this weekend, which was allowed by our teacher. But this morning, in the homework that the class representative received, there was student Gu Xue Jiao's name. Yin Feng paused and swept her cold gaze across the crowd. She continued to smile and stay on Xue Jiao's body. Student Gu Xue Jiao is already so outstanding, but she still hasn't stopped working hard. But what about all of you? You touch your heart and tell yourself, have you worked hard? Some people. Yin Feng began her daily criticism. Xue Jiao lowered her head and felt the surrounding gazes. She felt a little helpless. Probably every teacher was like this. They couldn't wait to heap all the good words on a student they liked and take the opportunity to educate the other students. Xue Jiao was helpless. She took out her English textbook and began to read. Yi Tianyu's gaze fell on the girl next to him. She didn't seem any different from before. She wore the simplest school uniform and her hair was casually tied up. Other than the hair at the side of her ears, her clean face showed nothing but seriousness. However, Yi Tianyu once again felt the distance between him and her. She was like a towering mountain that suddenly appeared in his life, his heart. Guaranteed admission to a top university, he was still Xue Jiao's deskmate this year, but what about next year? The year after that, she went to a top university, and he. Would the distance between them grow further and further? Would he become an ordinary passerby in Xue Jiao's life, one of her deskmates? Then he would disappear in the long river of her memories. Occasionally, she would flip through her photo album and say, "Oh, this is my former deskmate who didn't do well in high school." Yi Tianyu placed his hand on his heart. He didn't know why, but it felt sour and astringent. His eyes gradually became moist. The young Yi Tianyu didn't understand this feeling. Many years later, when he recalled the time he spent with Xue Jiao bit by bit, he suddenly understood, the young and arrogant Yi Tianyu, the second in the world, the third in the world, Yi Tianyu. There would also be such a person who would make him feel inferior. His mood gradually fell to the bottom. Suddenly, two scallion-like fingers appeared beside him and pressed down on a piece of paper. Yi Tianyu stretched out his hand and pressed on the paper. On it was written, "Don't look at me, read the book." Yi Tianyu suddenly raised his head and looked at Xue Jiao, who had her fingers pressed on the book again and started writing. He turned his head, picked up the book and began to read. In the future, he had to be more serious in class. He had to practice basketball at noon and practice at night. The provincial basketball game was about to start. He had to get the second-class athlete certificate. Xianxia was working hard, and Xianxia was also working hard. In those years, when you met someone who made you work hard, fight hard, and be a better person, it was a sour and sweet taste of hope. It was a strong fragrance that you could remember for the rest of your life. In the sweat and the night lights, the beginning of April passed quietly. Spring came and the flowers bloomed. The provincial basketball game was about to start. Nerd, the first game is in the gymnasium. It's against number 3 middle school. Are you going to watch? The weather was not warm enough. Xianxia was wearing a singlet under his jersey. He had just finished exercising and was sweating profusely. His eyes darted around. He looked here and there, but he did not look at Xianxia. He was obviously nervous, but he pretended to ask casually. Xianxia tilted her head. Against number 3 middle school? Yeah. Xianxia lifted his chin slightly. Don't worry, those noobs from number 3 middle school. I'll crush them easily. Pfft, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. You're quite arrogant. She asked again, when is the game? It's Saturday morning. Xianxia said quickly. Saturday. Xianxia rubbed her chin. We'll talk about it later. Is there anything else? Why talk about it later? Xianxia was anxious. Xianxia looked confused. Isn't Saturday the day after tomorrow? I don't know if there's anything on that day. Xianxia, so angry. This nerd. In fact, Xianxia still came that day. Qingmingzi also came. He was also participating in the basketball game. Xianxia then remembered that the male lead in the original novel seemed to be an all-rounder. He was good at studying, good at sports, and even good at business. She couldn't help but feel envious, as expected of the male lead, the son of the world. Everything good would be sent to him. Qingmingzi tugged at his clothes and asked curiously, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? Nothing. Xianxia shook her head. In fact, Xianxia knew that Qingmingzi did have a good brain, but he was also very hardworking. No one was born with success. If the male lead was so hardworking, how could she, a female supporting character whose corpse was exposed in the wilderness in her previous life, not work hard? As Xianxia thought about it, she took out her vocabulary book and began to recite as she walked. Qingmingzi, this sister of his, how did she work so hard? Because Qingmingzi had a game, the two of them arrived especially early. However, they didn't expect that there were already many students sitting inside. Most of them were from number 7 and number 3 high schools. There were also a few students from other schools. With so many students, the gymnasium was almost full. Nerd. Over here. Xianxia saw her enter the gymnasium and his eyes lit up. He suddenly jumped up and waved his hand vigorously. Xianxia, she and Qingmingzi walked closer. The first row was where the basketball players and teachers were seated. Sit here. Xianxia placed a shirt on the chair next to him and smiled. Xianxia shook her head. She picked up his shirt and threw it to him. Then, she sat down. Qingmingzi sat down beside her. Nerd, you still came. He wanted to say, are you here to watch my game? His gaze swept to Qingmingzi beside him. He choked slightly and swallowed his words. Xianxia didn't say much. The people from number 3 high school came in as well. Their seats were opposite number 7 high school. When this group of people walked to the center of the gymnasium, someone whistled at number 7 high school. They could faintly hear someone saying, pretty girl. Xianxia and Qingmingzi looked over and their faces darkened. The person who was whistling it must be Xianxia. Xianxia didn't care at all. She looked around casually and was a little curious. She hadn't really watched a basketball game before. This was the first time she was sitting in the front row and preparing to watch a game seriously. Soon, the basketball game started. Xianxia couldn't understand basketball games. She could only understand who scored and who the coach was running around and shouting. Behind her was number 7 high school. Every time number 7 high school scored, there was a sound behind her, wah wah wah. Ah. Every time number 3 high school scored, there was a sound, tisk. It was the complete opposite on the other side. Although Xue Jiao couldn't understand, she could see that Qingmingzi and Yi Tianyu scored the most goals. They were the 2 most handsome players on the court and scored the most goals. Gradually, the people behind her were shouting, Qingmingzi. Go for it. Yi Tianyu. Go for it. Brother Zai. Awesome. Brother Yu. Awesome. There was no suspense in this game. Number 7 high school was far ahead. In the second half, a boy from number 3 high school whistled when he ran past Xue Jiao. After that, number 3 high school was chased by Yi Tianyu and Qingmingzi. They didn't get a single point. Yi Tianyu was very outstanding in this game. He ran the entire court and seemed to be full of energy. He even got 3 points in the end. Even Xue Jiao was quite shocked. They were so far away. How could they throw them in? When the game was over, all the players from number 7 high school rushed up and lifted Yi Tianyu and Qingmingzi. They shouted and threw them in the air. Hey pretty girl, what's your name? Can I add you on WeChat? Number 3 high school lost, but a baby-faced boy didn't feel sad. Instead, he ran across the court and asked Xue Jiao. Xue Jiao, what are you doing? What are you doing? Haven't you been beaten enough? Yi Tianyu struggled to get down from his teammate and shouted. The baby-faced boy glanced at the 2 of them and ran away. Yi Tianyu was sweating and panting as he ran over. What did he say to you? He asked for my WeChat. Yi Tianyu's face darkened. I know this guy. His surname is Wang. He's a famous hooligan. Don't be fooled by this hooligan who plays with girls. Xue Jiao. Oh. She didn't say that his name was written on the front of his uniform. His surname was Sunday. After the basketball game, the school team wanted to eat together. Although the whole team strongly urged Xue Jiao to go with them, she still refused. Qingmingzi called Uncle Xing and asked him to pick up Xue Jiao at the stadium. They sent her to the car before going to eat. Brother Zai, this is your sister. A teammate moved closer to Qingmingzi. For some reason, Qingmingzi was a little proud. He replied calmly, yeah. Damn. Your family has such good genes? She's so beautiful. She's the first prize in the math competition and the first in the 2nd grade. Does your family produce a god or a goddess? Can I be reincarnated? Wow. I heard that the most awesome guy and girl in our school are this brother and sister. My roommate even sent a love letter to her, but there's been no news. Brother Zai, the school belle and the school beau are you too? Qingmingzi frowned slightly when he heard about the love letter. Although he also thought that Xue Jiao was the best, he didn't know why he was unhappy when other people said that. Thus, Qingmingzi changed the topic. Behind him, Yi Tianyu and Shi Junyang walked together and listened to the conversation. Yi Tianyu couldn't help but pout. He's the school beau? What about me? Shi Junyang scratched his head and said frankly, Brother Yu, although you're also very handsome, you're not the same type as Brother Zai. There's no comparison. Besides, he's omnipotent and has the aura of a god. Yi Tianyu pouted and didn't say anything in the end. This was Xue Jiao's brother. Well, he could be considered her brother for the time being. Shi Junyang couldn't help but sigh. Ever since Jiao Jiao's goddess won the first prize in mathematics, everyone in the city knows that she's extremely beautiful and has good grades. She's definitely a goddess. One of my friends in junior high has always wanted to see if Xue Jiao is as beautiful as she is in the photos. Photos? Yi Tianyu was puzzled. Shi Junyang took out his phone and showed him a photo. Look at this. It's the group photo that won the first prize. Look at Jiao Jiao. Isn't she the brightest star in the crowd? It was a group photo of more than 50 people who won the first prize. Xue Jiao was a girl and was in the front row. There weren't many girls in the first place, so Xue Jiao looked completely different from the others in the photo. The photo was too realistic. Everyone else was a little tanned and looked like an ordinary student. She was the only one who looked different in the school uniform. She looked exceptionally fair and beautiful. Xi Jingyang added, Jiao Jiao's really made number 7 high proud. Jiao Jiao? What Jiao Jiao? Who are you to call Jiao Jiao? Call her classmate Gu. Yi Tianyu was suddenly furious. Xi Jingyang. Xue Jiao didn't go after another game on Sunday. Instead, she studied while listening to Lin Jihua talk about revision strategies for the exams. Ever since the math competition, she realized how amazing Lin Jihua was. This person seemed to be invincible. After Qingmingzi returned, she found out that they had won another game. The next basketball game was next Friday. On Monday, she and Qingmingzi went to school with their backpacks. When she arrived at the classroom, her seat was already surrounded by people. To be exact, they were surrounded by Yi Tianyu. Can number 7 high get first place? The sports school is so good. Can our school beat them? In the past, the sports school always took first place. That's right, that's right. Yi Tianyu was annoyed by them. When he noticed Xue Jiao, he quickly shooed her away. You'll know when you see the results later. Hurry up and leave. After everyone left, Xue Jiao sat down in her seat. Congratulations. Yi Tianyu pressed his fist to his lips and pretended to be calm. It's okay, it's okay. Xue Jiao went to take out a book. Yi Tianyu also reached into his drawer. Instead of a book, he found a stack of small envelopes. Yi Tianyu, Xue Jiao had some experience. Love letters? You know about them? You've received them? Yi Tianyu raised his voice. Xue Jiao shook her head. No. She had received many in her previous life. It was strange. She thought that she was much better in this life than in her previous life. It was rare that she did not receive any love letters, she was just a little surprised. She did not have any other thoughts. However, she would rather not receive such letters. It was quite troublesome. Xue Jiao quickly immersed herself in her studies. Yi Tianyu threw away all the pink envelopes without even looking at them. Compared to the love letters he received, he cared more about. At noon, almost all the students went for lunch. Yi Tianyu quickly finished his lunch and returned to the classroom. The first thing he did was to look at Xue Jiao's seat. He put his hand in and took out a few blue and pink envelopes. F***CK. Is there no end to it? I just cleaned up a bunch this morning. Now there are so many? Chapter 54. Yi Tianyu's mood was rather complicated. Wasn't sending love letters a typical girl's behavior? Why did the bookworm receive so many more love letters than him? So, how popular were nerds? Xue Jiao didn't know that her love letter had been intercepted. Seeing that she was about to enter the 3rd year of high school, she was under a lot of pressure. Lin Jihua said that people had to adapt to the rules of their environment. Even if there were 1,000 or 10,000 kinds of dissatisfaction with the exam-oriented education in China, as long as you were in this environment, it was a path that you had to take. Since he wanted to walk this path, he had to race against time and use every second. High school lasted for 3 years, but some were first, and some were last. Xue Jiao had never felt that studying was hard or tiring. In her previous life, she felt that studying was much more enjoyable than working. Now that she had another chance in this life, Xue Jiao cherished every minute of studying even more. Therefore, she cherished every moment in high school. Even on the way to the cafeteria, Xue Jiao put on her earphones and listened to English. In most people's hearts, her appearance could only be seen from afar. The students privately gave her a nickname, the Flower of the High Mountain. Therefore, even if they liked her, had a crush on her, and wanted to confess to her, none of them dared to stop her directly. They only dared to send love letters secretly. Xue Jiao brought the dishes to the dining table. When the 2nd year of high school started, Xianxia had given her and Qingmingzi 10,000 yuan each. Although the food expenses of number 7 high school were not cheap, they were not very expensive either. She had money in her card, and she did not mistreat herself. For lunch, there was 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup. It wasn't a big portion, so he could finish it all. Many people ate the most in their lives during their high school years. Even a girl like Xue Jiao, who had small arms and legs and barely any meat on her body, could finish an entire plate. Most of the boys wanted more food. Xue Jiao didn't eat quickly. She ate slowly and looked beautiful, but she had a deep respect for the food. Not far away. Hey, Gu Xue Jiao. A girl lowered her voice and pouted at the other girls eating with her. The person next to him turned around first and said, "She's pretty amazing. Compared to the Gu Xue Jiao of the past, she's really changed a lot." It seems that he changed because he was stimulated by Qingming Jiao. At the beginning of last semester, she made a bet with Qingming Jiao. After that, she became addicted to her studies. You even mocked him for overestimating himself. In the end, look, you make it sound like you didn't say anything. It's not like I'm the only one who said it. You were also complaining about her at that time, okay? That's right. You all said it at that time. Only Shiryun didn't say it. Shiryun, tell me, who was the one who laughed at her first? Gu Shiryun tightened her grip on her chopsticks. Her fingertips turned white. After a while, she smiled and said, "The past is the past. I don't remember it anymore." No matter how much she hated Xue Jiao, she wouldn't be as brainless as Qingming Jiao. Shiryun has never been involved in this kind of thing. Don't force her. Yeah, and Shiryun is so serious now. She's even more hardworking than before. Chuxing is also serious. Do you two want to kick Gu Xue Jiao out? Ha ha ha, speaking of which, as long as Gu Xue Jiao's grades are stable in the top 10, she can be guaranteed a place in the top 5 in the third year of high school. That's true. I'm envious. Gu Shiryun maintained the smile on her face, but she couldn't swallow her food. There was nothing more painful in this world than having to laugh and listen to others exaggerate your enemy. Xue Jiao didn't know that her meal today had stimulated Gu Shiryun. She also didn't know how many people were looking at her with envy. She was still very motivated to study this semester. Qingming's countdown gave her a lot of pressure. That morning, Yi Tianyu arrived at school early. Then, he reached out his hand in front of Xue Jiao's desk and took out a stack of love letters. This was his daily routine during this period. It's been so long since the competition. Why are there still so many love letters? Do these people write love letters every day when they don't do anything? His voice was filled with anger and helplessness. He even wanted to beat someone up. Suddenly, Yi Tianyu paused. F***ck. It can't be that they're not the same group, right? How many secret admirers did that bookworm have? He originally wanted to throw them into the trash bag, but his eyes were attracted by the love letter on the cover. Most people wouldn't write their love letters on the cover, but this one had. It said, "Because of you, I know that the same sex can have such strong attraction." The same sex? F***ck. There's a F***king woman here? Yi Tianyu was going crazy with the love letter. Just then, a voice sounded from behind him. "You're here so early?" It was Xue Jiao. Yi Tianyu instinctively hid the thing in his hand behind his back. Xue Jiao was confused. He hid it too late. She had already seen clearly what it was. Xue Jiao was speechless. What did Yi Tianyu mean by this? She rolled her eyes and sat down in her seat. Then, she said, "Isn't it just a love letter? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Why are you hiding it?" Xue Jiao paused for a moment and asked, "Are you afraid that I'll be jealous?" Yi Tianyu was speechless. Xue Jiao smiled as she took out her book. "Don't worry. You don't have to worry about my feelings. It's not a big deal to receive a love letter. Just don't let it affect you." She thought to herself, I didn't know that someone as arrogant as depression would care about my deskmate's feelings even though she didn't receive a love letter. However, he didn't worry. She wasn't jealous at all, Yi Tianyu said. Okay. He threw the love letter away and looked at Xue Jiao. He seemed to have thought of something and sat down in his seat excitedly. He leaned his head closer to Xue Jiao and said excitedly, "Bookworm, let me tell you a piece of good news. Our basketball team is in the top 8. If we win the next game, we'll be in the top 4. Ha 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 ha." Shui Han raised her head and shifted her gaze to him, looking at him. Yi Tianyu became even more excited and continued to show off. "The main reason why our basketball team is in the top 8 is because we have one more main player, Brother Yu. I didn't join last year. Look at our school. We didn't even make it to the top 8. He chose to ignore the fact that Qingmingzi didn't join last year. Xue Jiao continued to look at him without saying a word. Yi Tianyu was smiling at first, but he gradually felt embarrassed under her gaze. He scratched his head and said, "What's wrong, bookworm? Do you admire me? You can admire me again when we're in the semi-finals on Saturday." Xue Jiao was speechless. She looked at him and the expression in her eyes gradually changed. It was somewhat meaningful. Yi Tianyu didn't know why, but he felt that the expression in her eyes was very similar to the way he looked at Shi Junyang. It was as if she was saying, "Look, this idiot." "Hey, what's wrong?" Yi Tianyu asked tentatively. His voice was cautious. Xue Jiao looked at him and her small red lips parted slightly. "Depression, have you forgotten about the midterm exams on Thursday and Friday? The parent-teacher conference is next Monday." Yi Tianyu was speechless. He felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning from the heavens. A bolt from the blue. It wasn't easy for Xue Jiao or Yi Tianyu to prepare for the midterm exams on Thursday and Friday. Yi Tianyu had a basketball game on Saturday and he had to practice for an hour at noon every day. After that, he had to prepare for the midterm exams. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Tianyu was a little flustered. In the past month, he had spent most of his time preparing for the basketball match. The time he spent on studying had been greatly reduced. Could it be that the midterm exams were going back to square one? Shaking his head, Yi Tianyu forced himself to focus on the math paper in front of him. He then took out a piece of draft paper and began to calculate. A few notebooks were handed over from the side. The black and white checkered notebooks were the same color as Xue Jiao's book cover. Yi Tianyu blinked and looked at Xue Jiao, then looked at the notebooks. This, of course, he recognized it. This was Xue Jiao's classroom notebook. It was her treasure. Use it. The key points are all colored. The probability of red is the highest, followed by blue, and lastly, green. Pay attention to the normal black words too. After all, I can't guess the specific exam points. Xue Jiao's voice was faint. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head and continued to do the papers. Bookworm. Yi Tianyu opened his mouth. Xue Jiao's pen paused slightly and then said, "I'm also delayed for a few days this time. I can't help you with your revision. Look at it yourself." Xue Jiao also felt a lot of pressure. Ever since Chusheng lost in the math competition, he studied like his life depended on it. Since she had been sitting in the first place, she didn't want to be pushed down. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head and wrote furiously. All her energy was focused on the paper in front of her. Yi Tianyu stared blankly at the notebook in front of him. There were all kinds of colors on it. The neat handwriting and clear color boundaries made the information look particularly clear. He blinked his eyes. After a long time, he stammered, "Bookworm. Thank you." At this moment, his heart was pounding. It was as if something rushed out and ran away uncontrollably. However, it quickly rushed back to his heart. His heart was beating wildly. During Wednesday's exercise period, Xue Jiao and Yi Tianyu were immersed in revising. The classroom was very quiet. Everyone was preparing for the upcoming exam. Suddenly, the broadcast station made a sound. "Respected teachers and dear students, I have a piece of good news for you." Suddenly, everyone in the classroom stopped writing and looked up at the broadcast. They were confused. Xue Jiao's pen also stopped, but she didn't look up. She was slightly confused. At this time, what good news could there be? Congratulations to the third-year student, Shenikuan, for getting into Nankai University. Congratulations to the third-year student, Qiu Yu, for getting into Fudan University. Congratulations. In an instant, the classroom was quiet. Almost everyone looked up at the broadcast. Finally, congratulations to the third-year student, Qingmingzi, for getting into Tsinghua University's mathematics department. Students, let us congratulate the seniors above. At the same time, the college entrance exam is coming. We hope that the third-year students will continue to work hard and achieve good results. Thank you everyone. Boom, in an instant, the classroom seemed to explode. Oh my God. Almost everyone was exclaiming. Many of them had good grades. However, in the increasingly fierce college entrance exam battlefield, the probability of getting into Tsinghua University or Peking University was not high at all. In addition, even if their grades were good, there was still a possibility of them failing. Not many people dared to say that they were stable in Tsinghua University. Mingzi got into Tsinghua University. This meant that he didn't have to walk the dangerous single-plank bridge. He also didn't have to go to the smokeless battlefield. Mingzi. He's too awesome. Aha. I'm so jealous. He's already very good. Even if he took the exam directly, he would definitely get in. That's different. Oh my god, I admire him so much. Prince Charming, Prince Charming. Sob sob sob, I'm jealous. Xiaojiao clenched her pen tightly. Thousands of thoughts surged in her mind. It turned out that Mingzi in the original novel could have such a brilliant life and such achievements. God let her live for Gu Xiaojiao once. It was so that she could fulfill her own regrets. It was also to give Mingzi, Tsinghua, and Li Sidong a new life. Tsinghua University, Xiaojiao was a little happy. She also had some indescribable longing. There was still more than a year, 410 days, until she walked the path of her previous life again. College entrance exam. She wished Mingzi well. She also wanted to work hard for herself. She lowered her head and walked out of her emotions. She immediately returned to studying. Yi Tianyu was a little stunned. Mingzi got into Tsinghua University. What about Bookworm? She also won the first prize in the mathematics competition. With her good grades, she would definitely enter a top university. He tilted his head and glanced at Xiaojiao. She was completely immersed in her studies. She buried her head and wrote furiously. Yi Tianyu felt a little bloated and sour in his heart. Soon, he shook his head and continued to read his notes. On Thursday, the midterm exams for 7th high school began. Xiaojiao was still first last month. She only scored 2 points more than Chuxing. She sat in the first seat. Chuxing sat in the second seat. I haven't congratulated you on winning the first prize. Chuxing smiled. He was very fair and his voice was very soft. He was very gentle. Thank you. Xiaojiao nodded and smiled back. Chuxing looked at her and said seriously, I will surpass you this time. Xiaojiao, she paused and said, I will continue to do so. It seemed that every time they would have this conversation, she thought that her obsession with being first was probably because there was a powerful person behind her who would occasionally say that he would surpass her. In order not to be surpassed, she probably had to be someone who was obsessed with being first. Many years later, Xiaojiao would often think of her high school days. In her memoirs, she mentioned that the first place in the class next door had very little social interaction. However, she was a rival. She was also like a longtime friend. During her glorious high school days, she was motivated to compete with this person. Gu Shiyun, who sat in the fourth seat, looked at them coldly. Ever since the second year of high school, the results that she was proud of had been suppressed by Xiaojiao. Gu Shiyun gritted her teeth. This month, she woke up early and slept late. Not only did she wake up half an hour earlier, but she also went to bed half an hour later. She would definitely surpass Gu Xiaojiao. She would trample her under her feet again. 2 days of exams passed in the blink of an eye. On Friday, Xiaojiao and Mingzi were taken home together. I've been busy studying and taking exams these past 2 days. I haven't congratulated you yet. Xiaojiao smiled at Mingzi. The young man in front of her was at his most high-spirited. Even the calm male protagonist of the original novel had a big smile on his face. Thank you. You can do it too. I believe in you. Okay. Xiaojiao nodded heavily. She would definitely do her best. The two of them returned home. After a while, Tsinghua and Li Sidong also came home. Mingzi, did you get into the mathematics department? Yes. Then what do you plan to do? Enter the school and change your major? Tsinghua frowned slightly. Mathematics and finance, yes, I will change my major. Mingzi nodded. What major? Tsinghua asked casually. Computer science. Suddenly, the house became quiet. Even Xiaojiao looked at him in surprise. If she remembered correctly, in the original novel, Mingzi majored in finance, so he quickly came back to take over Shua's class. Why did he suddenly choose computer science? Shua was also puzzled. You don't want to study finance? Their family had said a long time ago that Rec Journey was Mingzi's. He studied to prepare for taking over the company. Why did he suddenly choose computer science? Dad. Mingzi suddenly stood up seriously and looked at Shua. His eyes were very focused and his voice was very serious. I want to study computer science. I'm interested in that. I want to set up a company that makes websites and games in the future. This was the first time Mingzi said this. Shua was a little confused. Rec Journey was a business. It had nothing to do with what Mingzi said. If he followed his plan, it was equivalent to walking on a completely different path. Shua opened his mouth after a while. His voice was a little hoarse. As if he knew what he was going to say, Mingzi continued, I used to want to study and graduate by myself. You are old and should rest. But I thought a lot during the senior year of high school. I want to walk on a different path. I want to realize my childhood dream. Shua's voice was even more hoarse. You still remember your childhood? Yes, I always remember. This year, I thought about it again and again. I don't want to take over Rec Journey. I want to realize my dream. Mingzi's eyes were serious. Shua didn't speak and fell into silence. Mingzi didn't take over the company. Xiaojiao obviously didn't want to take over it. When Shua couldn't take care of Rec Journey, the company was destined to be sold, or someone else would be hired to take care of it. No matter which path he took, it was equivalent to Shua's lifetime foundation gradually disappearing. He once longed for Mingzi to expand Rec Journey several times, and his wish would no longer be realized. After a long time, Li Sidong couldn't help but say, Mingzi. Shua waved his hand and didn't let Li Sidong speak. In an instant, he seemed to lose all his strength. He only said, Mingzi, you have always been very sensible and never forced yourself. When you were a child, you played with the gluttonous snake. You told your mother that this thing was too simple and that you would make something more interesting in the future. At that time, we didn't take you seriously. Later, when you played the game, you said that you would do better when you grew up. Gradually, you grew up, so we didn't say it. I didn't expect you to never forget. Mingzi nodded. There was a bit of stubbornness in his eyes. If you want to learn, then go ahead. But you have to know that I don't want you to walk on that path. If you want to realize your dream in the future, Rec Journey can't be your retreat. Since you have chosen it, you can't regret it. Shua's voice was serious. Mingzi also nodded seriously without the slightest hesitation. Dad, I don't regret it, then you go ahead. After Shua finished speaking, he slowly walked to the room. The heir he cultivated was not going to inherit his things. For the older generation, this was actually a very discouraging thing. This? Li Sidong looked at Mingzi and then looked at Shua. In the end, he didn't say anything and chased after him. Only Xiaojiao and Mingzi were left in the living room. Her face was a little pale. She didn't expect that her butterfly effect would destroy Mingzi's future path. Xiaojiao didn't know what Mingzi would do if he studied computer science, but she knew that he would take over the company in the future and lead Rec Journey to the top of the industry. It was all a mess. Brother. Xiaojiao opened her mouth and looked at him blankly. Why don't you think about the company? You have been studying with Dad for so many years. You will definitely achieve something in the future. Mingzi smiled and walked over. He reached out his hand and gently rubbed Xiaojiao's head. Then he said, Jiao, I am very happy. Xiaojiao tilted her head, looking at him blankly. My dream since I was young has been to study computer science. Now that I have chosen this path, this is already my achievement. Xiaojiao was still at a loss. Mingzi continued to smile. Because that is my dream. I am walking the path of my dream. Xiaojiao was at a loss. She didn't know if she was right or wrong to push Mingzi onto another path. He looked very happy. However, he would achieve unexpected results in Rock Journey. Xue Jiao tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. She sent a message to Lin Jihua. If there is a person who will definitely achieve brilliant results in a certain field, but for the sake of his dream, he takes another path. Is that right or wrong? After she sent the message, she looked at the ceiling blankly. After a moment, Lin Jihua replied, there is no right or wrong. It all depends on his own choice. Jiao Jiao, if you will definitely achieve something in a certain field, will you be willing to give up the college entrance exam for it? Xue Jiao was stunned. Of course not. How could she give up the college entrance exam? You will not give up. The college entrance exam is your dream. So the person who pursues his dream is not wrong. Xue Jiao blinked and stared at a spot. After a while, she replied, I seem to understand. Compared to a seemingly good path, one's own love and dreams are the most important things. Therefore, Qingmingzi was not willing to take over Wreck Journey. He was more willing to realize his dream because that would make him happier. In the original text, Tsinghua was already exhausted. Qingmingzi taking over Wreck Journey was actually more like a forced path. Because of this, Xue Jiao did not cause trouble, and Tsinghua was still in good health. If he was given a chance to choose again, he resolutely walked in another direction in despair. Yes, love is more important than anything else. Lin Jihua typed these words and then closed his eyes slightly. So, Jiao Jiao, you by my side is far more important than me sitting in the Lin group and giving orders. I like you more than the Lin group. You are more important than the Lin group. Xue Jiao suddenly wrote excitedly, I also want to realize my dream. I want to go to the best school. I want to become an outstanding mathematician. Lin Jihua smiled gently and typed, dreams are the guiding light of the road ahead. Love is the energy that supports you on the road ahead. One night in the second year of high school, Qingmingzi chose to take another path. Xue Jiao also made a decision that would affect her life. She did not take another path. She did not know if she was taking the right path. But many years later, she was still very happy. She had created her own legend. Monday, at the parent-teacher conference. Jiao Jiao, do I look good today? Li Sidong tugged at her beautiful skirt. Xue Jiao. Yes. Li Sidong smiled. My daughter is so amazing. I can't embarrass her. Xue Jiao was speechless. The results are not out yet. What if we don't get first place? That's okay. Anyway, I'm always happy to be first. Li Sidong put on lipstick and followed Tsinghua and the others to number 7 high school. On the other side, Wu Wanjun lowered her voice and pulled Gu Shiyun. Can you beat Gu Xue Jiao this time? I don't know what's wrong with your dad today. He insisted on going to the parent-teacher conference. If you do worse than Gu Xue Jiao. Wu Wanjun did not finish the sentence, but she and Gu Shiyun both understood. Gu Shiyun gritted her teeth. If I get the right answer, my score will definitely be higher than before. Wu Wanjun exhaled and gritted her teeth. I must beat Gu Xue Jiao. I can't let Li Sidong ride on my head. When Li Sidong and Xue Jiao arrived at the school, it was already late. The school gate was full of cars, so they could only park their cars further away and walk towards the school. After parting ways with Tsinghua and his son, the two of them walked towards the second-year building. Li Sidong did not forget to say, your brother can be considered settled. Jiao Jiao, don't slack off. Only by passing the college entrance examination can you be considered successful. Xue Jiao nodded. Of course, she wouldn't slack off for even a moment. The college entrance exam was her dream. She would never let herself down. By the way, your brother got the first prize and can be guaranteed admission to Tsinghua University. You got the first prize too. Can you apply? Li Sidong suddenly turned her head. Although Xue Jiao's grades were very good now, she was still a little worried that it would suddenly change one day. There was still more than a year before the college entrance examination. If she could get a recommendation in advance, she wouldn't have to take the college entrance examination route. Then, she wouldn't have to worry so much. I'm not sure, Xue Jiao shook her head. There are guaranteed spots, but I don't know if I can get in. You won the first prize, and you're also the first in your year. If it's a guaranteed admission, you'll definitely be given priority. Li Sidong suddenly became anxious. His voice became anxious, and his footsteps stopped. Xue Jiao was still very calm. In fact, she didn't really want the recommendation. She had failed the college entrance exam in her previous life, so she naturally wanted to make up for all her regrets. She would definitely have to go to the battlefield again. We'll see. It's still too early to talk about this. Alright then. Li Sidong nodded and stopped talking. The two of them walked side by side to Class 1. In front of the bulletin board. Shiyun, how did you do? Gu Jingxiu stood on his tiptoes and looked at the red list. They had not arrived early, and there were already quite a few people standing in front of them. They were all stuck in front of the name list, and there was no way they could squeeze in. Gu Shiyun was also very anxious. She frowned and tiptoed to look inside. However, her line of sight was completely blocked and she couldn't see anything. Let's go in. Wu Wanjun was anxious. She pulled Gu Shiyun and squeezed inside. She couldn't wait to see Gu Xuejiao being pressed down by Shiyun. What are you doing? Don't push. Hey, you stepped on me. Can't you look at it later? Why are you like this? Don't you see anyone? Don't squeeze. Gu Jingxiu frowned slightly and didn't squeeze in. He watched as Wu Wanjun pulled Gu Shiyun and squeezed inside. This action made him feel a little embarrassed. Wu Wanjun was his childhood sweetheart. Their family was poor when they were young, and Gu Jingxiu was determined to climb up the social ladder. He was hardworking and had good grades. Coupled with his good looks, he got together with Li Sidong as soon as he got a foothold in the city. At that time, Li Sidong was a typical fair-skinned, rich, and beautiful girl who had been pampered since she was young. It wasn't that Gu Jingxiu didn't like her. He just wanted to avoid the years when he lived off a woman and relied on her to get to the top. He wanted to flatter Li Sidong. He couldn't say anything if she didn't know how to cook or do housework. Wu Wanjun was a woman who was completely different from Li Sidong. He didn't need to flatter her. Instead, he was flattered by her. When Li Sidong was pregnant, the Li family was powerful. Gu Jingxiu could only treat Li Sidong carefully. Only with Wu Wanjun could he find the dignity a man should have. Wu Wanjun was willing to cook for him, do housework, wash his feet and wash his clothes. Therefore, not long after he divorced Li Sidong, he married his true love. However, as the two of them got along day and night, many problems were exposed. For example, Li Sidong, who was well educated, wouldn't push away others and squeeze into the crowd with her daughter. Even though Wu Wanjun was wearing expensive clothes, she still made Gu Jingxiu feel embarrassed and rude. Wu Wanjun didn't know that her anxious action just now made Gu Jingxiu annoyed. Instead, she tried her best to squeeze Gu Shiyun into the crowd. But when the two of them got close, they were stunned. Name Chu Xing, score 736, rank 1, name Gu Xuejiao, score 736, rank 1, name Gu Shiyun, score 723, rank 3, it was like a bolt from the blue. Gu Shiyun really did well in the midterm exam. She had worked extremely hard this semester and had not missed a single point of knowledge. Out of the full score of 750, she got 723 points, which was equivalent to only having 27 points deducted. But how was that possible? How could Gu Xuejiao and Chu Xing get 736 points? How many points were deducted in their Chinese and English? 10 points, why? Gu Shiyun stared at the results as if she had been struck by lightning. She was angry and in pain. Shiyun, didn't you say that you could do well in the exam? Wu Wanjun turned her head and glared at Gu Shiyun angrily. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and disappointment. Gu Shiyun was like a punctured balloon, deflating in an instant. I worked hard. This is the best result I can get. Wu Wanjun was angry and annoyed. She poked her head with her hand and said, forget it. It's fine if you can't beat others, but how can you be beaten by Gu Xuejiao? She really wanted to question and scold Gu Shiyun for being a good-for-nothing. However, when she saw her daughter looking at the results in a daze as if she was about to cry, she couldn't say anything. Forget it, Gu Shiyun. It seems that you still haven't worked hard enough. You need to work harder next. You must surpass Gu Xuejiao. She was so much worse than you in the past, but she still managed to get first place. You can do it too. Gu Shiyun looked at Gu Shuajiao's name and nodded heavily. At this time, Gu Shiyun only thought of Gu Shuajiao as a roadblock. She was a small obstacle that she would surpass at the next stop. She was a small stone that she could kick away. However, she didn't know that Gu Shuajiao would become a mountain in her life. If she didn't take a detour, Gu Shuajiao would be a mountain that she couldn't climb for the rest of her life. After looking at the results, the two walked out in silence. When they walked to Gu Jingxiu's side, they found that his face was very ugly. Gu Shiyun's breath stopped. Wu Wanjun was also slightly shocked and stopped. He knew about Shiyun's results. She pulled out a smile and said, Jingxiu, although Shiyun is third, her score is steadily rising. 723. If she can keep this momentum, after the college entrance examination, she can apply to any university. Hearing Gu Shiyun's results, Gu Jingxiu's face looked better. Shiyun, keep it up. You must not be arrogant in victory and discouraged in defeat. Okay, Dad. Gu Shiyun breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and nestled next to him. Gu Jingxiu's dark face eased. He couldn't be angry with his sweet little girl. How did Shuajiao do? How many points did she get? As soon as he asked this question, the expressions on Wu Wanjun's and Gu Shiyun's faces froze and they couldn't speak for a moment. Gu Jingxiu didn't have time to wonder. Suddenly, he saw Li Sidong and Gu Shuajiao getting closer and closer. There were too many people. The two of them were looking at the bulletin board and didn't notice Gu Jingxiu and the others not far away. Jiao, there are so many people. How can I see the results? Wait for the people to disperse later, or you can go back to the classroom with me first. The teacher will send the stamp later. Shuajiao said calmly. Li Sidong looked at the parents crowded together. No matter what era it was, no matter how the college entrance examination developed, the parents' attention to the students' results would not decrease at all. Gu Jingxiu stared at Li Sidong in a daze. Li Sidong dressed up carefully today. Her appearance didn't seem to have changed from when they divorced, but he suddenly felt that Li Sidong was really good-looking. Shuajiao and Li Sidong looked like each other. Their faces were exquisite to the extreme. Li Sidong was naturally not ugly. She could be called a great beauty. This was Li Sidong. She never squeezed into the crowd rudely. Gu Jingxiu used to think that she was aloof, but now he didn't know why. He actually felt that she was educated. Wu Wanjun gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to break. Gu Jingxiu was staring straight at Li Sidong. What did he mean? Women who relied on men had no status in the family. Even if Wu Wanjun was going crazy with anger, she just forced a smile and pulled the corner of Gu Jingxiu's clothes. Jingxiu, are we going to Shiyun's classroom? Gu Jingxiu's gaze followed Li Sidong. He was still in a daze. Li Sidong didn't listen to Shuajiao. Instead, she walked up to a student who had just walked out and asked with a smile, Hello, classmate. May I ask who is in first place? What a coincidence. Gu Shuajiao knew that boy, Chu Xing. Chu Xing pushed up his glasses. His mother was standing next to him. Obviously, she was also an outstanding intellectual. Are you Gu Shuajiao's mother? He asked softly. Li Sidong was slightly surprised. You and Shuajiao are classmates? I'm Chu Xing from the class next door. Gu Shuajiao and I are tied for first place, with 736 points. Chu Xing said calmly. The woman next to him and Li Sidong widened their eyes at the same time. Chu Xing looked at Shuajiao again and pushed up his glasses. Gu Shuajiao, although I haven't surpassed you, I've finally caught up. I'll work hard for next month's monthly exam. Shuajiao, she forced a smile. Okay, Chu Xing. I'll work hard next month and try not to be surpassed by you. The pressure of having a particularly powerful classmate chasing after you was really unparalleled. Shuajiao was sure that if she hadn't learned once in her previous life and saved a lot of time, with Chu Xing's intelligence and hard work, she would have been left behind by Chu Xing long ago. Hello, Gu Shuajiao's mother. I'm Chu Xing's mother. The elegant woman next to her suddenly spoke and shook hands with Li Sidong with a smile. Li Sidong quickly returned the handshake and introduced himself. She wasn't very smart, but her etiquette was very good. My son studies like his life depended on it every day to catch up with your daughter and get first place. He wouldn't have been so energetic in the past. His father and I are worried to death. Chu Xing's mother looked worried. Li Sidong also had a look of agreement. Xue Jiao is the same. She studies until late at night and never stops. She even brings a vocabulary book with her when she visits relatives during the new year. It's good to work hard, but sometimes I'm worried that she'll become a bookworm if she works too hard. Chu Xing's mother looked even more worried. She looked at Chu Xing with a worried expression and said, "Your child is fine. I think she's natural and unrestrained. She's not like my son. He can't even speak properly." Sigh. Li Sidong sighed. She held hands with Chu Xing's mother and comforted each other. These two children can go to any university with their grades. Chu Xing has won many awards in the past. By the time they reach the third year of high school, these two children should be guaranteed admission. Why do you think they're working so hard to get first place? Who knows? Jiao Jiao's brother is Mingze in the third year of high school. He just got a guaranteed admission to Tsinghua University. Mingze gets first place every year. Jiao Jiao must be under pressure. Jiao Jiao's brother is Mingze. I heard. The two parents shook hands and felt like old friends at first sight. Chu Xing and Xue Jiao stood at the side and looked at each other helplessly. Then Chu Xing took out a small notebook filled with Chinese sentences and started reading silently. Xue Jiao, who didn't have a small notebook, she took out an English vocabulary book and started reciting silently. The two parents chatted very well. Gu Jingxi wanted to leave with Wu Wanjun and Li Sidong, but he heard a sentence, "The child's father is really worried about him, but he's in charge of auditing and doesn't understand education at all." Gu Jingxi stopped in his tracks. Surname Chu? Audit, could it be that person? He turned his head and looked carefully at Chu Xing's mother. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It's her. It's that Chu family. Seeing Li Sidong and the other party regret not meeting each other earlier, Gu Jingxu had an inexplicable feeling. Why didn't he know that Li Sidong was so suitable for Madame Diplomacy? He turned to Wu Wanjun and said, "Wait for me here. I'll go and say a few words." Wu Wanjun was stunned. "Jiao Jiao. You got first place. That's great." Gu Jingxu walked over with a smile and looked at Xue Jiao with a loving smile. Xue Jiao and Li Sidong frowned at the same time. "This is?" Chu Xing's mother hesitated. "I'm Gu Xue Jiao's father." Chu Xing's mother, "Hello." Gu Jingxu reached out his hand with a smile. "Mom. Dad," Gu Shiyun stared blankly at Gu Jingxu standing next to Li Sidong. Next to them was Gu Xue Jiao. They looked like a family of three. In an instant, she was stimulated by the memories of her childhood. This Gu Jingxiu. Did he want to continue his relationship with that woman, Li Sidong? That depends on whether I agree or not. Wu Wanjun was a little angry. Just now, Gu Shiyun's grades were surpassed by Gu Xue Jiao's. Gu Jingxiu also looked at Li Sidong without blinking. Now that this matter was stimulated again, her anger rose to the extreme. She strode over with Gu Shiyun and held Gu Jingxiu with a smile. "Jingxiu, why did you disappear in the blink of an eye?" Gu Jingxiu's face suddenly darkened. Wu Wanjun didn't look carefully. She herself was a mistress, so she was more strict with Gu Jingxiu. Now, her eyes were only on Li Sidong. "Jiao Jiao, you got first place in the exam. Auntie Wanjun hasn't congratulated you yet." Wu Wanjun smiled, looking like a magnanimous wife. She didn't notice Gu Jingxiu's ugly face at all. Li Sidong sneered. "Gu Jingxiu, don't come out all day to be an eyesore. Jiao Jiao is with me. Stay away from us." Gu Jingxiu's face became even uglier. He was still a little embarrassed. "That. Xue Jiao's mother, I'll go to the classroom with Chu Xing first. Let's chat together again in the future." Chu Xing's mother hurriedly said, not even looking at Gu Jingxiu. Which woman would like a mistress? Which woman would like a man who raised a mistress? Chu Xing's mother could almost see the relationship between these people at a glance, but she didn't say anything and just didn't look at Gu Jingxiu again. "Ah. Okay, then I'll make an appointment next time." Li Sidong also replied with a smile and exchanged contact information. After Chu Xing and his mother left, Li Sidong coldly glanced at Gu Jingxiu. Stay away from Jiao Jiao and me. With that, he turned around and left with Xue Jiao. Almost as soon as Li Sidong left, Gu Jingxiu turned around and shouted angrily, "Why are you here?" Li Sidong, who hadn't gone far, heard this and sneered. As he walked, he said, "Jiao Jiao, in the future, you must open your eyes when you choose a man. There's no need to waste a second on some scumbags. If he's a scumbag, even if he treats you well temporarily, it won't last long." Xue Jiao. Oh. Don't you think it's a little too early to think about this now? Meanwhile, Wu Wanjun, who had been yelled at by Gu Jingxiu, looked at him blankly. Seeing his unprecedented anger, she immediately shut up. Dad. Gu Shiyun opened her mouth. Gu Jingxiu also glared at her, exasperated. Do you know what you just ruined for me? Not only did you not make friends, but you also made people remember that my style is not good. Gu Shiyun, are you following your mother's nonsense? No. Gu Shiyun opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Humph. Gu Jingxiu angrily shook off Wu Wanjun and turned to leave. Dad, Gu Shiyun hurriedly said. Gu Jingxiu had already walked far away. They didn't dare to make too much noise and only dared to stand there blankly. After a moment, Wu Wanjun grabbed Gu Shiyun's arm as if she was holding on to her last life-saving straw. Shiyun, you must do your mother proud. Gu Shiyun looked at her begging mother and Gu Jingxiu's back as he left. She was at a loss. Xue Jiao's seat was much better than the last row before the new year. Her seat was also considered a golden seat. However, Yi Tianyu is still your desk mate? Li Sitong's face suddenly turned ugly. Xue Jiao's face was blank. Li Sidong glanced at her and then glared at Yi Dafa's back. The other party seemed to have sensed it. He turned around and stood up enthusiastically. Xue Jiao and Jiao Jiao's mother are here. Come and sit. Li Sidong, Yi Dafa was too enthusiastic and spoke in a way that Li Sidong didn't say, your son shouldn't sit at the same table as my daughter. Yi Tianyu moved to Xue Jiao's side and bumped her. Bookworm, I won't congratulate you. Anyway, you've always been first. Xue Jiao, she was silent for a moment and asked him, what about you? We're in the semifinals. Our school team is in the semifinals. Yi Tianyu rubbed his hands excitedly. Xue Jiao, her voice was emotionless. I'm asking about your midterm results. Yi Tianyu. Oh, I'm in the 180s. You fell back? Yi Tianyu lowered his head, he was ashamed of himself. Xue Jiao touched her chin. It's not bad. As long as you get first place in the competition, you might be able to go to a good university with this result. Yi Tianyu's eyes lit up. Xue Jiao said again, but there's still 1 year. If you don't do your best, you might not be able to go to the university you want to go to. Yi Tianyu, his ears drooped again. Today's parent-teacher conference was like a small commendation ceremony for Xue Jiao. Almost all the teachers went on stage to praise Xue Jiao. In the past, they might have been afraid that Xue Jiao's results would be unstable, but she had always been first and had even won the first prize in mathematics. The teachers naturally praised her. Yin Fang even mentioned Gu Xue Jiao left and Gu Xue Jiao right and left. Almost everyone recognized Xue Jiao and Li Sidong. Li Sidong had never experienced being envied by so many people. She lifted her chin slightly and a smile on her face didn't diminish at all as she listened to the teacher's fancy praises. This was probably the happiest parent-teacher conference that Li Sidong had ever held in years. Many people chatted with Li Sidong until the end of the parent-teacher conference. The two of them took a break and walked out. Jiao Jiao, if you're under too much pressure, you have to tell mommy. Li Sidong looked at Xue Jiao with a loving smile. She reached out and gently placed her hand on her head. She rarely treated Xue Jiao so lovingly in the past. Today, Xue Jiao gave her too much face. She felt that Xue Jiao was her baby, Xue Jiao. Okay. She averted her gaze slightly and lowered her head. Li Sitong's hand hung in the air. Li Sitong's expression froze slightly. At that moment, she suddenly understood what Xianxia had said before. If she broke Xue Jiao's heart, it would be difficult for her to warm it up again. Li Sidong suddenly felt a little regretful. She recalled her past suspicions, distrust, and stabbing. She felt like a knife had stabbed her. Xue Jiao's indifference made her feel so uncomfortable. How sad must she have been to Xue Jiao? Looking at Xue Jiao's lowered head, Li Sitong's heart ached. The two of them fell into silence. At that moment, a man wearing glasses walked out of the class next door. He was about to pass by Xue Jiao, but he suddenly stopped and turned to look at them. Li Sitong was stunned and puzzled. "You are?" Xue Jiao quickly looked up and smiled. She said to Li Sitong, "Mom, this is Class 2's homeroom teacher. Teacher Li, teacher, this is my mother." "Ah, it's Teacher Li, hello, hello." Li Sitong hurriedly reached out and greeted her with a smile. Li Ping also reached out and shook her hand. Then he smiled and said, "Xue Jiao's mother, hello. I'm Class 2's homeroom teacher. I teach chemistry." Oh, Li Sitong suddenly understood. In fact, she was very confused. This teacher. What's the matter? Li Ping quickly revealed his purpose. He slightly approached the two people and whispered, "Teacher Yin is a serious teacher. My style is not the same as Teacher Yin's." That. Xue Jiao classmate, do you want to come to our class too? Ah? Li Sitong was stunned and looked at Xue Jiao. Xue Jiao was also confused. Her face was blank. Our class's average score is higher than Class 1. The learning atmosphere is better than Class 1. If Xue Jiao classmate wants to come to Class 2, I welcome Xue Jiao classmate on behalf of Class 2. Li Ping smiled and showed 2 rows of big white teeth. Chuxing classmate is also in our class. Xue Jiao and Chuxing can encourage each other and learn from each other. It will definitely get better and better. This. Li Sitong's face was full of hesitation. Change to Class 2, she actually felt that it was not a problem to change to Class 2. After all, when the school just started, Yin Fang gave them a cold shoulder. The most important thing is that Xue Jiao and Yi Tianyu are deskmates. If Xue Jiao goes to Class 2, these two people can justifiably separate. If you are willing, Xue Jiao classmate will go to Class 2. Xue Jiao classmate just needs to pack up her things. When the time comes, I will take students to help Xue Jiao classmate move to. Before he finished speaking, Yin Fang's roar came from not far away. Li Ping, what do you want to do? As a teacher, shouting in public is a very ungentlemanly thing to do. But at this moment, Yin Fang has no time to care about this. What is Li Ping doing? He is snatching Gu Xue Jiao. This was the student that she valued the most for the next year. Not every cohort would meet a gifted student. In the previous cohort, there was Qing Mingzi, and in this cohort, there was Chu Xin. Originally, Yin Fang had already lost all hope, but suddenly, Gu Xueshan appeared. She was the bargaining chip for her and Li Ping in the upcoming college entrance examination. The college entrance exam is not only a battlefield for students, but also a battlefield for teachers. Li Ping is not trying to poach an ordinary student. This student represents grades, represents bonuses, represents titles and reputation. How can Yin Fang not be anxious? If Gu Xue Jiao goes to Li Ping's class, in the next year, Li Ping will beat Yin Fang. Yin Fang quickly walked over, her high heels clicking loudly, as if she can vent her anger. Teacher Li, what are you doing? Li Ping was caught red-handed, touched his nose awkwardly. But seeing Xue Jiao and Li Sitong standing next to her, he also threw away his face. I just want to ask Xue Jiao classmate if she is willing to change class. I think the atmosphere in our class is more suitable for Xue Jiao classmate. The atmosphere in our class is not suitable? Teacher Li, what if I want Chuxing from your class? Yin Fang suppressed her anger. Around the students and parents, they did not dare to make a big deal out of it. Li Ping began to act like a rascal, shrugged and said with a smile, Teacher Yin, you can also ask Chuxing. If he is willing, I naturally will not say anything. Yin Fang was angry again. Chuxing and Li Ping relationship has always been good, how can he change class? But in an instant, Yin Fang thought of Xue Jiao. She suddenly felt that she should start with Xue Jiao, let Xue Jiao be unwilling, so, Yin Fang turned to look at Xue Jiao and Li Sitong. Gu Xue Jiao classmate, Gu Xue Jiao's mother, our class has always been very good, not worse than Class 2, Xue Jiao in our class can rise to the current level, naturally more suitable for our class. For the child after the 3rd year of high school, I think it is better to continue to stay in Class 1. Yin Fang said with a smile. Li Sitong is somewhat hesitant. Probably also seeing her hesitation, Li Ping added another sentence. Our class and Class 1's teaching resources are the same. The teachers of the two classes are similar. Only a few subjects are different. Yin Fang turned to glare at him. At this moment, Yin Fang suddenly regretted her contempt of Xue Jiao when she first started school. If not, her relationship with Xue Jiao and Li Sidong would not be so awkward. It turns out that every student may have potential. In the future, she should not look down on any student. Now Yin Fang just has this awareness. Many years later, after she completely changed her attitude, she found out that the teacher's cold treatment and contempt have such an important impact on a student. People need to be affirmed, to give care and encouragement, far more than to give indifference to students to make progress. In Yin Fang's life, the student who has the deepest impact on her is Xue Jiao. She did not collapse under her contempt, but became the pride that she desperately wants to keep. It is also because of Xue Jiao that she knows how wrong she was. Li Sidong thought about it, still think that it is better to go to class 2, so she slowly opened her mouth. This, I think. Xue Jiao pulled her and whispered, thank you Teacher Li for your kindness, but I am used to the life in class 1, I will stay in class 1 in the future. Unlike Li Ping's face, Yin Fang smiled like a flower. She rarely reached out and touched Xue Jiao's head. Xue Jiao classmate, you can rest assured that staying in class 1 is the best choice for you. This, Li Sidong was still a little hesitant. Why does Xue Jiao want to stay in class 1? Yin Fang was not good to her before, is it because of Yi Tianyu? Xue Jiao lowered her voice, Gu Shiyun is in class 2. Li Sidong seemed to think of something, her pupils shrank, and her face immediately pulled out a smile. I also think that Jiao Jiao is better in class 1, thank you Teacher Yin and Teacher Li. After the two made the decision, they said goodbye to the two teachers and went to the cafeteria to eat together. Yin Fang and Li Ping walked side by side to the office. Yin Fang was still muttering, Teacher Li, I will remember your behavior today, and I will not forget it in the future. You better not give me a chance to steal you. Li Ping did not speak. Yin Fang turned her head in confusion. Li Ping, what are you thinking? After a moment, Li Ping suddenly looked up. Gu Xue Jiao, Gu Xue Jiao, Gu Shiyun, both surnamed Gu. Gu Xue Jiao's mother suddenly changed her attitude because of Gu Shiyun. Is there any relationship between the two? Yin Fang was also stunned for a moment, but soon, she frowned. They can't be sisters, and besides, what does it have to do with you? I tell you, today Yin Fang was still muttering. Li Ping did not have time to think about anything else, and instantly threw the strange idea that just rose to the back of his mind. After Li Sidong and Xue Jiao left, Gu Shiyun slowly walked out of class 2's front door, her eyes a little gloomy. After the parent-teacher conference, Xue Jiao devoted all her attention to her studies. Chu Xing had already caught up with her, but if he slacked off, he would definitely lose first place. Although Qingmingzi was about to take the college entrance examination, because he had already been guaranteed admission, the pressure was not very great. He and Yi Tianyu continued to stay in the school team. The basketball team of the 7th high school also entered the finals, and was about to compete for the provincial championship with the famous high school for sports. If they won, it would be glorious, if they lost, there would be nothing. This was Yi Tianyu's stepping stone to a good university, and a shortcut to shorten the distance between him and Xue Jiao. It can be imagined the importance of this game to him. The time of the game just happened to be the 1st of May holiday. Bookworm, are you going to watch it? Yi Tianyu was shy. Of course. Suddenly, Yi Tianyu's mood soared, and his mouth opened. Our whole family is going. Xue Jiao did not look up, just casually added a sentence. Yi Tianyu, that's right, Qingmingzi is also going to the game, so of course Xue Jiao's whole family is going. Yi Tianyu looked at Xue Jiao, a little depressed. Mom, I'm home. Wu Wanjun was sitting on the sofa with a face full of tears when Gu Shiyun returned home with her books. Gu Shiyun hurriedly threw her bag to the auntie, completely ignoring the fact that her heavy bag made the auntie's body sway. She caught the bag with great difficulty and steadied herself. Then, she clutched her stomach and frowned. Mom? What's wrong? Gu Shiyun anxiously sat down next to Wu Wanjun. Wu Wanjun cried even harder. Mom. Wu Wanjun pulled out a tissue and wiped her tears. Your dad has been enchanted by another woman. What? Gu Shiyun's eyes widened, and her face was full of disbelief. How is that possible? Your dad hasn't been home a lot this week. There must be someone outside. Wu Wanjun said angrily. Gu Shiyun breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, don't think too much. Dad doesn't treat you well enough? Her mother didn't have any evidence, so she naturally thought that her mother was overthinking. Shiyun. How could your mother not know if a man's heart is still there and if he has another woman outside? Wu Wanjun raised her voice. For a moment, Gu Shiyun felt a little embarrassed. Yes, this was how her mother got to the top. Naturally, she knew best. Mom, are you sure? Gu Shiyun's voice was a little hoarse. I'm sure. Wu Wanjun wiped her eyes and said with certainty, ever since the parent-teacher conference on Monday, your dad hasn't been home much. She suddenly lowered her voice and asked suspiciously, Shiyun, do you think your dad is hooking up with Li Sidong again? Impossible. Gu Shiyun raised her voice. With a man like Qingming's father, Li Sidong must be crazy to hook up with Gu Jingxiu. I don't think so either. It must be another woman. Wu Wanjun gritted her teeth. Gu Shiyun fell silent. She was originally complacent about the family she had, but it turned out that it was just like this. She used to be so envious of Xue Jiao. After she got her, she was incomparably happy. All of this was just a temporary happiness. Wu Wanjun was still crying. Gu Shiyun's eyes flickered. No one knew what she was thinking. Thursday. A hot post suddenly appeared on the school forum. It said in big words, your goddess looks like this. First, there were many photos of Gu Xiujiao. They were photos of her in the early days of her red hair turning into a ghost. There were also photos of her sitting in a nightclub. Due to the angle, the last photo seemed to be pasted on another strong man with a tiger head tattoo on his arm. See? Your goddess likes to go to nightclubs, casually get a room with men, and have one-night stands. There were also words, Gu Xiujiao, this child who followed her mother into the Qing family and became siblings with Qingmingzi. Her stepfather is a somewhat famous rich man. There was also a photo. It was a chat record. There were only a few sentences. A. Why don't you come out to play recently? Gu Xiujiao, Mingzi is at home. A. Do you like him that much? Gu Xiujiao, of course, I like him very, very, very much. The final conclusion, this is the current goddess Gu Xiujiao, a child who likes her stepbrother. In the past, she liked to go to nightclubs and have one-night stands. Ha ha ha, they are definitely the same person. They are not the same person. The comments below were also very lively. How is that possible? It's true. She used to be like this. How does the OP know so much? That's impossible. She doesn't look like a goddess at all. Where did this idiot come from? Who doesn't know that Gu Xiujiao only likes to study? Who are you accusing? Oh my god, she used to be like this? It's true. She used to be like this, but as for getting a room, I don't know. During lunch, the person who secretly took out his phone made the post as hot as possible. One told me, and I told him. One told 10, and 10 told 100. Soon, the entire grade and even most of the school knew about it. The untouchable flower used to go to nightclubs and have one-night stands. She fell in love with her stepbrother. What a shocking topic. Brother Yu, are we going back to class? A player who was sweating profusely asked while holding his knees. Yi Tianyu threw a three-pointer from afar and said, let's go. We'll practice again tonight. The finals are coming up after the break. Everyone, keep your spirits up. Okay, they said in unison. After the player who was practicing shouted, he walked to the stool at the side, picked up a glass of water, and gulped it down. There was a girl sitting next to the stool. She was the girlfriend of one of the players on their team. At this time, she was holding her phone and scrolling through it. When the girl saw them coming, she immediately stood up with a smile and walked to her boyfriend. Hey, you used to say that Gu Xiujiao was a goddess. Come, come, come. Look at Gu Xiujiao. Ha ha ha. Yi Tianyu's hand paused in the middle of drinking water. He walked over and asked, what's wrong? The school forum is buzzing with news about Gu Xiujiao. If it weren't for the fact that some students handed in their phones, I'm afraid it would have exploded. Ha ha ha, so Gu Xiaojiao used to be like this. She's too good at pretending. The girl's face was full of disdain. Yi Tianyu reached out and took the phone. He quickly finished reading it. Then, his face became as dark as ink. It's true. I always thought that Gu Xiaojiao wasn't a law-abiding person. Isn't that? Before she could finish speaking, a force pushed her violently and she fell to the ground. What are you doing? The girl flew into a rage. After shouting, she realized that the person who pushed her was Yi Tianyu. He seemed even angrier than she was. Women like you who take pleasure in other people's misfortune are disgusting. Gu Xiaojiao is 100 times better than you. I don't hit women, but you're making me very unhappy right now. After Yi Tianyu finished speaking, he swung his fist at the girl's boyfriend who was helping her up. How can you be like this? The girl shrieked. Yi Tianyu swung his fist again and flicked his hair. He said coldly, I'm just this kind of unreasonable person. If you talk nonsense again, I'll continue to hit you. After he finished speaking, he coldly turned around and left. His fists were clenched tightly, and his body was filled with hostility. No one dared to stop him, and no one dared to say a word. The other classes gradually spread the news. First, it was the ordinary class. Are you serious? That's impossible. It's true. There's a picture to prove it. Oh my god, why don't I believe it? Gu Xiaojiao is too good at pretending, isn't she? Unapproachable flower? I saw the picture too. Damn. I can't believe it. I still don't think it's possible. Among them, there was a boy who hadn't said a word. After he heard the rumors, he frowned. Soon after, he walked into the bathroom and secretly took out his phone. He typed a few words and a link. The 2 experimental classes in year 2 also knew about it early. Some in class 2 didn't like the original Gu Xiaojiao, so naturally, they immediately rejoiced in her misfortune. As for class 1, because Xiaojiao was in their class, there would always be people asking them for confirmation. Xiaojiao sat in her seat. Even though no one directly said anything to her, the occasional glances made her feel uncomfortable. She frowned slightly. What's going on? Hey, bookworm, Xiaojiao looked at Yi Tianyu in confusion. Her eyes were very clear. The book on the table had half of the exercises written on it. She was preparing for it. Yi Tianyu knew how hardworking she was. This kind of stubborn girl who only cared about her studies. Nightclub? One night stand? He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. It's fine. Read your book. Yi Tianyu smiled gently. Oh. Xiaojiao turned her head. She felt that something was wrong with everyone today. At this time in class too. She's definitely that kind of person. That's impossible. How could Gu Xiaojiao do something like that? It's almost the end of the semester. Don't look at these groundless rumors. How is it groundless rumors? There's something wrong with this person's character. That's right. The boys probably like this kind of woman. I'm innocent. If this is true, I'd be disgusted just by looking at her. Enough. Chuxing suddenly stood up and slammed his book on the table. Everyone was stunned and looked at him in disbelief. The top student Chuxing didn't like to talk. He was never willing to speak loudly and only knew how to bury his head in his studies. Now Chuxing's hands trembled. He continued to raise his voice and said, Have you finished your homework? Or have you revised for your final exams? If you have time to talk about this, you might as well study. I don't want to listen to you talk about it. After speaking, he sat down and continued to write. The others were stunned. They blinked and looked at each other. Then, they pushed each other and all of them dispersed. After they dispersed, Chuxing's hand holding the pen paused for a moment. The words under his pen were in a mess. It was obvious that his thoughts were wandering. In the afternoon, Yi Tianyu found the administrator of the school's forum. Delete the post. You people are incompetent. How dare you post such a rumor on the forum? His voice was very angry. The administrator of the forum was only a part-time administrator. Usually, he was mainly responsible for the school's education issues. Hearing this, a young teacher frowned. We don't know either. Everyone was having lunch at noon. When we came back after lunch, the post had already become popular. We wanted to delete it immediately, but we don't know why the post suddenly disappeared. After a while, it reappeared. Then, we couldn't delete it. The teacher also had a worried look on his face. The forum was originally set up to follow the trend. Usually, it was just to promote learning and share learning experiences. The hot posts were also to share learning experiences. The sudden post caused such a huge commotion. It would be difficult for them to explain to the principal. Tianyu frowned. It couldn't be deleted? Student, if there's nothing else, you should go back first. We're still thinking of a solution for this post. Don't disturb us. Tianyu walked out of the office in a daze. When he returned to the entrance of Class 1, he bumped into Qingmingzi, who was carrying a computer. Why are you here? Tianyu frowned. I'm looking for Xiaojiao to find a way to solve this matter. As soon as Qingmingzi finished speaking, Tianyu subconsciously said, don't tell her. Qingmingzi frowned and sighed. I know you feel that this matter shouldn't be told to her, but you have to know that Xiaojiao has the right to know. She's not as weak as you think. With that, he strode into the classroom. It was dinner time, but many people had already returned from dinner. When they saw Qingmingzi come in, they immediately widened their eyes in surprise. Needless to say, Qingmingzi was famous. Moreover, he was the other protagonist of the story. Qingmingzi didn't care about their gazes at all. He walked in front of Xiaojiao, turned on the computer, and let her read the post first. Xiaojiao looked at the post on the computer doubtfully. Slowly, she frowned and browsed through the whole post. Then, she went back and read it carefully from the beginning. After reading it, she was silent for a moment and asked, "It's a big deal?" So this was why people were looking at her strangely all day today? Those who care about it all know. Those who don't care also know from others. Qingmingzi frowned. Tianyu jumped into his seat and asked her, "Is this person you?" Xiaojiao was silent for a moment and nodded. "It's me." It was Gu Xiaojiao, which meant it was her. Tianyu was stunned for a moment. His eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. Was she really a bookworm? That photo, Xiaojiao frowned and recalled the whole story in her memory. After a moment, she said, "The photo is real, but the content is fabricated." This one, she pointed at the photo of the nightclub and frowned. "I went there with Li Wei and the others. They said they would take me there to broaden my horizons and would be back in a while. Then, after I went in, Li Wei and the others forced me to drink. I was a little drunk, so Li Wei and the others left me there. I ran back when I was still conscious." Is it that time? Qingmingzi seemed to have thought of something. Yes. Damn. Who are these people? Bookworm, who is Li Wei? I'll go. Qingmingzi looked at him coldly. You don't have evidence. Don't be impulsive. Tianyu was so angry that he jumped and poked Xiaojiao's forehead. Why are you so stupid? You believe everyone? Xiaojiao nodded seriously. Wasn't Gu Xiaojiao stupid? Qingmingzi looked at Xiaojiao. I deleted the post in the afternoon, but I don't know why it appeared again. I think there's a hacker or someone who is very good at computers behind it. I just don't know if it's Li Wei and the others. Xiaojiao frowned. Although Gu Xiaojiao was a bastard, it was true that Li Wei and the others had been seducing him. Moreover, she had never really done anything bad. She only went to the nightclub a few times. After that time, she was thrown there by Li Wei and the others. She didn't dare to go there again. It's most likely Li Wei who posted the post. Even if it's not her, it has a lot to do with her. Xiaojiao pinched her eyebrows. She only felt that it was a disaster. The original body really knew how to cause trouble for her. Qingmingzi looked at the post again. I checked the IP address. It's from an internet cafe. They should be the ones who posted it. Then we have to find a way to make Li Wei confess herself. Tianyu angrily punched the table with his fist. If Li Wei was in front of him now, he would definitely beat her up. It should be clarified. Tomorrow afternoon is the 1st of May. I'll find a way to use the radio station to clarify. Qingmingzi paused for a moment. His finger pointed at the evidence of Xiaojiao liking Qingmingzi. His voice was a bit unnatural. I can clarify this tomorrow. It's mainly about the nightclub and the one-night stand, Xiaojiao frowned. She didn't know why Li Wei and the others wanted to harm Gu Xiaojiao like this. What kind of hatred did they have? Yi Tianyu exhaled and suppressed his anger. We can only start with Li Wei. The problem is, where are we going to find them? Do you know where they live? Xiaojiao shook her head. I only know that they study at Changming Street's technical secondary school. Yi Tianyu suddenly stood up and jumped out. I'll go out and make a call. I know someone there. I'll ask him to help me look after Li Wei. Then we'll go and find them? Qingmingzi nodded. We can only start with Li Wei. When class was about to start, Yi Tianyu came in. His brows were tightly knitted, and his eyes were filled with anger. Li Wei is missing. She was here at noon today, but she was suddenly taken away in the afternoon. She didn't go to class in the afternoon either. Qingmingzi and Xiaojiao frowned at the same time. Since they couldn't find Li Wei, this matter was temporarily at a standstill. Xiaojiao only just realized how uncomfortable it was to be looked at strangely by others. She tried her best to ignore the gazes of others. She also tried her best not to care that when she walked over, people would immediately retreat as if they had seen something dirty. Yi Tianyu was like a firecracker today. He would explode at the slightest touch. Whenever someone gossiped about Xiaojiao, he would immediately explode. He even called Idafa and asked him to help find a person named Li Wei. At night, Xiaojiao walked to the school gate as usual. Along the way, people whispered and didn't avoid her at all. I didn't expect her to be this kind of person. She usually pretends to be quite good. Those guys even call her goddess every day. How shameless do you think she is? She can't really like her brother, right? Why wouldn't she do that? Is she really the one who posted it? Nonsense, it's definitely her. Otherwise, why wouldn't she explain herself if it wasn't her? Xiaojiao stopped in her tracks. She turned her head to look at the people who were talking and calmly said, You don't have the ability to distinguish between right and wrong. You're not discussing the truth, you're venting the darkness in your hearts. After she finished speaking, she left quickly, ignoring the ugly expressions on their faces. Xiaojiao and Qingmingzi didn't mention the school incident to Qingmingzi and the others. It was only when they returned to their rooms that Qingmingzi said, Jiao, I've already sent someone to find Li Wei. As long as she's still alive, justice will be served. Xiaojiao was silent for a moment, then said softly, Thank you, brother. Qingmingzi forced a smile. He didn't know why, but he felt a bit bitter in his heart. He closed the door. After a moment, Xiaojiao's phone vibrated slightly. Lin Jihua, can I call you? As soon as Xiaojiao said yes, a call came in. Jiao, I kept the post. Li Wei is with me too. Chapter 57. What? Xiaojiao was stunned. For a moment, she wondered if she had heard wrong. Post? Li Wei, Lin Jihua knew. Why was Li Wei at Lin Jihua's place? Jiao, I know what happened at the school. If we don't deal with it properly, it will be very troublesome. Rumors and slanders are enough to drive people to their deaths. Some people don't care about anything else. They believe that there is no smoke without fire. The voice on the other end of the phone was calm but filled with worry. Xiaojiao was not stupid. She knew that Lin Jihua was just worried about her. She sighed slightly, and her voice became a little helpless. I know. That photo is indeed of me in the past. In the past, I was not sensible and should bear the consequences of doing something wrong. As for the rest, let them say whatever they want. Lin Jihua was slightly surprised. It was rare for a girl of her age to be so calm. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Shuaishan shook her head, but then she remembered that he couldn't see, so she said, Their mouths are on their bodies. I can't do anything about what they say. In this life, people live for themselves. No matter how well I do, there will always be people who don't like me. Other than saying a few words, they can't do anything to me. The results are mine, the glory is mine, and I'm the one who climbed up step by step. Staring at others won't make you better. People who always care about what others think won't live comfortably. The person on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. Then, there was a chuckle. A person's whole life was like this, but in this society, there were very few people who could really do this. Otherwise, why would the two people at home force him to get married and have children? No, he was just afraid of those gossips. The Lin family's parents had lived for more than half their lives, but they had never met a young lady who understood life. Lin Jihua didn't care about what others said behind his back, but he couldn't allow them to be an eyesore in front of him. If they stretched out their hands in front of him, he would chop off their hands. If they said something unpleasant in front of him, then there was no need for him to speak. Xue Jiao didn't care about the gossip. He loved his girl dearly and wouldn't let her be wronged in vain. You're right, but there are some people who must be eradicated. Even if Li Wei's matter is resolved, the venomous snake behind her is still eyeing covetously. Dig out this poisonous snake and find a way to clean it up so that no one will notice you again. Xue Jiao was stunned again. She had already thought about it. Li Wei hated her so much that there was probably someone else behind her. Moreover, even if she found Li Wei to clarify the matter, there would still be people who would not let her go. Once the rumor spread, she would be affected no matter what. But Li Wei clarified that I used to. The person on the other end of the phone chuckled and said, our countrymen love to join in the fun and gossip, no matter what age they are. The perfect solution to your problem is to attract their attention with a bigger commotion. What excitement! Xue Jiao was puzzled. The illegitimate sister hired someone to lead her sister astray. She lured her sister into a nightclub and tried to ruin her. After she failed, she took fake photos and slandered her sister. Lin Jihua's voice was indifferent. Xue Jiao, so the person behind Li Wei was Gu Shiyun. She had never thought that a young girl in her teens could be so bad. Xue Jiao took a deep breath. The next morning, Qingming's face was pale and his eyes were dark. On the way to school, he said softly, I'm sorry, that post hasn't been deleted yet. He spent the whole night last night and even asked a big shot in the industry for help, but he still couldn't delete it. The person he asked worked until the wee hours of the morning to tell him that the person behind the post was definitely one of the top bosses in the industry. Who exactly did Xue Jiao offend? Why would such a powerful person not allow the post to be deleted? No, brother, it's a good thing that the post isn't deleted. Huh? Qingmingzi was stunned. Xue Jiao thought about what Lin Jihua had told her yesterday. She leaned her head against the window and softly repeated, the post has been out for so long. Those who should have seen it and those who should have known it. If I delete it without knowing the reason, even if I clarify it, there will be people who won't believe me. Those who don't know will only make blind guesses when they hear a few words. But it's better to keep it and let the matter blow up. Those who should know will know and let everyone pay attention to it. When I clarify it, it can blow up even more and prove my innocence. Qingmingzi frowned, it's better if fewer people know about it. What he said was indeed a good way to deal with fallacies and minimize the impact. But Qingmingzi didn't know that they still had a big trick up their sleeve. Naturally, the more people knew, the greater the impact. Brother, don't worry. I already have a solution. You said you could help me borrow the radio station. Can I borrow it until after school this afternoon? Xue Jiao looked at Qingmingzi. He frowned, but seeing Xue Jiao's determination, he nodded. Be careful. Don't let yourself get hurt. Xue Jiao smiled and nodded. The decision in her heart was as firm as ever. She was just afraid of trouble, but she wasn't a coward. Now that there was a way to completely solve the problem, she couldn't let it go. Didn't Gu Shiyun want to blow up the matter? Didn't she want to post it on the forum and let everyone know? It was as she wished. When Xue Jiao arrived at the classroom, Xianxia had also arrived. He also looked haggard from not sleeping the whole night. When he saw her, Xianxia immediately said anxiously, what should we do? Li Wei really can't be found. Her parents seem to know something, but they won't say a word. I'll leave early this afternoon. I don't believe that I can't get anything out of them. Xue Jiao shook her head, Li Wei is with my friend. Don't worry about this matter. I already have a solution. You should practice well and play well during the break. Xianxia's face was full of shock. You already have a solution? Xue Jiao nodded. She looked relaxed and didn't look like she was faking it. Did she really have a solution? Soon, Tianyu's heart skipped a beat. She's with your friend? Which friend of yours? How come I don't know? It's a friend who's like a teacher to me. Xue Jiao thought of Lin Jihua and smiled. It's the person who gave you the outline for your revision at the end of the semester. Lin Jihua had really helped her too much. Oh, my teacher, Tianyu sighed in relief. He naturally thought that Lin Jihua was an old teacher. Then you have to thank her properly. Okay. On Friday morning, although the students in the class had a good impression of Xue Jiao, she was now at the cusp of the storm. The girls were afraid that they would be ostracized if they talked to her. The boys were afraid that they would be rumored to have an affair if they talked to her. As a result, no one in the class dared to talk to her. The students in the other classes were even more exaggerated. Some of the girls in the ordinary classes who didn't have good grades gathered together and pointed fingers. However, most of the students didn't point fingers. They just kept talking about this matter. They were impartial. They were just discussing the truth and falsehood in a straightforward manner. But as long as they talked about it, it was a hurtful matter. No one liked to be talked about everywhere they went about dirt that slandered them. Tianyu was unbearably angry. A few days ago, he was still angry that Xue Jiao had so many love letters that he couldn't clear them all. Now, in just a few days, there wasn't a single one. The most infuriating thing was that there was a letter that insulted Xue Jiao. Tianyu was furious. If this letter was insulting him, he would turn the world upside down to find the person who wrote it. But it just had to be insulting Xue Jiao. He was afraid that she would be sad if she found out, so he could only secretly destroy this letter. However, in his heart, he cursed the person who sent the letter clearly and clearly. How does she still have the guts to come to school? Damn, if I were her, I'd quickly transfer schools. This is too shameful. Someone like her is actually on our school's honor roll. Just thinking about it makes me panic. When is she going to leave? Could it be a rumor? Nonsense, if it's a rumor, why hasn't she come out to explain herself? Yeah, if it's slandering me, I would have already come out to clarify it. A few girls were whispering to each other. One of them looked at the silent Gu Shiyun. Shiyun, you've never said anything bad about Gu Xiujiao before, but look at her now. She's really a disgrace to Gu Xiujiao. Gu Shiyun didn't say anything. After a moment, she sighed. They're both young girls. How could they do such a thing? Look. Even a kind-hearted person like Shiyun can't stand her. Gu Shiyun lowered her head slightly to hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. Gu Xiujiao, do you think that you won't be disliked anymore just because you've become better? As long as I'm here, you can only live a life of disdain. At noon, Xue Jiao took her meal card to the cafeteria to eat. Just as she got her meal, two girls rushed over with a plate and directly poured the soup on her. Ouch. My bowl can't help it when it's dirty. Yeah, are you okay? If you stay away from someone like her, who knows, what are you doing? Someone interrupted her and rushed over. It was almost the 1st of May, and the weather was warm. Xue Jiao wasn't wearing thick clothes, so the bowl of hot soup was poured on her. Tianyu put his jacket on her. Shi Junyang looked anxious. What's wrong? Jiao, are you okay? Xue Jiao shook her head. Tianyu gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. His fingers were clenched into fists, making cracking sounds. You're courting death. He looked too scary, and the two girls were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. Xue Jiao suddenly reached out and grabbed his hand. Tianyu was stunned and turned around. Xue Jiao just shook her head and said softly, it's time to clarify. Don't complicate things now. She was worried that if Tianyu really got physical, it would affect her. At this time, the school rules were still very strict. It was fine to say anything, but if he got physical and hurt someone, and the parents came to make trouble, it wouldn't be a simple matter. Moreover, it was two girls. Tianyu was about to compete. She couldn't ruin his future because of her. When his fingers loosened slightly, Xue Jiao walked in front of the two girls and stared straight at their name tags. Lu Yaya, Class 20, Shen Tong, Class 20. She read it once and then said nothing, as if she was just carefully memorizing the names. Then, she took the plate and said to Yi Tianyu and Shi Junyang, hurry up and get your food. Yi Tianyu looked at the two of them coldly, then forced a smile at Xue Jiao. Okay, let's eat together. He should have always protected Xue Jiao. With his protection, Xue Jiao wouldn't have encountered such a thing. Yi Tianyu. You're just protecting her. Everyone knows that there's something going on between the two of you. Bang, a bowl of soup splashed on her face. Xue Jiao was the one who splashed it. She returned the favor by pouring a bowl of soup on Lu Yaya. Ah! Lu Yaya screamed. Xue Jiao said coldly, if you don't know how to speak, then don't keep your mouth. For some reason, Lu Yaya felt that Xue Jiao's gaze was even scarier than Yi Tianyu's punch just now. Xue Jiao turned her head and looked at Yi Tianyu and Shi Junyang, still in the mood to smile. Let's go, we can get another serving. The three of them sat at the dining table with their plates. Shi Junyang couldn't help but say, Jiao Jiao, you were so cool just now. Yi Tianyu seemed to have thought of something and his ears turned red. Because he was sitting opposite Xue Jiao, he quickly reached out and covered his ears. His heart was thumping wildly. This bookworm, how could he be so charming? After Xue Jiao finished eating, the phone that she had specially brought with her today vibrated slightly. She quickly took it out. Sure enough, it was Lin Jihua's. Sorry, I only posted the post now. When I was about to post it, I felt that I was being too polite, so I changed it. For some reason, Xue Jiao felt that. Lin Jihua's tone sounded very angry. 10 minutes after the post was posted, Xue Jiao had just arrived at the classroom. A boy suddenly stood up and cursed, then said, F***CK. That's 2F** King Shameless. What's wrong? What's wrong? Someone beside him was curious. That person turned to look at Xue Jiao. His gaze was filled with heartache. Then he waved his hand and called many people to lean under the table to read the post. Yi Tianyu also took out his phone and tugged at Xue Jiao. Come, let's see what the clarification post is like. Xue Jiao hadn't read it yet, so she went along with it. The title was very clear and eye-catching. Shocking. The truth behind Gu Xue Jiao's incident, how evil can a mistress' daughter be? When they saw the title, many people clicked on it in surprise. What did Gu Xue Jiao's incident have to do with a mistress? The person who wrote this post was definitely a genius. When they clicked on it, the first thing they saw was it shocking? Gu Xue Jiao and Gu Shiyun were biological sisters. Immediately, those who saw it cursed, what the F***CK? Biological sisters? Both of them were influential figures in the school. How could they be sisters? Thus, everyone excitedly scrolled down the post. There was a lot of evidence in the post. At the beginning, there was a photo of Gu Xue Jiao, Gu Jingxiu, and Li Sidong. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was a family of three. OP, was it shocking? Was it surprising? There's more. In an instant, there were photos of Gu Shiyun and the other two. OP, yes, Gu Xue Jiao is the daughter of the first wife, and Gu Shiyun is the daughter of the first wife. They are both biological sisters. Gu Xue Jiao's parents divorced when she was 10 years old. Gu Shiyun was only a few months younger than her. Ha ha ha, to put it bluntly, the man married the daughter of a rich man. The mistress came up and gave birth to Gu Xue Jiao. Finally, when Gu Xue Jiao was 10 years old, she entered the family. The onlookers were dumbfounded and shocked. Gu Shiyun was the daughter of a mistress? Was she an illegitimate daughter? Why wasn't there any news about this? OP, was it shocking? Was it surprising? There's something even more shocking. Then, there were more screenshots. They were all about Gu Shiyun and Li Wei. In the early years, Gu Shiyun kept talking about how rich and generous her sister was. Li Wei had an idea. She inquired about Gu Xue Jiao's preferences and then approached Gu Xue Jiao. Later, as they grew older, one day, Gu Shiyun asked Li Wei to lead Gu Xue Jiao astray and she would pay for it. After that, Li Wei reported how she had led Xue Jiao astray. She had pierced her ears and skipped classes. Every time she did something, Gu Shiyun would praise her and pay for it. For example, there was a conversation like this: Li Wei, Gu Xue Jiao looks outgoing, but she's a coward. When her mother scolded her, she hugged me and cried. She asked me if it was bad. Gu Shiyun, what did you say, Li Wei? I definitely said that there's nothing wrong with her. Her mother abandoned her after she had a new family. She's a fool. She believes everything others say. I wanted to take her to a nightclub, but she didn't want to go. She even said that it's not good to go to a nightclub. Gu Shiyun, if you can trick her to a nightclub and find someone, I'll give you 100,000 yuan, Li Wei, really? Don't worry. She's pretty. She'll give me a godbrother and I'll sleep with him for a night. Another picture. It was a week later. Li Wei, F*ck. I spent a lot of effort to trick her to a nightclub. She ran away when she was drunk. Gu Shiyun, what? You didn't succeed? Forget it. I'll succeed next time, Li Wei, no. She called me yesterday and scolded me. It took me a long time to persuade her. She said that she'll never go to a nightclub again. Also, she doesn't trust me anymore, Li Wei? Where is she? Although it didn't succeed, I took a picture. It looks like it. Gu Shiyun, what picture? The poster enlarged the picture. It was the picture from yesterday's post. OP, haha, are you surprised? That's how the picture from yesterday's post came about. OP, don't panic. We have more surprises. OP, as the saying goes, like mother, like daughter. Since your daughter is like this, you should think about your mother. OP, Gu Shiyun's mother, Wu Wanjun, has been a kind stepmother for years. She constantly gives gifts to her first wife. The OP was quite touched. However, when the OP found out what the gifts were, OP, the latest mobile phone with all kinds of shopping, video, and game apps. Flashy clothes. During class, she took her out shopping. She even took her to a casino. Great. She has to be awarded the best stepmother in China. OP, are you shocked? No, we have more. Then, the OP posted a few more screenshots. Gu Shiyun, this is the last time. Post these on the 7th high school forum. I'll give you 50,000 yuan and I won't look for you again. Li Wei, okay. OP, okay, I know you'll have doubts. So, I have a video of Gu Shiyun and Li Wei in the early years. At that time, Gu Shiyun was still young. Although she was naturally evil, she wasn't scheming enough. So, she contacted Li Wei in private. Look at these years. She only stabbed people in the back. She never showed up in person. The video was posted. Because it was a while ago, the sound couldn't be heard clearly. However, the technicians processed the audio and put it below. This evidence is comprehensive. OP, okay, the OP has concluded. I originally wanted to find out how the goddess turned from a female delinquent into a goddess. But I found out something so interesting. The OP can only sigh. The power of genes. OP, the goddess was harmed in her early years, but she was still able to awaken to such an awesome person. She is a legend. However, I still want to know what Gu Shiyun is like at school. This kind of scheming. She should be popular at school. No one would say anything bad about her, right? After all, how many meters of grass are there in the grave to offend such a black-hearted person? OP, in the end, if Gu Xiujia didn't rise up, she would still be called a delinquent. Gu Shiyun would still be beautiful. The OP is also quite shocked. After I found out, I kept thinking about what Gu Xiujia did wrong. In the end, it seems that she is the first wife's daughter. But is this wrong? You insulted her and poured soup on her. What is the purpose of that? What did she do wrong? OP, in the end, I will send the real name of the previous post. Come, let's see what the keyboard warriors on the forum are like at school. Don't thank me. My name is Lei Feng. Bang, Yi Tianyu slammed his fist on the table. The table shook as if it was about to fall apart. His eyes were red. He stared at the post and finally spat out a sentence. F*ck his grandpa. Not only Yi Tianyu, but most of the boys who were reading the post were so angry that their eyes were red. Some of the girls even cried. What did she do wrong? She didn't do anything wrong. She was insensible, but did she harm others? Even her bad was led astray by others. It was still Friday afternoon, but the comments were flooding in quickly. Damn. My worldview is shattered. I'm F*** crying. What kind of dog is this? F***ck, F***ck. If it wasn't for the conclusive evidence, I would never believe that there is such a person in the world. I used to think that Gu Shiyun was pretty good. This person is too disgusting. The nature of Gu Shiyun's post was different from that of Xue Jiao's. The post that exposed Xue Jiao's black material was a matter of style. It was enough for others to talk about it in private. Gu Shiyun's post was too shocking. It was a matter of character and morality, class 2. Gu Shiyun's whole body trembled. Her face was frighteningly pale. At this time, her deskmate, a boy who usually worshipped her, moved the table to the back. I don't dare to sit with such a person. No one dared to speak. They all looked at Gu Shiyun with frightened eyes. A few years ago, she was scheming to harm the first wife's daughter. Her heart must have turned black long ago, but they didn't see anything wrong with her. Before they could recover from the shock, the class had already started. Coincidentally, this class was Li Ping's class. As soon as he walked in, Chu Xing stood up and said, "Mr. Li, I don't allow myself to sit in the same classroom with such a morally corrupt person. It will make me feel insulted to the school." After saying that, Chu Xing walked out with his book and stood in the corridor. Then, another person stood up. One after another, they stood up and walked out of the door. This class is self-study, Li Ping said and walked quickly to the office. He couldn't teach at all now. Anyone who had seen the post didn't know how to face Gu Shiyun. Li Ping knew that he couldn't teach this afternoon's class. Over the years, he had seen his fair share of immoral people, but it was still shocking for a teenager to behave like this. He used to think that Gu Shiyun was good at everything. In fact, the office was in a mess now. The post was there. After yesterday's post fermented, today's post let everyone know in an instant. Lin Jihua was right. There was no construction without destruction. Didn't Gu Shiyun want to make a big deal out of it? She must have suffered the consequences of her own actions. There was no class in the first class. It was all self-study. Shui Han waited until the end of the two classes under the gazes of worry, concern, guilt, and all sorts of emotions. Almost at the end of the class, she ran to the broadcasting room with Yi Tianyu. While the students were in the school, she had to say what needed to be said now. Qing Mingzi stood at the door of the broadcasting room. His eyes were red and his palms were bleeding. He couldn't speak. He just handed the key to Xue Jiao with trembling hands. Soon, a voice came from the broadcast. "Hello everyone, I am Gu Xue Jiao." At this time, some people were already packing up while others were still sitting and waiting for the teacher to come in and assign homework. In the office. "Teacher Li, Teacher Yin, that. Is the post true? How are you going to deal with it?" Someone asked. Yin Fang and Li Ping's faces became ugly at the same time. Especially Li Ping. If the evidence on the internet was true, then he would lose face as Gu Shiyun's teacher. During the parent-teacher conference, he felt that Gu Xiujiao and Gu Shiyun seemed to have some connection. They were really sisters with this relationship. Yin Fang opened her mouth, "Of course. We'll punish them however we want." Li Ping's face was calm. No matter how much he liked Gu Shiyun, he had to face the problem of Gu Shiyun's character. "This matter is no longer up to us. It depends on the two students and their parents. The school can't participate in this matter. At most, we can suppress the fallacy." Teacher Yuan was the most affectionate. He sighed and stood up. "Forget it, let's go and assign homework. This is no longer a small matter that teachers can interfere with." The other teachers nodded. However, as soon as they stood up, they heard the voice on the radio and their feet suddenly stopped. They looked at each other blankly. The students in the classroom also stopped what they were doing at this time and looked at the radio. The students outside also stopped for a moment. They looked up in shock and listened to the voice on the radio. "Regarding the recent incident of Gu Shiyun slandering me, there has been a clarification post on the forum. I won't explain it here." Her voice was very pleasant to the ears, clear and light. Whatever she said, it was as if there was no emotional fluctuation, as if the clouds and the wind were breezing lightly. "You don't want to explain this? Then what do you want to say?" For a moment, many students were puzzled. I have reported to the Public Security Bureau about the incident of Gu Shiyun and Li Wei jointly harming me. I hope they can give me justice. Reported to the police? Gu Shiyun lowered her head. Her whole body trembled and she was at a loss. Reported to the police? Will I go to jail? Students, everyone has a past. In the past, I lived in a conspiracy and became a bad version of myself. I can face my own shortcomings calmly. I didn't do anything bad. You can look down on my past, but you can't use my past as an excuse to hurt me. I hope that my classmates can be like me and look at my past rationally. At noon in the cafeteria, Lu Yaya and Shintong from class 20 poured soup on me. I hope the two of you can apologize for this behavior. Splash the soup. In an instant, the students of grade 20 stared at Lu Yaya and Shintong in disbelief. They actually poured soup on Gu Shuijiao because of the previous post? Now was the time when the clarification post was widely circulated. Many students felt sorry for Gu Shuijiao, who had suffered such a thing. When they found out how the two of them treated Gu Shuijiao, they couldn't help but feel angry. Among them was a cute girl with a round face. She had always regarded Shuijiao as a goddess and had even written a love letter to her. At this moment, she was extremely angry. Lu Yaya. Shintong. How can there be people like you in this world? I thought you guys were just hot-tempered, but it turns out that there's a problem with your character as well. The little girl glared at her. The two of them lowered their heads, crying in fear. The others also wanted to condemn something, but the voice from the broadcast continued, "That's all I want to say. I hope that everyone can accept the current me and forget the past me." Shuijiao's voice paused for a moment. A person will encounter many things in their life, good and bad. No one knows what kind of twists and turns await us in the future, and no one knows what kind of bad people we will encounter in the future. But please remember, as long as you are determined, those who have malicious intentions against you will never be able to defeat you. I wasn't determined enough in the past and was defeated by bad people. But I can still stand up again and get rid of the past. As long as life goes on, don't give up. Shuijiao blinked her eyes, and they were slightly moist. A few young female teachers in the office cried. Their feelings were far deeper than the students'. When they were students, they didn't do well in an exam, quarreled with a friend, and the person they liked didn't like them back. These small things were like the collapse of the sky and the earth. At that time, they looked forward to growing up every day. It was as if the adult world was without restrictions, and they were free and happy. Later, they really grew up. Breakups, divorce, illness, ostracism, loneliness, any kind of tribulation would make people cry bitterly and grieve to the extreme. But there was no one to help them. They had to cry and wipe their tears, and then they had to stumble and continue to move forward. At that time, they understood how important it was to learn to say goodbye to the past and learn to be strong and hardworking. That was the most precious spirit of living well in a difficult life. Not everyone had someone to hold an umbrella for them in their life. I'm very sorry for taking up everyone's time. Thank you everyone. Shuijiao turned off the radio and took a deep breath. Today, she finally said goodbye to Gu Shuijiao's life. From today onwards, the one who lived was a Gu Shuijiao without the influence of Shuijiao. Gu Shuijiao, I'm sorry. I opened your festering wounds and gave you the truth. Goodbye, Gu Shuijiao. Shuijiao will live well for you. I hope that you can live happily and freely in your new life. There was someone to dote on, someone to pamper, and someone to love. Shuijiao's body relaxed. It was as if the pressure on her was completely gone, leaving her relaxed and free. With a smile on her face, she slowly walked out. Okay, thank you for the past 2 days. Shuijiao smiled gently and looked at the two of them gratefully. Qingmingzi couldn't smile. In the past, he really despised Gu Shuijiao, who always made a scene. Sometimes, he even felt that looking at her was an eyesore. But today, when he truly understood what Gu Shuijiao had gone through, he realized how narrow-minded he had been. I'm sorry. Qingmingzi slowly opened his mouth and clenched his fists. Shuijiao smiled gently. I'll accept it on behalf of the past me. But I was indeed immature. You didn't let me down. Mingzi didn't say anything and just stared at her blankly. Tianyu couldn't smile either. His eyes were red. He suddenly reached out and pulled Jiao into his arms. He was tall, and she was short. Jiao was stunned for a moment when her cheek was pressed against Tianyu's chest. Bookworm, I still like the current you. You can always be like this. But if anyone bullies you, you can tell me. Brother Yu will help you with his life. If anyone bullies you again, they will have to step over me. Tianyu's voice was very firm. His chest vibrated, causing Jiao to feel numb. Mingzi's face darkened. He pulled Tianyu away and hid Jiao behind him. Jiao, Brother Yu is here. Don't listen to the nonsense of some well-developed people. Hey, who's well-developed? Mingzi raised his eyebrows. You're not well-developed? Tianyu, he flew into a rage, but he couldn't say anything. Jiao chuckled softly. Her eyes were curved. She was clearly amused by the two of them. Mingzi reached out and rubbed her head lovingly. Tianyu was also deflated. He scratched his head and giggled foolishly. Jiao laughed. So be it if she was scolded for being simple-minded. As Jiao walked to the classroom, people came up to her to apologize. Gu Jiao, I'm sorry. I apologize for misunderstanding you before. You've always been my goddess. Good luck. I'm sorry, Gu Jiao. I didn't dare to speak up for you. Goddess. I like you. You must be happy every day from now on. Gu Jiao, I'm sorry. Jiao just smiled and nodded. She didn't say it was okay. She didn't have the right to say it was okay. The one who had experienced all of this was Gu Jiao. Today was destined to be an extraordinary day. The students were apologizing to Gu Jiao. Even the teachers didn't give much homework. It was the May Day holiday. The homework was actually similar to the weekend break. The teachers were so shocked that they forgot to give a lot of homework. Class 2. Gu Shiyan's tears kept flowing. The place where her tears fell was already wet. However, no one spoke to her. They all looked at her with disdain. The gaze that she used to pay attention to Gu Jiao was returned to her today. She used to want Gu Jiao to live in the eyes of others. Today, she experienced it herself. What did it mean that they didn't want to say a word to her? After the homework was given, Class 2 immediately dispersed. The few girls who usually said goodbye to her reluctantly during the holidays all ran away as soon as class was over. It was as if something bad would happen if they looked at her. She could faintly hear people outside the door saying, "Oh my God, I was really scared to death." Is it the Gu Shiyun we know? In the past, when we said that Gu Jiao was bad, she never said anything. Maybe she's holding it in. I want to scold her, but I'm afraid that she'll plot against me. Me too. She's like a poisonous snake. Gradually, there were only a few students left in the classroom. After a while, a few police officers walked in. Where is Gu Shiyun? Boss, how should we deal with Li Wei? Chen Yan bowed his head respectfully. Lin Jihua put on his headphones and listened to Jiao's voice. If someone heard it, they would realize that Lin Jihua was listening to Jiao's words on the school radio. Word for word. He put down his headphones and waved his hand. Send her to the police station where Jiao is. Let Li Wei bring the evidence there herself. Let her confess. Yes. Chen Yan paused for a moment and said, Is the Public Relations Department dismissed? Yes, dismissed. Delete the post at 8 o'clock in the evening. Continue to keep this matter within the circle of people who know Gu Jiao in C City. Otherwise, expand the circle. Also, don't upload Jiao's current photos. Yes. At this moment, his phone rang. Lin Jihua's lips curled up slightly. He waved his hand and Chen Yan quickly left. When he closed the door, Chen Yan heard his cold boss say two words very gently. Jiao. He closed the door. For the first time, he felt that his boss could really get angry. Today, the Public Relations Department was operating together. This small incident at the school could be said to be the highest level of public relations. They had to control it within the circle of people who knew Gu Xiaojiao, but they also had to make everyone angry for her. They also couldn't upload the current photos. They also couldn't let anyone who didn't know Gu Xiaojiao know about this person and her encounter. The operation cost in the middle of this was extremely high. However, Qin Yan turned his head and thought about it. He felt that the operation cost was high, but the public relations department worked for the boss. This kind of expense, to the boss, couldn't be considered an expense at all. The more he thought about it, the more Qin Yan felt that he was poor. The more he felt hurt. Thank you. You've really helped me a lot. Xiaojiao's voice was soft, filled with gratitude and emotion. Lin Jihua chuckled. His voice vibrated from his throat. The disciple I've taught can't be ruined here. Xiaojiao's lips curled up. She said again, thank you. Work hard. When you're in Beijing, treat me to a meal. Okay. Xiaojiao said. She paused for a moment. Will you be back in Sea City soon? I'll be in Sea City during your summer vacation. How can I? Xiaojiao smiled and said, actually, there's good food in Sea City too. When you come back, I can treat you. Okay. For a moment, there was silence. Lin Jihua opened his mouth again. Jiao, happy new life. Xiaojiao held her breath. She didn't know why, but she felt that Lin Jihua seemed to know something. This feeling was very strong at this moment. After hanging up the phone, Xiaojiao covered her heart with the phone and shook her head. She must be thinking too much. When they received the call, Tsinghua and Li Sidong were a little confused. Why was Xiaojiao at the police station? Why was she suing Gu Shiyun? Then, Qingmingzi called. Dad, Mom, I'm at the police station with Jiao. You can go and read the 2 posts first. I sent you the links. Don't drive by yourself. Be careful on the road. After Tsinghua hung up the phone, he read the posts seriously with Li Sidong. Uncle Xing was driving. After a while, Tsinghua's eyes turned red. Li Sidong was confused for a moment. Then, she suddenly burst into tears. Jiao, Tsinghua hugged her and patted her while gritting his teeth. Gu Shiyun, I won't let her go. She's so vicious at such a young age. Li Sidong bit Tsinghua's wrist. At this moment, her hatred was monstrous. How could this be? How could this be? When the 2 of them arrived at the police station, Gu Jingxiu and Wu Wanjun were already there. The 2 of them didn't look better than Tsinghua. Their faces were pale and their hair was messy. Gu Xiaojiao. Shiyun is your sister. How could you send her to prison? Are you still human? Wu Wanjun was furious. Li Sidong broke free from Tsinghua, rushed to Wu Wanjun, and slapped her. This woman, who cared about her image, cursed for the first time without caring about her image. Bah. Jiao, right? What about Gu Shiyun? She's so young and she's already so bad for Jiao. She's as cheap as you. Gu Jingxiu, look at what kind of people you have around you. Li Sidong. How dare you hit me? Slap, Li Sidong slapped her again. I'm hitting you, you bastard. Let me tell you, I can't wait to kill you right now. Wu Wanjun wanted to fight back, but Tsinghua and Qingmingzi stepped forward and stopped her. Li Sidong slapped her again. This one-sided fight lasted for a few minutes. Then, the policewoman who had been standing next to them said, quiet. Don't get physical in the police station. She shouted after seeing Li Sidong slap her a few times. After receiving the report and learning about the whole incident, she was also very angry. If this was her daughter, she would also have the urge to kill the mother and daughter, so she didn't say anything just now. After a few slaps, she said seriously. She hit me. Wu Wanjun covered her face and looked at the police. The policewoman nodded and looked at Li Sidong. She said calmly, family member, don't be agitated. Shut up. Gu Jingxiu threw Wu Wanjun aside and glared at her. Wu Wanjun calmed down a little. She just looked at Gu Jingxiu with tears on her face. Shiyun is going to take the college entrance examination next year. Jingxiu, save her. Gu Jingxiu's expression changed and finally became decadent. Police comrade, how should we deal with this matter? The policewoman looked at everyone with a serious face. Li Wei has confessed to everything. Gu Shiyun is still making a statement. If the situation is true, she will be detained and controlled. If the circumstances are serious, she will bear the corresponding criminal responsibility. Wu Wanjuan's eyes darkened and she almost fainted. Shiyun. My Shiyun. Gu Jingshu's face was also gray. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, "Can we listen to the statement?" Shiyun is still underage. The policewoman was silent for a moment and said, "But without our consent, you can't talk nonsense." Gu Jingshu and Wu Wanjun were taken in. Only Xiaojiao and the others were left outside. Li Sidong hugged Xiaojiao and wailed, "Jiao Jiao, Mom is sorry." She had never thought that there were so many things behind Shui Shan's past. It turned out that she had been tricked by someone when she came back from the nightclub and was beaten up. She had almost. Li Sidong used to think that she was a very good mother. She cared about Xiaojiao and worried about her. Even if Xiaojiao's relationship with her was a little cold, she was not close to her and was polite to her. She just felt that she shouldn't have hit her and that her teaching method was wrong. But she loved her and cared about her. Until today, Li Sidong realized that she was a complete failure of a mother. Her marriage was interrupted by a mistress. She couldn't deal with the mistress. Instead, she let the mistress and her illegitimate daughter almost harm her own daughter. That post looked shocking. It was so close, so close. If Shui Han had not run away by herself, what kind of tragedy would have happened that day? Li Sidong didn't dare to think about it. She didn't dare to think about what happened to her daughter. She was really a failure of a mother. She had never paid attention to what happened to her daughter, nor did she pay attention to her daughter's psychological process. Jiao Jiao, Li Sidong cried heartbreakingly. Xiaojiao didn't say anything. It was still the same sentence. Xiaojiao was not qualified to forgive Gu Xiaojiao. In the original article, until her death, she didn't know that she was living in someone else's deliberate distortion. She didn't even know that her annoying personality and behavior were deliberately taught by others. Qing Mingxua reached out and hugged the two of them tightly. He was also wrong. He felt that it was not good to care too much about his stepdaughter. He had never cared about what she was going through. After a while, Gu Jingshu came out with Gu Shiyun. Why did she come out? Li Sitong's eyes widened. She's underage. She can be released on bail. The police explained. Li Sidong gritted her teeth. Gu Shiyun, I won't let you go. Gu Shiyun's face was pale. She looked at Qingmingzi and saw a pair of angry and hateful eyes. Yes, Qingmingzi would hate her in the future, right? She liked him so much. It was impossible anymore. Gu Shiyun raised her head and looked at Xiaojiao. Her voice trembled a little, but it was very calm. I didn't like Gu Xiaojiao. I was jealous of her, so I hoped that Li Wei would lead her astray. I was young at that time. My purpose was to vent my anger and make her grades bad. I didn't instigate Li Wei to find someone to seduce her. My purpose was to make her stay up all night. Gu Shiyun. Li Sidong shouted angrily. She was about to pounce on her, but was stopped by Qing Mingxua and the others. Qing Mingxua looked at Gu Shiyun and sneered. No wonder you could do such a thing at such a young age. You're really good at scheming. Yes, according to her words, she just wanted to vent her anger and make Xiaojiao's grades bad. She wasn't the one who carried out the orders directly. She was also young at that time. Even if she was underage now, under such circumstances, she didn't even need to be detained. Gu Shiyun said calmly, I'm telling the truth. Did Li Wei plead guilty? Qing Mingzi looked at the police. Yes. She admitted that Gu Shiyun instigated her to find someone to seduce Xiaojiao, but there was no direct evidence. The police were also very helpless. In the screenshot, Gu Shiyun didn't mention anything at all. It was all Li Wei's own words. As for other instigation, it didn't have much of an impact. It didn't constitute a crime at all. How will Li Wei be judged? Qing Mingzi continued to ask. She's already an adult. In addition, Li Wei's god-brother also came to plead guilty. She will bear the corresponding criminal responsibility. Qing Mingzi nodded and looked at Qing Mingxua and Li Sidong. So now, the only problem left is Gu Shiyun and Jiao Jiao. How can Gu Shiyun be held accountable? Gu Shiyun's heart ached. The person she liked was thinking about how to lock her up. Gu Shiyun, if you still have a conscience, then admit it yourself. Li Sitong's voice was cold and angry. Gu Shiyun lowered her head slightly. How could she admit it? If she admitted it, what would happen to her in the future? She was still so young. She couldn't be ruined, even if everyone scolded her. It was better than going to prison. I've already admitted that I was wrong. Why should I admit it when it has nothing to do with me? Pa, Gu Jingshu slapped Gu Shiyun's face. This slap was forceful. Half of Gu Shiyun's face immediately turned red and swelled slightly. Shiyun. Wu Wanjun rushed over. Gu Jingshu's face was frighteningly dark. He slapped Wu Wanjun away. This is the daughter you taught. He turned around and slapped the other half of Gu Shiyun's face. Immediately, both sides of her face turned red and swelled slightly. Gu Shiyun couldn't stop the tears on her face. She looked at Gu Jingshu blankly. Gradually, resentment rose in her eyes. Her father was also on Gu Shiujiao's side. Gu Jingshu took a deep breath and shouted, Gu Shiyun. Apologize to Jiao Jiao. Gu Shiyun was stunned for a while. Then, as if she understood something, she covered her face and said to Shiujiao, I'm sorry. Shiujiao didn't say anything. Gu Jingshu smiled at Shiujiao with difficulty. Jiao Jiao, Gu Shiyun is still young. She's your sister. I'll teach her well in the future. Just forgive her this time. Gu Jingshu, are you human? Li Sitong's eyes widened. He couldn't wait to rush in front of Gu Jingshu and beat him to death. Gu Jingshu took a deep breath. Jiao Jiao is fine, isn't she? Jiao Jiao is so outstanding now. This means that Gu Shiyun didn't make a big mistake. She's still young. If she goes to prison, her life will be ruined. Give her a chance. Li Sitong's eyes widened, as if she had heard something unbelievable. She breathed heavily, as if she was suffocating from anger. The veins on his forehead bulged and his eyes were red as he rushed to Gu Jingshu. Slap, a ruthless slap. Gu Jingshu. Are you talking like a human? Gu Shiyun was young? Isn't Jiao Jiao small? She brought harm to Jiao Jiao at such a young age. If it weren't for Jiao Jiao's good luck, what kind of Jiao Jiao would you be looking at now? The more she shouted, the angrier she became. She kicked and cried. Gu Jingshu stood stiffly on the spot and let her hit and scold him. What could he do? He was the father of 2 children. Gu Shiyun. Are you wrong? Gu Jingshu's voice was very cold and indifferent. It was as if his voice would disappear if the wind blew gently. Gu Shiyun looked at Gu Jingshu and gritted her teeth. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Gu Jingshu looked at Li Sitong, who was being held by Tsinghua, and then shifted his gaze to Jiao Jiao. I know that Gu Shiyun is wrong. She's ridiculously wrong. But I have 2 daughters. No matter which one it is, I can't do anything to the other. He only had Gu Shiyun by his side now. Shiujiao was with Li Sitong. If he gave up on Gu Shiyun, in the future, he would not have a single child by his side. Then you can do that to Jiao Jiao? Li Sitong stared at him with red eyes. Do you think that Jiao Jiao will forgive Gu Shiyun after everything that has happened to her? Gu Jingshu stopped talking. Tsinghua patted Li Sitong and tried to ease her temper. He also took a deep breath to control his anger. Gu Jingshu, did you also despise the original Jiao Jiao for being insensible? But look at it now. The original Jiao Jiao was insensible. You're unfaithful to your family. You're not worthy of being a husband. You married an outside woman, brought back an illegitimate daughter, and even allowed this vicious mother and daughter to harm Jiao Jiao. You're not worthy of being a father. Gu Jingshu lowered his head. At this moment, he seemed to have aged many years. However, he still stood by Gu Shiyun's side. In this situation, he had to protect Gu Shiyun. Tsinghua said coldly, I'm not going to waste my breath on you. This matter with Gu Shiyun is not going to end well. Tsinghua hugged Li Sitong and looked at Jiao Jiao. Let's go back. Li Sitong turned around and looked straight at Gu Jingshu. When we divorced, I didn't hit you, nor did I hate you. I just felt disgusted and wanted to be free. But now, I hate you and am disgusted by you. If you want to protect the person who harmed my daughter, then you are my enemy. Gu Jingxiu, you will get your retribution. After saying that, she reached out and held Jiaojiao's hand, and the family left the police station. Only Gu Jingxiu's family was left. Jingxiu, you must save Shiyun. She's still so young. Wu Wanjun rushed up and hugged Gu Jingxiu, begging. Slap, Gu Jingxiu gave her a slap. Then, he said coldly, this is the good daughter you've taught. After saying that, Gu Jingxiu strode away. Wu Wanjun hugged Gu Shiyun in a panic and slapped her angrily and helplessly. How could you do such a thing? You didn't even know how to clean yourself up after doing it. Gu Shiyun kept her head down. After a long time, she finally looked up. I was too young. I didn't know that they could even dig up this. It's such an old thing, but they actually dug it up. She didn't regret what she had done. She just regretted that she didn't clean up. What should we do now? Wu Wanjun was at a loss. Gu Shiyun's eyes were empty as she looked in the direction Gu Jingxiu left. My father will protect me. I'm his only daughter. If I didn't hurt Gu Xiujiao, my father wouldn't be so angry. He likes people with means to take over his job. But you hurt Gu Xiujiao. Isn't she fine? Gu Shiyun raised her eyebrows. I didn't hurt her. I just didn't want her to study hard. This is a problem of thinking. It has nothing to do with the law. Wu Wanjun was stunned. It was also today that she suddenly realized that the daughter she had always thought was like her was actually more like Gu Jingxiu. She could do anything to achieve her goal. She also had a scheming heart. Uncle Xing was still driving. Qing Mingzi sat in the passenger seat. Qing Shua and Li Sidong sat on either side of Xiujiao. Old Qing, what kind of punishment will Gu Shiyun receive? Li Sidong hugged Xiujiao unnaturally and asked Qing Shua. Qing Shua didn't say anything. Huh? Li Sidong was puzzled. In the front seat, Qing Mingzi suddenly said, Gu Shiyun won't receive any criminal punishment. She will only be criticized, fined, or at most, put on her record. Why? Li Sidong couldn't believe it. His eyes widened. Qing Shua nodded helplessly and frowned. Her previous behavior with Li Wei led Xiujiao astray. This is not defined by the law. The only terrible thing is the seduction incident. However, the other party didn't say anything about it from beginning to end. When they defended themselves, they only said that Gu Shiyun was young and didn't understand those things. They only wanted Xiujiao to stay out at night and get beaten up. It was all Li Wei's idea. Why? Why? Li Sidong was so angry that he trembled. How could someone be so shameless? Xiujiao reached out and patted her gently. She was indeed young at that time. Even if she was evil at such a young age, the law will consider that she was immature and underage. We will keep looking for evidence. At most, we will be in a stalemate. It will be difficult to really send her to prison. Qing Shua was also very helpless. After what Gu Shiyun had done, Qing Shua wished that he could directly put her in prison. However, the reality was like this. Qing Mingzi turned his head. Gu Shiyun is far more terrible than we imagined. When she was so young, she knew not to mention those two words at all. This time, even if we can't put her in prison, we have to make her stay far away from Jiaojia's life. If such a poisonous snake was not pulled out or driven far away, who knew what she would do? Qing Shua nodded. Li Sidong was still angry. How could he let her go so easily? After Qing Shua and Li Sidong comforted Xiujiao, they went back to the room to discuss the follow-up. Qing Mingzi and Xiujiao went upstairs. He stood behind her at the door and said softly, Jiaojiao, Gu Shiyun will definitely get the punishment she deserves. Let bygones be bygones. Don't let the shadow stay in your current life. No matter what, you have to have sunshine in your heart. Shui Han turned her head and revealed a smile, her eyes curved. I will. I will live a very, very good life, much better than her. This is her punishment. As long as she lived a good life, Gu Shiyun would always live in anger, unwillingness, and pain. Moreover, Gu Shiyun would forever lose the opportunity to have such an outstanding Qing Mingzi. This was also her punishment. Qing Mingzi also smiled and went back to the room with relief. After closing the door, Lin Jihua sent a message. Can I call you now? Xue Jiao's lips curled up slightly and she dialed the number. She didn't realize that Lin Jihua had changed from sending messages every day to calling from time to time. The subtle change gradually became a habit. Hello, the person on the other end of the phone chuckled. Did you just come back from the police station? Xue Jiao smiled and shook her head. She turned on the speakerphone and spoke as she packed her things. Are you Zhuge Liang? What else don't you know? Let me think. Lin Jihua on the other end of the phone thought seriously and then said, as long as you want to know, you can roughly know. There is only one thing that you can't know. Xue Jiao was stunned and asked subconsciously, what is it? Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, I don't know your heart. Lin Jihua could rationally speculate and think about other people's hearts. However, everything about Xue Jiao involved his heart. He would think more and be more confused. It was because he was in this mountain that he didn't know the truth. Thinking this, he just chuckled. I can't tell you this. Xue Jiao also smiled and didn't ask any more. Lin Jihua continued, Gu Shiyun won't accept the punishment that she deserves. Are you angry? In front of Tsinghua and Li Sidong, she didn't tell the truth. However, in front of Lin Jihua, she could actually tell him the truth, to be honest, a little. A little? Okay, I'm very angry. The girl who was no longer around wouldn't want to see the person who hurt her get away with it. Low laughter came from the other end of the phone. It didn't stop. Xue Jiao said helplessly, stop laughing. Lin Jihua stopped laughing. His voice was still very soft and relaxed. Okay, I won't laugh. He paused for a moment and continued, actually, if it were me, I wouldn't force her to be locked up. Huh? Xue Jiao was stunned. It's too troublesome. Lin Jihua said softly, she's already fearless. Indeed, the fact that she's underage is her protection. In addition, she has been keeping a trick up her sleeve. She didn't directly say her purpose. We can't lock her up. Xue Jiao's eyebrows drooped slightly. She had long known that there would be many helpless things in this world. There would be many unfairness and incorrectness. However, what could she do? She shrugged. It's okay if we can't lock her up. As long as I'm doing well, she won't be happy. Lin Jihua chuckled. Yes, as long as you're doing well, she won't be happy. He paused for a moment and continued, although we can't lock her up, it doesn't mean that we can't fight back in other ways. As long as the result is good, it doesn't matter what the method is. What? Xue Jiao was stunned. What else could they do to punish her? Lin Jihua's voice was faint. He said leisurely, you can't send her in, but you can negotiate with her. Let her record and go abroad. Go abroad? Xue Jiao was still at a loss. She had limited experience in her 2 lifetimes. She really didn't understand what was the benefit of letting Gu Shiyun go abroad. Could she not be an eyesore? Yes, this matter will be recorded in the file. She can't take the college entrance examination. Your request to let her go abroad may be in accordance with her own thoughts. If she comes back, it will be another situation. Without money and recognized strength, Gu Shiyun's future will only be the life she originally wanted Gu Xue Jiao to live. Lin Jihua tapped his fingers on the table. His expression was cold. He had no sympathy for Gu Shiyun. Xue Jiao was young. She didn't know the extent of the harm to a person. Gu Shiyun's file would be recorded. In the future, it would be difficult for her to study in China. However, it didn't matter. She would feel that she didn't need these diplomas, so she would go abroad with a clear conscience. But what if going abroad wasn't gilding? She could only come back. At that time, she would have nothing. She would be poor for the rest of her life. She would live a difficult life that she didn't even dare to imagine. Gu Shiyun was scheming. However, when she calculated for survival, her life had already entered another situation. A situation that she didn't want to accept. A situation that they could control. At that time, she would feel heart-wrenching pain just thinking about it. This was the real revenge. Sure enough, Xue Jiao asked blankly, why is it another situation when she comes back? Gu Gu Jingxiu still has a company for her. Her life would definitely not be bad. Your stepfather will solve this. Don't worry about it. You just need to tell your stepfather what I said. Gu Jingxiu's company is not a long-term company. Now it's about to collapse. If he goes bankrupt, will you care? Xue Jiao shook her head. No, I don't have any feelings for him. Now. I don't have any feelings for him. Especially after what had happened to her, the other party actually dared to openly say that Gu Shiyun was still young. However, she still had some doubts. Gu Jingxiu's company is going bankrupt? Why didn't he say anything? Lin Jihua was very calm. He probably thought that there was still hope, so he didn't say anything. Xue Jiao immediately believed him. Lin Jihua was the big boss that everyone respected. His views on business were definitely right. The voice on the other end of the phone continued. Some people don't need to have feelings for him. He chose Gu Shiyun, so he should be prepared to lose you. Don't feel burdened. Okay, the next morning. Xue Jiao told Lin Jihua's words, but she didn't mention Lin Jihua. Sure enough, Tsinghua immediately agreed. Jiao Jiao, this is a good idea. As long as Gu Shiyun gets the punishment she deserves, she doesn't have to go to jail. Xue Jiao hesitated for a moment. Dad, do you really have a way? Tsinghua nodded and said with a smile, yes, I have a way. Gu Jingxiu's company is only an empty shell. As long as Dad tells everyone about what Gu Shiyun did, the other partners won't be willing to work with Gu Jingxiu. Soon, the empty shell of his company will be gone. Will it affect Rec Journey? Xue Jiao frowned. If it affected her stepfather, then, Tsinghua shook his head firmly. No, don't worry. Dad won't make a bet that he's not sure of. Xue Han let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Gu Xue Jiao, your father loves you so much for revenge. However, she didn't know that after she went upstairs, Tsinghua and Mingze had a completely different conversation. Dad, Mingze, Dad risked Rec Journey to take revenge on Gu Jingxiu. Do you hate me? Mingze shook his head. No. Tsinghua smiled with relief. Rec Journey is not a big company. Even if it is stronger than Gu Jingxiu, after destroying Gu Jingxiu, Rec Journey will not be as good as before. Are you sure you don't hate me? Mingze laughed. I was going to take the path of computer science myself. As long as Rec Journey is still there, it will not be as good as before. He didn't need Rec Journey, and neither did Xue Jiao. It didn't matter if Tsinghua used it to vent his anger. Besides, it didn't mean that Rec Journey would go bankrupt after Gu Jingxiu went bankrupt. It was just that it would not be as good as before. Xue Jiao was a member of the Qing family. No one could hurt their family and escape unscathed. Even if they had to risk everything, they would make the other party get the punishment they deserved. However, Tsinghua was slightly puzzled. Why do I feel that this idea wasn't Xue Jiao's idea? And she seems to think that Gu Jingxiu's company is about to collapse. Who told her? Mingze also frowned. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something. She has a secret friend. I think it's the person who cleared her name this time, but I can't find out who it is. Tsinghua frowned and was even more puzzled. Then it's someone who is good for Xue Jiao. Since it's someone who is good for Xue Jiao, why would they lie to her that Gu Jingxiu's company is about to collapse? Are they sure that I will do everything I can to fight Gu Jingxiu? Are they sure that I will lie to Xue Jiao? Mingze shook his head. He was also very puzzled. Dash what? Are you really willing to let Shiyun go? Wu Wanjun was shocked. She, Gu Jingxiu, and Gu Shiyun sat on one side, while the Qing family sat on the other side. They could indeed get away with it, but it was also very troublesome. The final result was nothing more than a stalemate. The other party was willing to give up the investigation, which was the fastest and best solution. After all, this kind of thing would affect Gu Shiyun's reputation for a long time. Even if she could go out to avoid it, she would come back sooner or later. Tsinghua's expression was cold. He looked at them and said coldly, but remember, Gu Shiyun's matter must be recorded in the file and then go abroad. She is not allowed to appear in front of Xue Jiao in the future. Why should my daughter go abroad? Wu Wanjun glared. Before Tsinghua and the others could speak, Gu Jingxiu had already glared over. Shut up. Through this incident, he despised Wu Wanjun to the extreme. Shiyun, tell me. Gu Jingshu only asked Gu Shiyun. His daughter had a good idea. Gu Shiyun thought for a moment and nodded. No problem. She and Gu Jingshu exchanged a look and understood each other's meaning. If they continued to be in a stalemate with the other party, more and more people would know that she had done this, and it would only be worse for her reputation. And even if she won in the end, it would most likely be recorded in the file. It was the same whether she recorded it early or late. Anyway, she had already planned to go abroad. Gu Jingshu had long said that he wanted her to be like the boss of the Lin Group. After going abroad to study, she would come back to help manage the company. If Gu Jingshu had been worried about Gu Shiyun's management of the company before, after seeing her scheming this time, he was not worried about her taking over the company in the future. It didn't matter whether she went to university in China or not. Anyway, she could go abroad. I have one more request. Li Sidong suddenly gritted his teeth and said. Tsinghua and the others also looked over in surprise. They didn't know what Li Sidong's request would be. What? Li Sidong said word by word, you must break with Xue Jiao. Impossible. Gu Jingshu's eyes widened and he immediately objected. If you choose Gu Shiyun, you are no longer Xue Jiao's father. Her father is Tsinghua. Li Sidong gritted his teeth. Gu Jingshu was stunned and subconsciously looked at Xue Jiao, only to see a pair of indifferent eyes. Sure enough. Xue Jiao was no longer close to him. Gu Jingshu suddenly felt a little depressed and his shoulders slightly slumped. Okay. Xue Jiao was no longer close to him. He couldn't give up his only daughter. There were gains and losses. He had to make a choice. Just like that, the matter was settled. Gu Shiyun left very quickly. She left on the third day after the matter was settled. Not only Tsinghua, but Gu Jingshu also felt ashamed and didn't dare to let Gu Shiyun stay in China for long. Gu Shiyun stood at the entrance of the airport and glanced back. She didn't understand the meaning of the other party's request. After this incident, she couldn't stay in China anymore and could only go abroad. The other party proposed the same plan as they did. What was the purpose? But soon, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Gu Xiujiao, you still can't do anything to me. When I go out for a few years and come back to take over the Gu family's company, I will take revenge sooner or later. Gu Shiyun left with doubts and ambitions. But just as she went abroad, Tsinghua drove to wreck journey. He called his secretary and gritted his teeth. Xiao Jun, from today on, suppress Gu Jingshu's company at all costs. Even if wreck journey suffers heavy losses. Suppress them too. The secretary was obviously at a loss about this decision, but after confirming it again and again, he finally went out to inform him. At noon, the secretary hurried back. President Qing. What's wrong? Tsinghua frowned. Someone has already made a move on Gu Jingshu's side. It seems that they are shorting the other party's stock. Gu Jingshu is now in a hurry and is asking around what the person is doing. The secretary's voice was slightly anxious. Tsinghua was shocked and hurriedly asked, who did it? The secretary shook his head. I can't find out. Gu Jingshu is also looking for the person who did it. This was the scariest thing, they couldn't find out who did it. Suddenly, Tsinghua thought of the person who gave Xue Jiao the idea. Could it be related to him? So when he said that Gu Jingshu's company was about to collapse, did he know something? Or did he do something? That person wasn't hinting at him to make a move on Gu Jingshu's company. He just wanted Xue Jiao to think that he was the one who solved this matter. And not him? Tsinghua was puzzled. What kind of person did Xue Jiao know? What was his purpose? At present, it seemed that he was doing it for Xue Jiao's good, and he didn't want Xue Jiao to know what he did. Tsinghua felt that he had to be more concerned about Xue Jiao in the future. That person didn't seem to have any purpose now, but who knew what would happen in the future? He couldn't let Xue Jiao's previous tragedy happen again. The secretary continued to ask, President Qing, then we. Tsinghua paused for a moment, then waved his hand. Help them. Don't let go of any opportunity to suppress Gu Jingshu. He originally thought that to suppress Gu Jingshu, he would have to use wreck journey to fight to the death, but now he realized, he didn't seem to have lost anything, at this time, at Dafa Real Estate. President Gu Jingshu seems to have offended someone. His stock is in a mess, and wreck journey is closely following the other party. Gu Jingxiu may not be far from bankruptcy. Dafa paused, then thought of something. Gu Jingxiu? Was he Shui Han's biological father who was like a stepfather to her? His daughter and mistress seemed to be harming Xiaojiao. I saw how anxious my son was before. The secretary smiled awkwardly, not daring to answer. Dafa slammed his hand on the table. For the sake of my son and Xiaojiao, let's go and help. What? The secretary was stunned. Crush Gu Jingxiu for me. Chapter 60. When he sent Gu Shiyun away, Gu Jingxiu didn't think much of it. After she went out for a few years, the people she knew in the country would forget about this matter. At that time, Gu Shiyun would come back and directly enter the company. In the past, Gu Shiyun pretended to be innocent in front of him. Gu Jingxiu was worried about how she could survive in the business world with such a personality. On the contrary, after this incident, although Gu Jingxiu was angry with her for harming Xiaojiao, a vague thought arose in his heart: his second daughter resembled him the most. To be exact, she was even more ruthless than him. When did he tell Li Wei that Gu Xiaojiao was rich and generous? Only 11 or 12 years old. Later on, when he met Li Wei and paid the money, he left behind evidence. However, he also left something behind in the most important place. When the matter was exposed, he was still able to think rationally about how to extricate himself from it. Even when he was in his teens, he didn't have such a scheming mind. The business world was like a battlefield. Gu Jingxiu never thought it was a simple place. Since Gu Shiyun had such thoughts, if he guided her well, she might be able to achieve great things in the future. Therefore, when he sent Gu Shiyun out, he still had some expectations in his heart. It was just that from time to time, Xiaojiao's face would appear in his mind. Xiaojiao was better looking than Gu Shiyun. She looked just as obedient and lovable, but she wasn't close to him. Gu Jingxiu shook his head and waved Xiaojiao's face away. Since he had already made his choice, he could not regret it. Gu Shiyun had more potential than Gu Xiaojiao. Back at the company, say that again? Gu Jingxiu couldn't believe his ears. The secretary stammered, and his face turned pale. Stocks, plunged. Gu Jingxiu couldn't help but rush over and grab the secretary's collar. Meeting. Everyone, have a meeting. The meeting lasted until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. No one in the company had lunch, and the directors all rushed over. This was a matter that involved their interests. Someone is maliciously manipulating this. It's definitely malicious manipulation. Gu Jingxiu's eyes widened and turned blood red. The veins on his forehead bulged and his temples throbbed as if something had rushed into his brain and was about to explode. Immediately, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Only one major shareholder frowned and asked Gu Jingxiu, "Who did this to us?" At this time, Gu Jingxiu was in a bad temper. His fingers were trembling in anger. Hearing this, he immediately roared, "What the f***ck do I know? Wang Gui! What are you doing? Who did it?" The man who had been sitting down with his head lowered shivered. After a while, he stuttered and explained, No, I don't know. There's no news. It's most likely a consortium with a lot of capital. I've asked around, but there's no news." Bang! Gu Jingxiu threw the documents in his hand at Wang Gui's face. He didn't care at all about the resentment that flashed in Wang Gui's eyes. He just kept venting his dissatisfaction. Who doesn't know that it was done by big capital? He had bought so many shares in such a short period of time and then sold them all. If this wasn't a huge capital, then what was? I'm asking you who it is. Who did this? Say something. Wang Gui didn't dare to raise his head. If he could find out who it was, he wouldn't have to wait here. Gu Jingxiu's anger could not be extinguished. A shareholder next to him suddenly asked, "President Gu, did you offend someone? Such a big capital wouldn't do such a thankless thing. Even if they make a profit by defeating us, it's not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. So why would someone do this to us? Offend someone? How is that possible? When have I, Gu Jingxiu, ever been in contact with those big capitals? How could I be stupid enough to offend them?" Gu Jingxiu was even angrier. How could he be suspected of such a thing? However, obviously, there were others who agreed with this statement. Another shareholder also frowned and said, I don't think a big consortium would do such a thing for no reason. To be able to buy so many of our shares so quickly, their liquid capital is extremely huge. Why would such a company come to torment small shrimps like us? Obviously, this is premeditated. The shareholder sitting next to him agreed. President Gu, this is not the time to shirk responsibility. The most important thing is to know which big capital we have offended and who is doing it so that we can adjust in time. Otherwise, based on the other party's capital, our company is in danger. How could Gu Jingshu not know that the company was in danger, but he couldn't think of anyone he had offended, so he glared at the other shareholders. Did the directors offend someone? Who are you accusing? One of the shareholders, who was already angry, started arguing with him. At this moment, the project manager looked at the computer and his face suddenly turned pale. After a long while, he swallowed his saliva and said, President Gu. Rec Journey snatched 2 of our projects. He said that he will fight to the death with us. What? The shareholders were shocked. The veins on Gu Jingshu's forehead throbbed. His fingers trembled more and more, and his eyes seemed to be about to pop out. His eyes were fixed on the project manager. His upper and lower lips trembled non-stop. He gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words, Tsinghua. This bastard who was adding insult to injury. How dare he? How dare he? The shareholders didn't know who the big capital was or why. But obviously, looking at Gu Jingshu's attitude, Chung Peng, who was making a move now, was definitely doing it because of personal grudges. The shareholders were very angry and couldn't help but question, President Gu, what exactly did you do to offend so many people? Let's not talk about the big capital. Rick Journey's attack on us should have something to do with you, right? What is this for? President Gu, how many people have you offended? President Gu, we have to think of a way to solve this, right? Gu Jingshu's upper and lower lips trembled even more. He patted his chest hard. His vision turned black and white, as if he was about to faint. He gritted his teeth and pulled himself together. Tsinghua can't kill us with some of our projects. The key now is to stabilize the other projects and ask for help from some companies we've worked with before. Also, stabilize the shareholders. Use all the money in the account to stabilize the stock market. We have to survive this crisis. Wang Gue, I order you to find out which company did this within 2 days. The project department An. After all, he had been a CEO for so many years. Gu Jingshu made arrangements one by one to stabilize the situation and think of a way to save himself. Yes, the key now is to find the company who did this and solve the problem from the source. The shareholders agreed. They had all invested a lot of money in the company. Naturally, they didn't want the company to go bankrupt. If that happened, they would have nothing. Gu Jingshu nodded. Yes, we must find the company behind this as soon as possible. Everyone, pay attention to the information. Also, the project department doesn't care about Rick Journey's side. His company doesn't have much to do with our industry. They can't do anything to us. Tsinghua is just a villain who hits others when they're down. After we survive this crisis, we'll settle the score with him. Although the shareholders complained that he had offended Rick Journey and caused trouble for the company, they didn't say anything. If the company wanted to survive this crisis, they indeed needed Gu Jingshu at the helm. At this moment, the project department manager's frightened voice suddenly sounded, Dafa Real Estate is also suppressing us. Gu Jingshu's vision turned black and he fell back. He was so shocked by this sudden news that he fainted and fell to the ground in front of everyone. CEO Gu Jingshu's company was in a mess. The boss was in the hospital, the stock market was controlled by a large capital, and the building was about to collapse. Rec Journey and EFA Real Estate had interfered, making things worse. In addition, those companies who had a good relationship with Rec Journey and EFA Real Estate were all adding insult to injury. Gu Jingshu's company had no hope of turning the situation around. And until now, no one knew who did this. Most of the small companies sighed. Gu Jingshu fell too quickly, so much so that they all felt sorry for him. However, this was a reminder to everyone. Doing business was doing business. People still had to be honest. The whole business world was saying that Gu Jingshu was usually unkind and offended people, otherwise, Gu Jingshu was too unkind. He always schemed against others, and that was why he ended up like this. The companies that had been schemed against by him all clapped their hands in joy. He deserved it, at this moment, in the Chu family of Sea City. Sidong, it's good that Jiao Jiao is fine. Your ex-husband is not a person, so don't acknowledge him in the future. Chu Xing's mother, Mrs. Qin, said with concern. On the other end of the phone, Li Sidong found someone to talk to and his mood improved. It was indeed fate. He met Mrs. Qin at the parent-teacher conference, and the two of them hit it off at first sight. They actually became friends in private. After talking to you for a while, I feel much better. In the past, I was really... Li Sidong sighed, full of regret for his past. In the past, she had wanted to change her problems several times, but in fact, she had never realized where her mistakes were. On the contrary, this time, after knowing what his daughter had encountered in the past, it was like a wake-up call. Only then did he realize how wrong he had been in the past. Mrs. Qin comforted her, who doesn't make mistakes in this world. Will change in the future. Jiao Jiao suffered so much in the past. Pamper her well in the future and let her live in sweetness. Gu Jingxiu is a fool. He mistook fish eyes for pearls. With a girl like Jiao Jiao, he actually went to that scheming person. Li Sidong sneered. Fortunately, the heavens have eyes. Gu Jingxiu went bankrupt. Bankrupt? Mrs. Qin was stunned. She heard from her husband yesterday that Gu Jingxiu's company was not doing well. Did it go bankrupt so quickly? Yes. Retribution. That's really retribution. After hanging up the phone, Mrs. Qin revealed a smile. She turned her gaze and noticed Chu Xing beside her. Eh? You're actually not upstairs reading? Gu Jingxiu went bankrupt? Chu Xing drank a mouthful of water and asked in confusion. Mrs. Qin smiled and nodded. Yes, it's really retribution. Who asked him to cover up for his daughter who is evil? Parents also had to look at the school forum. When the first post came out, Mrs. Qin was shocked. She never thought that the well-behaved Xue Jiao would be such a person. Sure enough, the second post made people angry and angry. There was no wife who did not feel indignant about this matter. It was one thing to interfere in someone else's marriage, but the mistress daughter actually harmed the first wife's child, sure enough. Retribution. Chu Xing was also surprised for a moment. Then, he said, since he went bankrupt, he should be able to clear his assets as soon as possible, right? Mrs. Qin was stunned, then she smiled and said, You actually thought of this with your bookworm brain? Yes, I'll call your father and ask him to clear his assets. After speaking, she happily left. Chu Xing also put down his cup and continued to return to his room with his book. Gu Xuejiao had been working so hard during this period of time and suffered such a blow. He wondered if she would be able to perform well during the final exams. He hoped that she would perform well. Otherwise, even if she won, it would be an unfair victory. Lin Corporation. Boss, Gu Jingxiu has no hope of making a comeback. Tsinghua and Idafa have also made a move, Qin Yan said respectfully. When he heard the latter name, Lin Jihua's brows furrowed slightly. Yes, let them be. Then next, Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows. Withdraw the funds and put them into the Lakeside project. Yes. After Qin Yan responded, he lowered his head and asked with slight confusion, Boss, we made a move on Gu Jingxiu because, the secretary had to understand the boss's thoughts. Big boss's thoughts this time were really hard to guess. Why did he inexplicably suppress Gu Jingxiu? For that little girl, Lin Jihua raised his head and said casually, yes. Qin Yan, Jingxiu, what are we going to do? This is too fast. How did we go bankrupt? Even the people to clear the assets are here. I just went to withdraw money to pay the medical fees but I can't. Why did they freeze the bank card? Wu Wanjun was still angry and spoke in a huff. Get out, Gu Jingxiu swept all the groceries on the cabinet to the ground and glared at Wu Wanjun angrily. Bankrupt? No. Impossible, he wouldn't believe a word. Wu Wanjun was shocked by him. She stood up and said anxiously, Jingxiu, you're fine. Jingxiu. Cough, 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 get out, Gu Jingxiu rolled his eyes. Wu Wanjun was frightened and didn't dare to move. At this time, the doctor rushed in and said while giving first aid to Gu Jingxiu, "Unrelated personnel, please leave. Don't agitate the patient." Wu Wanjun was pushed out by the nurse and stood at the door in a daze. After a while, the doctor came out and frowned. "Family members, don't provoke the patient. The patient is emotionally unstable and his health is not very good. You can't provoke the patient now." "Okay," Wu Wanjun responded numbly. At this moment, she suddenly had a strange feeling that her life might change dramatically in the future. At this time, the phone rang and Wu Wanjun picked it up. "Mom, Dad went bankrupt?" Even someone as calm as Gu Shiyun panicked. All her arrangements and plans were based on inheriting Gu Jingxiu's company in the future. How could the company go bankrupt as soon as she came out? Wu Wanjun heard her words and came back to her senses. She was at a loss. Yes, I don't know why it suddenly went bankrupt. How could it be? Wasn't it fine before? Now the bank card can't be used. Everything is frozen. Shiyun, is there really nothing left in the Gu family? The person on the other end of the phone roared, "Why didn't you inform me? Why did you have to tell me when everything was sealed?" Gu Shiyun was very angry. After knowing that Gu Jingxiu was bankrupt, she quickly checked and immediately confirmed that the company was really bankrupt. At that moment, her first thought was to transfer the existing assets. She happened to be abroad. As long as they transferred the money, their family would be at the end of the line, but now, Wu Wanjun was telling her that everything was sealed and frozen. How could it be so fast? It was ironic. Gu Jingxiu wouldn't know that the daughter he chose called him and talked about the assets. She didn't say a word about his health. Shiyun, what should we do?" Wu Wanjun was still panicking. "How would I know?" Gu Shiyun roared. She was no less angry than anyone else. "Our family is bankrupt. We have nothing in the future." After Gu Shiyun finished shouting, she hung up the phone. Beep, 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 Wu Wanjun listened to the beeping sound and looked ahead blankly. The Gu family was bankrupt? Gu Jingxiu had no money in the future, then why did she follow Gu Jingxiu? It was true that Gu Jingxiu was very good-looking, but his domineering temper was unbearable. If it wasn't for a rich life, why did Wu Wanjun follow him? She was a little confused. She looked back at the ward and suddenly cried. It wouldn't be an exaggeration if the sky fell and the earth cracked. Was she, Wu Wanjun, going to live a hard life in the future? At this moment, a nurse came over. Gu Jingxiu's family, quickly go to the inpatient department to pay the fees. Wu Wanjun's eyes darkened slightly. While Gu Jingxiu was hospitalized and the Gu family was falling apart, Tsinghua and Li Sidong took Jiao and Mingza to the stadium. Today was the provincial high school basketball finals. Gu Jingxiu was bankrupt and Gu Shiyun went abroad. After the vexing matters were resolved, even Jiao's mood inevitably improved. After all, it was the finals, and it was the first time in many years that 7 High School had entered the provincial finals. In addition, some players and parents wanted second-level athlete spots, so this basketball game could be said to be in full swing. Jiao and the others arrived not late, but if it weren't for the team's family members in advance, they wouldn't have been able to find suitable seats. It was obvious how many people came today. The 3 of them had just sat down when Mingza was called away. He was a player, so he had to change his clothes, warm up, and listen to the coach's speech. Ever since the Forum incident, Jiao's status at home had risen unprecedentedly. Tsinghua and Li Sidong carefully took care of her emotions. At this time, they sat on either side of her and looked at her lovingly. Jiao, do you want water? Li Sidong asked. Jiao, are you hungry? There's bread here, Tsinghua said with concern. Jiao. It's okay. After a moment of silence, Tsinghua said casually, I heard that Jiao has a teacher who she thanked during the math competition. I don't know if it's convenient for him. Do you want to invite him over? This was Tsinghua testing. He thought about it and still felt that it was not safe to keep an unknown person by Jiao's side. Especially this person. It felt like he was quite unusual. Gu Jingxiu's fall was too fast, and no one noticed who did it. In this kind of situation, how could Tsinghua not be worried? Although it didn't seem to be harmful to Jiao at the moment, who knew what would happen in the future, Jiao was stunned. Lin Jihua, she looked up at Tsinghua and saw that he seemed to have said something inadvertently, so she shook her head. She didn't know if she should tell him Lin Jihua's identity. Classmate Gu Xiaojiao. A surprised voice sounded. Xiaojiao immediately breathed a sigh of relief and looked up with a smile. Uncle E, Auntie E. Yes. Idafa and Mother E responded in unison and smiled happily at Xiaojiao. Idafa saw that there was an empty seat next to them, and it was in the first row, so he sat down next to Tsinghua. Mother E sat next to Li Sidong. President Cheng, are you here to watch your son compete? Idafa asked with a smile. Tsinghua quickly replied, yes, President E, are you also here to watch classmate E compete? Do you know my son? Of course, the two began to chat enthusiastically. This time, Idafa helped to suppress Gu Jingxiu, so Tsinghua was naturally grateful to him. Plus, the two did business in the same city, so they still knew how to be polite. On the side, Mother E and Li Sidong also began to chat. Don't underestimate the uncultured Mother E. She had worked hard with Idafa from the bottom, so she had her own way of talking. The two deliberately tried to be friendly, so they chatted enthusiastically. Xiaojiao sat in the middle with a helpless expression. But soon, the basketball game began. At this time, Idafa and the others didn't talk much. They all stared at the basketball court. Overall, no. 7 High School looked weaker than the Sports High School, especially since the other side had been the champion for many years. At best, number 7 High School was a dark horse. Other than the family members of the number 7 High School players, almost no one else was optimistic about the game. Soon, the finals officially began. The Sports High School was indeed good. The most eye-catching players at number 7 High School were Xianxia and Yi Tianyu. The two played the best and were the most handsome. Every time Yi Tianyu scored a goal, Idafa and Mother Yi waved and cheered. Li Sidong covered his ears, which were almost shattered by Mother Yi's screams, and looked at her in confusion. When Xianxia scored a goal, Li Sidong and Tsinghua clapped their hands in restraint. At most, Tsinghua and one word, good. After a while, Yi Tianyu scored a goal, Idafa and Mother Yi cheered. When Xianxia scored a goal, Tsinghua and Li Sidong cheered. After a while, Yi Tianyu scored a goal, and the four of them cheered. When Xianxia scored a goal, the four of them cheered. Finally, when number 7 High School scored a goal, the four of them cheered. Xiaojiao, she reached out and touched her ears. This time, both sides were about to shatter. Although Xianxia and Yi Tianyu were not bad, the Sports High School was really good, and the score was always in the lead. This game was very intense, and there was a lot of activity. Compared to the Sports High School, number 7 High School's shortcoming was obvious, their stamina was not good. No matter how good Xianxia and Yi Tianyu were, they could not play the whole game, especially when the opponent kept substituting energetic substitutes. The two speeds seemed to be slower. Number 7 High School could only substitute substitutes, but unfortunately, they lost a lot of points. In the second half, Xianxia and Yi Tianyu basically did not play, and the opponent also guarded them tightly. Not to mention Tsinghua, Li Sidong, and the Yi couple, even Xiaojiao was focused, and her heart tightened. The match didn't seem to last very long. Very soon, the match came to an end. The score was very close, and there was only a 1-point difference. Xianxia and Yi Tianyu both looked exhausted, but the coach did not dare to substitute them. He had already tested it before, and against the energetic Sports High School, the other players were not as tired as Xianxia and Yi Tianyu. Finally, the countdown began, and the whole court counted together. Xiaojiao still did not know much about basketball, but she knew that there were still 5 seconds left, and the basketball was still in the opponent's court. This was probably, come on, Mrs. E and Li Sidong were already crazy, and they were competing to see who was louder. Xiaojiao could not help but shout, come on, as if he caught her voice in the air. Yi Tianyu glanced at her from the corner of his eyes, and then he exchanged a look with Xianxia. Roar, Yi Tianyu roared, and threw the basketball from his half of the court directly to the opponent's basket. There was such a person who would give you infinite joy, and also infinite motivation. When you were young, you were filled with strength and courage for one person. Those pure and beautiful moments might disappear in the long river of time, or they might be worn away by life. Life would wear away the edges and corners, and also wear away the pure and innocent beauty. But once you had it, it was the most extraordinary memory in an ordinary life. The basketball fell before it reached the basket. But, a hand caught it in the air and pressed it in. Roar, roar, roar. Ah, we won, not to mention the audience in the back row. Even the two pairs of parents next to Xianxia screamed and stood up. Yi Tianyu collapsed on the ground after throwing the basketball, but he was quickly lifted up and thrown into the air. In this game, he and Qingmingzi were the winners. One got 22 points, the other got 20 points. Yi Tianyu should be able to achieve what he wanted. The group of players walked over with smiles on their faces. Their parents were basically sitting in the front row to watch the game. This kind of exciting moment should be shared with the people close to them. Yi Tianyu and Qingmingzi walked over with their arms around each other's shoulders. They were probably so excited that their brains short-circuited. Yi Tianyu then did something that made everyone's jaws drop. Chapter 61. Yi Tianyu rushed over and grabbed Xianxia by the waist and lifted her up. Roar. Ha ha ha. Bookworm. We've won. Yi Tianyu lifted her up and cheered before putting her down again. If he wasn't too tired, he would definitely be able to keep lifting Xianxia. But this basketball game had made him a little overworked. His hands were weak, and he was so excited that he could still lift Xianxia. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Yi Tianyu was still cheering. Ha ha ha. Bookworm. No one knew how happy he was right now, and no one knew how much effort he had put in to win the competition. The sports high school had been the champion for so many years. No matter how good Yi Tianyu and Qingmingzi were, they could not compete with the other 5 who had been training for a long time. For this competition, Yi Tianyu trained from morning till night. In order to build up his physical strength, he ran to class every day for the past 6 months. Qingmingzi had also put in a lot of effort, and there were also the remaining 3 members who had gone all out. If they won, they would have a chance to get into a good university. If they lost, their starting point in life would be much lower. Yi Tianyu came from a well-to-do family. Yi Dafa hoped that he would have good grades and get into a good university. It was nothing more than adding bricks and tiles to make up for Yi Dafa's regret. If he wanted to be like Shi Junyang, who studied economics after graduating from high school and then entered the company to gain experience after returning, his life would be much better than most people's. But after knowing Xianxia, he knew what hard work was. He knew how it felt to chase after such a dream. He had worked hard, and he didn't want to be left far behind by Xianxia. He didn't want his hard work to be in vain. To him, this match was equivalent to a battlefield. Right now, he was a victorious general. Yi Tianyu's movements were so fast that the people around him didn't even have time to react. Qingmingzi was the first to come back to his senses. He almost immediately pushed aside the people beside him and reached out to Yi Tianyu with a dark face. Yi Dafa, he turned to look at the faces of Tsinghua and Li Sidong. Sure enough, their faces were very conspicuous. Son, it's not that I want to criticize you, but your IQ is really low. Tsinghua and Li Sidong didn't want Yi Tianyu and Xianxia to sit together. Yi Dafa had been trying hard to get close to Tsinghua. It was one thing for Yi Tianyu not to keep a low profile, but he actually carried Xianxia in front of her parents. Yi Dafa covered his face. Was he really the one who gave birth to such a stupid son? Qingmingzi had already pulled Yi Tianyu away and shielded Xianxia behind him. He glared at Yi Tianyu with a dark face as if he had done something that angered the heavens and the people. Yi Tianyu, are you always so careless with your classmates? Tsinghua's face was dark as he looked at Yi Tianyu sharply. Yi Tianyu was stunned for a moment. He scratched his head and subconsciously retorted, no. I. He wanted to say that he was only like this with Xianxia, but Yi Tianyu sensitively realized that if he said that, the situation would be worse. Even if Yi Tianyu didn't say it, Tsinghua's face was still darker. Yi Tianyu tried to salvage the situation. I just couldn't control myself. Control? What did you want to control? Yi Dafa covered his face, feeling extremely embarrassed. Where did this kid get his EQ from? Xianxia's face was also dark. No one would be happy to be suddenly lifted up. Yi Tianyu was really an idiot. After that, Yi Tianyu didn't even talk to Xianxia. Tsinghua didn't even give him a chance to get close. After the entire ceremony was over, Tsinghua immediately took Xiaojiao home, leaving Qingmingzi to attend the celebration party with them. At night, Tsinghua and Li Sidong lay in bed. After thinking for a while, Li Sidong finally sat up. "Old Qing, no, I'm really worried." Tsinghua turned on the lights. They had just laid down and weren't asleep yet. "What are you worried about?" "Yi Tianyu. This kid definitely likes Jiao Jiao. It's not that I don't like him, but Jiao Jiao is about to enter her 3rd year of high school. How can she be distracted at this time?" Li Sidong sounded anxious. At the end of the day, she was still a mother who cared about her child's grades. In her education, although puppy love wasn't unforgivable, it didn't have any benefits. Tsinghua also sat up and frowned slightly. That's true. She's about to enter her 3rd year of high school. She definitely can't be distracted. With that thought, he looked at the time. It wasn't even 10 o'clock yet. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Ms. Yin. Are you asleep?" Tsinghua said with a smile and a respectful attitude. No matter their status, they were still the child's parents. They should maintain basic courtesy to teachers. Yin Fang was still preparing for class on the other end of the line. She smiled and said, "Is this Gu Xiaojia's father?" "I'm still preparing for class. What can I do for you?" "It's like this. I've discussed with the child's mother. We feel that it's better for Xiaojiao not to sit with Yi Tianyu. It's best to arrange a quiet female classmate for her. Do you think that's okay?" Tsinghua was straightforward. He didn't want to sit with Yi Tianyu. He wanted to find a quiet female classmate to avoid future trouble. After all, with Xiaojiao's looks, if he arranged for a male classmate who knew what would happen, he didn't worry about Xiaojiao, but he didn't feel at ease about the young men outside. If someone else had suggested changing seats, Yin Fang would have definitely refused. However, this was Gu Xiaojiao's father. She was the one who said that as long as he didn't ask for too much, he could tell her, it was just changing seats. Was that too much to ask? "Well, Gu Xiaoshan's father, I hope that we can wait until next semester to change the seats. After all, there are only 2 months left in this semester. There will be changes in the students in the class next semester. When the time comes, the seats will definitely be rearranged. The 3rd-year students won't care about the teacher's seating arrangement anymore. I'm already prepared for the girls to sit with the girls." Yin Fang pushed up her glasses. She was a merit-oriented person and cared more about her students' studies than many parents. When the time came, no one would care about how she arranged the seats. She definitely wouldn't let boys and girls sit together. During the stressful 3rd year of high school, falling in love was also a way to relieve pressure. This kind of situation was not uncommon in previous years. Tsinghua smiled. He had been sitting for a year, so he wasn't worried about the next 2 months. "Okay, thank you, Teacher Yin." "Good night, Teacher Yin." Tsinghua put his phone aside and lay down again. Li Sidong asked anxiously, "How is it? Did the teacher agree?" "Yes, but it's only for the 3rd year of high school. There are still 2 months left." Li Sidong's thoughts were similar to Tsinghua's. It was only 2 months. At this moment, Yi Tianyu still didn't know that his deskmate was about to fly away. It was rare for him to relax after a competition. Yi Tianyu and his friends played until very late. He opened a bottle of water and drank a few mouthfuls. The weather was gradually getting warmer, and beads of sweat were still on his forehead. "You're back?" Idafa slowly walked down and poured a glass of water. "Yeah." Yi Tianyu nodded as he drank. Idafa raised his eyebrows. "You went out to play as soon as you relaxed?" Yi Tianyu rolled his eyes. His youthful face was still handsome even when he rolled his eyes. "Dad, the competition is over." As he spoke, he put the water bottle back in its original position. "Yeah, the competition is over." Idafa didn't mind. He nodded and walked towards his room. "But the final exams are about to start. Class 1 will kick us out again." Idafa finished speaking and calmly closed the door. "Yi Tianyu? Final exams, F*ck. Although summer was quietly approaching, for students, no matter what day it was, they had to bury their heads in their studies. After Xianxia finished playing basketball, he and Xiaojiao fell into a frenzy of revision. Qingmingzi was also revising. Although he was already guaranteed admission, he could still take the college entrance exam. He also wanted to take the exam. If his score was high enough, he wouldn't have to change his major. He could directly apply to the school to study computer science. First-rate academies were not so heartless. At this moment, Gu Jingxiu was also preparing to be discharged. Jingxiu, we don't have money to pay the hospitalization fees. Wu Wanjun felt aggrieved. She hadn't lived such a life in a long time. She couldn't buy anything she wanted and had to take care of Gu Jingxiu in the hospital. When Gu Jingxiu heard this, frustration rose in his heart. He glared at her fiercely. How much is a hospitalization fee? I don't believe you don't have any private savings. Hurry up and go. After being yelled at, Wu Wanjun immediately trembled and went to pay the money. She still had some money, but if Gu Jingxiu went bankrupt, what could this little money do? Her heart ached as she paid the hospitalization fees. She cursed as she walked towards the ward. As she approached, she saw a man in a suit and leather shoes standing in front of Gu Jingxiu with his secretary. Gu Jingxiu's voice was low and desperate. Have you cleared the assets? How much do you still owe? The man in the suit shook his head and sighed. President Gu, the other party withdrew in time. Your debt and all your assets are offset. Withdrew in time? Gu Jingxiu laughed self-deprecatingly. So I should thank that person for letting me go? As he spoke, he angrily smashed everything in his hand to the ground. Who on earth is it? The lawyer had seen this kind of thing many times and was calm. President Gu, you'd better move out of the villa as soon as possible. That villa should be auctioned. Bang, the things in Wu Wanjun's hand fell to the ground. She picked them up and hurried into the room. Her voice was anxious and her tone was panicked. Jingxiu. You can't move. Where will we live if we move out? Wu Wanjun looked at Gu Jingxiu blankly, then glared at the secretary and the lawyer. Why should she move out? That was her house. The lawyer didn't care and only said softly, President Gu, you can probably still keep one house. If you choose the house in the school district next to number 7 high school and the apartment in the city center, you may need about 500,000 yuan. If you choose the house in the school district, you may get a refund. The exact price depends on the auction price of the other houses. Gu Jingxiu opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He couldn't understand. How did he become like this? He was clearly a successful boss. Why did he have to choose one of the 2 houses he bought for fun in the past to live in forever? What exactly happened? And who did he offend? President Gu, the lawyer asked again. The house in the school district. Gu Jingxiu's voice was hoarse. He only felt despair. Okay. The lawyer nodded. Then I won't disturb your rest. Remember to call me if you need anything. With that, the lawyer left in a hurry. The secretary looked at Gu Jingxiu with a complicated expression. You're leaving? This leave obviously referred to job hopping. Yes. Gu Jingxiu could no longer afford to pay him. What was the point of keeping him? For charity, if Gu Jingxiu had been more benevolent in the past, the secretary might have stayed with him for a while before leaving. But obviously, the other party was not only not benevolent but also angry at the secretary from time to time. Let's go, take care. With that, the secretary turned and left. Bang, 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 Gu Jingxiu smashed the things on the other side of the cabinet. He glared and said angrily, one day, Gu Jingxiu, will get up again. I won't let any of these treacherous people off. Wu Wanjun shrank her neck, feeling that Gu Jingxiu's appearance was a little scary. Take all the jewelry and branded bags you have. Gu Jingxiu suddenly raised his head to look at Wu Wanjun. This was the only place where he could raise money now. What? No. Wu Wanjun instinctively retorted. Without those expensive things, what would she eat? What would she wear? What would she wear? How would she go shopping with her friends? How would she maintain her temperament? Gu Jingxiu glared at her. He suddenly didn't know why he married such a woman. Although Li Sidong had a bad temper and didn't know how to coax him, Li Sidong was a woman who could share weal and woe with him. Back then, Li Sitong's father didn't agree with them and Li Sidong eloped with him. The two of them also had a hard time for a period of time. Although Li Sidong would cry, she stayed by his side and sold everything she had brought with her. Even a proud daughter of heaven like her was willing to suffer with him. And Wu Wanjun, she wasn't even willing to sell luxury goods, these were all bought with his money. You can't even afford to eat, why are you still using luxury goods? Gu Jingxi was angry. He had no source of income now and there was no way to make a comeback. Wu Wanjun's luxury goods and jewelry were worth a lot of money. Of course, the current Gu Jingxi didn't know how stressful life was when he really lived. Wu Wanjun hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes, yes. She didn't dare to disobey Gu Jingxi. However, only she herself knew what she was thinking. Gu Jingxi breathed a sigh of relief and looked at her to comfort her. Let's go to the school district to live first. After we buy the things, I'll see if I can do any business. One day, I'll regain everything I lost. Wu Wanjun looked at him and didn't say anything. When Gu Jingxi went to the bathroom, Wu Wanjun ran out with her bag. As she ran, she called Gu Shiyun. Shiyun. Your father is really finished. He's even eyeing my jewelry. How can I have a good life with him in the future? Her voice was flustered. Before the other party could speak, Wu Wanjun continued, I can't stay with your father anymore. If I stay, I'll definitely have a hard life with your father. The other end of the phone couldn't help it. A shocked female voice said, Mom, do you want to run away with the jewelry and money? Wu Wanjun lowered her voice. I'll go to you with the money. Was she crazy to live a hard life with Gu Jingxi? She had lived a hard life since she was a child. She would never live a hard life again in this life. If she could live a hard life, how could she have been Gu Jingxi's mistress for so many years? Gu Shiyun took a deep breath and suppressed her temper. Mom. You can't leave my father. What? Wu Wanjun was stunned. She didn't expect her daughter to disagree. Gu Shiyun's voice was angry and helpless. You only think that living with my father is a hard life, but how long can you live a good life if you take away the money? My father can make money. You have to endure for a while. If my father can make money again in the future, you can live a good life again. Gu Shiyun knew her mother too well. Her mother was now wasteful and old. No one wanted her to be a mistress. Her mother wanted to rely on her in the future. Gu Shiyun didn't even know what to do in the future. How could she let Wu Wanjun drag her down? Therefore, she could only persuade her to stay with Gu Jingxi. Ah? Wu Wanjun was stunned. Thinking about it carefully, it was true. Gu Shiyun was still studying. It was impossible for her to support her. She didn't have the ability to make money. Even if she sold all the jewelry, it was impossible for her to live a lifetime. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and walked back. Where are you going? Gu Jingxi was a little angry. He didn't find her when he came out of the bathroom. Wu Wanjun stammered. Shiyun called back, she just wanted to run. At this moment, her eyes were a little guilty. Fortunately, Gu Jingxi didn't pay attention to her and didn't notice. Gu Jingxi raised his eyebrows. His haggard and gloomy face finally showed a little smile. I'll say a few words to Shiyun. Wu Wanjun hurriedly nodded, dialed the phone and handed it to him. Hello, Shiyun, you should know about Dad's situation. The voice on the other end of the phone was soft and comforting. I know, Dad. It's a foregone conclusion. We can only start over. Listening to her voice without any resentment, Gu Jingxi breathed a sigh of relief and said with relief, Don't worry, Dad won't be discouraged. After being beaten down for so long, only the encouragement and trust of others could support him again. I believe in you, Dad. Gu Shiyun continued to say good things. Gu Jingxi seemed to think of something and asked, Shiyun, your tuition is expensive. I may not be able to afford it. Why don't you come back and help me? The other end of the phone suddenly became quiet. After a while, she said, I still want to continue to finish my studies. When I go back, I can't study anymore. I can only get a foreign degree. She paused for a moment and said softly, As for the tuition, I still have it. You have it? Gu Jingxi was puzzled. Although he gave her a lot of money when she went out, she couldn't study forever. The school she chose to study in had to pay a sky-high tuition fee every year. Gu Shiyun was quiet for a moment and said, "I sold the shares under my name." "What?" Gu Jingxiu jumped up in shock. The shares she was talking about were obviously his company's. A long time ago, Gu Shiyun asked him for some shares. She was still underage, so she put it under Wu Wanjuan's name. "When did you sell it?" Gu Jingxiu's eyes widened and turned red. "Before the company went bankrupt and was liquidated, I asked the agent to get my mother to sign it and sold it for a sum of money." Gu Shiyun told him the truth. There was nothing to hide. Gu Shiyun didn't feel that she had done anything wrong. The company couldn't be kept. She just took out the money in time. If she hadn't sold it in time, she wouldn't have been able to study abroad. "Good job. Gu Shiyun, you're really good." Gu Jingxiu was so angry that the veins on his forehead popped out again. He knew that Gu Shiyun was scheming. When she schemed against Xiaojiao, although he was angry, he was still a little excited. He was happy that the other party was so smart. However, that was when she used that intelligence on others. When this intelligence was used on himself, he didn't feel so good. He was lying on the hospital bed. He didn't have time to see who hit him when he was down and who persisted with the company to the end. However, his daughter, who held a little bit of his shares, was also hitting him when he was down. In the eyes of others, didn't this mean that the Gu family had given up? No wonder it fell so quickly. It collapsed in an instant. It turned out that their own people had given the information to others. It was true that she could guarantee to get some money if she sold it immediately, but at the same time, she became the hand that pushed the company to be unable to make a comeback. Bang! Gu Jingxiu smashed his phone. His eyes were red. Suddenly, he slapped Wu Wanjun in the face and gritted his teeth. "You're really good." His breathing became heavy. He panted desperately and patted his heart with his palm. The daughter he was protecting had stabbed him with her own hands. Stabbed him in the heart. On the other end of the phone, Gu Shiyun looked at the phone and was slightly stunned. She didn't do anything wrong. Even if Gu Jingxiu was angry, she had to sell it. Otherwise, the money wouldn't be in her hands. If she could keep it, it would only be with Gu Jingxiu. Moreover, she couldn't keep it at all. She still had to study. She couldn't be soft-hearted. Thinking of this, Gu Shiyun frowned slightly. Gu Xiaojiao asked her to record the file and then go abroad to study. However, as soon as she came out, Gu Jingxiu quickly went bankrupt. Was there any relationship between them? No. Impossible. Gu Xiaojiao and her stepfather didn't have that much power. Then who was it? Was there really no relationship? No. There must be a relationship. Otherwise, how could Li Sidong, who wanted to die together with her the first day, be relieved the next day? Gu Shiyun suddenly felt as if she had walked into a big net. She tightened her clothes and suddenly felt a little scared. Before the final exam, the first thing to be done was the monthly exam. This monthly exam was moved to June 5th. After that, the college entrance exam would be held on June 7th. Although Xiaojiao had prepared for this exam with all her heart, the previous incident with Gu Shiyun still had a little impact on her life. It was easy for her to be influenced by the subtle difference between her and Chu Sheng. Most of the top students, unless they had an extremely genius brain, would still squeeze out every minute and second to study. On the day of the exam, Uncle Xing went to pick up Qingmingzi. Xiaojiao took a taxi back. After all, the college entrance exam was tomorrow. Their family would focus on Qingmingzi for the next 2 days. Xiaojiao was also careful every day. She was afraid that she would affect Qingmingzi. She walked out of the gate of number 7 high school with her head down. Her mind was thinking about the gains and losses of this monthly exam and the learning situation during this period. Beep, beep, beep. Next to her, a car horn sounded. Xiaojiao looked up. The car window slowly rolled down. An extremely delicate face appeared in her line of sight. The corners of the other party's mouth were slightly raised. She seemed to be in a good mood. Her eyes were as black as ink, like whirlpools. Xiaojiao's eyes lit up. Lin Jihua. Xiaojiao's voice was filled with pleasant surprise. Her eyes lit up slightly. She was surprised at first, but then she smiled, her eyes curved. Her plain face was full of smiles. Just looking at her smile made one's heart soften. It was as if something had melted, soft and warm. Lin Jihua couldn't control the smile on his face. His eyes were also full of smiles. Jiao Jiao. When he saw her, he felt that it was worth it for him to stay up all night to deal with the company's matters and sleep for a while before rushing over. It was very, very worth it. Seeing her face, it was worth it no matter how much he had to sacrifice. Why are you here? Xue Jiao's voice was still filled with pleasant surprise. It was obvious that seeing Lin Jihua made her very happy. Lin Jihua got out of the car and opened the door for her as he said, I came over for some important matters. You just happened to say that Sea City has good food, so I came to find you. After he finished speaking, he nodded and motioned for Xue Jiao to get in the car. Xue Jiao nodded and went around to the front passenger seat. She smiled and said, That's perfect. I haven't eaten yet either. Nah, I'll take you there. Sure. Lin Jihua smiled and withdrew his hand from helping her into the car. He returned to the driver's seat and started the car. Xue Jiao wanted to take him to a restaurant that Tsinghua had taken them to before. She didn't really know how to taste good food, but the taste of that restaurant was very good. It was also a small restaurant, but it had been passed down for decades. It's right in front. Turn left. Xue Jiao directed. Lin Jihua glanced at her with a smile and said, So you do like to eat? Xue Jiao's face turned red. She coughed and said a little embarrassedly, It's not that. I just remembered. I can eat it when I have the chance, Lin Jihua chuckled. His throat vibrated slightly, making Xue Jiao even more embarrassed. Then I'll have to ask you to take me to eat more in the future. I don't usually know where to eat good food. I only eat at one restaurant. A store? Xue Jiao's eyes lit up. She stared at Lin Jihua with her sparkling eyes. Is it the shop in Wuliu Alley? Lin Jihua nodded. Xue Jiao was crying in her heart. She felt wronged and said, That restaurant. I can eat there for the rest of my life. That smell, amazing. From the moment Lin Jihua saw her, the smile in her eyes never disappeared. Study hard and come to Beijing as soon as possible. Xue Jiao nodded her head heavily. Even if she didn't go to that restaurant every day, she could still shamelessly follow Lin Jihua for a meal once in a while. Lin Jihua glanced at her and pretended to be indifferent. You'll be in your third year of high school soon. In the past 2 years, the college entrance examinations cutoff has been getting higher and higher. There are more and more students with good grades. There's only 1 year left. You can't relax for even a moment. Xue Jiao had always felt that Lin Jihua was like her teacher. She had always respected him as a teacher. When Lin Jihua said these words, it sounded very much like a teacher's earnest teachings. Xue Jiao was a little touched. His warning was out of concern for her. She had a second chance, but not everyone in the world had a second chance. She still didn't understand why she had a second chance, but it didn't stop her from knowing that this was an opportunity she had to seize. Xue Jiao nodded her head heavily again. It was a promise to Lin Jihua and also a promise to herself. I will definitely cherish my second chance. Lin Jihua turned his head and looked at her. Xue Jiao froze slightly. She had said something she shouldn't have. She panicked for a moment and immediately tried to salvage the situation. I meant that I didn't work hard in the past. This is a new opportunity. Lin Jihua nodded as if he didn't notice her panic. He just smiled with satisfaction and said softly, I believe in you. I also hope that my judgment isn't wrong. Xue Jiao scratched her head and heaved a sigh of relief. He definitely didn't notice the specious words that he had just said. After all, who could be associated with such a bizarre incident as possessing someone else's body? The car slowly arrived at the location Xue Jiao said. They stopped in front of it and walked over side by side. It's... Xue Jiao's voice paused because she noticed the closed shop. She raised her voice and said with surprise, Eh? It's closed? Lin Jihua glanced at the shop. It looked very ordinary. There was a sign at the door, an old shop. He shrugged. It's not open today? Xue Jiao was also very confused. She looked at it again and scratched her head. I don't know why, but it's not open today. Then let's change to another shop? Okay. Xue Jiao felt a little embarrassed. She specially brought Lin Jihua here, but it just so happened that the shop wasn't open. She made a wasted trip. Lin Jihua shook his head and chuckled. Do you have any other recommendations? He didn't mind at all. After all, his purpose of coming here was to see her, not to eat. Then let's go eat some snacks? Xue Jiao turned her head and sounded a little excited. Ever since she became Gu Xue Jiao, she hadn't eaten any snacks. Every day, she either ate at the cafeteria or at home. Even if the whole family went out together, they had never eaten snacks together. Snacks? Lin Jihua was stunned for a moment. Xue Jiao raised her hand and pointed at the corner in front of him. That's the street. She was a little embarrassed. Her cheeks were slightly red. She pointed her finger in front of her and looked at him eagerly. Lin Jihua's heart softened. He nodded and said helplessly, okay. Xue Jiao's eyes were sparkling. Her footsteps were light and she even waved her hand. Hurry up. There must be a lot of people. In order to see her today, Lin Jihua specially changed out of his suit and wore casual clothes to see her. His assistant had asked someone to pick him out. It was said that he looked young. His hairstyle wasn't serious either. Some bangs fell slightly in front of his forehead, making his sharp eyes less cold. In addition, since he saw Xue Jiao, he had a smile on his face. Standing next to Xue Jiao, he didn't seem to be out of place at all. The food street was very lively for Xue Jiao. She had worked at the food street in her previous life. She hadn't tasted food for a long time, so she was in a state of excitement. But for Lin Jihua, he frowned. There was a hint of pain and resistance in his eyes. Lin Jihua had never been to a place like this. A crowded place made him feel very uncomfortable. Ever since Lin Jihua could remember, he didn't want to see outsiders wherever he went. After taking over the Lin Corporation, many places he went to were cleared. Even in the company, he had his own elevator and his own parking lot. In the entire Lin Corporation, except for the manager and the senior management, other employees couldn't see him unless it was a special situation. Lin Jihua was so resistant to contact with people. The food street was really his first time here. He frowned. There were people coming and going around. Especially in the summer, the air was mixed with the smell of sweat and oil, making Lin Jihua feel a little suffocated. In addition, most of the people around were girls coming and going. Each of them seemed to be only a finger's distance away from him. Lin Jihua's forehead began to sweat. He had the urge to turn around and run away. Hey! Is that chicken wings with rice? Xue Jiao looked in front of her with sparkling eyes. She excitedly pulled Lin Jihua's sleeve. He seemed to be able to smell the faint fragrance on her body, isolating him from the painful smell around him. Lin Jihua tilted his head and took a deep breath on her head. He finally suppressed his physical disgust. Xue Jiao suddenly turned her head. Chicken wings with rice. Want one? Even if his body was resisting, he couldn't do anything when she smiled. Xue Jiao nodded subconsciously and walked over directly. 2. As Xue Jiao spoke, she took out her cute wallet and took out money. Lin Jihua looked at the two girls standing next to her and frowned again. After a while, he lifted his feet with difficulty and walked to the other side of Xue Jiao. He stood next to her but stayed far away from the crowd. The two girls were in front of Xue Jiao and were waiting. The two of them kept tilting their heads and glancing at Xue Jiao and Lin Jihua. They could vaguely hear some words. God. So beautiful, man. So handsome. The two girls thought that they were hiding their gazes, but it was very obvious to Lin Jihua and Xue Jiao. After a while, the two girls got their things, but they still didn't leave. Lin Jihua looked up and frowned. His gaze was sharp and sharp. The two girls were stunned for a moment and immediately pushed each other to leave. 2 chicken wings with rice will be enough. Beautiful girl, don't burn your hands. The stall owner said with a smile. Thank you. Xue Jiao had just reached out when a large hand with distinct joints reached out and took the food. Eh? You want to eat? There are too many people here. Let's go to the lake and eat later, okay? Xue Jiao thought that Lin Jihua was hungry. He just nodded stiffly. Xue Jiao continued to walk forward and stopped after a short distance. Let's buy another set of potatoes and squid, okay? Okay. Lin Jihua still couldn't refuse her. There were more people in front of this stall than the previous one. Lin Jihua stood far away and didn't dare to get close. It wasn't until Xiaojiao walked over with the food that he breathed a sigh of relief. His frown loosened a little. I bought 2 sets. I haven't eaten it in a long time. I've already forgotten the taste. She smiled. She looked very happy and nostalgic. It was just a little snack, but she was so happy, Lin Jihua's heart softened. He experienced emotions that he had never experienced before over and over again. Beside them, a man riding an electric scooter drove over. He seemed to be looking at something and was a little distracted. He came over to Xiaojiao. Lin Jihua's pupils shrank. He pulled Xiaojiao into his arms. There were people behind them, so there was no way to retreat. He kicked the electric scooter that was coming over, and the scooter fell down together with the scooter. Xiaojiao's cheek bumped into Lin Jihua's arms. The faint fragrance of his clothes wafted over, and she was slightly stunned. Lin Jihua was different from the boys she knew. Yi Tianyu was also very clean, but because he often played basketball, his body would occasionally smell of sweat. Qing Mingzi was the same. He definitely wouldn't smell of soap operas all over his body. Are you okay? Lin Jihua didn't look at the man on the scooter. He looked at Xiaojiao worriedly. Xiaojiao quickly got out of his arms and shook her head. I'm fine. What are you doing? The man helped the scooter up and rushed over angrily. Just then, a woman passed by behind him and bumped into Lin Jihua. He suppressed his disgust and couldn't control the irritation in his heart. His voice was cold, you almost hit someone. The man was still angry, my speed is so slow. Nothing will happen even if I hit someone. Besides, this is a new scooter. Look here, it's damaged. Can you afford to pay for it? The man seemed very angry. He stared at Lin Jihua, his eyes wide and angry. Lin Jihua's voice was even colder, and his eyes were sharp. I don't know if it's legal for you to ride a scooter here, but I don't think there's anything wrong with me kicking you away when you almost hit someone. Lin Jihua interrupted him and took out a business card. I don't want to waste time discussing this with you. Call this number, and my lawyer will talk to you in detail. The man, Lin Jihua's eyes were sharp. He held the business card between his clean fingers and wore a watch on his wrist that didn't look cheap. The man was stunned for a while. Suddenly, he pushed the scooter and walked away while cursing. He could vaguely hear him say, a rich man bringing his girlfriend to eat snacks? Why is it so expensive? Xiaojiao also noticed his watch. She looked down at her own and smiled. You're still wearing it. Lin Jihua calmly retracted his hand and nodded. Yes. In fact, the assistant in charge of his clothes had always been puzzled by this watch. For someone of Lin Jihua's status, such a watch was very difficult to match with clothes, especially at important occasions. However, Lin Jihua had never changed his watch in the past year. This made people who knew him think that he was keeping a low profile. A friend in the business world once said, although the boss of the Lin Group was young, he didn't have the impetuosity of a young person. With that kind of wealth, even his watch wasn't a big brand. Sometimes, a watch reflected a man's identity. Of course, a long time later, when Xiaojiao walked into the venue and they saw the watch on Xiaojiao's hand, they suddenly understood. So that was the case. Lin Jihua responded very calmly. However, he stared at Xiaojiao from the corner of his eyes. He didn't see that it made her have other thoughts. While he was relieved, he also felt a little disappointed. The surrounding people kept looking at the two of them. Xiaojiao frowned slightly and said to Lin Jihua, why don't we leave first? Is it enough? She shook the watch in her hand. Lin Jihua quickly nodded, as if he was afraid that Xiaojiao would change her mind if he moved too late. Lin Jihua was completely relieved when the two of them walked to the chairs beside the artificial lake not far away. It was a hot summer in June. The sky was still bright in the evening, but the cool breeze by the lake was very comfortable. Xiaojiao turned her head and looked straight at Lin Jihua with a pair of big eyes. Lin Jihua's heart skipped a beat. However, he heard the other party say embarrassedly, are you not used to the food street? Xue Jiao was really embarrassed. She had just sat down and recalled Lin Jihua's abnormal behavior at the food street. He was different from her. He had always lived in a rich family. Xue Jiao didn't. She had a previous life. It's a little. I don't like crowds. You don't like crowds? Xue Jiao was surprised. Lin Jihua nodded and looked at her. But it's tolerable. He couldn't in the past, but with you by his side, he could. With Xue Jiao by his side, his patience would become much better. Xue Jiao apologized embarrassedly. I'm sorry. I didn't know. It won't happen again, it's okay. Lin Jihua reached out and gently rubbed her head. He quickly restrained himself and withdrew his hand. You don't have to apologize to me. He didn't like to hear her thank him and sorry. Xue Jiao smiled. She only felt that it was good to know Lin Jihua. She picked up the chicken wings and rice and handed one to Lin Jihua. I really wanted it before I got it. Now that I have it, I don't feel like eating it so much. Lin Jihua took it and opened it under Xue Jiao's gaze. He put it into his mouth stiffly. The strong taste of oil, chili, and seasoning rushed into his mouth. At that moment, Lin Jihua wanted to vomit. Xue Jiao saw his reaction and smiled. If you don't like it, don't eat it. We'll go to a normal restaurant later. As she spoke, she opened it and took a bite. Then, her face stiffened for a moment and she shook her head. Gu Xue Jiao's taste buds seemed to be very resistant to this taste. I used to think that it was very delicious, but it seems to have changed. This taste is not like what I remember. When Xue Jiao said that she had changed, she meant that she had changed. She had changed. She had turned Gu Xue Jiao into Xue Jiao in the eyes of everyone. But in some ways, she seemed to have been deeply influenced by Gu Xue Jiao. Xue Jiao liked chicken wings and rice very much in her previous life. At that time, she was helping to grill meat skewers next to the chicken wings and rice stall. Every day after work, the auntie who worked with her would give her 2 meat skewers. She would buy a steamed bun for dinner. At that time, the chicken wings and rice stall next door were sold. The boss was very good at cooking. The chicken wings and rice were very good, so it was more expensive than others. It cost 20 yuan. Xue Jiao would not buy something so expensive. Most importantly, chicken wings and rice were not enough to fill her stomach. She was bound to spend money. The business next door was very good. The boss was a fat man with a smile. After the summer break, Xue Jiao bought one for herself as a reward. It was very late that day, and there were no other customers at the stall next door. She took the 20 yuan and walked over. The fat boss picked 2 of the biggest chicken wings and rice and handed them to her. He smiled and said, I've wanted to treat you for a long time. Little student, don't be shy. Study hard when school starts. Strive to get into a good university. Xue Jiao instantly understood that the fat boss must have known that she was an orphan. She did not refuse and accepted it with a smile. She knew that the fat boss was sincere. She even knew that if the other party was not afraid of her, she would feel uneasy and would even want to give her money. That night, Xue Jiao ate it carefully on the way back to school. The taste in her memory was very, very good. It was delicious. Xue Shan had suffered a lot in her previous life, but she had also met a lot of good people. They had given her warmth, allowing her to experience the wonderful feelings and warmth between people when she was alone. In this world, there were more than just sins. There were bad people and good people. She was immersed in the past. He placed a hand on the top of her head and rubbed it gently. Since you don't think it tastes good, then don't eat it. Nothing is set in stone. Time passes. Some changes are not good, but some changes are good. We don't have to be immersed in the past. People should look forward. The future will change. Whether it will be good or bad, you can decide for yourself. Xue Jiao was stunned for a moment. She blinked her eyes and retracted her tears. She nodded heavily. Okay. She paused for a moment and smiled. But I still want to finish it. Then, she probably wouldn't eat it, the memory that belonged to Xue Jiao should stay in her memory. Lin Jihua retracted his hand and raised his eyebrows. I think it's okay. It's a very novel taste. Let's eat together. The two of them finished the chicken wing rice and potatoes together. Xiaojiao picked up the squid. Probably because of the weather and her strange mood, Xiaojiao wanted to confide. She looked at the squid and said, I actually don't like to eat squid, but the person I'm most grateful to used to sell squid. I can't see him anymore, but I like to eat squid very much. Liking the taste of squid was different from liking to eat squid. She liked to eat squid, but only liked to eat it. Xiaojiao was adopted when she was very young. She remembered that she was very hungry. She also remembered that she was thrown out in the dark. She also remembered that an old man who was pushing a cart picked her up and put her on a small cart. That was her grandfather, an old man who sold squid. He never admitted that he was her grandfather, but she always respected him as a grandfather. It was the old man who told her that she had to study, go out, and work hard to live a wonderful life. He sold grilled squid to support her until she was in the 4th grade of primary school. Her grandfather was very good at cooking, but he was very old. Many people wouldn't buy the squid he grilled. As a result, his business was very poor. He just had to save money to support her studies. Her household registration was in the countryside with the old man. Studying in the city was very expensive, but he still supported her. Later, he got cancer. Shui Han had originally wanted to drop out of school and come back to treat his illness. On Friday, the day she first asked the teacher to drop out of school, when she came back, she only saw the household register, a stack of loose change, and a note that said, "Study hard and get into university." He left by himself. He didn't want to be a burden to her. Xiaojiao knew, but Xiaojiao was very sad. From then on, Xiaojiao didn't have any relatives. Around the end of primary school, the police station informed her that the old man had died. She didn't even see his body. There were many tragic things in the world. You would never be the most tragic one, but when you were in it, you would still feel despair and pain to the point that you couldn't find the meaning of living. Xiaojiao ate the squid bite by bite. She didn't cry. Lin Jihua followed her movements. He didn't say anything and silently accompanied her. Why do I feel full? Do you still want to eat anything? Xiaojiao blinked and looked at Lin Jihua. Lin Jihua was silent for a moment. His stomach was a little uncomfortable, but his heart was even more uncomfortable. When he ate the squid just now, he knew that Xiaojiao was very uncomfortable at that time. There was something that she couldn't say. He couldn't ask, and he didn't dare to ask. Lin Jihua slowly opened his mouth. I'm full too. Xiaojiao revealed an embarrassed smile. I said that I would treat you to something, but in the end, I didn't really treat you to anything. It's enough. I had a different experience today. I'm very happy. Lin Jihua smiled. He was very happy that he seemed to have touched Xiaojiao's past, but he also felt very uncomfortable because he knew that those memories of the past might not be so beautiful. That world was filled with trauma. He really wanted to go over and hug her tightly. But he also really wanted her to forget and never think of the things that made her so sad again. I'll treat you to something better in the future. Lin Jihua didn't say anything. After a moment, he said softly, I don't know what you're thinking, but I think that the past should stay in the past. Look forward, realize your dreams, and make up for some regrets that can be made up for. His gaze was very serious. He stared straight at Xiaojiao's eyes with worry and encouragement. Xiaojiao suddenly felt something in her heart, but it was quickly covered by warmth. Okay, she should move forward. Those who had given her warmth in the past all hoped that she could live well and have a new life. Xiaojiao pulled herself together and looked at the time. It was already a little late. She opened her mouth and prepared to say goodbye to Lin Jihua. Ding ding ding, her phone suddenly rang. Xiaojiao was stunned for a moment. She picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who is this? The voice on the other end of the phone was very cold. Gu Xiaojiao, I'm Gu Shiyun. Xiaojiao was stunned. Gu Shiyun? Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows and gestured for her to turn on the speaker. He wanted to hear what this person wanted to do. Xiaojiao obediently turned it on. Gu Shiyun's scheming mind was probably something that only Lin Jihua's brain could play with. The voice on the other end gritted her teeth. Was the man who picked you up today the one who destroyed Dad's company? Was he the one who investigated me and helped you post the clarification post? Chapter 63. Xiaojiao could feel Gu Shiyan's anger through the phone. She was so angry that she wanted to strangle her to death. Xiaojiao had already deleted Gu Shiyan's phone number, but this was a new number. Obviously, this was her foreign phone number. I don't understand what you're talking about, Xiaojiao said calmly, ignoring the other party's exasperation. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lin Jihua. Seeing him nod, she felt a little more confident. Gu Xiaojiao, stop pretending. No matter how calm Gu Shiyun was usually, Gu Jingxiu's bankruptcy had a huge impact on her. Now that she had found the culprit, Gu Shiyun was furious. In her memory, Xiaojiao should not be her opponent. However, it was this person who shouldn't have been her opponent that had forced her into her current situation. Lin Jihua listened to the voice on the other end of the phone and frowned slightly. Xiaojiao placed her phone on her lap. Lin Jihua tilted her head and whispered in Xiaojiao's ear, "Tell her not to talk nonsense." In order to prevent Gu Shiyun from hearing his hot breath, he leaned very close to her. Xiaojiao's ears twitched and moved unnaturally. It was a little red. Lin Jihua lowered her head and looked away uncomfortably. Xiaojiao suddenly came back to her senses and said to Lin Jihua, "Don't talk nonsense." "I'm talking nonsense? Stop pretending. Lu Yaya took a photo of you getting into the car with a man. Gu Xiaojiao, don't think that I don't know anything just because I went abroad." The voice on the other end of the phone was getting more and more exasperated. Her calmness and quick-wittedness were all gone. Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiaojiao. There was a smile in his eyes, as if to say, "See, I caught the spy just like that." Xiaojiao, she was speechless. Lu Yaya was the one who poured soup on her in the cafeteria. It seemed that she and Gu Shiyun had known each other for a long time. Moreover, after Xiaojiao condemned her on the radio, Lu Yaya became Gu Shiyun's spy in school. Some people seemed to be unable to recognize their own mistakes and would only rely on blaming others to affirm that they were right. Seeing that Xiaojiao did not speak for a long time, the person on the other end of the phone continued to shout. "You forced me to go abroad in a hurry and then caused my father's company to go bankrupt. Wasn't that just to take revenge on me? Gu Xiaojiao, I thought you had really changed for the better, but it turns out that you were just better at pretending than me. Why? In order to destroy Dad's company, you're not even an adult yet and you're already following rich and powerful men in and out. He's just my friend." Xiaojiao frowned. "Friends? Haha, Gu Xiaojiao, I won't laugh at you anymore. These days, people laugh at the poor but not at the prostitutes. Since he can directly destroy Dad's company, he should be quite old, right? I just don't know how long you, as a lover, can be proud of yourself. After all, you're just someone's greedy plaything. Since you're willing to spend so much money, you must have coaxed him very well, right?" Gu Shiyun's voice was full of naked ridicule. It was as if she had already determined that Xiaojiao had committed herself to an old man in order to take revenge. The photo taken by Lu Yaya was very blurry. She could only see the back of a man and a low-key luxurious car. However, people who could transfer such a large sum of money at will were generally the bosses of large companies. Such people were generally not young. Almost all of the older men in the business world had families. Therefore, it was understandable that Gu Shiyun would think this way. However, Xiaojiao suddenly felt that it was meaningless to argue with her. Gu Shiyun's heart was black and her eyes were not clean. It was as if in this world, people relied on transactions. Thinking of this, she said calmly, "I'll say it again. That's my friend." After that, Xiaojiao was about to hang up the phone, but Lin Jihua stopped her and took the phone. Xiaojiao was slightly surprised. Why would an ordinary friend drive a limited edition car to pick you up? Gu Xiaojiao, you're degrading yourself. You're despicable. I'll wait for the day you're abandoned. Don't be so smug now. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Jihua slowly opened his mouth. Gu Shiyun, since you don't know how to speak, don't come back. After that, he hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Gu Shiyun stared at the phone in shock. Her face was full of disbelief. Someone was beside Xiaojiao? Had he heard all their conversations, didn't want to go back? What was that man going to do? Gu Shiyun was stiff and flustered for a moment, but soon, she tried to calm down and began to think. This person should be the one who did it. She didn't believe that Gu Jingxiu's company wasn't premeditated. She never believed in coincidences. She wasn't like Gu Shuajiao, who didn't understand the business world. Gu Shiyun had always known that she was going to inherit the company, so she had always been in contact with these things. Therefore, after the incident, she suspected Gu Shuajiao. After Lu Yeye sent her the photo, Gu Shiyun was almost certain, so she immediately went to question her. She just didn't expect that man would be there. What did he mean? What else did he want? Bang! She smashed the phone and stared angrily in a direction with fear and worry. Why did this man's voice sound so young and so familiar? She seemed to have heard it somewhere before. Gu Shiyun's mind was in a mess. She was worried and angry. On the other end of the phone, Xua Jiao blinked her eyes and looked at him in a daze. Her eyes were sparkling with surprise and shock. He was threatening Gu Shiyun. Lin Jihua couldn't help but reach out and touch her head. He said dotingly, "Silly." Xua Jiao fell into deep thought. Gu Shiyun's words were nonsense to her. What Lin Jihua was going to destroy the company? She heard Tsinghua say that he was going to pull Gu Jingxiu down. It was obviously Tsinghua who did it, but she also had some doubts. According to Lin Jihua's personality, he might really help. Why are you so good to me? In 2 lifetimes, other than the old man, Lin Jihua was the one who treated her the best among strangers. The old man treated her well because he treated her as his granddaughter. Lin Jihua was also young. Why was he so good to her? Lin Jihua looked up and met Xua Jiao's eyes. He felt a little bitter in his heart. If this girl was really enlightened, why would she be confused about why he was so good to her? He was good to her because he liked her. But Lin Jihua couldn't say that. She was still young. He couldn't scare her. Some words couldn't be said before the time was right. He couldn't blur the past like before. She was slightly alarmed. She needed a legitimate reason. Xua Jiao kept looking at him. She didn't know why, but at this moment, she could feel that there was an indescribable pain in his body. After a long time, Lin Jihua swallowed all the pain and bitterness in his heart and revealed a calm smile. Because I treat you as a friend. You saved my life. What? Xua Jiao was stunned. On the eve of your 2nd year of high school, I was in a car accident on Wenchang Road. You were the one who pulled me out of the car. Lin Jihua chuckled. That was their first meeting. It was also the first time Lin Jihua had been so close to a woman since he became an adult. At that time, he was curious about her. He wanted to slowly get to know her and repay her. But the more he understood her, the deeper he fell. He had made many exceptions for her, and these had all become his beautiful memories. They were the extra joys and sorrows in his mechanical life. Xua Jiao couldn't understand what she had brought to this friend in front of her. It's you. Xua Jiao's eyes widened. Her face was full of shock. The car accident was a big deal. Xua Jiao definitely wouldn't forget it. But that was when she had just transmigrated. Her life was a mess, so she quickly forgot about it. So Lin Jihua was the person she had saved. Xua Jiao suddenly smiled. She smiled until her eyes turned into crescents. She looked at him and said, Lin Jihua, are you a snail? You're actually here to repay me. Lin Jihua reached out and patted her head. You can treat me as a snail. I'm here to repay you. I can make any request. Any request? Don't you have any conditions? Xua Jiao's eyes widened. Lin Jihua pretended to be deep in thought. Then he said, Miss Snail didn't seem to have any conditions. Then I need you to do something to repay me. Xua Jiao suddenly said. Lin Jihua was slightly surprised. He asked curiously, what is it? It's getting late. I want to fly back. Lin Jihua was silent. Xua Jiao's smile widened. Ha ha ha, funny. That's fine too. Wait a moment. As he spoke, he took out his phone. Chen Yan, help me get a plane to W. Xua Jiao covered his mouth. Her face was flustered. Her voice was anxious and panicked. Aya, I'm just kidding. Why are you so scary? Lin Jihua felt her little hand covering his mouth. Her eyes were full of smiles. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're not allowed to say it. I'm just kidding. You can just send me back in the car. Xue Jiao's voice was urgent as she glared at him. How could there be such a person? They were so close. She was just saying it casually. Lin Jihua reached out to protect her so that she wouldn't fall to the ground. His deep voice vibrated from his throat. Okay. I won't fly anymore. Xue Jiao finally let go. Lin Jihua straightened his clothes and said to the phone with a smile, it's fine now. Then he hung up. Chen Yan? Was his King boss flirting with someone? Chen Yan felt that he might have been hallucinating. Or maybe he was still dreaming. Xue Jiao collapsed on the bench. She looked like she was about to break down. Lin Jihua, why are you so serious? I was just joking when I said that I would fly back. You actually. Sigh. She looked at him. Her expression was saying, you're really childish, impulsive, and reckless. Lin Jihua was amused. He said seriously, I can achieve what you want. Even if I can't do it now, I can work hard to do it in the future. Xue Jiao shrugged. She lowered her head slightly and said seriously, Lin Jihua, I saved you because it was convenient. You don't have to take it to heart. You don't have to specially repay my kindness. Was Lin Jihua so good to her all this time because he wanted to repay her kindness? Then now, after repaying her kindness, would it be? Lin Jihua placed a large hand on her head. He smiled and said, silly girl, don't think too much. It's not just because I want to repay your kindness. You're my friend. I want to help you and treat you well. Xue Jiao suddenly looked up. Her eyes lit up. I will treat you well. You've always been so good to me. I'll treat you well in the future. Lin Jihua smiled. It was a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Okay. He paused for a moment and stood up. He said reluctantly, you should go back. It was getting late. Lin Jihua should send Xue Jiao back to the Qing family. Oh. Right. Xue Jiao nodded. Lin Jihua sent Xue Jiao back to the entrance of the Qing family's neighborhood. Then I'll get going. Go back quickly. Lin Jihua smiled. Xue Jiao also smiled and said, be careful on your way back. She turned and walked back to the Qing family's house. Jiao. Lin Jihua suddenly called out. Xue Jiao turned around. Her face was full of confusion. Lin Jihua smiled and waved his hand. Study hard. You'll be satisfied with your results. Xue Jiao was stunned. She waved her hand and smiled. I will, that was her dream. It was her motivation to work hard. Lin Jihua looked at her back as she left. The smile on his face faded. Because of her, he would smile, be sad, be worried, be happy, and also be sad. This was a girl given to him by the heavens. If there came a day when this girl didn't belong to him, or married someone else, Lin Jihua knew that he would go crazy. When Xue Jiao reached home, the whole family was there. Li Sidong took her bag and nagged. Where did you go? You only sent a text saying that you were having dinner with a friend and then you didn't reply. We'll be worried if you do this. Xue Jiao smiled embarrassedly. He came suddenly. We went to eat together, so I didn't reply. Qingshua's ears twitched. Was it that mysterious person? He smiled and looked at Xue Jiao. Jiao, who did you have dinner with? What did you have for dinner? Are you full? Xue Jiao didn't mind. She took a sip and said, it was my friend. We went to the food street. I'm full. What? You went to the food street to eat? Li Sidong exploded. You little girl. Those things are not clean. You'll get diarrhea if you eat them. How can you go out and eat? Li Sidong started nagging her. Xue Jiao bared her teeth at Qing Mingzi and Qingshua behind her back. Both of them smiled helplessly. Qingshua put away his thoughts. It seemed that they were classmates. If it was really that mysterious person, then, he wouldn't go to the food street. Li Sidong nagged for a long time. He only stopped when Qingmingzi said that he was going to sleep. After all, Qingmingzi was going to take the college entrance exam tomorrow. The whole family went back to their rooms. Tomorrow was the college entrance exam. Today, they had to create a quiet environment for Qingmingzi. When the two of them opened their rooms, Xue Jiao suddenly stopped and turned her head. "Brother, do your best for tomorrow's exam." "All right." Qingmingzi smiled, as gentle as jade. The two of them went back to their rooms. When she finished her homework and was about to go to bed, Xue Jiao's stomach suddenly growled. Then, she threw down her pen and rushed to the bathroom. After a while, she came out with a pale face. Gu Xiujiao's stomach was indeed not the stomach that was not afraid of anything. She took a long time to rest. When she finally felt better, she took out her phone and sent a message. "Lin Jihua, you ate some snacks today. Are you okay?" After a while, the other party replied calmly. "I'm fine. Are you not feeling well? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Xiujiao quickly replied. "I just felt a little uncomfortable. I'm fine now. I don't need to go to the hospital." Qingmingzi was going to take the college entrance exam tomorrow. How could she go to the hospital today? Making a commotion in the middle of the night was harmful. Moreover, she was fine. She did not need to go at all. In the original article, Qingmingzi was going to take the college entrance exam for the finance major. On the eve of the college entrance exam, Xue Jiao could not bear to part with him. She was instigated by Li Wei and the others to make a scene. Qingmingzi's college entrance exam in his previous life was not easy. He got third place in the province and went to the city's finance university. Although those things were not done by Xue Jiao, she took over Gu Xiujiao's body. She also felt guilty toward Qingmingzi. This time, she was determined to let him take the college entrance exam well and get the glory he deserved. "Lin Jihua, that's good." Obviously, he also knew the situation, so he did not insist. Xue Jiao said again. "Since you're fine, I'm relieved. I'm going to sleep. Good night." "Lin Jihua, good night." On the other end of the line. "Boss, please give him the injection." Tan Qi was a little worried. Seeing that Lin Jihua kept sending messages, he reminded him softly. Lin Jihua looked at him indifferently. He raised his hand and cooperated with the doctor's injection. "Assistant Tan, you've worked hard today." Tan Qi bowed his head respectfully. "This is what I should do. But boss, you should remember the doctor's instructions. Don't touch those untried junk food. If you want to eat it, I'll ask the chef to make the same clean and safe food tomorrow." Lin Jihua was still looking at Xue Jiao's message. When he heard this, he looked up and looked at Tan Qi. "Assistant Tan, do you have a girlfriend?" Tan Qi. He was dumbfounded and shook his head obediently. Lin Jihua put away his phone, lay down, and said calmly, "I think it's time to talk about one. We still have to solve our personal problems." Tan Qi was still dumbfounded. He looked at Lin Jihua in a daze. This. Why did he ask him to find a girlfriend? Lin Jihua looked at him disdainfully. He felt that he was a little stupid. "Assistant Tan, you'll know when you find someone you like. Some rules can be broken." Tan Qi? "Okay, you can go back. You've worked hard today. You have a day off tomorrow." Tan Qi walked out of Lin Jihua's apartment with the doctor with a dumbfounded expression. He closed the door and suddenly came back to his senses. F*CK. Boss went to eat snacks with the person he liked? F*CK. Boss actually knew how to make a girl happy? Was this a F*King public display of affection tonight? After Qin Yan, Tan Qi also started to doubt his life. At night, Xue Jiao had a dream. She dreamed of Gu Xiujiao's life again. At 5 in the morning, Xue Jiao sat up abruptly. Her face was full of tears. She took out her phone with trembling hands and dialed a number. "Hello?" The voice on the other end of the phone was still hoarse. "Lin Jihua. Are you okay?" Xue Jiao's voice sounded like she was about to cry. Lin Jihua sat up abruptly and said anxiously, Jiao Jiao, what's wrong with you? Don't cry. Tell me what's wrong. Xue Jiao suddenly couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. Xiao Guai, don't cry. Tell me what's wrong. Are you not feeling well? Jiao, don't cry. Lin Jihua comforted her as he put on his clothes. He didn't even bother to wash up. He grabbed his car keys and rushed out of the door. Lin Jihua. Woo. Are you okay? I'm fine. Jiao, I'm fine. Listen to my voice. Isn't it full of energy? He ran to the garage, turned on the speaker, and started the car. Xue Jiao couldn't stop crying for a while. After a while, she choked out, I had a nightmare. I dreamt that something happened to you. Lin Jihua suddenly laughed. He drove very fast, but his voice was soft and carried a smile. Jiao, I'm fine. I'm fine. Listen to my voice. Is it okay? It's all a nightmare. It's fake. Don't mind it. His voice was very soft and carried a comforting tone. Xue Jiao's face was covered in tears again. It's not fake. It's not fake. She thought of Gu Xue Jiao's life. After Qingmingzi took over Rec Journey, Qingmingzi took her to a banquet. Some people talked about Rec Journey, who was flourishing with each passing day, and one of them inadvertently said something, this Qingmingzi and the one who died in the Lin family's car accident are a bit similar. If that person didn't die in the car accident, the Lin family wouldn't have collapsed. That person was also pitiful. With his talent, Qingmingzi can't help but flatter him. Car accident. When she first came to this world to save Lin Jihua, he died in the original novel. Xue Jiao couldn't control her tears. The old man who was so good to her in her previous life died. Lin Jihua, who was so good to her in this life, also almost died. She buried her face in her arms and trembled in pain. Xue Jiao knew that she was just dreaming. Lin Jihua was still alive in this life. But when she thought of how young Lin Jihua, who should have been respected and praised by others, left this world at such a young age, she couldn't control her tears at all. Xue Jiao didn't dare to think about what would have happened if she hadn't gone to buy books that day. If she had been like Gu Xue Jiao that day and didn't go out because of sadness, then Lin Jihua would have died in that car accident. Lin Jihua was so good and so powerful. God had given Lin Jihua such an amazing talent. How could he have died? If he had died at that time, no one knew how powerful he would have been. No one knew how high he would have led the Lin Corporation. Xue Jiao sobbed and asked him, Lin Jihua, were your grandfather and second uncle the ones who plotted against you in that car accident? He had told her about it once, but she still remembered it. Yes. Lin Jihua was slightly puzzled. He didn't know why Xue Jiao suddenly mentioned this. Don't ever forgive them in the future, okay? Okay, I'll never forgive them. Lin Jihua didn't hesitate. Hearing that he agreed, Xue Jiao felt slightly better. Jiao, don't cry. I'm fine. I'm fine. Don't treat your dreams as reality. Lin Jihua's voice was very soft. There was a hint of a smile in his voice, which made Xue Jiao feel relaxed and at ease. He kept comforting her. After a while, Xue Jiao's tears gradually stopped and she officially woke up from her nightmare. She was a little embarrassed. She cried and hiccuped while saying, I'm sorry. I'm a little obsessed. The voice on the other end of the phone was a little rough and helpless. Jiao, don't apologize to me. Never. Hiccup. Xue Jiao was still hiccuping. Lin Jihua was a little amused. Why are you still like a little girl? If you're still worried, look outside the window. What? Xue Jiao was stunned. Lin Jihua panted and wiped his sweat. He insisted, open the curtains and take a look. Xue Jiao hiccuped as she climbed out of bed. She pulled open the curtains and was stunned. Downstairs, there was a man dressed in casual clothes. His hair was messy, and he looked a little silly, which was something he would not normally do. He was full of smiles and waved at her. He opened his mouth and said in a low voice, Jiao, I'm very good. Behind him was the light of the rising sun. He stood under the light and smiled at her. It was more dazzling than the morning sun. Xiaojiao held her breath. She couldn't describe how she felt at that moment, but Xiaojiao would never forget that scene until the end of her life. The morning sun was getting brighter and a little dazzling. Shuizao squinted her eyes and looked at the figure with tears in her eyes. The tears that she had just stopped fell again, but a smile appeared on her face. "Why are you here?" Lin Jihua smiled. "I'm here to show you that I'm fine." His voice was very low, but in the silence of the morning, Xiaojiao could still hear him clearly. She didn't know what to say. She just stared at him. Lin Jihua also looked at her with a smile. No one spoke. There was no sound. After a while, Xiaojiao slowly opened her mouth. Lin Jihua looked at her and said, Be careful, on the road. Xiaojiao stuttered under his gaze. He smiled even more dotingly. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he waved his hand. "All right, I'll drive slowly." Lin Jihua's back was against the light. When he smiled, Xiaojiao ignored the rays of sunlight in the sky. Xiaojiao's face is glowing. The multicolored light shines on her palm-sized face. One look at her and one's heart melts. Their lives were very similar to this moment. One grew up facing the sun, while the other turned away from it. Lin Jihua felt the warmth of the sun with Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao had Lin Jihua, which was like a wall blocking the darkness. This time, Xiaojiao watched Lin Jihua leave. She stared at his back and rubbed her red and swollen eyes. Facing the rising sun, Xiaojiao made a wish. She hoped that this man, who left before he could display his abilities in the original novel, would be safe and sound in this life. When Lin Jihua returned to the apartment, it was not even 7 o'clock. Tanqi was standing at the door, looking anxious. When he saw his boss coming up from downstairs, he was stunned for a moment. When he saw his boss's slovenly appearance, he was even more dumbfounded. Tanqi's first thought was, F***ck. Such a good-looking person was indeed handsome. His second thought was, he didn't take good care of his boss. When he returned to Beijing, would Secretary Chen kill him? Tanqi immediately walked up anxiously. "Boss, where did you go? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Jihua threw the key to Tanqi, and he quickly opened the door. "Assistant Tan, I think you should solve your personal problems as soon as possible." "Tanqi? Are you the kind of boss's boss?" "Oh right, you're right. As long as it's a reasonable boss, I can't refute you." "Okay. He's the grievance." "Calm?" He also wanted to find a partner, but since Chen Yan had to serve his boss 24 hours a day, he had to serve Chen Yan 20 hours a day. In their line of work, they had nothing but money. In the past, Tanqi was very happy. Look, his boss was so rich, but he wasn't in a relationship. Let's be miserable together. But recently, his boss seemed to be in love. That was King heart-wrenching. Lin Jihua nodded and tidied himself up in front of the mirror. "What time is your flight?" "It's 8:30 to Beijing." "Okay." Lin Jihua continued tidying up. He tidied his hair in front of the mirror, thinking about someone. Xiaojiao cried after having a nightmare about him. She cared about him too, right? Lin Jihua's lips curled up slightly. "Tanqi." He immediately turned his head and posted in a private group that excluded his boss and Chen Yan. "Boss is in a good mood today." After he said that, the group was immediately flooded with messages. "Project Manager, Old Wang, hurry up and prepare the documents. Report when boss arrives." "Thank you, Assistant Tan, Planning Director, I'll prepare a proposal." "Thank you, Assistant Tan, Technical Manager, Sister Sue, wait for me. Let's go together." "Thank you, Assistant Tan, Finance Manager, there weren't any big projects yesterday or today? Why is boss in a good mood all of a sudden?" "Thank you, Assistant Tan, HR Manager, who cares why? Boss's good mood is like a red rain. Hurry up." "Thank you, Assistant Tan." Tanqi smiled like he was the only one who was sober. This group of people would never have guessed that boss might be in love. He was still very professional. There were some things he could say, but there were some things he couldn't say even if he was beaten to death. Bang, a towel was thrown at his head. Tianqi looked up. Lin Jihua returned to his usual cold face. What are you thinking about? Let's go. With that, he strode out of the room. Tianqi put away his phone and quickly followed him with his briefcase. Jiao Jiao, we're going to accompany Mingze for the college entrance exam. Hurry up and tidy up. Li Sidong shouted as he changed his shoes. Xue Jiao put down her pen and stuck her head out from the second floor. I have to go too. Li Sidong glared at her. This is an important matter for the whole family. Oh, okay. I'll go pack now. Xue Jiao retracted her head and hurriedly changed her clothes. She packed 2 books and went downstairs. Qing Mingze said helplessly, you don't have to trouble yourself. This is an important matter for the whole family. You have to come back for your sister's college entrance exam next year. Qing Mingze put down the newspaper. Okay. Do whatever you want. It's hot today. You can wait in the car. Qing Mingze continued to remind them. Okay. Qing Mingze agreed. The whole family tidied up and left an hour and a half early. When they arrived at the school gate, there were already many parents there. The teachers were hanging signs to maintain order. Mingze, you can do it. Just maintain your usual standard. Don't feel burdened. Qing Mingze smiled and encouraged him. Li Sidong also hurried over, looking more nervous than Qing Mingze. Mingze, you really don't have to feel burdened. Don't be nervous. Anyway, you've already been recommended to Tsinghua University. When he said this, the parents accompanying the students suddenly turned around and muttered, You've already been recommended to Tsinghua University. Why do you still need to take the exam, then? Their eyes were filled with envy. The parents on the other side also heard this and immediately turned around. Classmate. He. It was a middle-aged man. Xue Jiao and the rest immediately looked over. What's wrong? Qing Mingze looked confused. That. You've been recommended to Tsinghua University? Qing Mingze continued to nod blankly. He, shake my son's hand. As he said this, the man grabbed the hand of the boy next to him and pulled him over. Qing Mingze, he stretched out his hand stiffly and shook it. Pfft, Xue Jiao laughed. Then, she went forward and patted Qing Mingze's shoulder. Brother, go in quickly. Good luck. Okay. Qing Mingze reached out and rubbed her head. Then, he turned around and left. Unlike their situation, the parents beside them were constantly reminding their children. When their children had already walked in, they were still shouting, Don't be afraid, son. Mom will cheer for you. Remember to go to the toilet first. Daughter. Remember to check if the answer sheet is scribbled on. Scribble on the answer sheet first. Check it at the end. Don't panic. Just treat it as a normal exam. Almost all the students had entered. Li Sidong took out a few things from his bag. There were 3 flags with the words victory in the college entrance examination written on them. There were 3 red headbands with the names of the candidates written on them, and 3 red ribbons. What are these for? Qing Mingze was puzzled. Li Sidong put on the headband, tied the red ribbons, and held the flags in his hand. Then, he handed the rest to Xue Jiao and the rest. Come. Quickly put them on. Qing Mingze, Xue Jiao, Li Sidong widened his eyes. These are consecrated. They've become popular in the past 2 years. The 2 of them looked at each other and took the flags with sad expressions. Then, they put them on. At this moment, Xue Jiao felt like 3 idiots. Obviously, Qing Mingze thought so too. However, when they walked under the tree and met countless parents with the same equipment, Xue Jiao and Qing Mingze suddenly raised their heads. Since they were all so silly, there was nothing to say. The 3 of them struggled to find a place to sit under the shade of the tree. Each of them held a small fan and sat together with the other parents. On such a day, it didn't matter if your family owned a company or was a leader. They were all the same, parents of students taking the college entrance examination. There were still students running over, and there were also police officers carrying students over. June 7th and 8th. These 2 days were very different every year, especially for those who had experienced the college entrance examination. Every year, at this time, they would sigh. This was the turning point of many people's lives. On this day, it was as if the whole country was making way for this group of students who studied hard. The police officers came and went on electric scooters to transport the students on the road. The parents didn't dare to speak too loudly. Their voices all turned into whispers. No horns were allowed within a radius of several kilometers. They even blocked the road where several high schools were located. This day was the hard work of a student from 5 to 7 years old to 17 and 18 years old. It was also the hope of a family for more than 10 years. The college entrance examination, these two words, carried a heavy weight. When the bell rang, the parents' hearts tightened, and their expressions became nervous. Li Sidong wanted to say something, but he turned his head. Xue Jiao took out her textbook, and Qing Mingzi took out the newspaper. Li Sidong, she pursed her lips and turned her head. Someone immediately spoke to her. "That's your daughter. She's so pretty." Li Sidong immediately laughed. "Yes, that's my daughter. She's prettier than a celebrity." "What year is she in?" "Year 2. She's already in year 2. Then the college entrance examination today is." Many people around them began to speak. Not long after, the people who spoke to Li Sidong all knew that her son was taking the college entrance examination inside and had been recommended to Tsinghua University. Her daughter was in year 2 this year and was also studying at 7 High School. She was the top student in year 2. Her son and daughter had both won first prize in the mathematics competition at the beginning of the year. Suddenly, a large group of people surrounded her to ask for advice on education. Li Sidong raised her chin slightly and beamed with joy. She was much more interested than when she was shopping in luxury stores. Xue Jiao rolled her eyes. She and Qing Mingzi looked at each other and silently moved away. Then, Xue Jiao continued to read, and Qing Mingzi continued to read the newspaper. When Qing Mingzi came out and saw the three of them, he was stunned. He couldn't help but take a few pictures with Qing Mingzi's phone. None of them asked how Qing Mingzi did. They only took good care of him. This continued until the next afternoon when the college entrance examination ended. As the first student rushed out of the examination room, crying and laughing, the college entrance examination ended. The next college entrance examination would be Xue Jiao's. Qing Mingzi walked out of the examination room with a smile on his face. Xue Jiao saw his expression and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In the original article, Qing Mingzi's life was unstable. Plus, his target was only the city's finance university, so he probably didn't use his full strength. This time, Xue Jiao hoped that he would be like an eagle, fighting freely in the sky. "How did you do?" Li Sidong walked over and couldn't help but ask nervously. Qing Mingzi grinned and said confidently, "Full strength." Xue Jiao also smiled, her eyes slightly moist. She took over Gu Xue Jiao's life and had all of her memories. She could already be considered half of Gu Xue Jiao. In the original article, almost none of the people she cared about had a good life. Even Qing Mingzi walked a path that he didn't want to walk. In this life, Xue Jiao hoped that her weak influence could make everyone better and live a happy life. After the college entrance examination, Qing Mingzi made his aspirations clear. He didn't need to stay at home to study his aspirations, so he packed his things and went on a trip. He went out with a smile on his face. In this life, Qing Mingzi had the appearance of a young man. He didn't force himself to grow up. On this day, Xue Jiao started school. It was also the last monthly exam before the end of the semester. As usual, she carried her bag and listened to the listening while walking to the bulletin board. Before she got close, someone said, "Chusheng finally beat Gu Xue Jiao." Xue Jiao was stunned. Chusheng's score was higher than hers. Actually, Xue Jiao was a little mentally prepared, but she still felt bad. She was a little absent-minded at the beginning of the month, but Chusheng persisted and worked hard. She felt a little uncomfortable and bitter in her heart. Soon, she shook her head and pulled herself together. Victory and defeat were common in war. She would continue to work hard next time. At this moment, Chusheng walked out from inside, his cheeks slightly red. He walked towards Xue Jiao. Xue Jiao also smiled. "Congratulations." Chusheng stammered, "No, you were in a bad mood before." Xue Jiao smiled helplessly. But the college entrance examination doesn't depend on one's mood. You did better than me this time, but I won't be discouraged. She clenched her fists and her cheeks puffed up. Chuxing scratched his head embarrassedly. You scored 1 point less than me. I will continue to work hard. After saying that, he ran away. He was probably going to work hard. Xiaojiao shook her head and followed him to the classroom. She wasn't the kind of person who couldn't accept failure. Chuxing had always been very good. Xiaojiao had been cheating her whole life, but Chuxing was the real deal. However, she wouldn't admit defeat. One failure wasn't terrible. She could admit defeat, but she couldn't accept it. This time, falling from first place made Xiaojiao understand that she couldn't always be first. Even if she could do it again, she would still be suppressed by others. Therefore, she had to work harder. Gu Shiyan's incident last month had affected her. This was a problem with her mentality. She was now preparing for the college entrance examination. She couldn't let anything affect her studies. Xiaojiao quickened her pace and returned to the classroom. That bookworm. You. Tianyu stammered. He already knew about Xiaojiao's results. He was a little worried and wanted to comfort her. He was afraid that she would be sad and discouraged. Xiaojiao raised her hand, made a cross, and said, I'm studying. After saying that, she buried her head and started to work. Tianyu, well, he was worried for nothing. He still didn't understand the world of a top student. Xiaojiao and Chuxing seemed to be competing. Until the end of the semester, both of them put in 120% of their effort. They wished that they had 48 hours a day to work hard. When the final exam ended, both of them could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Xiaojiao rubbed her tired eyes. Just as she was about to say something, Chuxing had already turned around. Gu Xiaojiao, my mom signed me up for a cram school. Do you want to come? Xiaojiao, she paused for a moment. I'll go back and see. Chuxing was a good opponent. Not only did he want her to improve, but he also wanted her to improve so that they could continue to compete. When they returned to their respective classrooms and packed their things, Yinfeng came in with a large stack of papers. Quiet. Instantly, there was silence. These are 25 sets of mock questions. Remember to do one set every day. Oh, they wailed. Yinfeng frowned and slammed the table hard. Is 25 sets of papers a lot? You have a full 40 days of vacation. You don't even need to do one set a day. Also, for the wrong questions from before, do it again. Use the same workbook to write it down and hand it in when school starts. Oh, she looked at the students below with an exasperated expression. In this year's college entrance examination, Year 3 student Qingmingzi was the provincial top scorer in science. This is the pride of our school, and also the pressure of our cohort. Everyone, don't slack off. The principal has given the order that our cohort must continue to shine. Yes, Qingmingzi was the provincial top scorer in science with 718 points. This score was amazing even in the whole country. There were 3 rounds of the school's commendation ceremony. Of course, Qingmingzi wasn't present. He only recorded a video as a courtesy. Oh, the students had dead fish eyes. Indeed, there were 25 sets of papers, which was less than one set a day on average. But, next, the language teacher brought over 20 sets of papers. The math teacher brought over 25 sets of papers. Physics, the students were already expressionless. High school had the ability to let you work non-stop during the holidays as if you were in school. This was not a problem for Xiaojiao. According to her pace, these papers were not enough for her to finish during the holidays. Damn, it can't fit anymore. Tianyu cursed. His school bag could not fit all the homework. Xiaojiao also put the books into the boxes on the ground. They had to move them. After all, they were about to move to the legendary Sanyuan cauldron with the best feng shui in the Year 3 school building. If you can't put them down, just hold them in your arms. Tianyu looked at her. His handsome face frowned, lowered his head, and approached. Hey, bookworm, we won't see each other for 40 days again. You don't come out to play again. Xiaojiao glared at him. What's there to play? The college entrance exams are coming soon. Tianyu frowned and kept muttering, I'm not listening, I'm not listening. Bastard chanting scriptures, Xiaojiao. She paused for a moment and said, remember to finish the papers. I won't copy them for you. Yi Tianyu. Don't. Xiaojiao looked serious. Really, so do it yourself. Oh, Yi Tianyu's dead fish eyes were still. Xiaojiao's books were packed properly. Yi Tianyu also packed his own. She bent down and carried the box. It took her a lot of effort to lift it. It was too heavy. Suddenly, her hands felt lighter and a pair of hands took it. Yi Tianyu carried the box and said, come on, your arms and legs are so small. Don't crush it. Forget it. You have your own box. Give it to me quickly. Xiaojiao stared at him. Yi Tianyu didn't let go and piled the box on top of his own. I'll carry this. You take the others. Xiaojiao was stunned and looked at him blankly. What else? What else was there besides the books? Why couldn't she remember? Yi Tianyu passed the 2 cups on the table to her and then carried the 2 boxes out. You take the cups. I'll carry them to the school gate. Xiaojiao. She looked at the 2 cups in her hands and quickly chased after him. Hey! It's too heavy. Let's carry it. She shouted and ran out with the 2 cups in her hands. Her light blue school bag swayed on her back. They chased her all the way to the school gate but couldn't catch up. Yi Tianyu put the boxes on the ground. Uncle Xing and Yi Tianyu's driver immediately came up to carry them. The school didn't allow outsiders to enter. As long as they carried the things out, they were free. I'm so tired. Yi Tianyu wiped the sweat off his forehead. Who told you to carry them all the way? Xiaojiao rolled her eyes and passed him 2 pieces of paper. Yi Tianyu took them and stuck out his tongue as he wiped his sweat. His basketball uniform was soaked. It's okay. This is the power of knowledge. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but add, damn. The power of knowledge is so damn heavy. Pfft, Xiaojiao laughed. Yi Tianyu was stunned for a moment, his hand stopped wiping the sweat off his face. He felt his face getting hotter and hotter. Then, he stammered, bookworm. Smile more, Xiaojiao. This fool. However, Yi Tianyu was her deskmate who had a good impression of her and had been helping her. Xiaojiao was grateful, so she reminded him, remember to study during the holidays. Yi Tianyu. Oh, Xiaojiao memorized the words as she walked to the front door of her house. Qingmingzi hadn't come back yet. His score allowed him to successfully jump from mathematics to computer science. After the score came out, he went to Silicon Valley in the United States to look for a few friends. After that, he stayed there to help and never came back. So much so that the media and the school couldn't find him. However, the photo posted on the school's bulletin board became a hot search, such a handsome top student. Qingmingzi said that the news broadcast also mentioned it. Until now, when he came home every day, the house was full of joy. When Xiaojiao entered the house, Li Sidong was on the phone and looked very happy. Really? That's great. Okay, I'll tell her now. Seeing Xiaojiao come in, Li Sidong said to the other end of the phone, thank you, Sister Qin. Jiao is back. I'll talk to you later. After that, he hung up the phone. You're back? Yeah. Xiaojiao nodded as she changed her shoes. Li Sidong came over to take her bag. Chuxing's mom contacted a famous tutor. He used to set college entrance exam questions in his early years, but now he's retired. It's summer vacation today, so he's preparing to tutor a few more students. I've already signed you up. You and Chuxing can go to class together. Xiaojiao was stunned for a moment, but she still said. Okay. She hadn't attended a tutor in her previous life, so she didn't know what it was like. That tutor is very famous. If it weren't for his old age, the number of students who visit him every year would be too low. Mrs. Qin also asked him to keep a low profile. This tutor doesn't have much energy and can't teach many people. Li Sitong's face was full of joy. Qingming's grades this year made her very happy. It also gave her a lot of face, so she naturally wanted to keep up the good work. Xiaojiao thought for a moment, then suddenly said, can I add one more person? Li Sidong was stunned. Who? Yi Tianyu. Xue Jiao sent Yi Tianyu a message. Are you there? On the other end, Yi Tianyu was playing basketball. When he saw his vibrating phone, he jumped up excitedly. Nerd sent him a message. Is he asking me to play together? Yi Tianyu rubbed his hands excitedly. His fingers trembled slightly as he pretended to be calm and replied. What's up? I'm here. Nerd, there's a good tutor available. Do you want to sign up? Yi Tianyu. Chapter 65. Most of the tutors only took care of one subject. If there were too many subjects, the tutors would be too busy. However, when she went to teacher Zhang's house for class, she had already said that she would be in charge of the entire subject. Teacher Zhang was the teacher that Auntie Qin had found. He was very old and used to teach in Beijing. He had taught countless students under him. When she first started teaching students, she was always the top student in the country every year. Later on, when she got older, she went to set the exam papers. He truly had students all over the world. Back then, he was also a legend of his generation. After retiring, he was rehired. However, he was too old. He was already 73 years old this year. His health was not good, and it was not good for him to continue working in education. Staying in the capital, there were always students who couldn't be refused. Later, teacher Zhang's husband, Mr. Wu, brought her back to her hometown, City C. It could be said that she had officially entered her old age. He had rested for an entire year last year. This year, his body was slightly better. His teacher had taught for a lifetime. Now that his body was slightly better, his heart began to itch again. She didn't plan to bring too many students, only 3. Mrs. Qin happened to find out, so she quickly stuffed Chuxing in. Then, Li Sidong shoved Xue Jiao in. Yi Tianyu spoke to Yi Dafa, and without Li Sitong's help, Yi Dafa eagerly shoved Yi Tianyu in. The 3 slots had been filled. On the first day of the holiday in number 7 high school, Xue Jiao carried her bag and books to make up for her lessons. The class was held at teacher Zhang's house. When she knocked on the door, it was Yi Tianyu who opened it for her. You're all here? The voice was filled with surprise. Xue Jiao looked around but did not see teacher Zhang. Grandpa Wu will go in and help teacher Zhang clean up. Let's wait here first, Yi Tianyu explained. Chuxing smiled gently at her, and Xue Jiao smiled back. When Yi Tianyu saw this scene, he was a little unhappy. What was the meaning of these 2 exchanging glances in front of him? He sat between the 2 of them and said, We're going to cram school. What about homework? Copy? With the amount of homework they had, their school bags almost couldn't hold it. Now that she had to go to class, where would she find the time to do her homework? Both of them rolled their eyes at him at the same time. Chuxing pushed up his glasses and said, You can't copy homework. If you copy homework, you might as well not do it. Yi Tianyu widened his eyes and exclaimed, Wow. Genius Chu, you really have guts. How dare you not do your homework? You're even braver than me. Chuxing, Xue Jiao rolled her eyes. Chuxing meant that we should write in the morning and at night. Chuxing nodded in agreement. Yi Tianyu, could it be that he didn't rest for 24 hours a day? Haha, how could I not let you little classmates do your homework? A loving voice sounded. It was all smiles, and it sounded like it was in good spirits. The 3 of them looked up in surprise. It was a very loving old man. He had a kind face and wore gold-rimmed glasses. However, his hair was already white, and his figure was slightly hunched. The person supporting her was another old man. He was not young either, but he looked more energetic than teacher Zheng. Xue Jiao understood this teacher, so she admired and respected him. When this teacher was young, he went to the countryside to teach. Some poor families did not have money, so they did not let their children enroll in school. It was this teacher who crossed the mountains alone and walked through a few deserted mountains to find the students. He lobbied them one by one and even subsidized their tuition fees. The children were brought back to school, but the pain that teacher Zheng suffered along the way was left in his body. As a result, the 2 elders did not have a child in their lives. Xue Jiao admired this teacher and Mr. Wu, who had always supported her. Hello, teacher Zheng. Hello, Grandpa Wu. The 3 of them stood up together and said respectfully. They all respected such a teacher very much, and their attitude was extremely respectful. An old man who wished he could dedicate his life to the cause of education was worthy of everyone's respect. Grandpa Wu helped Teacher Xing sit down on the opposite side of the sofa. He looked at the few of them and smiled. "I'm Teacher Xing. You might have to spend this holiday with me." "It's our honor," Xiaojiao said with a smile. She was very sincere and looked at Teacher Xing with her big watery eyes. Chu Xing also nodded quickly. Yi Tianyu glanced at Xiaojiao and also nodded happily. Teacher Xing smiled and said, "Then, the three of you, introduce yourselves. It's mainly about your studies." "My name is Chu Xing. I'm about to enter my third year of high school. I'm studying at number 7 high school. My total score is about 710 to 730 points. I'm second in my grade. I've already revised once." Chu Xing pushed up his glasses. Xiaojiao was slightly surprised. So Chu Xing was also revising his high school knowledge. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Shui Han began to introduce herself. "My name is Gu Xiaojiao. I'm about to enter my third year of high school. I'm studying at number 7 high school. My total score is about 710 to 730 points. I'm first and second in my grade. I've also revised once." "Yi Tianyu?" Teacher Xing nodded in satisfaction. Everyone's gaze turned to Yi Tianyu at the same time. He scratched his head and looked embarrassed, but he still forced out a sentence, "My name is Yi Tianyu. I'm about to enter my third year of high school. I'm studying at number 7 high school. My total score is 500 to 600 points. I'll study wherever I go." Yi Tianyu suddenly felt that there was something wrong with his decision to squeeze between the two prodigies. Teacher Xing still smiled and nodded. He was not surprised at all. "It's okay. I know the progress of number 7 high school. The end of the second year of high school is also the end of the high school curriculum. Today, I'll bring everyone to sort out the high school knowledge. Of course, I won't focus on English and Chinese. I'll mainly sort out mathematics and science." The three of them nodded obediently. "Then let's go to the study room," Teacher Xing said. The few of them quickly went forward and helped Teacher Xing to the study room. The inside was already very well decorated. It was just right. There were 3 of them, 1 teacher, and a blackboard. The distance and layout were very good. Teacher Xing was not an indoctrinating teacher. She would not instill all the knowledge into you. She would only guide you. Therefore, rather than saying that Teacher Xing was reviewing for them, it was more accurate to say that she was guiding them to review. The mathematics that they started with today was almost all because of her. The rest was all based on their own memories. They ate lunch at Teacher Zhang's house. Grandpa Wu's cooking was very good. After eating, they helped wash the dishes. Then, they took a short nap and began their afternoon studies. Their progress was neither fast nor slow. They only finished the first year of mathematics in 1 day. Then that's all for today. Bring your mathematics homework tomorrow. I won't let you copy your homework just to make up for it. Haha. Teacher Xing smiled. Yi Tianyu scratched his head in embarrassment, but to be honest, he still quite liked this little old lady. She was more likable than many of the teachers he had met. After school, the 3 of them went home. The next day, they were also revising in the morning. However, in the afternoon, Teacher Xing took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "This afternoon, you guys can do your own papers. When you're done, bring them up. I'll take a look at your questions." Yi Tianyu, bad students did not like to take exams. Although he was no longer a bad student, his heart was still, okay. Xiaojiao and Chu Xing had already nodded and each took out their third mock paper. When Yi Tianyu took out his first mock paper, he was stunned for a moment. "Aren't you guys going to do the first mock paper?" Chu Xing and Xiaojiao looked at him together and did not say anything. Yi Tianyu scratched his head. "What's wrong?" Xiaojiao sighed and said, "It's been 2 days of vacation. We'll do one set a day. Today, it's time to do the third mock paper." Yi Tianyu. "You guys did the first and second mock paper?" The 2 of them nodded at the same time. Ha ha ha, Xiaojiao and Chu Xing, did you guys do the first and second mock paper? Let me take a look. Tianyu, you should do the first mock paper first, Teacher Jing said with a smile. Xue Jiao and Chu Xing handed it in together. Teacher Jing looked at it seriously. She did not look at the two sets of questions just because Xue Jiao and Chu Xing got them all right. Instead, she looked at their solutions seriously. Below, Xue Jiao and Chu Xing wrote at a fast speed. Tianyu, he really regretted it. Why was a bad student squeezing in with a straight-A student? To feel the excitement of an all-around critical hit? Tianyu, don't be distracted. Teacher Jing looked at him with a smile. For some reason, Teacher Jing was clearly very kind, but Tianyu was even more nervous than when he was facing Yin Feng. He quickly lowered his head and began to write at a fast speed. Soon, when Tianyu started to write the fourth math question, Chu Xing handed in the paper. Tianyu, 5 minutes later, Xue Jiao handed it in. Tianyu, when he finished the paper and took out the next set, the two of them were already writing the last question of the fourth set. Before he could finish the multiple choice question, the two of them handed it in again. Tianyu, alright, I basically understand your situation. I have 4 sets of questions for Xue Jiao and Chu Xing, and 1 set for Tianyu. Chu Xing got full marks for 3 sets, 145 points for 1 set. Xue Jiao got full marks for 3 sets, 145 points for 1 set, and 138 points for Tianyu. Teacher Jing pushed up his glasses, and the 3 of them sat up straight seriously. Xue Jiao and Tianyu are very good. It can be said that I have taught so many students, but you are still the best. Chu Xing deducted 5 points for the last big question of the 4th set. He used the wrong calculation method, and the amount of calculation was too large. The answer was also a little off, so 5 points were deducted. In the end, he was not careful. This is a big taboo in the college entrance examination. She was a little tired. Her voice was very soft as she leaned against the chair. After Teacher Jing finished speaking, Chu Xing nodded solemnly and frowned slightly. She picked up Xue Jiao's paper again and looked at her. Xue Jiao was wrong for the last multiple choice question. It's not that you don't know how to do it, but that you used the wrong method. You used the wrong method, right? Xue Jiao nodded. Her brows were furrowed even tighter than Chu Xing's. Tianyu did not understand. Didn't the two of them only get 5 points deducted? Why were their scores more serious than if the sky had collapsed? As for Tianyu. Teacher Jing paused for a moment. Tianyu looked up at her and her heart tightened. Teacher Jing said, he has enough talent, but not enough diligence, and was careless. Tianyu, I'm clear about your problems. You have to be clear about it yourselves. Then, when you do the papers in the future, play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. Pay attention to your own problems. For example, Chu Xing. Teacher Jing began to give examples and took out a lot of questions for them to do before explaining. On this day, the 3 of them gained a lot. Compared to doing more questions or being instilled with more knowledge, it was more important to recognize their own problems. It was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that the 3 of them went home. They were so tired that they collapsed on the bed. The family. Our son is asleep? Dafa looked up. Mrs. nodded and closed the door softly. She walked down and sighed. He's too tired. Our son fell asleep after showering. He didn't even dry his hair and was even snoring. Why is he more tired than playing basketball for the whole day? Dafa frowned slightly and then relaxed. He's still in a good mood. If our son really couldn't take it, he would have stopped long ago. Mrs. sat on the sofa and sighed. That's true, but, is it worth it for us to force our son to take the exam? Look at how tired he is. In fact, he doesn't need it at all. His starting point is different from others. Why? Silly. Dafa glared at her. Look at Lin Jihua of the Lin Corporation. Our son's starting point is higher than others now, but in the future, his starting point might be lower than others. He spent so many years studying and still can't learn well. Will he be able to do well in business in the future? That's true. Mrs. agreed. Dafa sat up straight. I've never asked him to study like a god or a bookworm. I want him to be able to focus and do well in whatever he wants to do. That's enough. No matter how much I leave for him, the world is changing and the times are improving. Who doesn't know what the future will be like? Only his own ability belongs to him. Maybe everything I have today will be a bubble in the future. Who knows? Tianyu was very happy. He had a father who loved him wholeheartedly. Lin Jihua looked at his phone and sighed slightly. Xue Jiao didn't say much to him today. She just said goodnight and went to bed. He knew that she must be very sleepy. No matter how strong a person was, they weren't made of iron. Teacher Zheng's learning was indeed very effective. However, that was the highest intensity without any deviation. She didn't feel it when she was learning, but once she relaxed, she would definitely feel tired and paralyzed. He put away his phone and looked out the window. He didn't want her to work so hard. He could even give her everything she wanted if she just sat at home. However, what she wanted was to chase her dream. This was something he couldn't do no matter what. Lin Jihua looked out the window and tapped his fingers on the chair. There was still 1 year left. There was still 1 year left. This progress continued for half a month. On this day, when they were about to leave, Teacher Zheng suddenly said, I have a student coming to visit tomorrow. He's a very powerful person. You guys don't have to go to class in the morning. Communicate with him. The three of them were stunned. Half a month was enough for them to understand Teacher Zheng's temper. During this period of time, many people had contacted Grandpa Wu to visit Teacher Zheng, but they had been rejected. Moreover, Teacher Zheng had taught too many students. It was already not bad to receive a powerful from her. Very powerful? How powerful must that person be? Okay. The three of them quickly agreed. As they walked out of the neighborhood, Tianyu couldn't help but gossip. Who is it? Which big shot in the academic world? Chusheng pushed his glasses and shook his head. My mother said that Teacher Zheng taught Professor Tan from Tsinghua University, Professor Li, and the others. The president of the Renmin University is also her student, including those in politics, the military, and the business world. Teacher Zheng's students are all over the world. It's not an exaggeration. Tianyu rolled his eyes at him. After the three of them spent time together, Tianyu finally realized. Behind this bookworm Chusheng's hard-working study, he had a very gossipy heart. A bookworm. Only his deskmate was a bookworm, Xue Jiao nodded. To be able to make Teacher Zheng say that he's very powerful, he must be a big shot. We can listen to more tomorrow. Bookworm, you still know how to communicate with people? I thought you only knew how to study hard. Tianyu giggled. Xue Jiao rolled her eyes at him and didn't say anything. The three of them left the neighborhood and returned to their homes. The next day, the three of them waited at Teacher Zheng's house early in the morning. Even Teacher Zheng was dressed especially energetically today. Grandpa Wu went out early to buy a lot of vegetables. They had arranged to meet at 9 o'clock. At 8:50, the doorbell rang. He's coming, he's coming. Teacher Zheng was very happy. Grandpa Wu quickly went to open the door. Then, a man in casual clothes walked in with an imposing aura. His face could definitely be described as beautiful. It was extremely exquisite. His face was very serious, but his eyes were sharp. His limbs were slender, but his slight muscles looked very strong. It would not make people think that he was too beautiful and have bad thoughts. Instead, they did not dare to look directly into his eyes. This man was very imposing. Lin Jihua, Xue Jiao seemed to have been struck by lightning and was stunned. Chusheng and Tianyu almost jumped up. They were both born and raised in City W and could be considered children from some families with status. Lin Jihua could still be said to be their child next door. He was also their goal and idol. This man was born like a legend. Hello, Uncle Wu. Teacher, long time no see. Lin Jihua shook hands with Grandpa Wu. After entering, he hugged Teacher Zheng and sighed. Teacher Zheng also held his hand tightly. Her eyes were slightly red. You child, he placed the gift box in his left hand on the table and patted Teacher Zheng gently to comfort her. Teacher Zheng's eyes were even redder. Suddenly, she could not help but sigh softly. You child, have a tough life, her voice was very soft. If Xiaojiao was not very close and had been paying attention to them, she would definitely not have heard it. Tough life, it seemed to be true. Just based on what she knew, this person's previous life had nothing to do with happiness. I'm very good, teacher. Lin Jihua smiled lightly. He noticed the girl's gaze from the corner of his eye and smiled at her. Come and sit down. Come and sit down. Teacher Zheng pulled Lin Jihua to sit beside her. Then, she pointed at the 3 people opposite her and said, these 3 are my students this year. They might be my last students. Teacher. Xiaojiao and the others could not help but open their mouths. Teacher Zheng waved her hand and did not care. I'm old and my health is not good. There's nothing I can't say. These 3 children are all good children. Xiaojiao and Chuxing are both very hardworking. I like Tianyu and Qiqing very much. Lin Jihua looked up and casually glanced at them. Her gaze paused on Tianyu for a moment. Well, they're all very good. Teacher Zheng nagged for a while and chatted with Lin Jihua about the recent situation. Then, she said, you can chat with these children. I'm a little tired. She was a little tired. She leaned back to rest. Lin Jihua turned her head and gently adjusted the cushion for Teacher Zheng. Teacher, please rest for a while. I'll just talk to them. Okay. Teacher Zheng smiled lovingly. Lin Jihua turned to look at the 3 of them and gently tugged the corners of her mouth. You're all very good. Work hard. Chuxing was a little excited. The feeling of being encouraged by an idol was really great. Okay. Lin Jihua asked again, is there a lot of pressure from studying? As he spoke, he stared at Xiaojiao from the corner of his eye. The few of them shook their heads at the same time. It's quite good. That's good. Lin Jihua smiled. Whether you want to study abroad or stay in the country in the future, since you've chosen the college entrance examination, work hard. Okay. The 3 of them nodded again. Lin Jihua's expression had always been indifferent, but Chuxing and Tianyu both felt that his attitude was already very good. Only Xiaojiao was a little confused. She felt that Lin Jihua was really very polite today. It was completely different from usual. Are you hungry? I'll go and cook, Lin Jihua suddenly said. No need, no need. Jihua, sit down and rest. Uncle will do it. Grandpa Wu hurriedly said. Lin Jihua stood up. Although his attitude was not affectionate, they could feel his sincerity. It's okay. Let the teacher have a taste of the cooking skills I've worked hard to practice. Xiaojiao was a little surprised and could not help but ask, you know how to cook? Surprised? Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows. He and Xiaojiao did not speak much, but their conversation made Teacher Zheng look over with a surprised expression. Even Grandpa Wu could not help but look over. Only Tianyu and Chuxing did not notice anything wrong at all. A little. Xiaojiao nodded honestly. Then you'll know after you try my cooking, Lin Jihua said. He straightened his clothes and walked to the kitchen. The 3 of them followed Grandpa Wu in to help. Later, they let Grandpa Wu rest. Lin Jihua cooked, and the 3 of them did the chores. He seemed to really know how to cook. Xiaojiao looked at his serious face in surprise. He frowned as he put in the seasoning bit by bit. His movements were very slow, but they were also beautiful. With a sense of seriousness, he put in a precise amount of each ingredient. The dishes made in such a methodical manner really looked good, and it felt a little like the shop in Wulio Alley. Xiaojiao was slightly puzzled. When it was time for lunch, Xiaojiao swallowed the first mouthful and knew that it was really the taste of the shop in Wulio Alley. I didn't expect Jihua to have such skills. Grandpa Wu said with a smile. Teacher Zheng nodded and swallowed the mouthful in his mouth. He said with a smile, it's done very well. But why did you make so much fish? There were 6 dishes on the table, and 3 of them were related to fish. Lin Jihua smiled. His gaze inadvertently swept past Xiaojiao next to him. He was sitting between Xiaojiao and Teacher Zheng. Soon, he retracted his gaze and said lightly, the cat at home likes to eat fish very much. The dishes that I learned are mostly related to fish. I hope that the cat at home likes it. Xiaojiao nodded with everyone, still eating fish in her mouth. She also liked to eat fish, she liked to eat it. Lin Jihua's cat was so lucky. It could even eat such delicious custom-made meals. It's really super delicious. Yi Tianyu gave Lin Jihua a thumbs up. Lin Jihua smiled and nodded. He replied indifferently, it's okay. In front of Lin Jihua was steamed fish. He picked up a better piece and placed it in Xiaojiao's bowl. Suddenly, everyone looked up and looked at him and Xiaojiao in unison. Lin Jihua put food in Xiaojiao's bowl? Teacher Zheng looked over with slight surprise. Yi Tianyu's eyes widened as he stared at the two of them. Being stared at by so many people, Xiaojiao felt a little embarrassed. However, she was also a little curious. Lin Jihua had always been very gentlemanly. It was common for him to pick up food for her. Why was everyone looking at him so strangely? Even though everyone was looking at him, Lin Jihua remained calm. He reached out his chopsticks again and placed a piece of fish into Teacher Zheng's bowl. This one is light. Please try it. His voice was very calm and low, and his face was expressionless as usual. Lin Jihua was just picking up food for her left and right. Nothing else? Yi Tianyu heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Xing was still looking at them from the corner of his eyes. He was slightly curious and gossipy. After that, Lin Jihua kept putting food in Xiaojiao and Teacher Zheng's bowl. Yi Tianyu, who was sitting on the other side of Xiaojiao, was a little unhappy. He picked up a pair of clean chopsticks and picked up the bitter gourd. Come, have some bitter gourd. He placed it in Xiaojiao's bowl with a smile on his face. Xiaojiao looked at him without saying a word. Yi Tianyu stared blankly for a moment. What's wrong? She doesn't eat bitter gourd. Lin Jihua explained softly, her voice as calm as usual. Yi Tianyu blurted out, how do you know she doesn't eat bitter gourd? Teacher Zheng, Grandpa Wu, and Chu Xing looked over again. Lin Jihua wiped her hands and picked up another piece of fish without bones for Xiaojiao. She hasn't touched the bitter gourd since she came to the table. Yi Tianyu, he lowered his head and observed for a moment. The bitter gourd was placed between him and Xiaojiao. It was so close to her. She really didn't seem to have eaten it. Jihua is really observant. Grandpa Wu smiled. Yi Tianyu didn't say anything else. He didn't have the nerve to pick up more food for Xiaojiao, but his gaze was always on the two people beside him. Why do I always feel that these two people give me an unpleasant feeling? Chu Xing also blinked his eyes and looked over from time to time. His eyes were full of suspicion. The meal was finished in such a strange atmosphere. After the meal, Teacher Zheng talked about the main points for a while. The three of them went home to revise today. Lin Jihua was still here. Clearly, Teacher Zheng still had something to say. The three of them were quite tactful and obediently took their leave. Almost as soon as they stepped out of the door, Yi Tianyu went up to Xiaojiao and said sourly, you and Lin Jihua knew each other before? Xiaojiao rolled her eyes and glanced at him. It's none of your business. After saying that, he quickened his pace. Yi Tianyu chased after him, muttering, you really know each other? Bookworm, I didn't expect you to have such a wide network of connections. It's none of your business. Bookworm, Lin Jihua held the door handle and listened to the voices that were gradually fading away. His eyes were slightly dim. Jihua. Behind him, Teacher Zheng called out softly. Lin Jihua came back to his senses. He closed the door and slowly walked back. He had just squatted down beside Teacher Zheng when the other party held his hand. This teacher was one of the few women he could have physical contact with. She was more like a mother, allowing him to rest a little. Teacher Zheng's eyes were wet. He said softly, Jiao Jiao is the girl you like, right? Lin Jihua was slightly stunned. Teacher Zheng smiled until his eyes narrowed. Tears were already in his eyes. I've lived for so long. I haven't lived for nothing. Every time I saw you before, you were like a machine. You said and did whatever you did. You almost had no emotions. Look at you now, you seem to have flesh and blood. The Lin Jihua he saw this time was completely different from before. She was very happy, but also very afraid. Lin Jihua looked at the kind old man and nodded gently. Yes. I like her. I want to spend the rest of my life with her. Teacher Zheng wiped his eyes. Tears rolled down his cheeks uncontrollably. Teacher. Lin Jihua took a tissue and handed it to her with heartache. Teacher Zheng choked. She looked at him and touched his head with trembling hands. Jihua. Jihua. Jiao Jiao is a good girl, but, she's too young. Gu Xiaojiao was 17 years old this year, and Lin Jihua was 26 years old. They had been absent for nearly 10 years. I'll wait for her. Lin Jihua squatted and smiled. He raised his head slightly and looked into Teacher Zheng's eyes. His eyes were firm and warm. Teacher Zheng's tears rolled down again. I thought you were going to live alone for the rest of your life. When I heard you say that you have someone you like, I was so happy. Your grandma is also relieved in the netherworld. Lin Jihua continued to wipe her eyes. I know your personality. Once you've made up your mind, you won't change it. Other people might not change it even if they swear that they'll spend the rest of their lives together. But I know you are. If you say that you want to spend the rest of your life with her, then it's really for the rest of your life. She knew Lin Jihua's personality too well. He looked deep and indifferent, but he was actually very determined. The person that such a person had set his mind on would not change for the rest of his life. Teacher Zheng's tears rolled down. She held Lin Jihua's hand tightly. She's too young. Her life is full of variables. Jihua, I'm afraid. I'm afraid she won't choose you in the end. The scary thing about this world was not that it was unchanged. It was as if you had the whole world and then lost it. Teacher Zheng's heart ached. Xiu Jiao was too young. She had not even entered university yet. She was just a little eagle under the eagle's arm. Lin Jihua could guard, watch, and take care of her at this time. In the future, when she grew up and fought against the sky, would her gaze stop on Lin Jihua? In her heart, Jihua was the best man in the world, but there was a gap of nearly 10 years between him and Xiu Jiao. Time was something that no one could buy. Lin Jihua looked at the crying old man in front of him, and his eyes gradually turned red. His voice was very soft, as if it would drift away with the wind at any time, but teacher, I have no choice. I can't control myself when I love someone. I, Lin Jihua, have lived for so many years, and only Xiu Jiao has entered my heart. She has brought me light and a different life. Without her, I would be a rotten tree. Without her, I would be a rotten tree. Teacher Zheng sobbed and hugged Lin Jihua in her arms. God, you have treated this child poorly for so many years. Take pity on him and satisfy him once. Time flew by quickly during the intensive revision. 7 days before Xiu Jiao started school, Qingmingzi returned. He was like a traveler who had gone out, carrying a full backpack. Then, on such an ordinary night, he came back covered in dust. Li Sidong was stunned. She immediately went forward. Mingzi, you're back. It's so late. Why didn't you tell me in advance? She looked like she was about to cry. The expression on her face was mixed with surprise and worry. Gu Xiujiao used to like Qingmingzi, but every time she saw Li Sitong's concern for Qingmingzi, she still felt very uncomfortable. At that time, she felt that her mother did not love her and did not belong to her, so she felt bitter and hateful. Xiujiao did not have any other emotions. She used to accept Li Sitong seriously, but her heart had been hurt, so she did not look forward to it much. She cared about Qingmingzi, so Xiujiao did not have any other thoughts. After all, Li Sitong was Qingmingzi's mother now. Qingxua and Qingmingzi also cared about her. Therefore, Xiujiao did not feel bad when she saw Li Sitong care about Qingmingzi. Qingmingzi hugged Li Sitong, turned around, and hugged Xiujiao. Xiujiao stiffened. Qingmingzi quickly let go. He stepped forward and hugged Qingxua. After he let go, he smiled and said, I'll give you a surprise. What do you think? You little brat. Qingxua laughed and scolded. The joy on his face was real. Qingmingzi had changed a lot compared to 2 months ago. He still looked the same, but there was a lot more smile on his face. His eyes were full of vitality and yearning. Xiujiao also smiled. I'll be back for a few days. I've finished the work I did with people in Silicon Valley and learned some things. I feel like I've gained a lot and have some new ideas. I'm going to report to Tsinghua University in advance. I've already made an appointment with Professor Tang. I'll go and have a chat with him in a few days. Mingzi drank a few mouthfuls of water and laughed heartily. Professor Tang from Tsinghua University's Computer Science Department? Xua was surprised. Ever since Mingzi confirmed to study at Tsinghua University, he had done some research on Tsinghua University. Professor Tang was a particularly awesome big shot in their department. Yes, it's him. Mingzi's eyes lit up. Shuehan smiled even more happily. Unlike in the original novel, where he forced himself to do unhappy things, Mingzi now had dreams in his eyes. He had the most sincere dreams of a young man, and he had the courage to pursue them. Xue Jiao felt that Mingzi's achievements in this life might not be worse than in the original article. In the original article, he was the leader of the industry in Sea City, but only in their city. In this life, Mingzi might be able to leave his name in history. You just came back, and you want to leave again. Fortunately, there's still Jiao Jiao. Xua curled his lips. Mingzi grinned, revealing a few big white teeth, but Jiao Jiao will be working for me next year. Xua, this time, not to mention Xua, even Li Sidong felt choked in his heart. Dad, let's move the company to Beijing. Mingzi's face suddenly became serious. He might stay in Beijing in the future, and Xue Jiao most likely wouldn't come back. Xua stared at him, easy for you to say. Do you think our company is the Lin Group? As he said this, he suddenly muttered, even if we move there, our family's finances will definitely shrink, and many things will have to be redone. Mingzi spread his hands, I can earn my own money. You don't have to worry about my finances in the future. Xue Jiao also spread her hands, I don't need financial support when I enter university. I have scholarships, and I can earn some money myself. The three of them looked at Li Sidong together. Li Sidong, she probed, can I buy less luxury goods? Xua suddenly clapped his hands and laughed, okay, while I'm still working, let's give it a try. He said excitedly, I've had this idea for a long time, but I was afraid that you wouldn't support me. I didn't expect you to be more willing than me. Mingzi, Xue Jiao, so you've had this idea for a long time? While Mingzi was at home, Xue Jiao had to make up for extra classes, so the two of them didn't have many chances to see each other. They would only talk a little every night when they came back. She could tell that he was very happy now. When he talked about the things he liked, he was exultant. The night before Mingzi was to leave, it was also the first time Xue Jiao walked into Mingzi's room. When Xue Jiao was here, Mingzi didn't let her in. After Xue Jiao came, she didn't want to go in either. Brother? Dad said you were looking for me? Xue Jiao gently pushed the door open. Mingzi turned his head and said with a smile, come in quickly. Xue Jiao nodded and went in obediently. The style of Mingzi's room was completely different from Xue Jiao's. It was more European and cold. Everywhere was clean, and there wasn't anything extra. At that moment, he stood up in front of the computer. Xue Jiao hurriedly asked, am I disturbing you? Mingzi shook his head, no, come sit. Xue Jiao obediently sat down on the edge of the bed. You're going to be in your third year of high school soon. Are you nervous? Xue Jiao nodded and answered honestly, a little. That's normal. Mingzi nodded. When I was in my third year of high school, I also felt that it was very hard. I even once wondered why I didn't go to an international school. Third year of high school is a very, very hard year. Xue Jiao tilted her head and blinked at him. Mingzi couldn't help but reach out and rub her head. I have a present for you. He took out a piece of paper from the drawer. Xue Jiao opened it and was stunned. It was a map of the starry sky. It was densely packed with stars and thin lines. The scale and range were written at the bottom right. Xue Jiao stared at it and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. After a while, she reached out and touched it. Her fingers trembled slightly. This is mathematics? Mingzi smiled. His eyes were filled with surprise. He pulled a chair over and sat down opposite her. He bent down and looked into her eyes. I know you like mathematics. This is the work of a mathematician I copied. His name is Magarsi. He's not very famous. He liked to study the starry sky in a low-key way. In this map of the starry sky, there are 2 celestial bodies and 81 formulas. Almost every point's position is stacked with a lot of mathematical calculations. But this is only a small part of the current starry sky. The current starry sky is a small part of the infinite universe. Xue Jiao's eyes stared at the starry sky and gradually drifted away, as if she was walking into his words. My biggest gain from this trip is that we are too small and the time is too short. But the future is endless. Jiao Jiao, no matter how hard the 3rd year of high school is, this is a door for us to step into the infinite. Only by persevering can you walk into the starry sky of your future dreams. Xue Jiao suddenly looked up at him. Qingmingzi smiled and said softly and firmly, Jiao Jiao, do your best. I'll wait for you in the future. Xue Jiao pasted the map of the starry sky that Qingmingzi had given her next to the small blackboard. On the small blackboard, it was written, 295 days until the college entrance examination. This small blackboard and the starry sky were things that Xue Jiao could see every day when she opened her eyes. Probably because they had a telepathic connection, when she was immersed in the starry sky in dreams, Teacher Zheng took them to see the starry sky. It was the last day of tutoring. After dinner, Teacher Zheng smiled and said, you don't have to come tomorrow. This is the last night we will spend together during this holiday. Teacher Zheng continued to smile. I really won't teach any more students in the future. You guys are my last disciples. I'm old, and I don't know when I'll be gone. Teacher, don't talk nonsense. Xue Jiao's face turned pale. Yi Tianyu almost jumped up. Bah, I didn't say that. It was rare for him to like a teacher so much, but this little old lady's words were too unpleasant. I'm not talking nonsense. I'm old, and I'm already indifferent to life and death. Before you guys leave, I want to give you one last lesson. She stood up. Chu Xing and Yi Tianyu, who were strong, immediately went up to help her. Let's go to the roof. The old lady smiled. Thus, the 3 of them followed Teacher Zheng to the roof. The roof was open air. Half of the roof was glass, and the other half was empty. They sat down on the chairs. Grandpa Wu brought tea over, and the 3 of them quickly stood up. Thank you, Grandpa Wu. It's nothing. Grandpa Wu smiled and sat down beside them. The starry sky tonight was very beautiful. The sky was full of stars, and it was a rare good day. Teacher Zheng looked up at the starry sky and narrowed his eyes. In the past, when my students came to visit me, they were very angry. They felt that the place I lived in was too remote. It was all in the suburbs, and they wanted to change my house. I didn't want to. They didn't know that it wasn't easy for me to find this place. It was because of this place. I could see the stars when I looked up. Teacher Zheng's voice was filled with nostalgia. The 3 of them listened quietly. Even the active Yi Tianyu did not speak. I miss the starry sky that I could see when I looked up when I was young. I also miss the mountains and rivers, and I miss people even more. The stars in the sky were very bright. Xue Jiao instantly thought of the star map. She wondered if that senior was like Teacher Zheng, who often looked up at the sky. When I was young, the students around me all had the passion to serve the country. At that time, there was no one in our class who did not study seriously. They were like sponges, crazily absorbing knowledge. Her voice began to become very soft, very soft. They didn't understand why I had to walk for 2 days and destroy my body to pick up a few students. They all asked me if it was worth it. It's not about whether it's worth it or not. I just can't forget their pairs of eyes. Learning is the only way to change them. It's the only way they can not grow up to be like their parents. I must bring them out. Teacher Zheng lowered his head and looked at them. Do you know what happened to those children? Xue Jiao and the others shook their heads. They knew about her deeds, but they did not know what happened to those children. One of them still went back in the end. He was afraid. The outside world was too big for him, so he still went back. I didn't look for him again. I knew that I couldn't find him again. There was another one who was very smart, but he went to work in a hurry after graduating from junior high school. There was no news of him again. There was also a child. If he went home, he would definitely rely on the output of the fields to live like his parents. Therefore, he worked very hard and was the only one who went to university. At that time, university was quite valuable. Later, he could be considered to have become successful and famous. And then? Yi Tianyu asked. Xue Jiao and Chu Xing were also very curious. He didn't want his past to be known, so he changed his name. After that, he sent me some money. He hoped that I wouldn't talk about his background. Yi Tianyu was furious. How can there be such a person? Without Teacher Xing, he would not have been able to get out of that mountain long ago. Teacher Xing shook his head and did not care at all. There was another girl. She was the one I thought the most highly of. She didn't have a smart brain, but she worked very hard. She couldn't afford a pen and paper, so she wrote on the ground every day. When I went to her house, there was only a mud hut and a dirty wooden bed for the whole family. But the wall was full of words. What happened to her after that? Teacher Xing was a little choked up. Later, on the way to school, she fell down the mountain and broke her leg. She crawled for a long time. When we found her, she was already gone. Only a sentence was written on the side, I want to see the outside world. Xue Jiao's eyes welled up, and something rolled out. Teacher Xing continued, no matter what happened to them after that, I will never forget those pairs of eager eyes. She paused for a moment and sighed. The times have changed. I don't know when it started, but the people's hearts have become impetuous. There are fewer and fewer people who calm down and really study. There are also fewer and fewer people who are serious about academics. There will always be some trouble. The three of them looked at her in a daze. I don't quite understand. It's clearly the best era, but how did it become the most difficult era? Teacher Zhang's voice was puzzled, but no one could give her an answer to this question. The three of you, especially Xue Jiao and Chu Xing, the college entrance examination is no longer a problem. Your studies are for the college entrance examination, and I support it very much. What about after the college entrance examination? She looked at the three of them and frowned slightly. She was serious and serious. Everything has a purpose. Others are taking the college entrance examination, and you are also taking the college entrance examination. Others are applying for university, and you are also applying for university. Others say that this major is good, so you also apply for this major. Then, with this popular major, you can find a good job? Then, you can get married and have children. Then, you can add all of this to your children? It's a cycle. I've seen too many people like this. Those students who I think are very talented all end up like this. They slowly walk into a mediocre life and become the most ordinary star in the galaxy above our heads. Our lives are like the stars in the night sky. They are ordinary and ordinary, but even if they are ordinary and ordinary stars, I hope that you can work hard to become the brightest one. Even if you can't be the brightest one, you must shine with a light that you are satisfied with. She looked at them. So, you should never stop learning. After the college entrance examination, your lives have just begun. Understand what you want and why you are working hard. Continue to work hard and don't indulge in impatience. My last lesson is only, I hope that you are upright and kind, and stand tall above your dreams. The three of them fell into deep thought. After a moment, Xue Jiao looked up at the sky, her gaze focused. She knew very early on that a person's life must be ordinary, but they must not be satisfied with being ordinary. A life of hard work for dreams, shining brightly. Yi Tianyu and Chu Xing also looked up at the sky. This was the first time in their youth that they were seriously thinking about life and the future. But they were also very lucky that someone had pointed them out early on, and they did not blindly walk down a path that everyone was walking down. The three of them, compared to others, had more possibilities to pursue their dreams. Before leaving, Xue Jiao took a picture of the starry sky and posted it on her WeChat moments. I want to be the brightest star. Lin Jihua saw it and commented with a smile, you can definitely do it. You are the brightest star, and you are also my only star. Xue Jiao saw his comment and smiled as she put away her phone. At this moment, the three of them had just come downstairs. The sky was already very dark, but the street lamps were still quite bright. Yi Tianyu suddenly stopped in his tracks. Chuxing and Xiaojiao looked back in confusion. Why aren't you walking? Yi Tianyu's usually cheeky face suddenly became serious. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Xiaojiao. At this moment, they were standing under the street lamp. Yi Tianyu was facing the light, his eyes shining brightly. Chuxing stood beside Xiaojiao and stared at Yi Tianyu in surprise. Was this a confession? Xiaojiao looked back at him in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Tianyu stared intently at Xiaojiao. He opened his mouth slightly and said in a hoarse voice, "Jiao Jiao." Xiaojiao's heart skipped a beat. Yi Tianyu opened his mouth and spat out a word. He was a little embarrassed. Yes, he wanted to say, "I like you." When Teacher Jing asked them to look at the starry sky just now, he was thinking about what he was doing. Why, he was working hard for himself. But when he looked at the sky full of stars, his mind was only filled with Jiao Jiao, the bookworm who shared the same table as him. His mind was filled with her serious look, the way she smiled, and the way her eyes were filled with hope. He liked her very much and wanted to be her deskmate forever. But when he saw Xiaojiao's eyes, he couldn't say anything. A bookworm loves to study so much. Puppy love must be something she can't accept, right? If he spoke his mind, would she distance herself from him? She despised him. More importantly, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Yi Tianyu thought for a while before he finally stammered out a sentence. Jiao Jiao, thank you. Chuxing, actually, he did not surf the internet much, but he had more or less heard some internet slang from his classmates. At this moment, Chuxing thought of a sentence, "I've already taken off my pants, and this is what you're showing me?" Xiaojiao was slightly stunned. After a moment, she replied, "What are you thanking me for?" Yi Tianyu's eyes became serious. He took a deep breath and said, "Nerd, thank you for helping me study. Thank you for encouraging me to participate in the basketball game. I like basketball. It's something that I can't give up in my life." If she liked an outstanding person, she would slowly become outstanding as well. Xiaojiao immediately scratched her head in embarrassment and said blankly, "That is because you worked hard." Chuxing was surprised. "You're not taking over your father's job in the future?" Yi Tianyu nodded and looked up at the starry sky. "Ever since I was young, my old man said that he would give me the company in the future so that I could learn more things and temper my character. It could also be considered as giving me a different life. I used to think that I only liked to play, but now that I think about what I want to do in the future, I think that being with basketball for the rest of my life is much happier than being with my dad's company. He was not suited for business. His personality was not suited for the superficial business world." "Will your dad hit you?" "I won't." Yi Tianyu smiled. "He's still capable. He'll definitely agree with me going out. If I succeed, he'll support me. If I fail, I'll go home and inherit the family fortune." "You're asking for a beating." Xiaojiao rolled her eyes. Yi Tianyu looked at her and pretended to be joking, but his eyes were serious. "Then I'll give you all my family fortune, okay?" Shui Han raised her head to look at him. She bumped into his sincere and serious eyes. That pair of eyes seemed to want to swallow Xiaojiao whole. She was slightly stunned and hurriedly looked away. "I don't know how to do business." "Why would I want your family fortune?" "Then what do you want to do in the future?" Chuxing tilted his head. Xiaojiao was silent for a few seconds and said firmly, "I want to study mathematics." "I want to study mathematics." Chuxing suddenly smiled and his eyes lit up. "I want to study physics." "I want to study physics." She tilted her head and met Chuxing's gaze. Both of them were serious. Xiaojiao smiled brightly and stretched out her hand with the back of her hand facing up. "Let's work hard together. Future football star, physicist." Yi Tianyu was stunned for a moment. Then, he broke into a big smile and placed his big hand on top of hers. "Future mathematician, physicist, all the best." Chuxing then placed his hand on top of hers. "Future football star, mathematician, all the best." The three of them said in unison, "All the best." This was the wish that the three of them made under the starry sky. They didn't know if they would succeed or fail in the future. But their teenage years were full of expectations. From this moment on, they would sail far away. The third year of high school started on August 20th. It was 10 days earlier than the first and second years. There were some changes in the first class, but there were also some that remained the same. Some students' grades dropped and they left. Some students seemed to have opened up their conception and governor vessels and rushed to the front in one fell swoop. Xianxia was first in the last semester's final exam. Chuxing was only 2 points lower than her. Every time, for these 2 points, Yinfang and Li Ping would be arrogant and the other would sigh. Wang Mingyu is a good student. He was a bit playful last semester. This semester he became serious and rushed to the 12th grade. He's a good seedling. Li Ping looked at the name list and nodded. Yinfang's seat was still opposite him. The two of them had a good relationship in private. But when it came to work, they were enemies. Hearing that someone in the other class suddenly stood out, Yinfang hurriedly continued to look at her name list. Li Pu is also good. He was originally in the 9th class. It is said that he always occupied the first position. Last semester he was already in the top 50. He just didn't want to come to the experimental class. Fortunately, he came this semester. Our class, language teacher Yuan put down his lesson preparation pen and helplessly said, "What's the use of you two competing? Don't you still have to look at the college entrance exam results?" Li Ping, Yinfang, teacher Yuan continued, "Who will be the student representative for the pledge ceremony?" Yinfang suddenly raised her chin and glanced at Li Ping. "It's our class Gu Xiaojiao. She was first in the last semester and won the first prize in the math competition. She can indeed do it." Teacher Yuan nodded. Yinfang suddenly thought of something. She turned her head and seriously said to Teacher Yuan, "Teacher Yuan, can you help to look at Gu Xiaojiao's script? Our first place represents the face of the entire third year of high school. Let her go off script." "Off script?" Li Ping raised his voice. Yinfang glared at him, "Can't I? If she has the ability, why can't she go off script?" "No, going off script requires the student to not have stage fright. It also requires the student to spend a lot of time memorizing the script. In the third year of high school, every second counts." Li Ping slammed the table. Yinfang was shocked and clutched her chest. However, after thinking about it, it seemed to be true. Chuxing and Xiaojiao were only 1 or 2 points apart. The first diagnostic exam was coming. What if Chuxing surpassed her because Xiaojiao wasted 10 days? She turned her head and looked at Teacher Yuan. "Old Yuan, why don't you help her write a script and directly give it to her to read on stage?" Teacher Yuan, after a long time, Teacher Yuan choked out, "This is the student representative speaking, not the teacher speaking. You should at least let her say what the students are thinking, right?" Yinfang frowned and felt that Teacher Yuan's words were quite reasonable. Suddenly, she felt more of a headache. She looked at Li Ping. "Why don't you let Chuxing speak?" Li Ping did not raise his head, not going. Yinfang, in the end, it was Xiaojiao. The pledging ceremony was on the 1st of September, which was also the day the first and second year of high school officially started. "Jiao Jiao, hurry up," Li Sidong shouted downstairs. Xiaojiao walked downstairs with her backpack. Tsinghua had already stood up and straightened his collar. "Are you all going?" She was slightly confused. "Of course, we all went to your brother's pledging ceremony last year." Xiaojiao looked at the bright sun outside and said, "Today, it's a bit hot." "It's fine." Tsinghua did not care, "Your mom and I have already applied sunscreen." Xiaojiao, parents still valued their students' grades very much. Almost every student's parents came. The school had already expected this situation, so the pledging ceremony was held in the field. Parents sat on the stairs on both sides, while the school leaders and several leaders of the education bureau sat on the rostrum. The students also had to walk in a square formation. Xiaojiao was in the first class to carry the sign. She arrived a little late, and the resident students had already started practicing under Yinfang's scolding. Xiaojiao quickened her pace and walked over. "Teacher, I'm sorry I'm late." As she spoke, she reached out and took the sign from Yitanyu. As soon as Yinfang saw her, her originally stern face immediately broke into a smile. It's fine, quickly returned to the team." "Is the sign heavy? Can you carry it?" "It's not heavy, I can carry it." Thank you for your concern, teacher. Is the script ready? After the teacher's speech, it will be your turn. It's ready. Xiaojiao responded obediently. The boys standing in the back looked at the front and chatted, "Hey, this teacher is really like an iceberg that melts when she sees Gu Xiaojiao. If you return to the top of the cohort, in the 700th place, I guarantee that the teacher will think the same of you. I just feel that the teacher likes Gu Xiaojiao too much. The other teachers are the same." You don't like Gu Xiaojiao? Someone asked. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Quiet. Yi Tianyu shouted at them. They immediately turned off their microphones. A boy who was close to Yi Tianyu raised his eyebrows and said, "Brother Yu is jealous." Ha ha ha, instantly, everyone burst into laughter. What nonsense are you talking about? Gu Xiaojiao and I are purely deskmates. Yi Tianyu glared at him. That person rolled his eyes. Forget it, the two of you are not deskmates now. Lu Jiaxue is your deskmate. Ha ha ha. The others laughed. When the seats were assigned, Brother Yu was so angry that he almost turned the classroom upside down. Yi Tianyu, yes, they were assigned seats. When school started, they were assigned seats again. The girls had to sit with the girls. Lu Jiaxue sat next to Xiaojiao. Yi Tianyu's seat was worlds apart from hers at that time. He was not convinced and quarreled with Yin Feng. In the end, Yin Feng had a headache and let him sit behind Xiaojiao. That was enough to appease him. Shut up, all of you. Yi Tianyu flew into a rage out of humiliation. The boys shrugged. It was normal for boys to be unhappy with each other. Yi Tianyu was very popular and was the captain of the school's basketball team. In addition, he was outstanding in all aspects. Many boys did not dare to go against him, but there were still many who were dissatisfied with him. Yi Tianyu returned to the last row. The two boys who were shouted at by him just now muttered a few words in low voices. What's the big deal? Tsinghua, who does he think he is? He's monopolizing Gu Xiaojiao. Gu Xiaojiao might not like him. They stopped talking after a few words. One of them wanted to sit next to Xiaojiao last semester but was glared away by Yi Tianyu. Yi Tianyu didn't know that others had opinions about him. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. His gaze was fixed on the girl in front of him. She was wearing an ordinary school uniform. Just looking at her back made people's hearts race. Oh, how could there be someone he liked so much? At 9 o'clock, the pledging ceremony officially began. Tsinghua raised his head and looked for Xiaojiao in the crowd. A voice came from beside him. Hello, is there anyone here? He turned around. It was a woman with heavy makeup and dressed very coolly. The woman was wearing sunglasses and there was a timid man beside her. Tsinghua said honestly, no one. The woman sat down with her head held high. Her skirt was very short, and it looked even shorter when she sat down. Li Sidong pinched Tsinghua and glared at him. What are you looking at? Tsinghua shrugged helplessly. He wasn't looking at the woman. He was just wondering why she came dressed like that on a day like this. The woman obviously saw Li Sidong's actions. She snorted arrogantly and raised her chin even higher. Li Sidong's eyes widened in disbelief. How could there be such a person in this world? Beside her was Mrs. Jean. She tugged at her and said in a low voice, ignore her. It's a waste of time to argue with someone like her. Li Sidong took a deep breath and agreed. She and Tsinghua stared down. The principal was the first to speak at the pledging ceremony, followed by the other leaders. After the boring speeches, it was finally time for the third-year students to walk in the square formation. It's here, it's here. Li Sidong said excitedly. The third-year students walked in the square formation, starting from the first class. The first class was Xiaojiao's class. Tsinghua was also very excited. He craned his neck and looked down expectantly. Chu Xing. Chu Xing. Li Sidong held Mrs. Jean's hand excitedly. The leader of the first class was Xiaojiao, and the second class was led by Chu Xing. Mrs. Jean was also very excited. Every bit of glory for their children was a joy to parents. The woman next to them rolled her eyes. She felt that these people were too excited. She turned her head and opened her mouth. She paused. She was wearing sunglasses and didn't look carefully. Now that she looked at Li Sidong, she realized that she was wearing a brand's latest design. Her bag was also new. She frowned slightly and raised her eyebrows. Then, she looked at Mrs. Qin next to Li Sidong. Mrs. Qin was dressed much more subdued, but she had an extraordinary aura that made her seem imposing. The woman was puzzled. Soon, the square formation was finished, and it was time for the third-year student representative to speak. Next, let's welcome the third-year student representative, Gu Xiujiao, to speak on behalf of the third-year students. Tsinghua, Li Sidong, and the others immediately clapped with pride. Jiao Jiao is very beautiful. Mrs. Qin praised with a smile. Li Sidong tilted her head and teased, isn't your Chuxing good? He's not as likable as your Jiao Jiao. Give it to me if you don't want it. Li Sidong glared at her. Then give me Jiao Jiao, and we'll trade. Mrs. Qin smiled. Before Li Sidong could say anything, Tsinghua couldn't help but say, we already have a son, we don't need a daughter. Look at how anxious your old man is. Ha ha ha. Mrs. Qin laughed even more happily. At this moment, Jiao Jiao began to speak. Dear teachers, guests, and students, hello. I'm the student representative, Gu Xiujiao, third year class 1. The woman next to Tsinghua was stunned. She had just heard that the couple next to them were the parents of the girl on the stage, and the couple next to them were Chuxing's parents. So the girl was Gu Xiujiao. She had never attended a parent-teacher conference before, but she had seen the report card brought back by the child's father. First place was Gu Xiujiao, second place was Chuxing, and second place was Chuxing's score. The woman's expression changed. She wanted to say something, but when she saw that the other party was listening carefully, she swallowed her words. On the stage, Xiujiao was slightly nervous, but she quickly adjusted her emotions and continued to memorize the script. This script was reviewed by Yin Feng and Ms. Yuan. At the beginning, she thanked the school and the leaders, thanked the teachers, and promised that she would be serious about it. She finished reciting in one breath and glanced at the students who were looking at her, as well as the parents who were listening attentively. The college entrance examination was the most important thing for many people and many families. When she finished reciting, Yin Feng smiled and raised her hand, ready to applaud. Xiujiao took a deep breath. My brother once told me that it's very tiring to be a senior in high school. Everyone is tired. The teachers are tired, the parents are tired, and the students are tired. The smile on Yin Feng's face froze. Was there such a thing in the script, Gu Xiujiao? What was she trying to do? But even if it's so tiring, we still have to grit our teeth and walk through it. It's been more than 10 years. We've been in the classroom for more than 10 years. The college entrance examination is a one-time deal. They will interview the top scorer, the students who got into the top universities, and the teachers who are the most online. She looked at the students who were looking up, but no one interviewed us for our hard work? How much sweat did we put in? How many papers did we do? Xiujiao's eyes were filled with tears. There's no luck in the college entrance examination. If you don't work hard enough, you will be eliminated. If you don't want to have regrets many years later, you have to work hard this year. I'm very glad that we still have a year. Even if we have to start all over again, as long as we work hard enough, we will have a satisfactory answer. We are now the seniors who did not do well in last year's college entrance examination. They want to go back to the time they did the most. Everyone, close your eyes and imagine this day next year. We didn't get into a university, or we are holding an unsatisfactory admission letter and going to an unsatisfactory school to study. Her eyes were closed. The students below could not help but close their eyes as well, imagining that scene. At that moment, almost everyone furrowed their brows. There are always people who ask me why my results are so good. Why do I know how to solve this question? Why do I know how to solve this question? I want to say that it's because I'm working hard. We are in a hurry now. We are now at the time when we want to go back after the college entrance examination. Xiujiao opened her eyes and held back her tears. She was too lucky. She had a chance to start all over again. But how many people had a chance to start all over again? Students, today is a new starting point for us. It's the beginning of our struggle for the future. Our hard work is to rewrite our lives. Now, as long as we work hard, it's not too late. The third year of high school is very tough, but we must not suffer for nothing. In this life, Gu Xiujiao, even if her results were not good, there was still a Tsinghua who could send her abroad to study. But in her previous life, Xiujiao, the college entrance examination was the time when she turned her life around from the bottom. For most ordinary people and families, the college entrance examination was equivalent to rewriting their lives. Her voice was a little louder. I wish the students that your sweat will turn into results, that your hard work will turn into harvest, that you will go against the wind, and that you will pass the examination. Xiujiao walked to the side, bent down, and bowed. Thank you, everyone. My speech ends here. Clap, 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 thunderous applause. Many students' eyes were red. They clapped hard, full of fighting spirit. Yinfang's ugly face slowly returned to normal. She continued to clap. In the distance, under an inconspicuous tree, Lin Jihua smiled gently and shook his head. This girl, boss. Chen Yan approached respectfully. Lin Jihua turned around. Time's almost up? Chen Yan nodded. There's still an hour and a half before the flight to Beijing. It'll take us 40 minutes to get there. Okay, let's go. Lin Jihua said softly. He looked deeply at the girl who was walking down the stage with a smile in his eyes. He turned around and strode away. Tsinghua and Li Sidong couldn't help but stand up and clap hard. Jiao Jiao. Good job. I want to exchange children with you again. Mrs. Qin smiled and said with envy in her eyes. Many parents who didn't have daughters wanted to have a caring little jacket. Li Sidong glared at her. No, no. The woman next to Tsinghua couldn't help but turn around and smile at Tsinghua. Hello, big brother. Your daughter is Gu Xiujiao, right? My daughter is Lu Jiaxue, she's. The teacher is starting to speak. Old Cheng, listen carefully. Li Sidong smiled and looked over. Okay, okay. Tsinghua looked up at the stage. He didn't really want to listen to the woman speak. But, her daughter was Xiujiao's classmate, the woman widened her eyes in disbelief. Then, she glared angrily and muttered, I'm not stealing your man. Why are you looking so serious? The cowering man next to the woman tugged at her. Don't talk, I know, I know. The woman glared at him impatiently. The teachers only sent one representative from each subject. Most of them were teachers from class 1 and 2. They talked about the arrangements and plans for the third year of high school, what the teachers would do, and what the parents should do. Even though they had taught many batches of students, they were still very serious about this batch. It was already noon by the time the pledging ceremony ended. The parents swarmed toward the teachers. Tsinghua and Chuxing's father brought their wives and walked slowly toward Xiujiao and Chuxing. The woman also wanted to go to Yinfang's side. However, she met a teacher who was surrounded by several parents. Her eyes lit up, and she dragged the teacher out from the crowd. Brother-in-law, you're teaching class 1 and 2's biology. Who are those two? Those two women look like. The woman took off her sunglasses and pointed at the two couples over there. She pursed her lips. Sister, who are they? The teacher was confused. There were parents everywhere. He really didn't know who the woman was pointing at. They're Gu Xiujiao's parents and Chuxing's parents. Oh my God, my dear sister. How did you offend them? What do you mean I offended them? They've been provoking me. The biology teacher sighed helplessly. Gu Xiujiao's father is the boss of Pingqing. Her brother is Qing Mingzi, who was recommended to Tsinghua University last year. Chuxing's father is the head of the audit department. What? The woman was so shocked that her sunglasses fell off. Chapter 68. The woman's name was Jianyu. Although she dressed very well, her family background was just average compared to Tsinghua's. His family owned a relatively large restaurant, but it was the only one. His income was considerable, but he was far from being rich. Rec Journey and the Senate were not on the same level as her. Any one of them could be easily crushed. Xianyu stammered, I didn't offend them, sister, with your personality, you've most likely offended someone. But it shouldn't be too bad. Nothing will happen between the two families. Look at Teacher Yin. He often criticized Gu Xiaojiao, but nothing happened. The biology teacher comforted her. His sister wasn't a bad person, but her personality was sometimes very troublesome. Xianyu glared at him. What do you know? Teacher Yin also has a powerful background. Moreover, she's his teacher, so of course she wouldn't mind. She suddenly thought of something and said, I don't think I offended them. When I found out that they were the parents of the first and second place students in the cohort, my attitude was very good, but they ignored me. It's not my fault. I shouldn't be so petty, right? Even if he had offended her, there was nothing he could do. Qianyu threw this matter to the back of his mind and asked, what's up with Joshua's results? In just 1 year, I've already dropped from the top 10 of the year to the top 30. If this continues, can I still get into Qingbei? Sis, you're the one who's giving Joshua too much pressure. When did I pressure her? You call that not pressurizing? The biology teacher rolled his eyes. Forget it, forget it. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to look for Joshua. This little brat, he didn't even come to find me when he saw that I was here. After saying that, Qianyu left in a hurry. At this time, Shua was preparing to leave the school with Li Sidong. Aren't you going to talk to Master Yin? Li Sidong was slightly taken aback. Shouldn't he be looking for the teacher to talk about his studies? Why did he just leave like that? Shua smiled and said, Jiao Jiao's studies are quite good. We just need to give her nutritious meals. As for the rest, Jiao Jiao knows what she's doing, right? Xua Jiao nodded. Yes, Mom. Don't worry about it. Go back. Dad has to go to the company. Shua had been very busy recently. Since he had decided to move, he had to start planning and preparing. Didn't he see how long it took for the Lin family to move? All right then. Li Sidong nodded reluctantly. As the two of them walked out of the gate, Shua said, I'll take you home first. No, no. You drive to the company. I'll take a taxi to the market. Li Sidong shook his head. Shua was surprised. A market? You want to buy something? He was stunned. Li Sidong could be said to be a rich young lady in the olden days. Things like buying groceries at a market, she wouldn't do it. Yes, I heard from Sister Li that the market is very remote, but there are a lot of authentic mountain products. I'll go buy some walnuts for Jiao Jiao. These are good for her brain. Shua. Go ahead. He sympathized with Xua Jiao. After Shua and Li Sidong left, Xua Jiao slowly walked to the classroom and reviewed her lessons. In fact, she had already memorized the language texts for the college entrance examination, but there was still a year before the exam. Memory was a very strange thing. If she didn't review it often, she would forget it. It just so happened that the time on the road was not suitable for reading, but it felt wasteful to do nothing. Thus, Xua Jiao used the time to memorize the texts. As she walked, a hand suddenly appeared and patted her shoulder. Bookworm. Xua Jiao was shocked and took a deep breath. Depression. Why are you calling me brother? Yi Tianyu smiled happily. Xua Jiao rolled her eyes, ignored him, and continued walking. Hey, Bookworm, why are you walking so fast? Bookworm, wait for me. Hey, Xua Jiao's legs were not as long as Yi Tianyu's. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake him off. The two entered the classroom almost side by side. At this time, there were only a few people in the classroom. The others were obviously still on the field, and so were the teachers. Xua Jiao's deskmate, Lu Jiaxue, was lying on the table. Jiaxue, you're here too? Xua Jiao walked closer. Lu Jiaxue quickly stood up to make room. Her eyes were red as she tried to hold back her tears. You're back. Xua Jiao went in and sat down. Then she turned to look at Lu Jiaxue and asked tentatively, You. What's wrong? Lu Jiaxue didn't speak. Are you sick? Xua Jiao looked anxious. Lu Jiaxue bit her lower lip and shook her head. Her eyes were red, but she didn't dare to look down, afraid that her tears would fall. Jiaxue? Xua Jiao said these two words. Lu Jiaxue hugged her tightly. Wah, she wailed. Xue Jiao was stunned. She felt the warm tears fall on her shoulder and her eyes widened. Yi Tianyu was also stunned. He watched as Lu Jiaxue hugged Xue Jiao and rested her head on Xue Jiao's shoulder tightly. F***ck. She could do this? She could hug Xue Jiao like this? Yi Tianyu seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Xue Jiao was also shocked. In her previous life, she was busy working and studying and didn't have much time to make friends. In this life, because of Gu Xiujiao's influence, she didn't have a single friend. This female classmate who was hugging her and crying, Xiujiao was really a big girl in a bridal sedan chair. It was her first time. After a long time, she stretched out her hand stiffly and patted Lu Jiaxue's back gently. Her voice was soft and gentle. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Or did someone bully you? Lu Jiaxue didn't say anything and just hugged Xue Jiao and cried desperately. Xue Jiao saw her like this and guessed that she must have suffered some grievances but couldn't say it out loud. She heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that it wasn't a problem with her body. Lu Jiaxue cried for a while before letting go of Xue Jiao. She looked at her shoulder and sobbed in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Xue Jiao smiled gently. It's okay. Lu Jiaxue looked at her clean and pretty face. She was showing a gentle and warm smile. Suddenly, she felt warm in her heart. Before she was deskmate with Xue Jiao, she was like all the other girls in the class. They heard about her legends and watched her study every day. They only felt that she was cold and unapproachable. They didn't even dare to talk to her. It was easier for people to have a good impression of her if she was good-looking. However, if she was too good-looking, it would create a sense of distance. Moreover, Xue Jiao didn't live in school. She came in the morning and left at night. Therefore, even if they were in the same class for a year, Lu Jiaxue didn't talk to Xue Jiao much. When she was first arranged to be deskmates with Xue Jiao, Lu Jiaxue was depressed. She was afraid that she couldn't get along with her and that she wouldn't like her. However, after sitting together, she gradually felt that Xue Jiao's personality wasn't as cold and unsociable as she thought. They would talk occasionally. She would look at her studying seriously and her pretty face from the corner of her eye. She would envy the teacher's love for her and the other boys' favor. When collecting homework, the class representative would be gentler to her. When getting water, the other students would subconsciously let her have it. She would also look enviously at Yi Tianyu trying to make her happy all day long. This person was so outstanding that even if they were deskmates for a period of time, there was still a sense of distance between them. However, at this moment, Lu Jiaxue suddenly felt that they weren't that far apart. Xue Jiao was better than she had imagined. Lu Jiaxue hurriedly took out a tissue and handed it to Xue Jiao. Wipe, wipe, wipe. Xue Jiao took out 2 tissues and handed one to her. You wipe too. If you have any grievances, you can tell me. I won't tell anyone. The look in her eyes was very serious and also very concerned. Lu Jiaxue held the tissue and still couldn't say anything. It's okay if you don't want to say it. However, if you are bullied or feel uncomfortable, you must tell me. Xue Jiao was still a little worried. She was actually older if she counted her previous life. She was afraid that girls her age wouldn't dare to say anything if they were wronged. Okay. Lu Jiaxue nodded and bit her lower lip. Xue Jiao didn't say anything else. Yi Tianyu patted her shoulder. Xue Jiao turned around. He met a pair of red eyes that were filled with tears and had a pained expression on her face. Xue Jiao. Yi Tianyu reached out and said hoarsely, bookworm. I feel terrible. I can't control my tears. Xue Jiao looked at him expressionlessly. Yi Tianyu leaned forward, wanting to hug her and rest his head on her shoulder. I feel terrible, but men don't cry easily. Xue Jiao reached out and placed her hand on his forehead to stop him. Yi Tianyu was stunned. Xue Jiao looked at him and said expressionlessly, depression. The smell of the essential balm you applied is too strong. Yi Tianyu, after the pledging ceremony, it was the first month of the 3rd year of high school. The first mock exam was about to arrive. Coupled with the influence of the pledging ceremony, the students in this period were full of determination to work hard. Although they didn't know how long it would last, the competition was indeed very fierce at the current stage. The teachers of the various subjects led the students to sort out their knowledge. From the beginning of the first year of high school, everyone listened very seriously. Xiaojiao had already started the third round of detailed revision. The first round was done by herself, and the second round was done during the summer vacation at teacher Zheng's place. Now that it was the third round, she had to chew all the knowledge points into pieces. Therefore, when the teachers were revising every lesson, Xiaojiao was the only one who lowered her head among all the students who listened to the lesson with their heads held high. The teachers didn't say anything. As early as when school started, Xiaojiao and Chuxing went to greet them. After class, Yi Tianyu craned his head and looked at Xiaojiao revising. "Bookworm, why do you and Chuxing not have to listen to the lesson, but I have to? The three of us have lessons together at teacher Zheng's place." Xiaojiao didn't even raise her head and turned a page. "You're in the first round, we're in the second round, and what?" Yi Tianyu blinked. Xiaojiao faked a smile. "And let's not talk about you following teacher Zheng to class with us. In the past, we also had lessons together, but our grades, stop it, stop it." Yi Tianyu made a begging expression. Xiaojiao raised her chin, and the corners of her mouth moved slightly. She looked away. Beside them, Lu Jiaxue watched the two of them talk. When Yi Tianyu spoke, she never dared to interrupt. After they finished speaking, she said to Xiaojiao enviously, "You're really brave. I don't dare to tell the teacher that I also went to cram school during the summer vacation." Xiaojiao looked at her seriously. "Learning is your own business. If you have a good rhythm, there's indeed no need to follow the teacher. There's nothing to be afraid of. However, there are also benefits to following the teacher. You have to figure out your own situation. Only you know what's best for you." After she finished speaking, Lu Jiaxue was at a loss for a moment. Xiaojiao continued to explain. "For example, the teacher bought 2 sets of revision guidance materials for each subject this semester. However, the teacher bought them according to the majority of the situation. It's so that more people can adapt and help more people to strengthen their foundation. However, my foundation is already good for the time being. I still need a more suitable difficulty level, so I added 2 more guidance books. This might not be suitable for others, but it's definitely suitable for me." Xiaojiao finished speaking. She retracted her gaze and continued with the progress she had just made. After a long time, Lu Jiaxue said, "I'd better follow the teacher to class." She did not know if she should follow the teacher in her situation. It seemed that if she did not follow the teacher, she was afraid that she would not learn well or miss out on some knowledge. Follow the teacher. She also felt that top students like Gu Xiaojiao and Chuxing did not follow the teacher. She was at a loss for a moment. However, she quickly realized that she did not dare to tell the teacher. Thus, she listened to the teacher's lecture with peace of mind. In just a month's time, number 7 high school finished the first round of revision. The first mock exam officially began. This time, it's the Chuanjin College mock exam. Students, you will fight as if it's the college entrance exam. Give it your all. The total results will be sent to your parents. It will also be divided according to your online performance. Students who do well will be rewarded. Students who don't do well, the school will talk to your parents." When this news was released, the entire classroom was instantly filled with wails. "Why did our mock exam start so early? It's the same in our province." "Nonsense. Our province and number 1 high school are the best. The mock questions that we and number 1 high school said are used by the whole province. If our school didn't put the mock exam at this time, how could the whole province be like this? Why did our school do the mock exam so early? How would I know? It seems like the school practiced it. The mock exam at this time is the best for the revision process. The school won't harm us. At most, it'll be a little harder." TSK, no matter how much the students sighed, the mock exam was still in full swing at the end of September. "Jiao Jiao, come, eat the walnuts." Li Sidong brought out a plate of peeled walnuts and placed a glass of milk on the table. Xiaojiao's face fell. She said dejectedly, "Mom, can I eat less walnuts? I've eaten them until they're like walnuts. I have scientific evidence." The most suitable amount of walnuts to eat every day. I peeled them for you according to the standard. Hurry up and eat. After you eat, hurry up and go to school. Today is the mock exam. You must get first place. Xue Jiao sighed and ate the walnuts with a look of despair. Li Sidong returned to the kitchen. Xue Jiao immediately stood up and grabbed all the walnuts on the plate with one hand. Mom, I'll eat on the way. It's too late. Dad, goodbye. After saying that, Xue Jiao quickly changed her shoes, grabbed her bag, and ran. Go back, Li Sidong shouted. Sidong, stop shouting, Tsinghua said. Li Sidong immediately stopped talking and looked over with a hint of dissatisfaction. Sister Wang and I peeled them for so long. She'll definitely throw them away if she takes them out. Tsinghua smiled and patted the seat next to him. Li Sidong sat down angrily. I should have called her back and left after eating them. Jiao Jiao doesn't like walnuts. You're forcing her to eat them. Tsinghua hugged Li Sidong. But it's not bad. Don't you feel that Xue Jiao is gradually getting closer to us? The sense of distance has lessened. This is what a child should be like. Li Sidong was stunned. Tsinghua continued, if you give her walnuts, she'll say thank you and eat them calmly. Even if she doesn't like them, she'll insist on eating them. Are you satisfied with this situation? Li Sidong subconsciously shook his head. Tsinghua smiled. I know you love her, but you have to love her properly. You can nag at her for being naughty, but you can't lose your temper. Okay. Li Sidong nodded heavily. Then she reached out and hugged Tsinghua. Old Ching, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't know how to be a mother. She had many, many problems, and she was slowly correcting them. The process was a little difficult, but it was something she had to go through. When Xue Jiao arrived at school, there were already many people there. Her seat had always been in class 1, so she didn't have to wait in the other classrooms early. Bookworm, you're here. Yi Tianyu put down his cup and his eyes lit up. When Xue Jiao came closer, Lu Jiaoxue also walked over. She leaned close to Xue Jiao. You're here. You're early. Can't help it. My old man forced me. Yi Tianyu shrugged. Lu Jiaoxue didn't explain, and Xue Jiao didn't ask further. Come, I'll treat you to walnuts to nourish your brains. Hopefully, your brains will be enough for today's exam. She flipped her hand and a large handful of walnuts appeared. Yo, Bookworm, why are you so nice? Yi Tianyu said as she took half of it. Lu Jiaoxue reached out for the remaining half, but was too embarrassed to take it. Xue Jiao grabbed her hand and gave it all to her. You guys eat, eat. Lu Jiaoxue looked at her with a touched expression. Jiao Jiao, aren't you eating? Let's eat together. I've already eaten. You eat. Xue Jiao's voice was urgent. Lu Jiaoxue was so touched that her eyes turned red. Jiao Jiao, you're so nice. Jiao Jiao was the best friend she had ever met. She was also the one who treated her the best. Xue Jiao looked away in embarrassment, and her face was slightly embarrassed. She quickly took out her language textbook and reviewed the text before the exam started. Yi Tianyu and Lu Jiaoxue saw her like this, and they also took out their books and started flipping through them. After the 2-day exam, it was the 7-day National Day holiday. It was probably the longest holiday in the 3rd year of high school, because this year's winter break was only 7 days. Once the exam was over, the students cheered wildly as they compared their answers. The atmosphere became lively. Quiet. Yin Feng walked in and shouted. Suddenly, everyone quieted down. This exam will be graded according to the college entrance exam. When the time comes, it will be ranked in the entire city. You guys can't play around during this holiday. I'll send a message to your parents tonight and send them all your homework. When the time comes, your parents will supervise your studies at home. She paused for a moment, then said, Class representative, come with me to get the homework. During the afternoon break, when all the homework was given out, Yi Tianyu fell into a frenzy of questioning life. Bookworm, what? Xue Jiao turned her head. How many days is our National Day holiday? 7 days, Xue Jiao replied blankly. Yi Tianyu's hands trembled as he held the stack of papers. After a long time, he choked out a sentence, "Isn't this a month's worth of homework?" Xiaojiao, this time, there was indeed a lot of homework. Every teacher thought that it was fine if they just gave a little more. At worst, the students would just have to work a little more. But obviously, all the teachers thought the same way. As for this homework, the students definitely didn't just have to work a little more. When Xiaojiao returned home with her heavy backpack, Li Sidong was packing. She looked at Li Sidong suspiciously as she changed her shoes. "Jiao Jiao, you're back?" "Yeah, you should pack your things too. We'll wake up early tomorrow to visit your brother." "Huh?" Xiaojiao was confused for a moment. "Your brother has to work on a project. He only has one day off, so he won't be coming back. I'll discuss it with your dad. Let's go visit him and take a trip around Beijing. You can relax after your exams too." Li Sidong didn't seem to mind. Xiaojiao sighed and lifted her backpack. "Mom, this is homework, that much?" Li Sidong's eyes widened. Xiaojiao nodded. "Yes, I'll send it to you tonight. You can take a look at it then. So even if I go with you, I'll probably only be able to do my homework in the library or the hotel while you guys are out." Li Sidong frowned. After a long time, he choked out, "But we can't leave you alone at home. Besides, if we don't visit your brother this time, we'll probably have to see him again during the new year." The two suddenly had a headache and didn't know what to do. At night, Tsinghua came home. "Old Ching, what do you think we should do? Jiao Jiao's teachers are really too much. It's already the holidays, but they still give us so much homework." Li Sidong looked conflicted. Tsinghua laughed. "What can we do? We're in our 3rd year of high school. If we don't have enough homework, we'll be worried. Then what do you think we should do? Jiao Jiao definitely can't stay at home alone. Our family reunion can't be missed. It just so happens that Mingze only has one day off. Let's have a meal together and take a look at Mingze's school. Then, for the next 2 days, I'll go out with your mom and Jiao Jiao will do her homework in the library. Then we'll come back. For the next 4 days, Jiao Jiao will stay at home and do her homework. What do you think?" Tsinghua looked at Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao nodded. "Okay." At night, Xiaojiao laid in bed and told Lin Jihua about it. On the other end of the phone, Lin Jihua smiled and stood up. She moved her feet and looked happy. Jiao Jiao was coming over. He typed on the phone and replied, "Just come over. I have a solution to the homework problem." Xiaojiao was stunned and asked, "What solution do you have?" "Lin Jihua, I'll tell you when you're here. Don't worry, homework is not a problem." Xiaojiao, what solution could he have? However, Lin Jihua had never lied to her. There was only a choice between telling the truth and not telling the truth. Did he really have a solution? Xiaojiao was puzzled. On the other end of the phone, Lin Jihua called Chen Yan. "Chen Yan, help me clear the day after tomorrow and the day after 3 days." Chen Yan. "Okay." Chapter 69 October 1st, National Day. It was the time when all the major tourist attractions were crowded. Especially in Beijing. Fortunately, Qingmingzi had made arrangements along the way. When the plane arrived, a car drove them directly to the gate of Qingmingzi School. At this moment, Qingmingzi was already waiting at the door. "Mingzi!" Li Sidong shouted excitedly. Qingmingzi immediately ran over happily. He first looked at Tsinghua and Li Sidong and greeted them with a smile. "Dad, Mom." "Yes." Li Sidong's eyes narrowed into slits as he replied. His gaze fell on the little girl who was even prettier than she was a month ago. He reached out and rubbed her head. "Jiao Jiao." Xiaojiao revealed a faint smile. "Brother." The Qingmingzi in front of him had also changed. After entering university, Qingmingzi's temperament was obviously different from before. She still looked clean and fresh, but her entire person exuded a different aura. A touch of gentleness was added to his originally cultured and refined appearance. His smile grew a little more, and he carried the vitality of a young man that couldn't be concealed. "Are you hungry?" Qingmingzi rubbed her again. Xiaojiao shook her head and shook off his claws. "It's all right. Let's go get something to eat first." Qingmingzi pointed in a direction. Tsinghua didn't move. He just asked, "Aren't you going to call your roommates?" "Not at noon. Let's call them in the evening." Mingzi shook his head and replied in such a way. Tsinghua didn't say anything. It was rare for the whole family to gather in another city, so the four of them seemed to be in high spirits. "This is a famous restaurant around our university. It's a specialty of Beijing," Mingzi introduced. He knew his family well, so he arranged lunch for them. There was still a big difference between Southerners and Northerners. Northerners were more famous for their pasta, while Southerners liked sweets. Coupled with the difference in climate and other factors between the two places, the meal was not bad, but it was not as enjoyable as expected. "Do we have to eat these when we move to Beijing?" Li Sidong frowned slightly. "Ha ha ha, we'll definitely cook at home. You can cook whatever you like." Tsinghua laughed. Li Sidong sighed. "It's still very dry here. I don't feel as comfortable as our place." "Then, why don't we not move?" "No." Li Sidong disagreed again. "Look at you. You're the one who wants to move, but you're also the one who says you don't like it." Tsinghua shrugged helplessly. "That definitely won't do. Mingzi and Jiao have already come to Beijing. Why should we two old things still stay in the city?" Mingzi laughed. "I wasn't used to living here when I first lived here, but it's fine after a while. The north is not as hot as the south, and it's not too humid. It's just that, the haze is a bit heavy." Li Sidong listened to Mingzi's explanation and immediately said, "It's okay, Mingzi. Mom is just complaining. You'll get used to it. It's not that I don't want to move." Mingzi smiled and did not explain further. Although he called Li Sidong mom now, it was still difficult for the atmosphere between a stepson and a stepmother to become like a real mother and son. She was very sensitive, so he did not want to be too casual. After lunch, Mingzi took the three of them to walk around the school. It's National Day now, so there are fewer people in the school than usual. That's where we usually have our classes. That's, Mingzi introduced the school to Xianxia and the others along the way. The three of them could not take their eyes off it. This was one of the best universities in the country. With 100 years of history, it accommodated many outstanding students and produced batch after batch of talents. Xianxia looked at this famous school with 100 years of history, and her heart was full of longing. Suddenly, a hand fell on her head and rubbed it hard. "I really want you to hurry up and take the college entrance exam." Xianxia shook her head vigorously. No, I'm not ready yet." If she took the exam now, she would not be able to get the results she wanted. Mingzi did not say anything else, and the three of them continued to walk around every corner of the school. When they walked to the bottom of a building, an old man came down. Mingzi's eyes lit up. He reached out and grabbed Xianxia's hand, and quickly walked a few steps forward. "Professor Tan." Xianxia was still in shock when Mingzi suddenly pulled her up. Her eyes instantly widened. Professor Tan, the professor who was invited to the math competition. Professor Tan was also stunned for a moment, and then he smiled. "It's Mingzi. How do you have time to walk around here? Aren't you helping old Tang with a project?" Mingzi smiled generously and said, "I took a day off, and my family came to visit me. This is my father, my mother, and my sister, Gu Xiaojiao." Professor Tan shifted his gaze to them. He first nodded to Tsinghua and Li Sidong. Hello. Tsinghua and Li Sidong were very respectful. Professor Tan shifted his gaze to Xiaojiao, and he was slightly stunned. After a moment, he showed an expression of realization. "It's you. Gu Xiaojiao." "Hello, Professor Tan." Xiaojiao's voice was slightly excited, and she was a little nervous as she stood on tiptoe. Professor Tan still remembered Xiaojiao. This girl had left a deep impression on him. "You're Mingzi's sister?" Xiaojiao nodded hurriedly. Professor Tan retracted his surprised gaze and gave Tsinghua and Li Sidong a thumbs up. "Amazing. You two really know how to educate children. You have two such excellent children." Tsinghua and Li Sidong showed a happy expression at the same time, but they still said modestly, "You're too kind. They're the ones who worked hard." Professor Tan smiled and shook his head, then looked at Xiaojiao. Student Gu Xiaojiao, you're in your third year of high school this year, right? How are you doing? Xiaojiao scratched her head in embarrassment. It's okay, you must work hard. Professor Tan encouraged her. Xiaojiao looked at Professor Tan firmly and nodded vigorously. I will. I will. Then I won't disturb you. See you later. Goodbye, Professor Tan. Xiaojiao looked at his back, slightly lost in thought. She would never forget the words Professor Tan had said when he had given her the award. I'll wait for you at Tsinghua University. Ha ha ha, my son and daughter are amazing. The professor remembers you. Tsinghua stepped forward and patted each of their heads. Xiaojiao smiled embarrassedly. My brother is amazing. He can even work on projects with the professor. Mingzi could work on projects as soon as he entered university, and it was a computer science project. One could imagine how outstanding he was. She looked up at him with admiration in her eyes. Mingzi couldn't help but pat her head again. They spent the afternoon touring the entire university, then booked a restaurant nearby and invited Mingzi's roommates to eat. Actually, you don't have to trouble yourself. Mingzi smiled and shook his head. Li Sidong disagreed. That won't do. You've never lived on campus. What if you don't get along with your roommates? I agree. Roommates are very important in university, and I want to meet them. Tsinghua nodded. Xiaojiao lowered her head and held back her laughter. Tsinghua and Li Sidong were worried that Mingzi would be bullied. However, this was the male lead. Who could bully him? Moreover, she really didn't think that Mingzi's character was someone who could be bullied. Of course, she didn't say this to Li Sidong and Tsinghua, who were close friends. The four of them didn't wait long in the restaurant before the three roommates arrived. Uncle, auntie, sister, hello. A tall boy greeted them loudly as soon as he came in. It was obvious that he was a straightforward boy. As for the other two, one looked a little cold, and the other wore black-rimmed glasses and looked very shy. This is Jian Zinan, who sleeps next to me. She's a professional. Mingzi introduced the cold roommate first. Then, he pointed to the cheerful one and said, this is Johnny Chen. He's also a professional. Finally, he reached out and pulled the short boy with glasses over. He smiled and said, this is the little girl opposite me, Guan Lihan. She's still underage. Johnny Chen laughed. Guan Lihan scratched her head embarrassedly. She wanted to find a wall to hide in. Mingzi, I thought you were good enough. It turns out that your appearance is a burden to your family. Johnny Chen laughed heartily and teased him. Mingzi was very good-looking, but Johnny Chen's teasing words made Tsinghua, Li Sidong, and Mingzi laugh. Appearance is not the point, the cold Jian Zinan suddenly said. Johnny Chen paused for a moment and then laughed again. Mingzi's family is very powerful. His parents are very good. His sister also won the first prize in the mathematics competition at the beginning of the year. She's only in her third year of high school. She might be our junior in the future. Haha. Come to our school and be our junior. Then, Mingzi will be able to bring you and Professor Tang to work on projects. She doesn't have to study computer science. Jian Zinan frowned. It depends on her interest. Forget it. Jiao has good ideas. Let's not worry about her. She likes mathematics. Mingzi added water for them. Wow. Johnny Chen's eyes widened. Junior, you're amazing. You like mathematics. I know a teacher in the mathematics department very well. When you study in the mathematics department, there will be someone to take care of you. Now, you still need a teacher to be successful, just like your brother. Come, let's add each other as friends. He blinked his eyes. He was very good-looking and smiled brightly. His eyes stared straight at Xiaojiao's face. Xiaojiao frowned slightly. She was used to seeing Lin Jihua's outstanding face. Even Yi Tianyu, who had the same sunny personality, was better looking than the boy in front of her. My phone ran out of battery. Also, I'm in my third year of high school. I don't usually use my phone. Xiaojiao's voice was light. Johnny Chen did not say anything. He retracted his gaze and continued to smile. Your family is really amazing. Xiaojiao frowned slightly. She did not know why, but she did not like the boy in front of her. Although he was sunny and handsome, and although he had been livening up the atmosphere, she did not like him. His mother and I are not capable. Mingza can only rely on his own efforts. Ha ha ha, come. Let's eat. Mingza has never lived on campus before. Everyone, be more tolerant of him. Let's toast. Qing Mingza raised his glass. Uncle, what are you talking about? Our dormitory is very close. Johnny Chen also raised his glass and replied with a smile. The two of them clinked their glasses. Haha, that's good. I'm relieved. Qing Mingza's eyes narrowed with a smile. I have to accompany my parents to the hotel tonight. I'll stay outside tonight. Qing Mingza said to Johnny Chen and the others while eating. Jian Zinan said, okay. Wow, Mingza is so lucky. Do you want to stay for a few more days? It's rare for uncle and auntie to come. Johnny Chen blinked. Qing Mingza picked up a piece of fish for Xiaojiao and said calmly, it's not convenient. Professor Tang can't leave him alone. It's okay. I heard that freshmen are not very useful when doing projects. Professor Tang will definitely ask for leave for you. If there's no other way, I'll go for you. Johnny Chen patted his chest. Qing Mingza did not speak immediately. He first picked up his tea and took a sip before saying, the task that Professor Tang arranged for me is a little difficult. I've already done most of it. The others can't take over. Johnny Chen's smile froze. Haha, Student Jean, you don't have to worry about my boy. He's tough. It's okay if he's tired. It's enough for us to come and see him this time. Come, let's have a drink. Qing Mingza stood up and poured wine for Johnny Chen. Haha, thank you, uncle. Johnny Chen forced a smile. Qing Mingza patted him and said, you're really good. You're indeed a northerner. Your alcohol tolerance is much better than ours. It's okay. During the meal, Qing Mingza and Johnny Chen drank so much that they almost ignored Qing Mingza. However, when they were about to leave, Qing Mingza said, you're also a northerner. Remember to come to my house and play with Mingza when you go home for the new year. Jian Zinan still did not say anything. Okay. Johnny Chen was already drunk. He was indeed a good drinker, but he was definitely not as good as Qing Mingza, who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Qing Mingza followed Xiaojiao back to the hotel. She went back to her room to do her homework, while Qing Mingza chatted for a long time in the room. Xiaojiao did not know what they were talking about. The next morning, when Xiaojiao got up, Qing Mingza also got up. You're up so early? Xiaojiao was slightly surprised. Yes, I have to go back to school to do a project. I missed some time yesterday, so I have to make up for it today. Qing Mingza put on his shoes and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. When he came out again, he rubbed Xiaojiao's hair. Study hard. You have to seize every moment. Whether it's mathematics or other subjects, you'll be able to use them in the future. Okay. Qing Mingza bent down and put his face close to hers. They looked at each other and said, Jiao, you can do it. Xiaojiao looked at his serious face and smiled faintly. Okay. Qing Mingza was really a good brother. Gu Xiaojiao's biggest mistake was to fall in love with someone she should not have. If she treated him as her brother like she did, maybe she would have a different life. I'm leaving. Qing Mingza said and walked out. Brother, wait. Xiaojiao pulled him. Yes? Xiaojiao ran back to the room and took out a piece of bread. She looked at Qing Mingza seriously. I know you don't have time to go downstairs for breakfast. Take this and eat it on the way. You can't go hungry. Qing Mingza was stunned at first, but then he smiled. He reached out and rubbed the girl's head. He said intimately, I know. After that, Qing Mingza unwrapped the bread and walked out. At 8:30 a.m., when Xiaojiao finished a set of Chinese papers, Qingxua and Li Sidong got up. Perhaps the vacation made people lazy, and the two of them were quite tired. They got up at the same time as Xiaojiao, a senior high school student. In order to let Xiaojiao have breakfast, Li Sidong and her aunt got up earlier than her. Jiao, you're up so early on vacation? Li Sidong asked while yawning. Yes. Xiaojiao stopped writing and nodded. Your dad and I are going to climb the Great Wall today, so we might not be back for lunch. We'll send you to the library after lunch. The hotel is not suitable for studying, Li Sidong reminded her. Okay. At this time, Tsinghua was also done packing. Jiao, have you eaten? Yes, I went downstairs to eat when I woke up. Xiaojiao turned around and smiled. Okay, wait for us. After that, Tsinghua and Li Sidong went downstairs to eat. Xiaojiao was halfway done with a math paper when Tsinghua and Li Sidong came back. They first sent Xiaojiao to the nearest library before going to the Great Wall together. The two of them were wearing matching sports outfits and sneakers. They left happily hand in hand. Almost as soon as Tsinghua and Li Sidong left, Xiaojiao took out her phone. Before she could send a message, her phone vibrated. Lin Jihua, look up. Xiaojiao was stunned and looked up instinctively. A man in casual clothes was sitting at the last table in front of her. His hair was down to his eyebrows, and his face was very good-looking. Xiaojiao was stunned. The man had already stood up and walked over. You're already here? Xiaojiao lowered her voice. Lin Jihua chuckled and said in an extremely low voice, I just arrived too. After that, he sat down next to her. Aren't you busy recently? How could the big boss of the Lin group be so free? Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows and looked at her. There was a smile in his eyes, which made him look even more beautiful. He raised his eyebrows. I'm already busy. Besides, I hired so many people. Isn't it to free myself? Pfft, Xiaojiao couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. This is the first time I've met a big boss like you. Lin Jihua supported himself with one hand on her chair and the other hand on his forehead. Benefactor, what are the bosses you've met like? They're very busy. Xiaojiao blinked. Silly. Lin Jihua couldn't help but ruffle her hair. Xiaojiao moved her head a little embarrassedly. A moment later, by the way, what's the solution you were talking about? Her eyes widened. Lin Jihua tapped his finger on the table gently. He leaned closer to her and whispered, take out all your homework. His breath hit Xiaojiao's earlobe. Her ear was a little itchy. Oh, okay. She quickly took out her homework. Lin Jihua first picked up a set of completed math papers and looked through them seriously. He wasn't very fast. Then, he put them down and picked up the remaining 5 sets of blank papers. He picked up the pencil on the table with his right hand and began to sketch as he looked. He ticked the 6th and last multiple-choice questions, 3 fill-in-the-blank questions, and only the last question of the major questions. Then, he handed them to her and smiled. Right. Huh? Xiaojiao was stunned. She didn't understand what he meant. Lin Jihua leaned closer again and whispered in her ear, just write these questions. His nose twitched slightly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. I'll do the rest. Huh? Xiaojiao was dumbfounded. You'll help me write? Xiaojiao subconsciously wanted to say, how can this be? Jiao, you're a very obedient student. You're also a very good student. Copying homework and ghostwriting are very wrong in your mind, right? Xiaojiao nodded in a daze. But in this set of papers, only a few of the questions I ticked were a little innovative and worth doing. With your ability, you don't need to waste any more time on questions that are 100% correct. But, you want to say that it's always good to do more, right? Xiaojiao suddenly glared at him. How could this person guess everything? She seemed to have no secrets in front of him. Pfft, Lin Jihua couldn't help but laugh. He rarely laughed. In an instant, the sharpness and dignity that he had accumulated over the years disappeared. Some people were really smart. Their looks were also very foul. Okay. Doing more questions is for you to practice when you have extra time. But the amount of homework you have for this holiday doesn't seem like you have extra time. Lin Jihua's voice carried a hint of a smile, but the words he said refreshed Xiaojiao's understanding. So, I personally think that you can rest and play after you've completed the necessary exercises. Xiaojiao, for a good student, this was still a challenge. Believe me. If you don't believe me, do another set. Do you think that the questions I didn't tick are all very simple? Lin Jihua smiled confidently and raised his eyebrows slightly. Xiaojiao took the set of questions that Lin Jihua ticked and started to do them. Lin Jihua watched her do the questions with a smile on his face. He couldn't take his eyes off her. It wasn't until she finished the fill-in-the-blanks questions that Lin Jihua picked up the other papers and started to tick them seriously. The moment he finished ticking, Xiaojiao handed him a maths paper with choices and fill-in-the-blanks questions, but only the last major question. Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows and looked at her with a half-smile. Xiaojiao looked away embarrassedly. Then she blinked her eyes and said, "You said that you wrote the other ones." Her tone was fierce and she didn't seem to have any confidence. Lin Jihua couldn't take it anymore. He smiled and rubbed her head. This time, he used more strength than before. Her hair was a little messy. What should he do? He really wanted to squeeze her into his heart. Do your homework, do your homework. Xiaojiao reached out and covered his ink-black eyes. Okay. Lin Jihua smiled. The corners of his mouth were raised high. Xiaojiao retracted her hand. Lin Jihua picked up his pen. Wait. Our handwriting. Lin Jihua turned his head and used the cap of the pen to gently tap the tip of her nose. You don't have to worry about this. Don't worry. She touched her nose and felt a little embarrassed. Then, Xiaojiao started to write the questions that had been ticked, and Lin Jihua started to write the questions that hadn't been ticked. In an instant, only the swish 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 sound of the pen could be heard on the table. In another part of the city. Secretary Chen, where did the boss go? Why did he take 2 days off? Tan Chi complained as he processed the documents. What the boss could finish in an hour would take at least 3 hours in Chen Yan's hands. In his hands, half a day? It's a private matter. Chen Yan's voice was still as cold as ice. Tan Chi was surprised. He went on a date again? Swish, Chen Yan suddenly looked up at him. The look in his eyes was very strange, as if he was saying, "You know too much." Tan Chi. I'm so afraid of being killed. At 12:30 p.m., Lin Jihua stopped writing. Okay, let's go eat first. Xiaojiao rubbed her stiff neck and looked up. She was stunned. She took all the papers in shock. Her eyes were wide open and her face was full of disbelief. You finished all the questions that I wrote? You finished all the math homework? Lin Jihua nodded. Xiaojiao's eyes widened even more. She only wrote a few complicated questions on the math paper. Lin Jihua actually used the same time as her to finish the rest of the questions. She was shocked. You. Do you have the answers? Then, she saw that the handwriting was almost exactly the same as hers. Xiaojiao's voice became hoarse. Are you a god? I'm a snail. Lin Jihua stood up and said in a low voice as he packed his things. Xiaojiao was so shocked that she didn't know what to say for a moment. After Lin Jihua packed his things, he carried his bag with one hand and held her wrist with the other. Like a father holding his beloved daughter, he led the dazed Xiaojiao out of the library. As they walked on the noisy street, Xiaojiao swallowed and asked, Lin Jihua, what's your college entrance exam score? 686. Huh? That's impossible. Lin Jihua's ability was much higher than hers. The Chinese essay questions were too annoying. I didn't write them, Lin Jihua added and then walked forward. Xiaojiao stood in the same spot and thought about how many marks she got for the Chinese essay. Damn, the man in front of her turned around and waved, Jiao, hurry up. He stood by the side of the noisy street, dressed casually. His straight long legs and handsome face were especially eye-catching. But in his eyes, there was only the dazed girl who was still standing in the same spot with a smile on his face. It was as if there was only the girl in his eyes and his world. I'm coming. Xiaojiao caught up. Then she asked, Lin Jihua, where did you go to school? Are you serious? Do you have an IQ of 200? Why didn't you write an essay? Lin Jihua drove her to the library and Wulio Alley. That beautiful, older sister had already finished cooking. When she saw them enter the door, she immediately said, "Little you, serve the dishes." "Okay." A female voice answered. Soon, a few people came in with a dish each. Xue Jiao and Lin Jihua sat facing each other. "You made reservations in advance?" "Yes, I didn't have to wait," Lin Jihua explained as he scooped soup for her. "Thank you." Xue Jiao took it and asked, "Why is there no one here today?" "They're not open at noon." Lin Jihua picked a piece of fish and put it in her other bowl. Xue Jiao quickly finished the soup and sighed, "Actually, your cooking is almost as good as this place." Lin Jihua looked at her with amusement, "Don't flatter me. I still have to learn. I'll try to be as good as this place next year." "Why next year?" Xue Jiao was stunned. "Because..." Lin Jihua smiled faintly, "Because my cat will be here next year." "Eh? Don't you have a cat?" "Yes, I have a cat, but it hasn't come to my house yet." Oh, okay." Xue Jiao nodded and pretended to understand. Actually, she didn't know why Lin Jihua's cat would only be home next year. Unable to understand, Xue Jiao picked up her chopsticks and picked out food for Lin Jihua. Come. You eat too. Lin Jihua smiled and picked up a piece of fish. He ate it, and then the corners of his mouth moved slightly. "Okay, tell me why you're so attentive." "Well, I have a question to ask you." Xue Jiao scratched her head embarrassedly. Lin Jihua picked up some food for her again. "Let's talk while we eat." Oh, okay. She ate 2 mouthfuls and said, "I don't understand. Yesterday, I had dinner with my brother and his roommates." Xue Jiao told him everything that happened yesterday, and then asked, "I feel that the atmosphere in my brother's dormitory is a little strange." "My dad is a little strange too." She frowned, and her face showed that she couldn't understand. "Silly girl." Lin Jihua smiled and picked up a piece of fish. After checking that there were no bones, he put it into Xue Jiao's bowl. "Huh? Your dad was asking about the situation in your brother's dormitory. Your brother showed him the specific situation and said that he wouldn't be bullied." "Ah?" Xue Jiao was stunned. Why didn't she see so many problems? Your brother started working on a project with the professor as soon as he entered the school. As a new student, he can't be apart from his project. He can't leave even during National Day. This means that he has to work on this project and can't be apart from his partner. Lin Jihua continued to explain, as a new student who just entered the school and immediately started working on a project after a month of military training, he doesn't even dare to leave during National Day. Obviously, the situation is a little complicated. Xue Jiao didn't quite understand. Lin Jihua continued to pick up food for her, and then said, "Eat. I'll tell you while you eat. Otherwise, I won't say anything." Okay. Hurry up and tell me." Xue Jiao immediately started eating and asked. Lin Jihua smiled and shook his head, and continued, "Your dad decided to come over. Playing is just one reason. Another reason is that he wants to see what's going on. Then, during the meal last night, all the problems came out. Your brother also said that he can solve them." "Ah? Why didn't I see that?" Xue Jiao was dumbfounded. Lin Jihua pointed at her bowl. She quickly ate obediently, but her eyes were fixed on him. "Your brother's dormitory is quite friendly. Jian Zinan has a good relationship with him. Guan Lihan is an outsider, but your brother has a good impression of him. Zhang Chen is the epitome of the problem your brother is facing. He's jealous of Qing Mingze, and he's very scheming to overthrow Qing Mingze and replace him. He's very aggressive. He's a student from one of the best universities. How could those students who entered the university seriously had so many opportunities and the ability to achieve other results. Why would they target Qing Mingze? Why not?" Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows. It's true that there are many students who bury their heads in their studies, but there's also a small group of people who have high IQ and are good at fighting. They want to take the most efficient and convenient path, directly taking the path paved by others. Don't you think it's very convenient and effective? There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. This is a very simple principle. It's like when you're in business. If you can directly pick other people's fruits without any effort, why would you work so hard to climb other trees that may not bear fruit? How is that possible? Xiaojiao was dumbfounded. Jin Yong said that as long as there are people, there will be grievances. If there are grievances, there will be the underworld. People are the underworld. Xiaojiao still found it hard to believe. The world is bustling for profit, and the world is bustling for profit. Lin Jihua continued to pick vegetables for Xiaojiao. And then? How could you tell? Xiaojiao still did not understand. Why did she feel that she had personally experienced that meal? How could she not have seen anything? Chapter 70. Xiaojiao ate a mouthful of the steamed fish that Lin Jihua had just picked up for her. She also ate a mouthful of white rice, looking depressed. She could only tell that Johnny Chen's words were a little strange and unpleasant. As for the deeper meaning of Qingshua's purpose, Qing Ming's demonstration that he could solve the problem, and so on, was the IQ gap between her and Lin Jihua and Qing Ming's really that big? Lin Jihua looked at her expression and shook his head in amusement. This girl, if she could really calculate all these things so clearly, she would not be able to get along with people like him and Qing Ming's so easily. He smiled as he explained everything to her. Lin Jihua would not rush things to help them grow, nor would she deliberately tell her such and such schemes. Xiaojiao would only explain to her in detail when she encountered something she couldn't understand. As for how to deal with it and how to look at it, it was all up to Xiaojiao. For example, if there was a south wall in front of her, Lin Jihua wouldn't forcefully stop her from hitting the south wall. He would only say it clearly and then reach out his hand to protect her head so that it wouldn't hurt or hurt her head. Instead of desperately telling her not to do this, not to do that, he shouldn't give her all the extra 10 years he had. He would speak and protect her, but he would not stop her. He had lived 10 years longer than her, but it didn't mean that she would skip 10 years and lose 10 years of her life. After all, every age was precious. As time passed, the ignorance and recklessness of his youth would gradually fade away and become a precious memory. He only gave her hints and protected her in all aspects. The path she should take and the direction she was willing to go were all up to her. Love is about protecting, not instilling. First of all, your father came to Beijing. Naturally, it's impossible for him to look for problems in the entire school. The scope is too big, and the goal is not clear. That's why your dad proposed to treat his roommates to a meal. The scope was narrowed, but there were still many problems that could be seen. Your brother is a smart man. He immediately understood what your father meant. Lin Jihua saw that she was engrossed in the conversation, so he knocked on the bowl and chopsticks. Xiaojiao hurriedly started eating, but her eyes were fixed on him. Johnny Chen emphasized several times that your family is powerful, which means that he suspects that your brother got the opportunity by relying on his family. Since your roommate is so suspicious, it's very likely that other classmates also think so. How can this be? Xiaojiao frowned. Qingshuo didn't have the ability to intervene. Even if he did, he would never intervene. Qing Mingzi had relied on his own strength to achieve everything he had. But your brother's roommate doesn't seem to be very smart. He's jealous, but at the same time, he wants to please her. Lin Jihua smiled sarcastically. She flipped the fish over and gave the best part to Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao said, "Thank you. Your brother's method of dealing with it is good." He didn't use any soft or hard words, and the other party was speechless. Obviously, your brother can deal with this kind of person. It's just that the project is more urgent now, and he can't spare time to deal with it. Your father naturally feels relieved. Lin Jihua smiled. He explained it clearly. Xiaojiao wasn't a fool, so she naturally understood everything. However, she was a little discouraged. Her eyebrows drooped. It turns out that college is not so peaceful. Whether it's peaceful or not, others will be jealous of you because you're outstanding. Do you want to give up your excellence for peace? Lin Jihua asked. Xiaojiao shook her head vigorously. Yes, and when you're too outstanding or become a habit, you can also be peaceful. Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows. Just like when you get first place in the exam for the first time, others will be jealous of you and want to surpass you quickly. But when you dominate the exam for a long time, no one will be jealous. Because they're used to it, they'll tacitly agree. Your brother's actions were a little exaggerated when he first came. When you come next year, people will probably only admire him. Xiaojiao nodded in agreement. When she first got first place, there were too many doubts. After a few times, except for Chuxing, the other people's words became, is the first place this time Gu Xiaojiao or Chuxing? It was obvious that Lin Jihua was right. Lin Jihua smiled and scooped half a bowl of soup for her. Then, he said, do you want some more soup? Xiaojiao glanced at the soup, rubbed her stomach, and shook her head vigorously. She was too engrossed in listening just now and kept eating. In the end, she ate too much. You ate too much? Lin Jihua frowned and asked almost instantly when he saw her actions. Xiaojiao nodded awkwardly. Probably because Lin Jihua's IQ was too high, she felt that when she was with him, she didn't use her brain much, she even seemed a little stupid. You're not stupid. Lin Jihua rubbed her head again, and her hair became even messier. You guessed what I was thinking again? Silly, it's written all over your face. Let's go to the library to digest. It's okay to eat too much for lunch. Lin Jihua smiled and picked up his bag. Xiaojiao stretched out her hand. Let me do it, let me do it. Lin Jihua raised his eyebrows. It's okay, I can carry it. It's not heavy. Xiaojiao looked at his hand carrying the bag and thought about how heavy it was on her back. She only felt that there was a big difference between the strength of a boy and a girl. The college entrance exam is getting closer and closer. To the teachers and others, it's a large-scale exam every year. But to the students, it's a test of their years of hard work and a stepping stone for their future. So Jiao, in the coming year, you must work hard. Family and friendship, don't let small things affect your studies. On the way back to the library, Lin Jihua kept teaching her. Okay. Xiaojiao nodded her head heavily. Also, and most importantly. Lin Jihua looked at her from the corner of his eye, but his eyes were looking straight ahead. What? Lin Jihua pretended to be careless and said, the third year of high school is very stressful. Many students can't stand this pressure and have other thoughts. You're pretty, and there will definitely be boys confessing to you. You can't be distracted. Try to keep a distance from boys and study hard. Nothing is more important than the college entrance exam now. Xiaojiao nodded her head again, and her expression was full of agreement. Lin Jihua sighed in relief. The two of them returned to the library and continued with their morning work. After finishing the math, they started with the general science questions in the afternoon. This question was more difficult, and Xiaojiao had to draw more lines, so she did it a little slower. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, there were only 2 sets of general science questions left. Lin Jihua didn't help with Chinese, and he didn't help with English either. You have to write the Chinese questions yourself. There are many benefits to practicing English. The last set of general science questions won't take long. You can do it when you go back to the city. You can play with your family tomorrow. He originally wanted to spend 2 days with her, but they were going back the day after tomorrow. It was more important for the whole family to go shopping together. He wasn't in a hurry. He had a long life ahead of him. Okay. Xiaojiao thought about it and agreed. Tsinghua and Li Sidong had never traveled with her before. Now that she had a day, she should accompany them. In the following year, she worked hard, and so did they. Xiaojiao turned her head to look at Lin Jihua. Thank you. I happen to be free, and I don't have anything else to do. You don't have to thank me. Lin Jihua smiled. Xiaojiao looked at his handsome face and was slightly dazed. She was really glad that she had gone out that day and saved such a good man. He was so good. He should live a long life and live to 100 years old. Lin Jihua reached out and waved a few good-looking fingers in front of her. What are you thinking about? Xiaojiao immediately came back to her senses. She smiled and shook her head. Nothing. Lin Jihua looked at his watch and stood up. Your parents should be coming to pick you up. I'll leave first. Have fun tomorrow. Goodbye. Xiaojiao waved her hand. Lin Jihua reached out and patted her little head for the last time today. I'm leaving. Bye. After saying that, he turned and left. When he reached the door, Lin Jihua turned back. Xue Jiao also turned her head and watched him leave. When she saw him turn back, she smiled and waved her hand vigorously. Lin Jihua's smile, which had disappeared because of reluctance, instantly rose again. He had waited for her for too long. As long as she gave him a smile, he would be full of joy again. How nice. Lin Jihua also reached out his hand and waved. Then, he turned and left in a carefree manner. When he walked out of the library entrance, he walked forward to get his car. Old Cheng, what are you looking at? Li Sidong tugged at the corner of Qingshua's shirt. Qingshua stood on his tiptoes and looked around, puzzled. I think I saw Lin Jihua just now. Who? Li Sidong suspected that he had heard wrongly. At this moment, he couldn't see the back of the figure, but Qingshua said firmly, it must be Lin Jihua. His aura is far from that of an ordinary person. I can guarantee that it's him. After they picked up Xue Jiao, the three of them sat in the car back to the hotel. Qingshua looked at Xue Jiao. Jiao Jiao, how was your study today? It was okay. Xue Jiao was a little guilty. Oh, that's good then. Qingshua nodded. Xue Jiao also asked, how was your play today? The two of them smiled together and looked at each other, exuding an atmosphere of public display of affection. Xue Jiao. Qingshua retracted his gaze from Li Sidong and looked at Xue Jiao. Jiao Jiao, studying is a long-term thing. The more outstanding a person is, the more they will continue to learn and improve. Xue Jiao nodded and continued to listen to his teachings. Unexpectedly, Qingshua's tone changed and he said excitedly, I saw Lin Jihua in the library today. Cough, 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 Xue Jiao coughed. Li Sidong hurriedly patted her back worried, why did you suddenly cough? No. I was just too surprised. Xue Jiao felt even more guilty. But Qingshua was too excited and didn't notice. It's true. I didn't expect him to take time out to study in the library when he's in charge of such a big Lin group and constantly promoting new projects. I really didn't work hard enough. Jiao Jiao, look at him, doesn't he know that studying is good? Qingshua's voice was still excited, but there was a hint of persuasion for Xue Jiao. Xue Jiao. Okay. She thought that she might never tell Qingshua that Lin Jihua came to help her with her homework. Qingshua and Li Sidong went to the Badaling Great Wall. Xue Jiao had already been there before. So, the next day, the three of them went to the Forbidden City to take a look. Along the way, Li Sidong acted as a tour guide. See, that's the wedding room of the Emperor and Empress. At that time, from the floor to the bed, it was the most exquisite embroidery. The fabric was. Li Sidong pointed inside and introduced seriously. Qingshua listened carefully. Xue Jiao raised her head and looked at Li Sidong. She was actually a very powerful person. Her father raised her with the standards of a well-bred lady. However, later on, she met a scumbag and her family experienced great changes. Li Sidong gradually became what she was now. Thinking back to the original text, Li Sidong's life was as sad as Gu Xue Jiao's. The mother and daughter pair only appeared at the beginning of the text. Li Sidong's heart was broken by a scumbag and she finally met a good man. However, she quarreled with her daughter every day, and the family was restless. Later on, she even lost her life in order to find her daughter. In her life, except for some relaxing days when her father was still alive, there was not a single day of peace in the rest of her life. Out of the corner of her eye, Xue Jiao noticed Qingshua smiling at Li Sidong. Well, this person actually had a pretty good life. At least in the second half of her life, there was a Qingshua who loved and protected her. The Forbidden City was extremely crowded on National Day. It took them a whole day to walk through the Forbidden City and the museum. They went back to the hotel to rest at night and went home the next day without stopping. Qingshua continued to go to work, and Xue Jiao continued to do her homework and review. On the night of October 6th, Li Sidong received a text message. Jiao Jiao. Her voice rose and became a little sharp for a moment. Xue Jiao put down her pen and ran down hurriedly. Even Qingshua, who had just returned, was stunned. What's wrong? What's wrong? Li Sidong held her phone and a big smile suddenly appeared on her face. Jiao Jiao's first mock exam, first place in the city. Her face was full of joy. In the past, she was so angry that she did not want to talk about her daughter. Now, she was proud of her daughter. You scared me to death. Xue Jiao breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. Li Sidong read aloud, "Congratulations to Gu Xiujiao from grade 12 class 1 for scoring 721 points in the first mock exam in the city. She is ranked first in the city. Here, we warmly congratulate Gu Xiujiao for achieving such an excellent result." Tsinghua also laughed, "Good, good. Jiao Jiao, what do you want to eat? Let's celebrate tonight." "Ha ha ha, our Jiao Jiao is really amazing." "Yes, yes. Jiao Jiao, what do you want to eat? Mom will make it for you." Li Sidong looked at the text message and said happily. "Xue Jiao." To be honest, she did not really want to eat Li Sidong's cooking. Xue Jiao looked at Tsinghua, "You came up with the idea. What should we do?" Tsinghua replied with an ugly face, "You are today's star. You should reject it, Xue Jiao." She forced a smile, "Mom, let's make noodles. I want to eat noodles." "I agree." Li Sidong was slightly surprised, "Don't you want to cook a few dishes?" Xue Jiao and Tsinghua said in unison, "No need. After all, you can only make noodles that are good." Everything else, this text message did not affect Xue Jiao much. After all, she was already first. This time, she was only ranked together with the entire city. Before the college entrance exam, all the glory was not glory. But for many families, it brought a different kind of storm. On the 8th of October, school officially started. Xue Jiao got out of the car at the entrance. Many people looked over with complicated expressions. She was a little confused, but she quickly put away all her doubts and calmly walked through the school gate. When she arrived at the third-year building, Xue Jiao was stunned. At the entrance to the first floor of the building, the electronic screen that usually had encouraging words written on it now said, "Congratulations to our schools Gu Xiujiao and Chu Xing for achieving 721 and 719 in the first model respectively." Xue Jiao, a hand patted her shoulder. Xue Jiao turned her head, "Yi Tianyu." He looked at her and raised his eyebrows, "Bookworm, you're amazing. First place again." "Xue Jiao, what's wrong? Are you too happy?" Xue Jiao stretched out 2 fingers and pushed his hand away. She looked at him and raised her eyebrows, "Depressed? It's not the first time I've gotten first. Why should I be happy?" "Yi Tianyu." "Fine." After a moment, he sighed, "You did well, but you screwed us over." Xue Jiao frowned and asked in confusion, "What did I do?" Yi Tianyu said, "What was the text message you received?" "It was my results." The first part was the total score, followed by the results for each subject. Xue Jiao was even more confused. Yi Tianyu smiled bitterly, "The text message we received was the same. The last part was, also, congratulations to our school's third-year class 1 student, Gu Xiujiao, for achieving first place in the city with a total score of 721. We hope that our students can learn from Gu Xiujiao." "Xue Jiao? My dad thought that my results were not bad and that I had improved. When he saw your results, he wanted to beat me up. Xue Jiao, he nagged me the whole night before. Look, I can even memorize this text message." Yi Tianyu pursed his lips. Xue Jiao blinked and was stunned for a moment, "No wonder, huh?" Yi Tianyu was puzzled again. "No wonder they looked at me so strangely." Yi Tianyu patted her shoulder, "It's okay. Don't worry, I don't want to hit you." Xue Jiao glared at him and then looked up at the electronic screen. "This must be Teacher Yin's doing." Yi Tianyu looked as if he already knew. "It's not the first time you've met Teacher Yin. She must be the one who said that. This time, because of your terrible results, many students will be beaten up at home." Xue Jiao, she was a little depressed and carried her bag to the classroom. "Bookworm, wait for me. Lend me your homework to copy this time." "There's no time, I still have a few sets of papers to do." "There are too many. I can't finish them." Yi Tianyu chased after her. Xue Jiao still lent her homework to him in the end. She had to rely on others to help her. This time, there was indeed a lot of homework. Many students could not finish it. Even if they did not copy hers, they would copy others. She would lend him her homework this time. Xue Jiao sat down and took out her vocabulary book to memorize. Yi Tianyu sat behind her and started scribbling furiously. He didn't even lift his head. When it was almost time for class, Lu Jiaxue carried her bag and ran into the classroom with a red face. Xue Jiao was slightly stunned and asked tentatively, "You? What's wrong?" Why did her face look like she had been slapped? "I don't want to study anymore." Lu Jiaxue sat there with tears streaming down her face. "Huh?" Xue Jiao said in surprise. Lu Jiaxue turned her head, her eyes filled with despair. "Jiao Jiao. I'm in the 110th place in the cohort this time." Xue Jiao was stunned and shocked. When she first came, Lu Jiaxue was in the top 5 of the cohort. Later on, her grades dropped, but she was still in the 30th place in the cohort. This time, how did she end up in the 100th place? "Jiaxue. What's wrong? Tell me about it." Shui Han reached out her hand and patted her lightly. Lu Jiaxue's tears could not stop. "I can't study anymore. I'm thinking about other things when I'm reading. I get frustrated when I see my homework. My mom scolds me and hits me. I hate studying even more." She cried until she was dizzy and her face was filled with despair. Xue Jiao frowned and patted her gently. "Jiaxue, you can't think like that. We've worked hard for so many years. How can we give up at the last moment? But I really can't study anymore. I don't want to study anymore. I really can't get high marks. My mom hit me." Lu Jiaxue cried until she was out of breath. She did not know how to express her feelings. She was too frustrated and had a feeling of collapse and suffocation. No one could understand the pressure she was under. She knew that her grades were dropping, so she panicked. The more panicked she was, the worse her grades were. After a few exams, she started to be afraid of exams. Today, she was even afraid to come to school. "I know, Jiaxue, I know." Xue Jiao reached out and patted her gently on the back, caressing her softly. "I know you're upset. I've said it during the morale-raising ceremony. The 3rd year of high school is tough. It's so tough that just thinking about it makes you feel like it's the biggest disaster of your life. You're anxious and in pain. The more you want to do something well, the more you can't do it well. You'll really have the urge to give up. We're still so young, but we'll be so tired that we can't sleep. We'll be so anxious that our hair will fall out." Lu Jiaxue did not say anything and just cried. "But is giving up really a good choice? Are you willing to give up all your years of hard work? Many people want to give up, but there's no other way. This is a baptism that many people have to go through. As long as it's not over, they'll have to keep fighting." Her gaze was serious. Lu Jiaxue looked at her blankly. Xue Jiao handed her a few pieces of paper. "Come, wipe your tears clean. Now that you're in school, you should forget all the bad things. Study hard, pick up your pen, and find your past self." Her gaze was encouraging. Lu Jiaxue looked at her and slowly reached out with a tissue to wipe her tears. Then, she choked out, "Okay." She then turned around stiffly and took out her books one by one. Her movements were really slow. When Xue Jiao saw it, she could only sigh softly. Yi Tianyu, who was behind, reached out and patted her on the shoulder. "What's up?" Xue Jiao turned around. "I didn't expect you to be so concerned about your classmates." Yi Tianyu raised his brows. Xue Jiao rolled her eyes at him. "Bookworm, I suddenly feel that you're really nice." He sounded like he was joking, but his gaze was serious. Xue Jiao couldn't be bothered to look at him. She only said one sentence. "Don't you want to copy homework?" Yi Tianyu. Copy. That day, almost all the teachers were talking about the results and questions for the first mock exam. Xue Jiao didn't really listen. She didn't make many mistakes, so she had to spend more time improving. After all, the questions for the first mock exam were relatively easy. The next day, some of the teachers started talking about the holiday homework. "This time, our class's homework situation is really bad." The math teacher stood on the stage and shouted at the top of his lungs. The phenomenon of copying homework is really too common. Do you think I can't tell that you're copying homework like this? Do you think I'm blind? The teacher glared fiercely. The students lowered their heads like quails and didn't dare to speak. Xue Jiao flipped through the book of wrong questions, not wasting a single second. It's fine if some people copy homework, but he copied it quite poorly. This makes me very disappointed. His gaze swept across the crowd and suddenly shouted, "Yi Tianyu. Stand up right now." Yi Tianyu was stunned and stood up blankly. What's going on? It's fine if you copy homework, but Gu Xuejiao made a mistake. 83 plus 29. She wrote 111, so you wrote 111. What's wrong? You like to copy homework? Then you can copy the math homework again. Yi Tianyu panicked. Twice. Yi Tianyu felt wronged. Okay. Xuejiao was also quite confused. Did he make a mistake? That's not possible. Based on her understanding of Lin Jihua, he was a very meticulous person. When Xuejiao did the questions occasionally, he would immediately point out if there were any problems. He had never been careless. Xuejiao felt that it was a little strange. At night, Xuejiao asked Lin Jihua, "Did you write 83 plus 29 wrongly, or did you do it on purpose?" The other party replied instantly, "Huh? You must have written it wrongly." Why? Was someone punished for copying your homework? Lin Jihua said silently in his heart, "I did it on purpose." The person who copied your homework should know that homework is not to be copied so casually. Especially when it's my homework. The corners of his mouth moved slightly. His fingers tapped on the table, and there was a smile in his eyes. Xuejiao, oh, the desk behind me. My deskmate copied my homework and was criticized. He was even punished to copy it twice. Lin Jihua's lips curled up a little. He even moved his feet happily. Serves him right. He tapped his fingers and calmly replied, "Oh, is that so? Then he's really unlucky." He had a smile on his face. The words he typed were indeed a little sympathetic, as if he really sympathized with him. Xuejiao didn't know the truth of the wrong question. As the leaves fell, the trees outside the window started to become bare. Winter was coming. They had snowed a few times this winter, and it had snowed heavily in the past 2 days. The arrival of winter meant that the new year was getting closer and closer. It also meant that the year of the college entrance exam was coming. This year's college entrance exam belonged to them. After the first and second year holidays, the week became 6.5 days of classes and half a day of rest. Their exams were based on the monthly exams, and there was an additional weekly exam. It was never a lie to say that they would be numb from the exams. Everyone, cheer up. I know everyone is tired, but the teachers are tired too. Everyone wants to celebrate the new year. You'll be free when you go to college next year. Yinfang clapped her hands and cheered everyone on. Her complexion was not as good as it was when school started. She even lacked some energy to scold people. In order for the third-year students to have a goal to aspire to, almost all schools had rendered the university into a free, relaxed, and happy world. But Xuejiao, who had seen Qingmingzi in college, didn't believe it at all. Qingmingzi came back yesterday, on the 25th of the 12th lunar month. Tomorrow is the final exam for the third-year students. It's the legendary second mock exam. If everyone wants to have a good new year, then take the exam well. Everyone wailed. What are you shouting for? Yinfang glared. The teachers are worse off than you. You went home after the exam on the 28th, so we have to change everyone's results before the night of the 29th. Teacher, Yi Tianyu raised his hand and said, "You don't have to change it. We're not in a hurry to see the results. We can change it when we go back to school." Ha ha ha. Everyone roared with laughter. Be serious. Yinfang angrily slammed the table. In any case, the results will be sent to your parents before the new year. Don't think that you're amazing just because you passed the first grade last time. That was because the questions were easy. This time, everyone give me your all. If you can't pass the first grade, then I'll talk to you. Everyone wailed again. When the real second mock exam began, everyone finally understood why Yinfang said that. The second mock exam questions were unprecedentedly difficult. F***CK. Is the school immoral or not? They set such difficult questions and even want to release the results before the new year. They're deliberately not letting us have a good new year. Yeah, it's too trashy. Oh right, I heard that the Chinese and math exams have been changed. They've also started on English. Oh my god, can I ask around? I don't dare. This time, the teachers didn't give as much homework. During this time, not only were the students tired, the teachers were also tired. Since it was the new year, they decided not to give too much homework. Quiet. Everyone leave the school in an orderly manner. Remember to be careful. When you get home, send me a message. Infang stood on the stage and said loudly. Okay. They said in unison. The holidays were always a happy time for the students. The results are already out. Some students didn't do well. Forget it, let's not talk about this now. Everyone hurry back. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. After Infang finished speaking, she told the students to leave. Xue Jiao picked up her bag and prepared to leave. Suddenly, she noticed that there was water on the table beside her. She looked up and found that although Lu Jiaxue was very quiet, she was crying non-stop. Xue Jiao's heart tightened. She understood the pressure Lu Jiaxue was under. She was only 16 years old, 1 year younger than Gu Xue Jiao, but she was under a lot of pressure. She had been working hard for the past few months, but her results were not ideal. She didn't improve much. Instead, she retreated a little. Infang used to talk to her often, but Lu Jiaxue only cried every time. Infang didn't look for her anymore. She was very stressed. She was like a headless fly, but she still couldn't find a way out. Jiaxue? Xue Jiao said softly. Lu Jiaxue didn't say anything. Jiaxue, what's wrong? Xue Jiao stretched out her hand tentatively. Lu Jiaxue suddenly wiped her eyes and said hurriedly, Jiao Jiao, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. After saying that, she immediately ran out. For some reason, Xue Jiao's heart tightened and she quickly chased after her. Hey! Bookworm! When Yi Tianyu saw Xue Jiao running out, he also picked up his bag and ran out. Lu Jiaxue didn't know where she got her brute strength from, but she ran very fast. After exiting the school gate, she ran to the right. Xue Jiao knew that her house was on the left. She had to take the left way to take the bus. Suddenly, she thought of the right. Xue Jiao's face turned pale. Her legs went soft and she fell to the ground. Jiao Jiao. Yi Tianyu quickly helped her up. Xue Jiao's voice trembled as she pointed to the front, hurry. Yi Tianyu. Stop her. End of chapter 70. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.